Betrayal, divorce, and unfulfilled career aspirations weigh heavily upon Chen Youfu, who has long passed the age of discernment. The myriad tribulations of life have nearly crushed him. Yet on the very day he received his divorce certificate, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. Although somewhat belated, it brought about a monumental transformation in the life of Chen Youfu, who had long since lost faith in existence. Chapter 1. Dejection. Jinling City, the capital of Jiangsu Province, is like a resplendent jewel nestled along the banks of the Yangtze River. Once the capital of the Six Dynasties, it now stands as the economic hub of Jiangsu Province. In recent years, Jinling's development has not only solidified its status as the core city of the province, but has also spurred the growth of numerous surrounding cities. The summer heat in Jinling is notorious, often earning it the moniker of a furnace. Even before 7 a.m., as the sun rises, the air already carries a hint of stifling warmth. At this moment, on a bench by Xuanwu Lake in the city, the 42-year-old Chen Youfu sits in quiet contemplation. His eyes are bloodshot, and his face is adorned with stubble. He gazes silently at a hotel across the street. As music plays, Chen Youfu glances at his mobile phone. The somewhat worn and blurry screen reveals the caller ID, wife. Chen Youfu, let me tell you, this marriage is destined to end, whether you like it or not. You spineless wretch. I must have been blind to have chosen such a useless man. I tell you. Upon pressing the answer button, Chen Youfu instinctively pulls the phone away as the sound of furious accusations erupts from the other end. Fine, I agree to the divorce. Where are you? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today. As he speaks, he notices a lady across the street, one hand on the phone and the other linked with a gentleman, exiting the hotel. From a distance, the woman, caught off guard by something she heard over the phone, halts in astonishment. Oh, you agree to the divorce? All right, I'm at home. I'll wait for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9. You're at home? Very well. I shall see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Youfu replies before ending the call. Sitting on the bench, he watches as the woman opens the car door and departs the hotel, disappearing amidst the flow of traffic. Reflecting on the half-life he has traversed, he can only describe it with 2 words, pitiful and lamentable. Chen Youfu is an only child, hailing from an ordinary rural family in northern Jiangsu province. His parents, both simple farmers, exhausted nearly all their life savings to see him graduate from university. The woman who just made the phone call, Liu Lina, is the wife of Chen Youfu for 20 years, as well as his university classmate and the object of his long-hidden affection during their college days, where she was a prominent figure on campus. In the latter half of their senior year, for reasons unknown, Liu Lina chose Chen Youfu as her boyfriend, much to the immense delight of Chen Youfu, who had secretly adored her for quite some time. Subsequently, when it came time to discuss marriage after graduation, Liu Lina's family presented several stipulations. First, that he remain employed in Jinling City. Second, a bride price of 300,000 yuan. And third, a marriage residence in Jinling City. Despite being acutely aware that his family's circumstances could never fulfill such demands, Chen Youfu, utterly captivated by Liu Lina, acquiesced to her family's conditions. The outcome was that his parents incurred a staggering amount of debt, borrowing from every relative, friend, and neighbor, ultimately resorting to a mortgage to gather the necessary funds to pay the bride price and purchase a modest 110-square-meter apartment in Jinling, albeit only managing to pay the down payment. Upon successfully marrying Liu Lina, Chen Youfu believed he was embarking on the beginning of a beautiful life, unaware that it would instead mark the onset of his darkest days. Throughout nearly 2 decades of marriage, Chen Youfu endured the disdain, mockery, and abuse from Liu Lina's family, only later realizing why she had chosen a man of his humble disposition. It became evident that it was not the affection of a beautiful classmate that drew her to him, but rather that the charming beauty, having exhausted her youthful exploits during 4 years of university, sought a reliable and steady companion for a comfortable life. In the initial 2 years following their marriage, Liu Lina did indeed lead a content life, but with the birth of their daughter, her previously restless heart began to grow increasingly discontent. For the sake of his daughter, Chen Youfu found himself compelled to endure, but as their daughter matured, Liu Lina's tirades escalated, with derogatory terms such as good for nothing and useless being hurled at him almost daily. He bore this torment until their daughter entered university, at which moment, as he accompanied her to her registration, she suddenly turned and embraced him, declaring, "Dad, go home and divorce Mom. I have grown up and can support myself." This utterance caused the 42-year-old Chen Youfu to dissolve into tears at the university entrance, releasing nearly 2 decades of pent-up emotion, oblivious to the astonished gazes of bystanders. The reason he agreed to divorce over the phone was not solely due to this revelation. He later discovered that Liu Lina had an old flame, a childhood sweetheart who had been incarcerated for some time. After their marriage, he was released and their romance rekindled, initially hidden, but in recent years, her indiscretions became increasingly brazen. Chen Youfu heard many whispers and rumors, and whenever he confronted her about it, Liu Lina would erupt into furious arguments, skillfully deflecting suspicion. His presence by the shores of Xuanwu Lake was prompted by an incident the previous night. Upon returning home after working late, he spotted his own Toyota Camry parked at the hotel. Being an honest man did not equate to a lack of intelligence, and in that moment, Chen Youfu surmised the situation. He remained seated until he received a call from Liu Lina, who was standing across the street. Taking a few deep breaths, Chen Youfu abruptly rose from his seat, as if resolved to make a definitive choice, and rode his electric bicycle homeward, a vehicle he had owned for nearly a decade. At 9 a.m., Chen Youfu arrived punctually at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where Liu Lina awaited him. "You good for nothing, couldn't you have come sooner? Useless waste." "All right, let us proceed with the formalities," he said quietly, gazing at the woman with whom he shared a legal bond. "Fine, but Chen Youfu, before we enter, I need to clarify. Since you agreed to the divorce, it will be under the conditions I previously outlined. The house and the car will be mine, the daughter will stay with you, and some of the savings will belong to you, to prevent others from claiming I am taking advantage of you. However, I must remind you, you know full well that with your ineptitude, our savings are scant. Consider this, which man, after working for over a decade, has managed to save only a little over 10,000 yuan? I must have been blind to have chosen such a worthless individual." "Very well, I will forego the savings. You may keep them," he replied. His monthly income, exceeding 10,000 yuan, was almost entirely surrendered to Liu Lina, who would spend thousands on cosmetics, consuming nearly half of his earnings, leaving little room for savings. Even if he had any, he knew this woman would never share them with him. Liu Lina was taken aback by how readily Chen Youfu complied, completely exceeding her expectations. Within half an hour of entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, both emerged with a red book in hand, signifying their separation and newfound freedom. After nearly 20 years of repression, Chen Youfu had never felt such a profound sense of relief and liberation. Even if it meant starting over with nothing, he still found an unexpected joy in his newfound independence. "There are still some of your belongings at home. When will you come to retrieve them?" It was Liu Lina, who had previously clamored for a divorce, now gazing at the man before her, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, and she suddenly felt a sense of discomfort within her. "There's no need. You may dispose of them." "You worthless fool. I must have been blind to have chosen you back then. Without me, you are nothing." Chen Youfu's nonchalant and carefree demeanor momentarily broke Liu Lina's composure, and she angrily drove away in the Camry, which had been touched by him no more than a handful of times over the past 20 years. Ding. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the true essence of life and successfully binding the Godly Rich Free Life system. The novice Godly Rich account has been registered, and the registration gift pack has been dispatched. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully registering for the Godly Rich Free Life. A reward of 300 million yuan in startup capital has been granted. Just as Chen Youfu descended the steps, he suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Could it be that working overtime yesterday has left me utterly exhausted? At that moment, Chen Youfu's phone chimed with a notification for a text message. Initially thinking it was yet another advertisement, he picked up his phone and opened it, only to be struck dumb. Dear Agricultural Bank user, greetings. A cash transfer of 300 million yuan has been credited to your account ending in 0682. Please check your balance. Holy crap. Chen Youfu immediately rubbed his eyes, realizing that it was not merely an auditory hallucination, but an optical illusion as well. After a few vigorous rubs, he found the content on his phone screen unchanged. It was neither a hallucination nor an optical illusion. The voice he had just heard was indeed genuine. Chen Youfu, who enjoyed reading online novels in his spare time, suddenly realized that he had acquired a golden opportunity. But surely there won't be any issues with this money? Don't all systems claim you can access them with mere thought? He strained his mind, attempting to summon the system, but there was not a shred of response. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Youfu turned and walked towards an ATM opposite the Civil Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Xuanwu District Branch of the Agricultural Bank in Jinling City, President Zhou Tianda was answering a call from the Jinling branch. Old Zhou, just now, a sudden transfer of 300 million yuan arrived in one of your branch's accounts. Upon verification, the source of the funds appears to be entirely legitimate. You must keep a close eye on this client. If any issues arise and someone else snatches them away, you may find yourself unable to bear the responsibility. Yes, President Chen, rest assured. I guarantee that I will retain this client at the agricultural bank. There will be no issues whatsoever. Chapter 2. Best Friends. I have traversed mountains and seas, as well as the throngs of humanity. Just as Chen Youfu was about to insert his card into the ATM to withdraw cash, he glanced at his phone to see a call from an unfamiliar local number ending in 48s, compelling him to answer despite his initial reluctance. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Youfu? Yes, it is. May I ask who is calling? Greetings, Mr. Chen. Thank you for taking my call. I am Zhou Tianda, the branch manager of Agricultural Bank's Xuanwu District branch. I apologize for the interruption. Hello, Manager Zhou. How may I assist you? Well, Mr. Chen, we have just discovered that your account ending in 0682 has received a cash transfer of 300 million. Rest assured, the source of these funds is above reproach. You have automatically been upgraded to our bank's Super VIP client status. I wonder when you might have the opportunity to visit our branch so I can introduce you to the benefits afforded to Super VIPs. What do you think? I see. Very well. I will head over shortly as I happen to be free today. Excellent. I shall await your esteemed presence. All right, see you soon. In disbelief, Chen Youfu marveled at the authenticity of the situation. Manager Zhou had confirmed that the source of the funds was legitimate, indicating that he had indeed struck a windfall. Although he was unsure whether this stroke of fortune would continue to benefit him, the immediate reality of having 300 million in cash was exhilarating. Chen Youfu felt an overwhelming urge to shout in triumph. Fortune had truly smiled upon him. He had never imagined that at over 40 years of age, such good fortune would befall him. With this newfound wealth, his life and circumstances would be irrevocably transformed. With riches now at his disposal, the first thought that crossed his mind was to purchase a luxury car. As he hailed a taxi to the renowned International Auto Trade Zone in Jinling, Zhou Tianda sat in his office, furrowing his brow in contemplation, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. Suddenly, he sat up straight and picked up the internal phone. Xiao Gu, come to my office. Meanwhile, in the office area, customer manager Gu Yun was preparing to visit the branch manager's office when her phone rang. It was her best friend, Lu Lina. Hello, Nana, what is up? It's unusual for you to call me. Xiao Yun, I'm divorced now. I'm free. What? Did he agree to the divorce? When did this happen? This morning, we just finalized the paperwork. Don't get me started on that spineless man. By the way, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner to celebrate. Sure, let us do it tonight. I'll contact you after work. I need to see our branch manager first. He just called for me. All right, talk later. To Gu Yun's surprise, her friend's once docile husband had indeed consented to the divorce, allowing Lu Lina to leap into a new chapter of her life. Ever since her divorce, Gu Yun had been eager to find a wealthy suitor, but each attempt at romance had ended in disappointment. As she grew older, the dream of marrying into affluence had grown increasingly elusive. Upon reflection, she realized that Lu Lina's ex-husband had not been entirely unsatisfactory. He was a decent cook, though he had stagnated in a low-level public sector position for nearly 2 decades. Enough of that. He is my friend's ex-husband, and I shouldn't dwell on it. Manager, you called for me? Gu Yun knocked before entering Zhou Tianda's office. Ah, yes, Xiao Gu, please take a seat. I wanted to discuss something with you. Is there an issue, manager? Well, Xiao Gu, you are a valued member of our team with commendable skills. Today, I received a notification from Manager Lu of our branch, informing me that a client's account has just received a cash transfer of 300 million. As you know, all banks are under pressure to attract deposits, and retaining this sum in our branch would significantly aid our targets for the year. 300 million? Is it a corporate account? No, it's a personal savings account. I've already contacted the client, and he will be coming in shortly. I would like you to serve as his exclusive account manager. This is a significant opportunity, and I hope you will seize it without any errors. Do you understand? Yes, manager, I will do my utmost. Good, prepare yourself, and I'll notify you when the client arrives. Thank you, manager. Gu Yun was acutely aware of the reason Zhou Tianda had assigned her to this client. It was undoubtedly due to her appearance. Despite being in her 30s, Gu Yun possessed a beauty that was renowned not only within the Xuanwu branch, but throughout the agricultural bank's Jinling network. Her classically shaped face was complemented by enchanting eyes and charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. In antiquity, she would have been described as a siren. Adding to her allure was her slender figure and a bust that no one could easily overlook. Elegantly clad in a fitted professional suit and a white blouse that seemed perpetually on the verge of bursting at the seams. Returning to her desk, Gu Yun pondered the nature of the upcoming client, hoping he would not be yet another lecherous old man. Meanwhile, Chen Youfu arrived at the illustrious International Auto Trade Zone in Jinling, a haven for renowned luxury car brands. Here, one could find dealerships for Porsche, Maserati, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Bentley, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and other prestigious brands. In contrast to the more common dealerships, the atmosphere here was markedly different. Sales staff often outnumbered potential buyers, many of whom were merely window shopping. Despite his previous misfortunes, Chen Youfu had always harbored a fondness for automobiles. He would occasionally peruse automotive magazines to keep abreast of the latest luxury models and their features. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the Porsche dealership. The spacious showroom housed only a handful of salespeople, who merely glanced at him upon his arrival, showing little inclination to assist. Chen Youfu smiled at this. He understood that such indifference was commonplace. Dressed in a 2-year-old t-shirt and a pair of ordinary casual trousers, with leather shoes that cost little over 100. He was acutely aware of his appearance. The total value of his attire barely exceeded 300 yuan. The salespeople, trained to recognize the worth of potential customers at a glance, would undoubtedly assess his clothing and deem him unworthy of their attention. Thus, he felt no discomfort at their lack of welcome. After a slight turn, Chen Youfu arrived at a display booth, gazing intently at the automobile on display. His eyes burned with enthusiasm as he beheld the car before him, with its sleek lines and uniquely angled windshield harmoniously paired with Porsche's distinctive front design, causing him to halt in his tracks. "Good day, sir. May I inquire your surname?" "I am Wang Jun, a sales representative from the Porsche International Automobile Trade Zone 4S store." Hello, my surname is Chun." A remarkably youthful lad approached, interrupting Chen Youfu's train of thought, and he found it quite astonishing that, according to his understanding, sales personnel typically did not initiate conversations. "Mr. Chun, may I assist you with an introduction?" "Not quite." "Xiao Wang, may I pose a question?" "Please, go ahead. I am curious. What prompted you to offer me your service?" "I hardly appear to be someone who could afford a Porsche." "Mr. Chun, you jest. Just because one cannot afford it now does not imply they won't in the future. Besides, even if you don't purchase, you are still a valued guest." The young man was quite articulate, impressively so. "Very well. Please proceed with the introduction of this vehicle." Although Chen Youfu was aware that the young man's words were likely not entirely sincere, they were nevertheless pleasing to hear. He understood the true motivation behind the young man's approach. Wang Jun was indeed a novice sales intern, having just commenced his duties 3 days prior. His supervisor had instructed him to approach Chun, primarily to provide him with practice and to subtly encourage Chun to leave the 4S store without making a purchase. "Hello, Mr. Chun. The vehicle before you is the newly launched Porsche 911 2010 GT2 RS. It boasts a 3.6T engine with 530 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 3.7 seconds, and can reach a top speed of 350 km/h. The car measures 4,469 mm in length and 1,852 mm in width, featuring a 2-door, 4-seat hardtop design. With a 6-speed manual transmission and equipped with the PCCB ceramic composite brake system. All right, enough. Xiao Wang, you seem quite knowledgeable about this car." Wang Jun thought to himself, just as my mentor said, "Here is a person who merely came in to enjoy the air conditioning, wasting my breath." However, he maintained a smile on his face. "Mr. Chun, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. What is the price of this vehicle?" Chen Youfu, acutely aware of the young man's growing impatience in his eyes, pressed on with his inquiry. "Mr. Chun, this model, being the latest top configuration, retails for 2.78 million. And after including purchase tax, insurance, and other fees, the total comes to 3.35 million. "Very well, I will take it." "Pardon? You wish to purchase this vehicle? You truly came here to buy a car? What nonsense. On such a scorching day, why else would I come here if not to buy a car? Do you think I'm just here to enjoy the air conditioning? And no, please don't misunderstand. Now, Xiao Wang, why don't you consult your superiors? I will pay in full, and I'd like to know the final discounted price. If it suits me, I can finalize the paperwork right now." This declaration sent ripples through the entire 4S store, prompting the manager to accompany Wang Jun to the lounge. "Greetings, Mr. Chun. I am He Shang, the manager of the Porsche 4S store. I heard from Xiao Wang that you intend to pay in full." "Hello, Manager He. Yes, in full. It all depends on what price you can offer. In that case, Mr. Chun, I will personally authorize a discount on the original price, bringing it down to 3.2 million. I will also provide you with a complimentary license plate. This is the best I can do. Will the car be ready for me to drive today?" "Absolutely. It can be ready in an hour. Let us get the paperwork underway. I'll pay by card." A finance officer took the ordinary bank card Chen Youfu offered, processed the payment, and amid the anticipation of onlookers, the POS machine printed the receipt confirming a successful transaction. The sales staff present couldn't help but feel regretful. None had anticipated that this middle-aged man, clad in what appeared to be bargain bin attire, could afford to purchase a vehicle worth 3 million. "Manager He. Xiao Wang has been exceptionally professional and cordial while assisting me, so this sale should be credited to him. Of course, our store has strict policies. Even though Xiao Wang is currently an intern, he is entitled to commissions on sales. Manager, could I request that my commission be shared with my mentor? Certainly, as long as you both agree. What a commendable young man. After waiting for less than an hour in the lounge, all formalities were completed. Chen Youfu accepted the keys handed to him by manager He, opened the car door, ignited the engine, and took off. The luxury car was indeed magnificent. Its comfort and features far surpassed the Camry he had purchased after marriage. It was exhilarating, purely thrilling. Moreover, the inherent prestige of the luxury vehicle was unmistakable on the road, prompting many other drivers to yield and steer clear. In less than half an hour's drive, Chen Youfu arrived at the entrance of the Xuanwu branch. Hello, President Zhou. I have arrived at your bank's premises. After making a phone call, within 5 minutes, he noticed a portly gentleman approaching him, extending his hands from a distance. However, what astonished Chen Youfu was the striking woman in professional attire accompanying him. Welcome, Mr. Chen. This is our bank's client manager, Ms. Gu Yun. Old Chen, is that you? Upon recognizing the man before her, Gu Yun gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. It's been ages, Gu Yun. I didn't realize you were working here. I've heard you mention your job at the bank, but never suspected it was here. Old Chen, it's really you. The account that deposited 300 million is yours. Do you know Mr. Chen? I apologize. I didn't mean to lose my composure upon seeing a familiar face. President Zhou. Gu Yun is a close friend of my ex-wife. Ah, I see. That clarifies things. Shall we head inside? Zhou Tianda felt more assured after hearing Chen Youfu's words. He led Chen Youfu to a conference room, where Gu Yun, following Zhou Tianda's arrangement, sat beside Chen Youfu. As she settled in, the subtle fragrance wafting from her made Chen Youfu feel quite invigorated. In terms of appearance, Gu Yun might be on par with Lu Lina, but in terms of physique, Lu Lina was no match for Gu Yun, particularly with her long legs accentuated by her professional attire, exuding undeniable allure. Gu Yun could sense the assertive gaze Chen Youfu directed at her, and recalling that he was her friend's ex-husband, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Across the table, Zhou Tianda was astute, and with the introduction of Chen Youfu as his ex-wife's acquaintance, he was now quite confident in securing such a significant client. Zhou Tianda silently congratulated himself for having Gu Yun serve as Chen Youfu's dedicated customer representative. Mr. Chen, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for choosing our agricultural bank's Xuanwu branch. This morning, a substantial cash transfer of 300 million from overseas has been verified by our head office, confirming the legitimacy of the funds. As your personal assets have now reached our bank's Super VIP standard, I am pleased to inform you that you are now recognized as one of our esteemed Super VIP clients. Henceforth, Gu Yun will serve as your dedicated customer service representative, and shortly, she will introduce you to the exclusive benefits that accompany your VIP status. It is truly an honor for me to facilitate the acceptance of your significant funds into our institution, and I assure you I will extend all the privileges within my authority. President Zhou, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Youfu or Old Chen. Let us dispense with the formalities of Mr. Chen. However, I must mention that I have a matter for President Zhou's assistance. As you wish, I shall address you as Old Chen. And please, do away with the formalities of President Zhou. I am, after all, your senior by only a few years. You may simply call me Old Zhou. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. I still possess some connections in this city of Jinling. Very well, I shall refer to you as Brother Zhou. That sounds splendid. I gladly accept you as my younger brother, but do not claim that you are elevating my status. Nonsense, Brother Zhou. The matter is this. You may not be aware, but I recently went through a divorce this morning. If I may be candid, I have left with nothing and am currently without a place to stay. I wish to inquire if you know anyone in real estate, as I seek to resolve my living situation. Ah, I see. That is quite manageable. Our bank has partnerships with several real estate companies. My dear brother, are you looking to rent or to buy? What do you mean by renting? Of course, I wish to purchase. I am not well versed in this matter and merely seek guidance from someone knowledgeable. In that case, Youfu, this matter can be handled by Gu Yun. I will contact a few of our partner companies, and she will accompany you to explore options. Rest assured, I will speak with their executives to secure you an internal rate. No, Brother Zhou, there is no need for any internal pricing. I simply seek a residence with a pleasant environment and a secure, upscale atmosphere. If that is the case, I recommend having Gu Yun take you directly to Phoenix Villa. I believe you will find it quite appealing. Should it not meet your expectations, Gu Yun can guide you to alternative properties, as she is very familiar with the market. Is this convenient? I hope it does not interfere with your work. Not at all. It is perfectly convenient. Gu Yun is your dedicated customer service representative, and addressing client concerns is part of her role. Would it trouble Manager Gu to make this trip? Old Chen Yu. Gu Yun rolled her eyes at Chen Youfu, the playful pout on her lips causing his heart to race uncontrollably, much to his surprise. What a charming enchantress. I was merely jesting. Well then, Brother Zhou, I must take my leave for now, but I shall treat you to dinner another day. Very well. I shall not impede your time further. Once you have concluded your business, let us enjoy a proper gathering. Ah, the power of wealth. Such camaraderie is built upon the foundation of that 300 million. Old Chen, how did you arrive here? Shall I drive you? I drove myself. Why not take my car instead? Wow. Old Chen, is this your new vehicle? Is it a Porsche? How much did it cost? As Chen Youfu activated the remote, the headlights of the gleaming white Porsche GT2 RS flashed, leaving Gu Yun in awe once again. Let us go. After all, I am unfamiliar with this vehicle. Gu Yun, would you care to drive? What? I cannot possibly drive such a luxury car. If I were to scratch it, I would incur debts beyond my means. Nonsense. It is merely a car. Who drives it matters little. Besides, with your striking beauty, who would dare sell you? You are truly a priceless treasure. Oh my old Chen. I did not expect such charm from you. Once seated in the passenger seat, Chen Youfu gazed at Gu Yun, who was driving. Truth be told, he had never truly observed her before. Now, under the scrutiny of his eyes, she radiated an enchanting allure, akin to a ripe peach awaiting a discerning admirer. Gu Yun was aware of Chen Youfu's gaze, feeling the intensity of his scrutiny even without direct eye contact. The experience of driving such a luxurious vehicle was entirely distinct from her own modestly aged car. Old Chen, what are you staring at? You are making me blush. If you continue, I shall become quite upset, and there will be no appeasing me. My apologies, I was not observing anything in particular, merely admiring beauty. And yours is of the captivating kind that never tires. Oh, you flatterer. I had never noticed this side of you. By the way, how much did you pay for this car? Chapter 4, The Mansion. Not much. The total cost, including all fees, was 3 million. 3 million. Such a sum, old Chen. You have changed. People do change. It is simply a part of life. Wouldn't you agree, Gu Yun? You must be aware of my recent divorce. As Lu Lina likely informed you. I am sorry, old Chen. To be honest, Nana is quite a good person. How did your relationship come to this point? Let us not dwell on it, Gu Yun. You know her nature well enough. Over these years, had it not been for Ling Ling, we would have parted long ago. I am acutely aware of her actions. Do not presume that I was ever truly ignorant. Ah, old Chen, you were aware of all that? Then, I am truly sorry. It is of no consequence. It is all in the past. Let us speak of the property we are about to view. I find the name Phoenix Villa quite familiar. I feel I have heard it somewhere before. Phoenix Villa is a new development. It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with it. It is a bona fide affluent neighborhood, situated adjacent to Hongshan Park and Xuanwu Lake, boasting breathtaking scenery. The developer is a friend of President Zhou, and I visited the property upon completion. It is indeed impressive. Is it still possible to find available units there? Yes. Just last month, during a dinner hosted by President Zhou, I attended and overheard the developer lamenting the current downturn in real estate. Their properties are villas, averaging around 60,000 per square meter, and they are all exquisitely decorated, yet sales are sluggish. After a journey of approximately half an hour, Gu Yun brought Chen Youfu to the sales office of Phoenix Villa. Upon exiting the car, Chen Youfu surveyed the surroundings and found the scenery to be as splendid as Gu Yun had described. The lush landscaping alone indicated the developer's significant investment. Let us proceed inside for a closer look. Upon entering the sales office, they were met with an atmosphere of desolation, as several sales personnel engaged in idle chatter or perused their phones. Hello and welcome to Phoenix Villa. I am sales representative Zheng Mei. Greetings. Would you kindly show us around? Certainly, sir. May I have the honor of knowing your surname? You may simply call me Chen. It is the Chun from the East. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Allow me to first present the model of our Phoenix Villa. Mr. Chen, your wife is truly exquisite. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the compliment. But I find it rather ordinary. Chen Youfu chose not to correct Zheng Mei's error, and curiously, Gu Yun also refrained from doing so. The sudden blush on her face only enhanced her allure. Under Zheng Mei's guidance, they arrived at the sales department's sand table. Mr. Chen, our Phoenix Villa was established in 2008 and completed this April. The entire estate spans 86,000 square meters, with a building footprint of 49,700 square meters. The greenery within the community has reached 36, which is the highest in all of Jinling City. The complex comprises a total of 8 standalone villas and 11 townhouses, ranging from 320 to 630 square meters. Surrounding. Wait a moment, Ms. Zhang. What about this particular building? From the moment they arrived at the sand table, Chen Youfu had already resolved to purchase here, for it indeed lived up to Gu Yun's earlier description of Phoenix Villa as a wealthy enclave. The internal layout of the community was exceptionally rational, featuring a large lake at its center, a man-made lake connected to Xuanwu Lake. While observing the sand table, he was captivated by a standalone villa in the heart of the community. Its layout suggested that the other 7 villas encircled it like stars around the moon. And in terms of both land area and surrounding greenery, this one was truly unparalleled. Hello, Mr. Chen. This building is our Phoenix Villa's crown jewel. The villa occupies 570 square meters, with a private underground garage and a two-story design, offering a total usable area of 868 square meters. Has it been sold yet? No. Let us take a look at this one. Can we view it? We can, but I would like to confirm with you first, Mr. Chen. Are you certain you wish to view this one? Do you not want me to introduce you to the others? No need. Let us focus on this one for now. We can discuss the others later. Very well. Then, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Zheng Mei felt somewhat helpless. Her approach to Chen Youfu had not stemmed from a presumption of his intent to purchase. Her initiative was merely due to their sales team's duty roster, and it just happened that it was her turn to attend to him. Upon Chen Youfu and Gu Yun's entrance, she found their pairing rather peculiar. Chen Youfu clad in attire worth no more than 300 yuan, while the beautiful woman beside him donned an indistinguishable yet professional outfit, holding a discounted LV bag worth thousands. However, security had just informed her that the beauty drove a Porsche. Yet, regardless of appearances, this couple hardly seemed like potential buyers of the crown jewel. Nonetheless, the sales team at Phoenix Villa adhered to strict regulations, ensuring that no discrimination against clients or refusal of reasonable requests occurred. The walk from the sales department to the crown jewel took nearly 10 minutes. Throughout the journey, Chen Youfu continuously observed the internal environment of the community, increasingly convinced of its exceptional quality. Mr. Chen, we have arrived. Please wait a moment. I have already notified security, and someone will be here shortly to open the door. Standing before the entrance, the distinction of this crown jewel compared to the neighboring buildings became increasingly apparent. The surrounding villas displayed clear disparities in land area and internal greenery. According to Zheng Mei's introduction, only the crown jewel boasted a private underground garage, complete with a heated swimming pool. After a short while, security arrived to unlock the door. Mr. Chen, our community security system employs the most advanced fingerprint and iris recognition technology. Each villa operates on a separate system, and entry is only permitted with the owner's consent post-authentication. Our security personnel patrol 24/7, primarily composed of retired military personnel, ensuring the community's safety is beyond question. Upon entering the villa, Chen Youfu's resolve to purchase solidified. The first level welcomed them with an expansive foyer, leading into a generously sized living room, adorned with custom plush carpets and an overall decor that exuded understated luxury. The harmonious combination of colors imparted a comforting and inviting ambience. Mr. Chen, the villa is divided into two levels. The first floor includes the living room, dining area, kitchen, a nursery, two maids' quarters, and two guest rooms, along with a study. The second floor features two master bedrooms, a sauna, two guest rooms, and an additional study. All furnishings and appliances are specially customized. By the way, each room comes with an en-suite bathroom. Shall I show you the second floor? Ascending to the master bedroom on the second floor, the sheer spaciousness was striking, ample space, a grand bed. And the master en-suite was significantly larger than those in his previous residences. Gu Yun gazed at the opulent home, her eyes sparkling with wonder, and then reflected on her current rented accommodation, a pang of discomfort stirring within her. Miss Zheng, how much is this house? Mr. Chen, our pricing at Phoenix Villa is 68,000 per square meter. This crown jewel, with its unparalleled decor and features, including the underground garage, totals. Just tell me the price. The quoted price for this villa is 53.8 million. All right, let us proceed with the paperwork. Please inquire about the minimum amount for a full cash payment. Mr. Chen, would you like me to introduce some other options? What did you say? Zheng Mei almost doubted her hearing. I said I'm ready. Please check for me the lowest price for a full cash payment. If acceptable, let's finalize the deal. I want this house. Zheng Mei swallowed nervously. Mr. Chen, are you saying you wish to purchase this with cash? Yes. Unless you're going to tell me it's no longer available. You've misunderstood. How could it not be for sale? I apologize, it was my oversight. Let me contact our manager immediately. Alternatively, would you like to return to the sales department? I assure you, we will provide you with a satisfactory price. For Zheng Mei, this felt like a windfall from the heavens, leaving her dazed. She began to recall whether she had committed any faux pas since their introduction. A house worth over 50 million would net her a commission exceeding 1 million, a prospect she had never anticipated. Old Chen, don't you think you should reconsider? Such an expensive house should not be taken lightly. On their way back to the sales department, Gu Yun inquired. What is there to reconsider? It's genuinely remarkable. What is wrong? Don't you like it? I like it, but what use is that? I can't afford such a luxury. What is the issue? With so many rooms, you could move in as well. How annoying. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yun had already linked her arm with Chen Youfu's. Upon hearing his rather brazen teasing, she merely playfully swatted him with one hand, her demeanor more flirtatious than reprimanding. And Chen Youfu distinctly felt a soft pressure where her arm entwined with his. Upon arriving at the sales department, they were greeted by the manager. who had been informed and was waiting at the entrance. Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Lu Ming, the manager of the Phoenix Villa sales department. Manager Lu, hello. Has Ms. Zheng briefed you on our discussion? Yes, she has. Please, this way. Let us sit down and negotiate. Upon arriving at the VIP lounge of the sales office, after deliberation, the final transaction price for the coveted penthouse was set at $48 million, with the added benefit of a year's exemption from property management fees. As the POS machine printed out the receipt, signifying the sale of the most expensive property in the Phoenix Villa, Chen Youfu was elevated to the status of the villa's most esteemed client. Under the watchful eyes of the entire sales team, Gu Yun drove Chen Youfu away from Phoenix Villa. Xiaozheng, you've done well. I have already consulted the general manager. Your commission will remain intact. Inform all departments in property management that clients like Mr. Chen must not be offended in the slightest. Thank you, manager. I will promptly distribute Mr. Chen's information. Zheng Mei replied, bubbling with excitement. Chapter 5. A fortuitous encounter. Thank you for your hard work today, Gu Yun. Oh, come now, what hard work? Besides, I am your dedicated customer service representative. Is that so? Does that mean you belong to me from now on? Old Chen, how dare you tease me? If you continue this way, I might just get angry. Besides, do you even have the courage to claim me? What is there to be afraid of? Humph. You merely speak bravely. Now, where to next? Although Phoenix Villa would provide daily necessities for the new home, I still need to prepare clothing and other items. I've never been one to frequent shopping sprees. Would you mind accompanying me to buy some clothes? Sure. How about we head to Xinjiku? There are plenty of high-end brands there. Absolutely. Xinjiku, as the commercial heart of Jinling City, hosts numerous international luxury brands, with Deji Plaza standing out as a premier destination. A veritable paradise for luxury goods. Entering Deji Plaza felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden for Chen Youfu, as he was greeted by a myriad of familiar international brands. Gu Yun, you seem quite at home here. It appears you frequent this place often. Not at all. I could hardly afford anything here. I merely come to indulge my eyes. Chen Youfu glanced upwards and, after a moment's contemplation, made his way towards Patek Philippe. Let us take a look at some watches. Welcome to Patek Philippe. It is our pleasure to serve you. Good day, sir. What type of watch are you interested in? As soon as they entered the store, a young saleswoman approached with a bright smile. One must admit that international brands truly uphold their reputation. The service here is impeccable. After a day of purchasing a car and a house, Chen Youfu, clad in his humble attire, had not yet had the opportunity to change. However, he felt no condescension here, unlike his experiences at the 4S dealership in Phoenix Villa. Miss, do you have any recommendations? Sir, what price range do you have in mind? Approximately 2 million. Very well, sir, please follow me. Chen Youfu immediately sensed the saleswoman's smile grow even more radiant. Sir, based on your preferences, I would recommend these 3 models from the newly launched Celestial series by Patek Philippe. Among them, the Skywatch 6210 limited edition, with only 999 pieces worldwide, is priced at 4.75 million. The other 2, while not limited editions, are also exquisite pieces from the Celestial collection, both priced at 2.45 million. Chen Youfu was instantly captivated by the limited edition model the saleswoman recommended. It was undeniably stunning. The blue dial symbolized the azure sky, adorned with luxurious square diamonds that reflected the celestial panorama. A radiant arc of the Milky Way graced the azure dial. I'll take this one. Additionally, could you assist in selecting a suitable watch for this lovely lady beside me? Old Chen, I can't possibly accept. The cheapest here is nearly 100,000. Come now. You've accompanied me all afternoon. It's only fitting I gift you something. Go ahead, choose one. Sir, your wife is truly beautiful. Madam, what price range are you considering? Just something ordinary will do. I don't want anything that expensive. In response to the saleswoman's compliment, both Chen Youfu and Gu Yun felt no need to clarify anything, ultimately leading Gu Yun to select a women's watch priced at 280,000. The transformation from head to toe imbued Chen Youfu with a distinctly different aura in Gu Yun's eyes. Whether this aura stemmed from his intrinsic qualities or the wealth he now possessed was a matter best left unexplored. After a bout of exuberant shopping, they found themselves unable to carry all their purchases, ultimately opting to have everything delivered. As they passed by the Chanel flagship store, Chen Youfu once again gifted Gu Yun a set of the latest Chanel dresses and a handbag. Consequently, the arm that had been linked with Chen Youfu's never let go. Gu Yun, as the two were about to exit the mall, a voice called out from behind them. Chen Youfu, what are you doing here? And Gu Yun, what is going on? Lu Lina's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed at the entwined arms of the two. Upon realizing it was Lu Lina, Gu Yun's face betrayed a flicker of panic, akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Nana, what a coincidence. You're out shopping too? What is happening between you two? Lu Lina demanded, her face pale with anger. Gu Yun instinctively attempted to withdraw her arm, Yet Chen Youfu tightened his grip. Gu Yun, what are you afraid of? Lu Lina, what we are doing is none of your concern. Don't forget, we are no longer together. This gentleman is likely the Huang Vida you've been pining for. Observing the man behind Lu Lina, Chen Youfu quickly grasped the situation. At that moment, Lu Lina recognized that Chen Youfu before her was entirely different from the one she had once known. Clad in designer labels, the watch on his wrist, though its value unknown to her, certainly exuded worth. The Chanel bag Gu Yun held, which she had long coveted but never received from Huang Vida, was something Lu Lina knew her friend could not afford on her own. Ah, Chen Youfu, you pathetic loser. Where did you acquire this money? Were you hiding it from me? You scoundrel. If you don't explain yourself today, I won't let this go. Nana, it's not what you think. Please allow me to explain. Gu Yun's seemingly innocent demeanor only fueled Lu Lina's rage, as she gazed at the expensive handbag in Gu Yun's possession, feeling on the verge of exploding. Shut your mouth. I have no need for a friend like you. Don't you know he is my ex-husband? Just look at the two of you. How could you afford that handbag? You shameless hussy. Enough, Lu Lina. What do you wish for me to say? I have divorced you, and I am free to spend my money however I please. What does it have to do with you? And as for your own matters, do you think I am unaware? Would you like me to expose them? Let me be frank. I am wealthy now, and what can you do about it? Chen Youfu pulled Gu Yun's soft waist into his embrace, holding her close. Gu Yun showed no signs of resistance. Rather, she subtly twisted, as if seeking a more comfortable position. Oh, old Chen, please don't do this. After all, Nana is still my friend. Out of consideration for our friendship, perhaps you should say less, Nana. I assure you, there is no misunderstanding here. As you are aware, I am a client manager at the bank. Your former husband, Mr. Chen, has deposited a substantial sum with us, thus elevating him to our super VIP status. Consequently, I have been designated as his exclusive customer service representative. Today, I accompanied Mr. Chen as he procured a luxurious property at Phoenix Villa, valued at nearly 50 million. He insisted on rewarding me with this exquisite watch and handbag you see, this Patek Philippe, which merely cost 280,000. Rest assured, Nana, my relationship with Mr. Chen is entirely professional. Gu Yun's explanation, rather than clarifying matters, seemed to provoke Lu Lina further. After delivering her remarks, she playfully nestled closer to Chen Youfu, instantly sensing a reaction from the man behind her. With a slight roll of her eyes directed at Chen, she deliberately shifted her position again. Goodness, this woman is audacious beyond belief. The staggering amounts, 50 million for a property and 280,000 for a handbag, landed on Lu Lina like a bombshell, leaving her momentarily dazed. Did you just say he purchased a 50 million property? Gu Yun, are you dreaming? Is this man truly capable of affording a property at Phoenix Villa? Huang Vida, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Please, Huang Vida, why would I concern myself with your opinions? Nana, don't you have a friend at Phoenix Villa? Just call and verify. It's hardly a secret. Gu Yun, ignore them. There's no point in engaging with them. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. All right. At this moment, Lu Lina ceased to obstruct them, as confirming the veracity of Gu Yun's claims had become her foremost priority. How did I perform just now? Excellently. Deserving of commendation. Then why are you still holding me? Haven't you had your fill of affection? Honestly, I have not taken advantage of you. Did you not enjoy my embrace? You're insufferable, Chen Youfu. I once thought you were a decent man, but it seems you are not as virtuous as I believed. All right. I admit my fault, dear lady. I shall treat you to dinner. What would you like to eat? I crave seafood. I hope it bankrupts you. Very well. Your wish is my command. Let's indulge in seafood. As they headed towards the parking lot, Chen Youfu kept his arm around Gu Yun, not relinquishing his hold. They drove to a high-end seafood buffet, relishing a feast of fresh delicacies. Afterward, they returned to Phoenix Villa, where the household goods ordered earlier had arrived, along with items purchased from Deji Plaza. With so much to unpack, how long will this take? Perhaps we should find a hotel for the night, and have someone come to tidy up tomorrow, Chen Youfu pondered, looking at the mountain of items with some dismay. Don't worry, I'll help you. You sit back and relax. I'll have it sorted out in no time. Truth be told, Gu Yun was adept at household chores, and within a short while, she had organized the chaos, leaving behind a flurry of packaging. Old Chen, come here quickly, came Gu Yun's voice from upstairs. What is it? Chen Youfu inquired as he ascended to find Gu Yun in the master bedroom. Oh dear, this bed is so large. I cannot manage to tuck in the duvet by myself. Please assist me. Goodness, what audacity. Chapter 6. The task. The sentiments between them were undeniably mutual. Everything unfolded with an air of both surprise and inevitability. After spending the day with Chen Youfu, Gu Yun was well prepared for what was to come. The bedroom, once tidied by Gu Yun, had once again descended into disarray. Xiaoyan, what are your plans for the future? Perhaps you should consider quitting your job. What? Do you wish for me to stay home and serve you? It's not about serving. I merely believe your current job lacks purpose. I'll provide for you. And tomorrow I'll buy you a car. If you're willing, you could move in with me. Moving in is tempting. I've never lived in luxury before. However, I'd like to continue my job. With you around, it's quite easy. What if you decide you no longer want me? What then? Smack. Chen Youfu playfully swatted Gu Yun's backside. Silly girl, how could I ever want to be rid of you? Speak carelessly again, and I shall enforce the family rules. Oh, old Chen, you're as stubborn as a bull, seemingly unaware of how to be gentle. Gu Yun wriggled in Chen Youfu's embrace, her movements stirring a familiar restlessness within him. Careful now, don't provoke me further. How might you be unkind? After their intimate encounter, Gu Yun gazed up at Chen Youfu, her lips slightly parted, teeth gently nibbling at her lower lip. Her tousled hair framed her face, adding an alluring charm, while her sparkling eyes conveyed a playful encouragement. Who could possibly resist such a sight? The following morning, with the sun warming his skin, Chen Youfu finally opened his eyes to find Gu Yun absent from the bed. Stretching his sore back, he sighed, reflecting on the truth that no burdened ox is ever broken. Suddenly, he heard commotion downstairs and hastily donned the silk pajamas he had purchased the previous day at Deji Plaza. Upon entering the bathroom, he noticed that Gu Yun had already prepared toiletries for him. After a quick wash, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. In his youth, Chen Youfu had been quite handsome, standing at 6 feet tall and enjoying a modicum of fame during his university days. It was no wonder Lu Lina had chosen him. Yet, years of neglect and the demands of his career had led to a less than ideal physique. Feeling his slightly portly figure and recalling the stiffness in his back from the morning, Chen Youfu realized that with newfound financial freedom, it was time to consider a professional fitness regimen. While he didn't aspire to be a bodybuilder, maintaining a healthy physique was essential. Ding. A true tycoon cannot afford to possess a mediocre physique. The luxury life system has issued a new upgrade task: successfully lose 20 kilograms within 3 months. Completion rewards include 300 million in cash and a mysterious bonus. Failure incurs a penalty of 100 million. The sudden voice in his mind left Chen Youfu momentarily speechless. Ever since receiving 3 billion, he had been attempting to awaken his hidden potential, but to no avail. He had presumed it was a one-time occurrence, yet here it was, unexpectedly triggered. Well, I was already contemplating weight loss, but shedding 40 kilograms in 3 months is no trivial task. It seems I indeed need to find a professional fitness center. As he mulled over his weight loss plans, he descended the stairs, catching a whiff of a delightful porridge aroma. Arriving in the dining area, he found breakfast prepared, a vibrant spread of pickled vegetables, cucumber, and cabbage. Good morning. Gu Yun, with her hair casually tied up and wearing an apron, had a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, exuding an effortless charm in her home attire. Foolish child. What are you staring at? Haven't you had enough of it last night? No, I could never tire of it in this lifetime. Such flattery. Alas, I distinctly recall that our home lacks these items. I drove back this morning to fetch them. The cucumber and cabbage were pickled by me, and the millet was purchased from the market, cultivated by local farmers. These few xiaomai were bought from a vendor near the market. I've sampled their offerings before, and they are truly delectable. Chen Youfu took a cucumber, placing it in his mouth, and instantly, his brows unfurled in delight. Delicious. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. Indeed, you should consider who prepared it. By the way, I'll accompany you to buy a car later. How does that sound? No, I would prefer to drive my own vehicle. I don't want to give others a reason to gossip at work. What is there to fear? If you find it bothersome, you can drive my car. I'll handle the ownership transfer for you another day. What? Your car is so expensive, I can't accept that. No, it's a must. It's settled then, you'll drive my car. And I'll arrange the transfer later. Also, provide me with your bank account details. For what purpose? Hurry, hand it over. Upon receiving the account details, Chen Youfu immediately opened his mobile banking app and began entering the information. Although Gu Yun suspected Chen Youfu's intentions, she was still taken aback when a message alerted her to a transfer of 3 million yuan to her account from him. Old Chen, why did you transfer me such a large sum? Just consider it pocket money. If you run out, I'll replenish it. In a spontaneous gesture, Gu Yun rushed over and embraced Chen Youfu's neck, her head sinking into his soft embrace. Old Chen, you are too wonderful. What would I do if I couldn't live without you? With a swift motion, Chen Youfu pulled Gu Yun onto his lap. What is this? Are you planning to leave me someday? You've grown quite bold. But what if one day you find me intolerable? Silly girl, stop overthinking. I could never find you intolerable. Now, hurry and sit down to eat. I have matters to discuss with you. I want tea. I'll stay like this, sitting on Chen Youfu's lap. Gu Yun used a spoon to feed him the porridge. All right, let it be so. A beauty in my embrace, and food served to my lips. What is it you wish to inquire about? Do you know of any professional fitness institutions? I'm considering working on my health, particularly to shed some weight from my belly. You wish to lose weight? No, old Chen, if you lose any more, I want to be able to attend to you all by myself. What nonsense are you spouting? Silly girl. What has your mind been preoccupied with this early in the day? What? Just moments ago you said you wouldn't find me intolerable. And now you're saying I'm old? Gu Yun turned around, straddling Chen Youfu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, pouting as she leaned in closer. Take a good look. Is there any other woman as beautiful as I? As she spoke, she swayed playfully, leaving Chen Youfu breathless. Aren't you an adult? Still acting coy, and your brain seems to have absorbed nothing from all that nutrition. Are you implying that I possess a large chest, but lack intelligence? I said no such thing. You are the one suggesting it. And if you don't get off me soon, I may have to take drastic measures. Suddenly sensing the gravity of the situation, Gu Yun quickly jumped down. At that moment, Chen Youfu's phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from his workplace. And only then did he remember he was supposed to be at work today. Hello, Xiaoming. Old Chen, why aren't you here yet? Section Chief Liang is furious. You need to hurry. Xiaoming, could you request a leave for me? No, never mind. I'll call him myself. I want to be able to make it today. Oh, then you should call him yourself. All right, I'll treat you to a meal another day. What's wrong? I forgot I was supposed to go to the office today. What do you mean? Why are you even going to work? Besides, what is the point of your job there? That's out of the question. I've been working for nearly 20 years. If it becomes too much, I'll apply for early retirement. Fine, do as you please, as long as you're happy. By the way, about that fitness inquiry you made. It's called Luxiang Fitness Club, located not far from our bank. I visited there once for a client meeting, and it looked quite upscale. Perhaps you should check it out. All right, send me the address on my phone. I'll have time to visit this morning. What are your plans for today? I'll be heading to work shortly. All right, be safe on the road. I'll go check out that fitness club you mentioned. Chapter 7, Saving a Life. After Gu Yun departed, Chen Youfu sat for a moment in contemplation before retrieving the contact information for the salesperson, Wang Jun, from his car purchase. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Yes, Xiao Wang. I didn't expect you to remember me. How could I forget? Mr. Chen, are you contacting me about an issue with your vehicle? No. The car is fine. By the way, can you assist with the ownership transfer? Yes, it's quite simple. We'll need identification from both parties, along with a driving license, and you'll need to fill out a form and pay some fees. Great. I'll reach out to you when I'm ready to proceed. No problem. Feel free to contact me anytime. By the way, Xiao Wang, since you work at Porsche, how familiar are you with other brands? I'm in the market for another vehicle. I'm somewhat familiar, primarily depending on your requirements, Mr. Chen. Well, I'm looking for an urban SUV, and I don't mind if it's on the pricier side. In that case, there are plenty of options. For instance, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, or if you prefer something more rugged, the Hummer, among others. Additionally, if you're considering SUVs, the Porsche Cayenne is also a viable choice. Oh, by the way, I saw a new model of the Hummer at the dealership this morning. It's quite imposing, resembling an armored vehicle, likely the Knight 15. But it requires a reservation and is priced around 20 million. All right, Xiao Wang, here's the plan. I'll come to see you shortly. Would you mind showing me that vehicle? Certainly, no problem. I'll be waiting for you at the dealership. Good, I'll be there shortly. After tidying up a bit, Chen Youfu hailed a taxi and made his way to the International Auto Trade Zone. Mr. Chen, welcome. Upon arriving at the Porsche dealership, Wang Jun was already waiting at the entrance. Xiao Wang, thank you for your efforts. Rest assured, your compensation will be fair. Should I mention it to your manager? Mr. Chen, you flatter me. It's my duty. I've already informed my manager about your situation, and my task is to ensure you are well taken care of. We often encounter clients with similar needs. Oh, there are others with requirements like mine. That's a relief. I was worried my request might complicate things for you. What Chen Youfu was unaware of was that Wang Jun's assertions were indeed accurate, albeit not excessively so. However, whenever a salesperson encounters a client like Chen Youfu, they treat them with utmost seriousness, for such prominent clients represent invaluable networking resources for salespeople. Mr. Chen, allow me to show you the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Wang Jun suggested. Very well, lead the way, Chen replied. Ultimately, Chen Youfu, accompanied by Wang Jun, spent the entire morning not only purchasing a top-of-the-line black Cullinan on the spot, but also placing an order for a Knight 15 valued at 19 million, totaling an expenditure of 26 million. This extravagant display of wealth left Wang Jun utterly astounded, as he internally resolved to cling tightly to this lucrative connection. Chen Youfu, in turn, did not neglect to reward him. Regardless of the commission from both dealerships, he promptly transferred 200,000 yuan to Wang Jun's Alipay account and added him on WeChat as he had wished. Xiao Wang, you've worked hard today. Please keep an eye on the Knight 15 for me and notify me when it arrives, Chen instructed. Absolutely, rest assured, Brother Chen. I will contact you immediately with any updates, Wang Jun assured him. All right, I shall take my leave now. Take care, Brother Chen. It was only after Chen Youfu's vehicle had disappeared from sight that Wang Jun turned back toward the dealership. For Wang Jun, the 200,000 yuan from Chen Youfu, and the commissions from the two vehicles were not the most significant gains. The successful addition on WeChat was what truly mattered. Xiao Wang. How did it go? Did you add him? Wang Jun's mentor inquired as he awaited his return at the entrance. I did, master, Wang Jun replied. Good, well done. Let me tell you, such connections are invaluable for us in sales. Given Mr. Chen's spending capacity, he is undoubtedly a top-tier client. Now that you've added him, it's imperative to maintain that relationship, but don't reach out too frequently. For individuals of their caliber, we are not on the same level. A simple greeting during holidays or commenting on their social media posts will suffice to keep the connection alive. Understood? Thank you, master. Just saying thank you won't suffice. I assure you, a grand feast awaits tonight. I've heard about your commissions from a fully equipped Cullinan and a Knight 15. You must be swimming in riches. Haha, don't worry, I'll treat you to a lavish dinner. And just between us, Brother Chen also transferred 200,000 yuan to me as a token of appreciation. Goodness, what a generous boss. You've truly struck gold. If you manage to close a couple more deals, you'll have a down payment in Jinling. As Wang Jun chatted with his mentor, Chen Youfu was driving his newly acquired Cullinan down the road. The mere sight of a Rolls-Royce caused vehicles to part ways, showcasing the intrinsic privilege of luxury automobiles. This was what life was meant to be. Reflecting on the stark contrast between his previous 20 years and these few days felt like a journey from hell to paradise. As Chen Youfu pondered, he suddenly noticed a young couple by the roadside, desperately attempting to flag down a car while cradling an infant. They appeared exceedingly anxious, even kneeling down. Yet for some unknown reason, no vehicle stopped to offer assistance. The couple's attempts caused the previously smooth traffic to become congested. As Chen Youfu approached, he heard the husband, kneeling on the ground, pleading, "Please, our taxi broke down. The baby is unwell. We urgently need to get to the hospital." Chen could see clearly through the glass that the tall husband's face was drenched in sweat and tears, his eyes bloodshot. Yet, despite the urgency, no one was willing to stop. Many feared potential repercussions from offering help. "Get in, brother. I'll take you to the hospital," Chen called out as he stopped the car in front of the couple, like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. The couple burst into tears of relief and swiftly opened the car doors to climb in with their child. "Which hospital?" Chen inquired. "The nearest one, thank you so much." The husband replied, "No need for thanks, but don't blame those who didn't stop. Times are tough for everyone. Recently, there's only the Chinese Western Medicine Hospital." Chen responded, making sure they were secure as he began driving. The Cullinan's inherent ability to command the road was evident, as cars made way for him, even while exceeding the speed limit. What usually took 20 minutes was reduced to just over 10. Upon arriving at the hospital, the couple rushed into the emergency building, but Chen lingered, believing that a good deed should be fulfilled to its conclusion. After finding a parking spot, he entered the emergency room. When he located them, the couple sat on a bench outside the emergency room, the husband comforting his wife, whose sobs echoed through the corridor. "Brother, how is the child?" Chen inquired. "Oh, it's you, big brother. I'm so sorry, I forgot to thank you. Can I offer you money for the ride?" "I don't need any fare. I came to check on how your child is doing," Chen replied. "Ah, still in the emergency room," the husband said. At that moment, Chen took a closer look at the couple. They appeared to be in their 30s, dressed plainly, and seemed of modest means. The husband stood about 6 feet tall, with a strong build, while the wife was delicate-looking, dressed in simple attire typical of a rural woman. "Don't worry. The fact that they are still treating her means there is hope," Chen reassured them, uncertain of what else to say. Just as he contemplated leaving, a doctor emerged from the emergency room. "Who is the family member of the patient?" the doctor asked. I am. "Doctor, how is my daughter? What is her condition?" the husband urgently inquired. "What relation are you to the child?" "I am her father, and this is her mother." "How can you call yourselves parents if you don't even know what's wrong with your own child?" "I must inform you that your daughter has a congenital heart defect, specifically an atrial septal defect. She has exhibited symptoms such as cyanosis and difficulty breathing. Thankfully, she has temporarily stabilized after treatment, but immediate further treatment is crucial, as the earlier we act, the better the outcome for a child of her age." "Congenital heart disease? How could this happen?" "Doctor, what treatment is necessary?" "Currently, the best option is interventional surgery. However, given her young age, the procedure will need to be conducted in stages. If you agree, I can arrange for the surgery. Rest assured, our hospital is highly skilled in this type of operation. You may proceed to make the payment." "Doctor, may I ask how much the total cost for this surgery will be?" "Well, such surgeries can be quite expensive. I can assist you in applying for some medical subsidies. But even so, you'll need a minimum of 600,000 to 800,000 yuan. That much. Doctor, may I implore you to allow the treatment to begin? I will do whatever it takes to gather the funds, even if it means selling everything I have. This does not align with our regulations. Here's what we shall do. I will first arrange for the child to be hospitalized, and you can settle the admission fee. Meanwhile, I will report this to our hospital and see how they can assist. Is that acceptable? This is the best I can do. My dear husband, what shall we do? Where are we to find such a sum of money? Fear not, Yinzi, I shall devise a solution. I have burdened you for too long during these years I have been away. Chapter 8. Hidden Mission. Chen Youfu had not left the vicinity. Thus he overheard the conversation between the couple and the doctor quite clearly. Logically, even if Chen Youfu were to turn and walk away now, no one would hold it against him. After all, in today's society, his current actions were commendable. However, for reasons unknown, the helplessness displayed by the couple struck a chord deep within him, evoking thoughts of his own daughter, Lingling. The reason he had tolerated Lu Lina for so long was ultimately for the sake of his daughter. With this thought, Chen Youfu's compassion surged. Brother, do not be anxious. I will cover the expenses for you. His words left the three individuals present momentarily speechless, for this was not a trivial amount. It was in the hundreds of thousands. No, big brother, you have already done so much for us today. How can we accept your money? Moreover, how can we ever repay such a sum? Oh, come now, brother, you have no other options at present, do you? The child's treatment is urgent. Money is of no consequence. I trust you noticed on the way here that I am not in want of funds. Had we not crossed paths today, it would have been of no concern to me. But since we have, it would not be in my nature to simply turn and walk away. Please, do not refuse. Doctor, could you kindly prepare the bill? We need to expedite the plan for the child's surgery. We will proceed to pay immediately. Chen Youfu's words moved the doctor as well. Even in this turbulent society, there are still good-hearted individuals. Subsequently, Chen Youfu accompanied the couple to the payment desk. After a moment of contemplation, he paid a staggering 1 million yuan and insisted on transferring an additional 100,000 yuan to their Alipay account. But why, big brother? Are you giving me such a vast sum? I presume you are not from Jinling. Now that your child is receiving treatment, you will need to sustain yourselves as well. Take this money. It will suffice for renting a place nearby the hospital. I anticipate that the duration of treatment will not be brief. I have transferred 1 million to your account. Here are some receipts for your records. Although the doctor estimated the expenses to be between 600 to 800,000, it is better to be overly cautious than to find ourselves unprepared. With Chen Youfu's assistance, the couple's previously anxious hearts found temporary solace. He then engaged in conversation with the husband, and once their discussion concluded, he felt assured that he had not misallocated his help. The man was named Du Ming, 31 years of age, who had enlisted in the military at the age of 20 and returned home in April of this year. According to Du Ming, he had served for a full decade. However, Chen Youfu noted that he referred to his discharge. Although Chen Youfu had never served in the military, his long tenure in a public service role had afforded him some understanding of military matters. There are many terminologies for leaving the armed forces, and it is known that there are strict regulations regarding this. Logically, someone like Du Ming should not have referred to it as a discharge. Nonetheless, seeing that Du Ming was reluctant to delve deeper into the matter, Chen Youfu refrained from asking further, respecting the privacy that might be at stake. The woman was named Wang Yan, and she hailed from the same village as Du Ming. Their relationship could be described as childhood sweethearts. After marrying, due to Du Ming's military service, Wang Yan managed all household affairs. Because of their infrequent reunions, it was not until last year that they welcomed their first child. After their conversation, Chen Youfu suddenly conceived an idea. Du Ming, what line of work do you and your wife engage in? Since returning, my child's health has been precarious, and I cannot venture far. Yinzi has been managing everything alone, so I have been assisting with local deliveries or taking on odd jobs at construction sites. Du Ming, I have a job opportunity that I wonder if you would be interested in. Brother Chen, what sort of job is it? Noticing Du Ming's hesitant demeanor, Chen Youfu quickly grasped his apprehensions. This reaction was entirely understandable. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. A stranger assisting with 1 million yuan in medical expenses while also offering employment would certainly raise suspicions in anyone. Du Ming, do not misunderstand me. I am not asking you to engage in any illicit activities. I am simply an ordinary person with a bit of money, seeking someone to drive for me. You may consider it a monthly salary of 20,000, with accommodation and meals provided. As for insurance, once I establish a company, you will be officially affiliated with it, enjoying various benefits and bonuses in accordance with the standard practices in Jinling. After contemplating Chen Youfu's proposal for a moment, Du Ming steeled himself and replied, "All right, I accept. Brother Chen, when do I start? I could begin today if needed. Not so fast. First, ensure your child is settled. I have no pressing matters. And regarding your wife, Wang Yan, once your child is stable, should the need arise, she may come to our home to assist with cleaning and cooking. We can discuss her salary at that time. For now, focus on your child. If you require anything, feel free to reach out to me. I may not be able to assist with other matters, but anything related to finances is not an issue. I must take my leave now. Du Ming. I will send you our address via your phone. Come over when you have arranged everything. Brother Chen, allow me to see you off. No. You should ensure your child and wife are settled. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Chen Youfu declined Du Ming's offer and turned to exit the hospital lobby. My dear husband, is this reliable? Could there be any danger? Wang Yin inquired anxiously after Chen Youfu had departed. Fear not, whether reliable or not. He has genuinely provided over 100,000 yuan. Without that, how would we save our daughter? Moreover, I sense that Brother Chen is not a man of ill intentions. If he were, would he have allowed us into his vehicle? You saw how many cars were unwilling to stop. Only Brother Chen parked for us. You make a valid point, but this is an immense favor. How shall we repay it? Do not worry. We shall repay him gradually. Brother Chen is right. Our priority is to arrange for our daughter. Once we have settled this today, I shall seek out Brother Chen tomorrow. You remain here at the hospital. We will find nearby accommodations. Do not fret. The nature of our daughter's illness requires long-term care, so brace yourself mentally. Yes, my dear husband, trust that I will manage the care for our daughter. In that moment, the couple felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Chen Youfu's departure was prompted not only by the belief that his involvement was concluded, but also by a mysterious system that had once again issued a prompt in his mind. Upon returning to his vehicle, Chen Youfu reviewed the notification just provided by the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the system's sole hidden mission. I am, in fact, a good person. As a benevolent tycoon rather than a mere wealthy individual, possessing a kind heart is essential. Task completion level, perfect. Reward, full ownership of the Hu City Jindai Meijua Hotel. Please check your account. Upon discovering that the hotel in question belonged to property rights rather than equity, Chen Youfu noted that the establishment's name was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Curiosity piqued. He promptly seized his phone to search for information regarding this so-called Meijua Hotel. To his astonishment, he uncovered that this seemingly obscure hotel harbored significant prestige. The Zhongda Meijua Hotel in Shanghai is a brand under the aegis of the French Accor Group, boasting an advantageous location in the bustling Pudong New District, in close proximity to the International Expo Center. With over 300 guest rooms distributed across a 20-story edifice, it stands as a near 5-star establishment. This was indeed a remarkable reward. The capabilities of the divine wealth system were truly extraordinary. It was no small feat to receive ownership of a building situated in one of Shanghai's most vibrant districts, alongside a hotel renowned on the international stage. Chen Youfu, seated in his car, felt an overwhelming impulse to pinch himself, as this felt like a dream beyond imagination. As Chen Youfu indulged in these thoughts, all executives at the Zhongda Meijua Hotel received a notification from the group company. This correspondence informed them that the property rights of the hotel had officially been transferred to an individual named Chen Youfu, signifying that this hotel, under the French Accor Group, along with the building itself, would now wholly belong to him. The notification also stated that the operations would still be managed by the Meijua brand within the Accor Group, and it provided the hotel's general manager with Chen Youfu's contact details. Once I traversed mountains and seas and navigated through throngs of people, As Chen Youfu glanced at his phone to find an unfamiliar number from Shanghai, he surmised it must pertain to the aforementioned system reward. Hello, who am I speaking with? Good day, is this Mr. Chen Youfu? Yes, it is. May I ask who is calling? Hello, Mr. Chen. I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kwang Meixia, the resident general manager of the Zhongda Meijua Hotel. I have just received a notification from the Meijua headquarters, informing me that, effective today, the property rights of the Zhongda Meijua Hotel have been transferred to your name. I am reaching out to discuss 2 matters with you. Firstly, since all property rights now belong to you, may I schedule a time to report on the hotel's daily affairs? Secondly, as per operational protocols, the hotel is required to transfer the profits from the first half of the year to your account. Would you prefer to provide me with your account details? Or shall we establish a new account for you in Shanghai? Oh, I see. Regarding hotel management, I am quite inexperienced. Please continue with your existing arrangements. I assure you I won't interfere with your management. As for the report, we can discuss it when I find the time to visit Shanghai. Additionally, how much is the profit for the first half of the year? Will transferring it now impact the hotel's operations? Thank you for your trust. The profit for the first half of the year amounts to 97 million. We have already set aside operational funds based on this figure, so there will be no adverse effects. All right then, I will send you my account details. Please transfer the funds to my personal account. Understood. Upon receiving your account information, I will promptly arrange for the finance department to execute the transfer. Very well, then. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. Chapter 9. Competition. Chen Youfu had not anticipated that the hotel's profit for merely half a year would be so substantial. However, this thought triggered a sudden recollection of the weight loss task assigned by the system. He realized he must prioritize this endeavor, as the rewards were even greater. With that in mind, he quickly drove toward the address provided by Gu Yun. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the Luxiang Fitness Center, as described by Gu Yun. The grand facade and entrance indeed appeared as upscale as she had claimed. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, a young receptionist, seemingly around 20 years old and sporting a ponytail, approached him promptly. "Welcome to Luxiang, sir." "Hello. Is this your first visit to Luxiang?" "Yes, how did you know?" "I have been working here for a year and have never seen you before. Are you here with a specific plan, or are you merely looking to engage in some light exercise? Is there a difference? Perhaps you could elaborate on the services you offer." "Certainly, sir. May I have your surname?" "My surname is Chun. It's Chun Erdong." "Mr. Chun, please follow me. Have a seat, and I will introduce you to our offerings at Luxiang." Once Chen Youfu was seated, the receptionist poured him a cup of tea and then squatted beside him. Under her guidance, Chen Youfu promptly enrolled as the highest tier member, paying an annual fee of 500,000. Although he opted not to accept the suggestion of a personal trainer, preferring instead to acclimatize himself through independent workouts. After all, achieving weight loss through fitness is not an overnight endeavor. It requires a sustained commitment, a fact that Chen Youfu understood well. Despite not engaging a personal trainer, as a client who had invested 500,000 in a membership, the fitness center still assigned a coach to assist Chen Youfu with some guidance, undoubtedly with the hope of promoting personal training sessions. After changing into workout attire, the coach led him through a comprehensive warm-up before he chose to begin on the treadmill. In his youth, during his university days, Chen Youfu had enjoyed exercising, yet the demands of adult life had since curtailed that passion. Thus, while he was motivated to complete the system's task, he also harbored a genuine desire to improve his physical health. Having adapted to the treadmill, he adjusted its speed and distance, setting it for a 5-kilometer run. Upon completing the 5 kilometers, despite donning top-tier athletic gear renowned for its moisture-wicking properties, he found his attire thoroughly drenched in sweat. This indicated that the physical exertion had indeed been considerable. Moreover, Chen Youfu sensed, whether it was merely his imagination or not, that as he perspired, it seemed as though many bodily impurities were being expelled. Strangely, after finishing the 5 kilometers, although he felt a significant expenditure of energy, he did not experience fatigue. Rather, he felt an unprecedented lightness. Sipping a sports drink specially provided by the center, his phone rang, revealing a call from Gu Yun. "Hello. What are you up to, old Chen?" "I'm at Luxiang." "What is up? You actually went to work out. Did any lovely ladies strike up a conversation with you? What on earth are you thinking about all day? Just tell me what you need. Isn't it nearly time for you to finish work? How about we grab dinner later? How about we go to Hushi? There's a private dining place that's quite good. I went there once when I entertained some leaders." "All right, you arrange it, and I'll head over directly. Just send me the location." "How will you get there? Didn't I take your car?" "No worries, I went and got another one. Anyway, I'm hanging up now. I need to get back to my strength training." "Don't hang up yet. We have important matters to discuss." "Fine, go ahead. Seriously, you start with trivialities before getting to the point. Your account has just received a transfer of 97 million from a corporate account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Shanghai. Additionally, our bank president has asked me to inform you that someone is investigating your account information. He mentioned it was a lawyer from a law firm. However, our president has declined that request." "Oh, that has nothing to worry about. The funds are simply the profits from my enterprise in Shanghai for the first half of the year. We can discuss it over dinner tonight. As for the investigation into my account, it's likely the work of Lu Lina. Let her be. I'll consult with professionals regarding this matter, and we can delve deeper in the evening." "Oh, all right then, I'll hang up." Gu Yun felt somewhat bewildered even after ending the call. What kind of enterprise yields nearly 100 million in profit within 6 months? After disconnecting, Chen Youfu opened his messages and saw the bank account information. Indeed, it was the money from the previous transaction with the Meijua Hotel, and the efficiency was quite impressive. However, upon recalling Lu Lina's antics, Chen Youfu found her utterly nauseating, akin to a persistent adhesive plaster. After some contemplation, he decided to discuss it with Gu Yun later that evening before making any decisions. After resting for a while, Chen Youfu resolved to head to the strength training area for a few sets of exercises. In truth, one shouldn't rush into strength training. It would be prudent to stretch one's body first, as diving directly into weightlifting can be detrimental to one's health. Upon hearing this, Chen Youfu turned around and indeed found himself confronted by a striking beauty, with a delicate visage and an oval face adorned with exquisite features. She even surpassed Gu Yun in beauty, at least in terms of her face. Standing at least 1.7 meters tall, her long legs were clad in tight-fitting workout pants. If Gu Yun's legs were a delightful spectacle, this lady's could be described as a breathtaking marvel, although her bust might not be as ample as Gu Yun's. What was most captivating was her alluring peach-shaped posterior, likely a result of long-term training. Is that so? I'm not well-versed in fitness. And I've heard that stretching can be quite painful. After all, I'm in my 40s, he remarked. Well, stretching can be a bit uncomfortable at first, but with professional guidance and a gradual approach, it won't be as painful as you might think. The beauty introduced herself. I'm Du Yufei, by the way. Du Yufei, such a lovely name. I'm Chen Youfu, though my name is somewhat commonplace. I gathered from your words that you seem quite knowledgeable. So, you come here to work out? Chen Youfu's direct use of her name felt slightly impolite, yet for some reason, the beauty seemed unfazed. I run a dance studio nearby, so I come here to exercise whenever I can. Ah, that explains your remarkable physique and expertise. Would you mind guiding me? I primarily wish to lose weight. If it weren't for you, I would have sought a personal trainer. If your goal is merely weight loss, hiring a personal trainer is unnecessary. Maintaining a consistent workout regimen and controlling your diet will yield results quickly. Trust me, I can help you through it. Really? That sounds wonderful. Moreover, having such a stunning beauty as my guide will surely enhance the results. In response to Chen Youfu's flattery, Du Yufei merely smiled. And that smile left him somewhat entranced. As Du Yufei noticed his unwavering gaze, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Confident in her allure, she was well aware of the effect her appearance had on those around her. As a longtime patron of the gym, she had observed how both male instructors and members would invariably focus their attention on her whenever she arrived. Yet, she had high standards and was keenly aware of the men surrounding her. Most were either pretenders to wealth or had small fortunes, but were already married. Over the years, Du Yufei had also contemplated finding a wealthy partner, even if he were already married, but she refused to devalue herself. Today, her decision to approach Chen Youfu was prompted by his attire. She recognized that his Versace sports ensemble was worth at least 200,000 yuan. Moreover, the Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist was a limited edition worth several million, which compelled her to break her usual reserve and initiate conversation. It was worth noting that those familiar with her were taken aback by this unexpected approach. What are you staring at? Du Yufei's tone carried a playful, almost teasing quality rather than reproach. Nothing. It's just that you're too beautiful, he replied. Don't be so exaggerated. I'm already 30. I'm not as youthful as those young girls. Du Yufei then took 2 mats and placed them on the ground, effortlessly performing a split that reached a full 180 degrees. You can't expect me to do that. It's far too difficult. I've heard it's quite painful. He exclaimed in disbelief. Don't worry. It's only slightly uncomfortable at first, and it won't be overwhelming. Just take it slow, she reassured him. Ultimately, with Du Yufei's assistance, Chen Youfu managed to complete several stretching exercises and discovered that, indeed, as she had said, he only felt a mild soreness, devoid of any significant pain. All right, since today is your first day of training, it's best not to overexert yourself. We'll gradually increase the intensity starting tomorrow. That's the most scientifically sound approach. Also, I can teach you a few yoga poses that will help shape your body. That sounds fantastic. How about this, Yufei? As a token of my appreciation, let me take you out for dinner. A friend of mine mentioned a private restaurant in Hushi that serves excellent food. Would you care to join me tonight? Would that intrude upon your gathering with friends, Mr. Chen? Please, call me Chen Youfu, or just Youfu. We're friends now. It's no trouble at all. I'd like to introduce you to them. All right then, I'll call you Chen Go. We should change our clothes first. There's a shower facility here. Chapter 10, Thoughts. Having changed first, Chen Youfu waited at the front desk for Du Yufei and happened to encounter the receptionist who had attended to him earlier, leading to a conversation. Mr. Chen, do you know our Yufei? I don't. Is she quite famous here? Absolutely. Yufei is undoubtedly the most popular here. I've never seen her assist anyone with stretching before. You're the first. Initially, I thought you two were acquainted. Then I must consider myself honored. By the way, what is your name, young lady? I'm Kong Xiaowan. You can just call me Xiaowan. Chen Youfu noticed that Xiaowan was rather attractive, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks and charming dimples when she smiled, giving her a sweet appearance. Though her physique was not as impressive as Gu Yun's or Du Yufei's, her youthfulness shone through, making her appear around 20 years old. Before long, Du Yufei emerged, and upon seeing her in her new outfit, Chen Youfu was momentarily captivated. She wore a black blazer over a crop top, paired with fitted trousers that accentuated her long legs perfectly, garnering 100% attention as she walked through the space. What were you two discussing? Xiaowan just informed me that I've become the nemesis of all the men at the fitness club. It seems I'll have to be cautious during my workouts from now on. How cheeky. Du Yufei playfully tapped Chen Youfu on the arm, a gesture that shattered the hearts of the group of men who had been watching attentively. Let us go, Yufei. Did you drive here? I left my car at the dance studio and walked over. Do I need to drive? No need. If you don't mind, you can ride with me. My car is parked downstairs. Sure, let us go. All right, Xiaowan, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. After Chen Youfu and Du Yufei departed, Kong Xiaowan sighed, while observing their retreating figures. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Yufei would take the initiative today? Mr. Chen truly possesses a remarkable charm. Xiaowan, who is that man? He has nothing special. Yet he managed to charm away our goddess. One of the male personal trainers from Luxiang asked, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Nothing special? His membership fee is 500,000, and if I'm not mistaken, that car key in his hand should be for a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which starts at a minimum of 5 million. If I were him, I would follow too. What kind of world is this? These wealthy individuals really take all the good ones. Out of consideration for being colleagues. Kong Xiaowan refrained from informing him that it was the cabbage that had taken the initiative to let the pig in. Otherwise, he would be even more heartbroken. Upon arriving at the parking garage, Du Yufei was once again astounded by Chen Youfu's financial prowess. She was well aware of the Cullinan model. Although she didn't usually pay much attention to cars, she recognized the Rolls-Royce emblem. Chen Gu, is this a new car? Yes, I just picked it up this morning. I gave my previous car to someone else. This model is new, isn't it? How much did it cost? Not too much, just over 700. Du Yufei understood the unit that Chen Youfu was referring to and couldn't help but think of her small dance studio, which had not been doing well lately. She was constantly worried about utilities and rent, while the amount he spent on a car was something she could never hope to earn in her lifetime. Yufei, is your dance studio busy these days? If not, I have a favor to ask of you. It's quite dead lately, otherwise, I wouldn't have time to come to the gym. Chen Gu, just tell me what you need help with, and I'll do my best. Yufei, are you single? Why do you ask? Well, it's related to what I want to discuss. Of course, it's relevant. If you weren't single, I'd be worried about affecting your relationship. What relationship? I live alone. Really? You're so beautiful? Where am I beautiful? I'm already 30, according to my mother. I'm practically an old maid. Chen Gu, what is it that you need my help with? Oh, it's like this. I want to lose weight through fitness, but I don't know much about it. If you're not too busy, I'd like to hire you as my personal trainer. You could accompany me during my workouts and help me with stretches and dietary advice, as you mentioned before. I'll pay you 100,000 a month for your services. If you think that's too little, I can increase it. No need for money. Trust me. I'll help you. How can I not pay? Let us keep it professional. It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, if I want to go, I'll contact you. Once we arrive at the destination, I'll add you on WeChat and give you this month as payment. After about a 40-minute drive, they arrived at the place Gu Yun had reserved, only to find it next to the Qinglong Resort. Gu Yun, are you there? I'm here. Just tell the waiter my name when you arrive. I'm ordering. What do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything. I have a friend I met at the gym with me. Great. The more the merrier. After mentioning Gu Yun's name at the front desk, the waiter promptly led them to the reserved table. Truly, as Gu Yun had said, it was a renowned private dining establishment, with the surrounding scenery alone worth a fortune. The restaurant was situated in a prime location, nestled in the mountains by the lake, with a picturesque view featuring a red maple tree at the center of the lake and a pavilion by the water, a beautiful fusion of nature. Upon entering the private room that Gu Yun had reserved, Du Yufei discovered a stunning woman dressed in a professional suit already seated inside. Although she appeared a few years older, her beauty rivaled Du Yufei's, and the ample curves accentuated by her attire were striking, exuding an allure that could be deemed dangerous. Ah, Chun, I knew you were off to see a beautiful woman. I was right. What nonsense. This is my personal fitness trainer. She is here to help me with stretching, and I'm treating her to a meal. Yufei, don't mind her. This is Gu Yun, my girlfriend. She talks too much sometimes. Ah, a personal trainer. Hello, I'm Gu Yun. Don't mind what Chen says. He treats you like a housekeeper. You're his personal trainer, and I'm his exclusive customer. We're equal partners here. Gu Yun stood up and extended her right hand to Du Yufei, smiling playfully. Hello, I'm sorry for the interruption. Oh, there's no need to apologize. I would love to have more sisters to accompany me. I should be older than you. So just call me Sister Yun, and you can call me Yufei. All right, Sister Yun. Please, have a seat. Yufei, what do you like to eat? I'm ordering right now, and I can tell you that the volcanic rock grilled steak here is quite good. By the way, Chen, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything. Just decide for yourself. This place is indeed quite charming. Yes, I came here once when the bank hosted some leaders, and it was quite nice. Ah, Sister Yun, you work at a bank? Yes, didn't I mention it before? I'm Chen's exclusive customer service representative at the bank. I thought you were joking. Du Yufei replied, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. I wasn't joking. By the way, Chen, what is up with that 97 million transaction today? The bank manager told me about it, and I was shocked. I forgot to mention it. That is just the profit from a small venture of mine in the Shanghai market for the first half of the year. Uffed. Gu Yun sprayed the tea she had just sipped all over the floor. You have a venture in Shanghai? What kind of venture yields such profits in half a year? I haven't seen you go there. Oh, it's just the ownership of a hotel. I thought the location was good, so I bought the rights. There's a professional management team, so I don't have to manage it myself. Hearing Chen Youfu's nonchalant description, even Gu Yun was taken aback, let alone Du Yufei, who had just met him. A hotel with profits exceeding 90 million in half a year was unfathomable, and in that moment, both Gu Yun and Du Yufei elevated their assessment of Chen Youfu, simultaneously solidifying their previously formed convictions. By the way, Chen, what is going on with Lu Lina investigating your banking information? The bank manager asked me to tell you we have a legal advisor who can assist you if needed. I almost forgot about that. I don't need your legal advisor. I'll reach out to my contacts in Shanghai. It seems your good friend is quite relentless. I didn't want to bother with her, but it appears that good-natured people can be taken advantage of. After finishing his sentence, Chen Youfu picked up his phone and dialed the number of the general manager of the Meijua Hotel, who had been in contact with him previously. Hello. Is this Manager Kwong? Yes, this is Chen Youfu. Hello, Mr. Chen. The finance department has reported that the profit for the first half of the year has already been transferred to you. I intended to confirm this with you later tonight. The funds have arrived, but I seek your counsel regarding another matter. Please, go ahead. Do you know any competent lawyers associated with the hotel? Hello, Mr. Chen. Our hotel has a dedicated legal advisory team. Is there something specific for which you require legal assistance? If necessary, I can arrange for someone to come to you immediately. I have some personal matters that require a lawyer. Please arrange for someone to get in touch with me. Should this be coordinated from the Shanghai office? Or should I instruct the law firm directly from Jinling? You can also arrange for someone from Jinling? Mr. Chen, the lawyers contracted with our hotel are from a nationally renowned firm, with branches in many major cities across the country. Very well, please expedite the arrangement. It is imperative that the lawyer possesses both reputation and competence locally in Jinling. Understood, Mr. Chen. I shall ensure everything is arranged promptly, and the lawyer will contact you directly. All right, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. Chapter 11. Progress. Old Chen, are you truly considering hiring a lawyer over matters concerning Nana? Guyan inquired after Chen Youfu hung up the phone. Indeed, the Meijua Hotel in Shanghai has a professional legal team. As Lu Lina's close friend, you must be aware of her character. If this matter is not handled properly, it will trouble her in the future. While awaiting their meal, the three engaged in conversation. Noticing Chen Youfu's lack of opposition, Guyan began to share with the curious Du Yufei about Chen Youfu and Lu Lina's situation. Is there such a person? How is it that brother Chen you wish to know how I have managed to endure until now? Sigh, there is nothing to conceal. It is all for the sake of my daughter. Were it not for her, I could not have borne this for so long. I am just an ordinary man who, by a twist of fate, has achieved a modicum of success, and thus I wish to live more leisurely. Brother Chen, you are truly impressive. Du Yufei gazed at Chen Youfu, raising her thumb in admiration. She had never anticipated that this seemingly successful man harbored such a story. So, does that mean your ex-wife is not regretting her decision? Is she considering reconciliation? Haha, you misunderstand her. She does not regret divorcing me. Rather, she regrets that after our separation, I became financially successful. Her current antics are motivated solely by money, not by any attachment to me. This is precisely why I seek a lawyer, to make her understand that not everything will unfold as she desires. Frankly, if she were to let bygones be bygones, and we could coexist peacefully, I would not hold past grievances against her. However, if she persists in causing trouble, I shall not hesitate to respond accordingly. Old Chen, you must exercise caution. From my understanding of her, she is unlikely to let this rest. And that Huang Vida is no good person either. I have heard he has served time. Yes, I am aware. But there is no cause for concern. We live in a society governed by law, where such petty schemes hold little sway. As long as you are mindful, that is sufficient. Their ordered dishes soon arrived. And it was evident why this establishment ranked among the finest in Jinling. The quality of ingredients, presentation, and flavors were undeniably exquisite, particularly their signature pan-seared steak, which garnered unanimous praise from the trio. So, Old Chen, what do you think of the restaurant I chose? It is indeed quite good. Not only is the cuisine delightful, but the ambience is also pleasing. We should frequent this place more often. By the way, Yufei, where do you hail from? How long have you been in Jinling? I am from Sichuan province. I attended university here and chose to stay in Jinling. I initially worked for a company, but later opened my own dance studio. It began well, but in recent years, business has declined. As they chatted, having consumed some wine, Du Yufei gradually revealed more about herself. Chen Youfu learned that she was from a mountain village in Sichuan, the third child in her family, with two older sisters already married and a younger sister and brother. Her family favored males, which led her parents to have another daughter and son after her. Consequently, she often felt neglected and unloved, which cultivated her maturity from a young age. She worked diligently to earn her way into Jinling University, never asking her family for financial assistance. After graduation, she chose not to return to a home she felt no affection for, instead staying in Jinling. She started working at a company and fell in love with a man from a different firm, believing him to be her true match. Unfortunately, he turned out to be a complete fraud, deceiving her not only emotionally, but also financially, prompting her departure from the company. Given her love for dance and prior training, she opened a dance studio. Over the past few years, as she navigated life, Du Yufei had grown increasingly pragmatic, shedding the naivety of her youth. As their conversation deepened, Du Yufei became somewhat intoxicated. Watching her ramble, Chen Youfu felt a twinge of annoyance. Had he known, he might have refrained from bringing her along. Yet her experiences tugged at his heartstrings. How about it, old Chen? I have created an opportunity for you. Now, if you merely extend your hand, she will be unable to resist your grasp. That woman seems to revel in chaos. Clearly, she is not a good influence. Let us not create misunderstandings. What should we do now? She is in no state to handle herself. I am not fabricating anything. I assure you, old Chen, this girl undoubtedly harbors feelings for you. A simple gesture from you, and she will surely approach. What do you take me for? Some kind of magnet that beckons with a mere finger? We need to think of a solution. Besides, if I were to pursue her, what would you do? What would I do? I wouldn't mind at all, as I am the legitimate partner. Despite her playful tone, Gu Yun felt a warmth in her heart. This man cared for her feelings, which brought her great satisfaction and further solidified her resolve to facilitate a connection between the two. In Chen Youfu's words, Gu Yun's thought process was distinctly unique. With no alternative, Chen Youfu called over a waiter, and he and Gu Yun assisted Du Yufei into a car. They drove home. Enduring a bit of a struggle to get Du Yufei into bed, Gu Yun stayed with her, while Chen Youfu retired alone to sleep. However, in the dead of night, Chen Youfu, in a drowsy state, felt a warm body slip into his embrace. The next morning, Du Yufei awoke early. Upon opening her eyes, Du Yufei found herself in an unfamiliar setting. Surveying her surroundings, it became evident that the bedroom was exquisitely luxurious, adorned with high-end custom furnishings. The room also featured a spacious ensuite bathroom. Once she had fully awakened, Du Yufei realized that her attire had been changed. She now donned an elegant silk nightgown. As she stepped into the bathroom, she was taken aback by its ample space, which included a grand bathtub. After refreshing herself, her memories of the previous evening surfaced. She had accompanied Chen Youfu and the recently acquainted Sister Yun to dinner. During their meal, they had exchanged stories from their pasts, which eventually led to an indulgence in alcohol, after which her recollections grew hazy. All she knew was that she had unburdened herself of many sorrows she had long harbored, and felt a sense of relief afterward, though she could not fathom why she had entrusted such personal revelations to two individuals she had only just met. Unable to resist the allure of the opulent bathtub, Du Yufei reclined within it, suddenly pondering who had assisted her in changing clothes the night before. A wave of warmth washed over her, and her cheeks flushed. Surely, it could not have been Chen Gu who had helped her. It must have been Sister Yun. Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing. She chastised herself, determined not to harbor any unseemly thoughts. After all, Sister Yun was so kind, and she would not betray that trust. As she finished her bath, she discovered that her clothes from the previous day had mysteriously vanished, leaving her no choice but to emerge from the bathroom clad only in her nightgown. At that moment, Chen Youfu and Gu Yun, who had been tossing and turning throughout the night, remained asleep. Peering through the balcony of her bedroom, Du Yufei realized she was in a villa district, heightening her curiosity. Quietly, she opened the door and ventured downstairs, where she marveled at the villa's grandeur. Her immediate reaction was one of astonishment at its sheer size, far surpassing her imagination, followed closely by admiration for its lavishness. Everything was exquisitely customized. After exploring the premises and noting that it was not yet 8 a.m., Du Yufei made her way to the kitchen. Inspecting the contents of the refrigerator, she decided to prepare breakfast. Compared to Gu Yun, Du Yufei was quite adept in both the dining room and the kitchen, having lived independently for a long time, which had honed her culinary skills. When Chen Youfu and Gu Yun finally awoke and descended the stairs, they were greeted by the delightful sounds emanating from the kitchen. Exchanging puzzled glances, they proceeded downstairs to find Du Yufei, clad in her silk nightgown, busily preparing breakfast. The dining table was already set with fragrant millet porridge, accompanied by 2 dishes of homemade pickles and some pastries. The aroma of the porridge instantly whetted their appetites. Du Yufei, hearing their approach, turned around to find Chen Youfu staring at her, his eyes wide in astonishment. As she realized that she was wearing nothing beneath her nightgown, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After the flurry of breakfast preparations, the thin fabric of her silk nightgown offered little modesty. Sister Yufei, who would have thought you possessed such culinary skills? Our dear Chen is indeed fortunate, Gu Yun remarked mischievously, choosing not to alert Du Yufei to Chen Youfu's gaze. However, the look on Chen Youfu's face struck Du Yufei as odd. Following his line of sight, she quickly comprehended her current state. What? Sister Yun, you are incorrigible. Where are my clothes? Du Yufei exclaimed, hastily adjusting her neckline. Come now, Sister Yufei. It's not as though I am taking advantage of you. Besides, It was not I who changed your clothes. That was Chunji's doing, Gu Yun teased. Enough of this. You too. Hurry and get Sister Yufei dressed, so we can enjoy this delightful millet porridge. It has been far too long since I've had it. Chapter 12, Legal Advisor. Subsequently, Gu Yun took Du Yufei upstairs to change, and upon descending, Du Yufei's face remained flushed, making it difficult for her to meet Chen Youfu's gaze. He could tell that Gu Yun must have said something rather mischievous to her, as Chen Youfu and Gu Yun savored the breakfast that Du Yufei had thoughtfully prepared. A call from the property management interrupted. Mr. Chen, good morning. There is someone at the door seeking you, and we wanted to verify. Who is it? A Mr. Du Meng. Oh, I see. Please let him in. After hanging up, the doorbell soon rang. Gu Yun went to answer it, and Chen Youfu was surprised to see Du Meng enter. Despite the opulence of the mansion and the presence of beautiful women like Gu Yun and Du Yufei, Du Meng appeared remarkably composed and unfazed. With a robust physique reminiscent of a soldier, Chen Youfu immediately sensed that this man was no ordinary individual. It was clear that a typical person, after the events of the previous day, would not maintain such a calm demeanor in the face of such extravagance. Du Meng, have you had breakfast? If not, please join us. Mr. Chen, I have already eaten. I am grateful for your kindness. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Sit. What talk of life is this? It's early in the morning. I have no need for your life. Preserve it for yourself. For you have a wife and daughter to look after. Have you arranged everything at home? Everything is in order. My wife is at the hospital tending to our daughter. My presence there would not be of much help. Very well. As I mentioned yesterday, you will assist me with driving at a monthly salary of 20,000. With additional benefits. Allow me to introduce you. Gu Yun, Yufei, this is Du Meng. Du Meng, this is my girlfriend, Gu Yun, and my personal fitness coach, Du Yufei. Greetings, Miss Gu and Miss Du. Chen Youfu briefly recounted the previous day's events to Gu Yun and Du Yufei, both of whom were naturally empathetic upon hearing his story. By the way, Du Meng, with your wife at the hospital caring for your daughter, where are you staying? I had considered renting a place near the hospital, but the rent was exorbitant, so I opted to stay overnight at the hospital with a caregiver's cot. That's simply one to-do. You need to stay with me for the next few days. Your wife cannot manage alone with the baby without a place to rest. Gu Yun, please help find a suitable place near the hospital. Certainly. Sister Yun. Chen Gu, how about I take care of it? You still have to go to work. And I have the time. Besides, I need to purchase some fitness equipment to keep at this location so that Chen Gu can also exercise. The space on the first floor is quite ample. I think that's a splendid idea. Chen, shall we have Yufei assist? That works. In addition to her role as a fitness coach, Yufei, you can also help manage some household matters. I'll arrange for a vehicle to be sent over shortly. What color do you prefer? It can be the same as Gu Yun's. ISNT that a bit much, Chen Gu? What is wrong with that? From now on, Sister Yufei will be our housekeeper, one Tishi, Chen? Gu Yun teased. Oh dear, Sister Yun, you're incorrigible. Du Yufei playfully protested, finding joy in Gu Yun's banter, while Chen Youfu merely rolled his eyes. However, the truth remained that Du Yufei's assistance was necessary. As she transitioned from a personal fitness coach to the steward of Villa No. 1 in Phoenix Mountain Villa, Chen Youfu promptly contacted Wang Jun, requesting him to deliver another Porsche, specifically in the vibrant red that Du Yufei adores. Wang Jun assured him over the phone that he would dispatch the car immediately, after which they would discuss matters concerning Du Meng. Mr. Chen, you have already assisted me greatly. It feels inappropriate. This. Enough, Du Meng. Our acquaintance is a stroke of fate. You need not address me as Mr. Chen or any such titles. I must be several years your senior. Simply refer to me as Brother Chen. Since you are willing to follow me, we are akin to family now. I must ensure that you have no lingering concerns. Du Meng, I can discern that you have served in the military, am I correct? What branch were you in, and for how many years? Chen Youfu skillfully diverted the topic. Mr. Chen, no, Brother Chen, I am 33 years old and have served for a full 15 years. Initially, I was a reconnaissance soldier, later joining the special forces. However, regarding the specifics of my unit, Brother Chen, I am bound by confidentiality regulations. Goodness, Chen Youfu thought, recognizing that the man before him was undoubtedly a person of considerable depth and experience. The revelation left him somewhat astounded. Anyone with a modicum of understanding could surmise that Du Meng was indeed an extraordinary individual. Gu Yun and Du Yufei, who were listening to Du Meng's introduction, also expressed their astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. Chen Youfu felt as though he had experienced a turn of fortune since acquiring the system, as his unintentional kindness had led him to such a remarkable individual. He refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation to Du Meng's family matters. At that moment, Chen Youfu's phone rang, and upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number from Jinling. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Hello. May I speak with Mr. Chen Youfu? This is he. Who is calling? Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Chen. I am Jiang Tao, the head of the Su Province branch of Husher Yixing Law Firm. I received a notification from our headquarters in Husher yesterday indicating that you require legal assistance. Yes, I do need some consultation. How about this, Lawyer Jiang? Please provide me with an address, and I will come to see you shortly. Certainly. I will send you the address right away. I will await your arrival at the firm. Not long after the three finished breakfast, Wang Jun arrived, accompanied by the manager from the dealership, delivering a brand new red Porsche GT2 RS. Chen Youfu readily completed the transaction with his card, and he also requested Wang Jun to assist in transferring the previous Porsche to Gu Yun. Du Yufei gazed at the car before her, filled with joy, although this man did not yet belong to her. The gesture from Chen Youfu was of far greater significance in the grand tapestry of her experiences over the years in society, which she understood all too well. Once these matters were settled, Gu Yun headed to her job at the bank, while Du Yufei assisted Du Ming in searching for accommodation. Du Ming commenced his duties as a driver, steering Chen Youfu's Cullinan towards the Jinling branch of Yixinghe. Yixinghe is a prestigious name within the legal community nationwide, with its headquarters situated in Husher and branches in all major first-tier cities. Although the Jinling branch is merely part of Su Province, Jiang Tao's name has long been synonymous with excellence in the legal field there. Not only is he the head of the Su Province branch, but he also serves as the honorary vice president of the Su Province Lawyers Association and is an honorary professor at Jinling University Law School. As Chen Youfu made his way, in the conference room of Jinling Yixinghe Law Firm, Jiang Tao and several prominent lawyers were convening to discuss Chen Youfu's impending arrival. Everyone, I received a phone call last night from Feng Lu at our headquarters in Husher. The Zhengdao Meijue Hotel has just completed its property transfer. I believe you are all familiar with Zhengdao Meijue. It has always been a significant client of ours. Feng Lu informed me that the new owner requires legal assistance. This mysterious owner is from Jinling, and I have already made contact with him this morning. Mr. Chen will be arriving shortly. I have gathered you all here because I am unsure of the specific issues at hand, so I expect all of you to participate in the meeting with Mr. Chen. We will assign responsibilities based on the particulars discussed. Understood? I hope everyone is mentally prepared. I know that hotel, its valuation is in the billions, right? Moreover, it's a French brand. Such a premium asset would certainly sell well. It seems our Mr. Chen possesses some influence, remarked one of the lawyers specializing in corporate disputes. Indeed, I have heard of this hotel. Major clients like this are always sought after by law firms. However, the legal issues faced by such prominent figures are typically anything but trivial, added Zhang Wei, responsible for criminal law. As the discussion continued, Jiang Tao's phone rang. Upon answering, he quickly signaled for silence. Hello, Mr. Chen, you have arrived downstairs, correct? Excellent. Please hold on a moment. I will be right down to greet you. All right. Let us pause our discussions for now. The main guest has arrived. Let us all go down to welcome him. Mr. Chen, welcome. Welcome. Are you Lawyer Jiang? Yes. I am Jiang Tao. These individuals are our lawyers specializing in various fields. On his way to the meeting, Chen Youfu had conducted some online research about Jiang Tao. Seeing the information available, he realized that the headquarters had indeed introduced him to someone of considerable stature. Mr. Chen, may I inquire what specific issues you require assistance with? Rest assured, whatever it may be, I believe our firm possesses the capability to resolve it satisfactorily. In Jiang Tao's office, Chen Youfu recounted the details of his divorce from Lu Lina and the subsequent occurrences. Jiang Tao, upon hearing the account, was momentarily taken aback, not because the matter seemed overly complicated, but rather because he perceived it as a relatively trivial affair. He felt that even a mere intern at the firm could handle it effortlessly, and personally addressing such a matter felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Mr. Chen, have you any written documentation regarding your divorce agreement and details on your assets? Here is the divorce agreement. Additionally, if you require asset documentation, I can arrange for the agricultural bank and the Husher branch to send a copy directly to you. That will suffice. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved efficiently. Thank you, Lawyer Jiang. Furthermore, I would like to ask if I could engage your firm as my personal legal advisor. Of course, that would be our pleasure, Mr. Chen. This shouldn't conflict with your responsibilities at headquarters, correct? Not at all. The Husher branch serves solely as legal counsel for Zhengdao Meijue, while you are seeking a personal legal advisor. Subsequently, Chen Youfu and Jiang Tao signed a 3-year contract, with an annual fee of 5 million, making Yixinghe's Jinling branch's personal legal counsel. Jiang Tao would assemble a team of advisors led by himself, providing round-the-clock service to Chen Youfu. At the very moment the contract was signed, Lu Lina was at her home discussing matters concerning him. Chapter 13, The Temptation of the Sweet Bun. This scoundrel actually bought a villa at Phoenix Mountain Villa? How is that possible? Uncle Huang, could there be a mistake? At this moment, in the residence of Lu Lina, her parents, younger brother, and herself were all gathered together, along with Huang Wei, a close friend of Lu Daong, Chen Youfu's former father-in-law. Huang Wei, a lawyer, was vastly overshadowed by Jiang Tao, as he operated in a lesser-known law firm, primarily handling civil cases. Xiaona, this is all I managed to uncover through connections. As for the bank details, I cannot investigate unless proper documentation is provided. However, based on the purchase records of this villa, it is evident that your ex-husband bought it outright. I also inquired and found that this villa is the pinnacle of the entire Fenghuang Mountain estate, valued at approximately 50 million. What? That scoundrel Chen Youfu could afford a 50 million luxury home? Sister, this isn't right. You must have a share in this property, which amounts to 25 million. With that, I could finally get my car replaced, Lu Lina's younger brother, Lu Zhibin, exclaimed. Uncle Huang, what further documentation do you need to conduct a thorough investigation? Well, first, you must sign a power of attorney, and then provide proof of your relationship with Chen Youfu for me to proceed. Nevertheless, Xiaona, I advise you to settle this matter privately if possible. Yes, Nana, I believe Uncle Huang is correct. After all, you and Youfu don't have substantial conflicts, just minor issues. I suggest reaching out to Youfu, inviting him for dinner, and resolving everything amicably. Your mother and I support your reconciliation, Lu Daong interjected. Having quickly shifted his stance upon realizing his former worthless son-in-law might have turned his fortunes around. He had completely forgotten that he was the one who had initially supported his daughter's divorce. Indeed, sister, I concur with Dad. Just think, if you two reconcile. There's the luxury home, the luxury car. I bet if my brother-in-law can afford such an expensive house, he must have considerable funds. A 50 million villa? Just imagining it is exhilarating. Sister, I am definitely going to get married in such a house. Lu Zhibin was already daydreaming about living in opulence. But, does that mean I have to lower myself to that useless man? What do you mean but? Nana, your father and brother are right. Besides, we must be adaptable. Just show a slight smile, and that good-for-nothing Chen Youfu will come crawling back. Once we have his money in our grasp, we can dictate terms. He is merely a rural wastrel, Zhang Guixiang, Chen Youfu's former mother-in-law, remarked. The dialogue of this family did not escape Huang Wei's ears. To be frank, even he found their shamelessness astonishing. All right, I will contact him. However, when Lu Lina attempted to call Chen Youfu, she discovered that not only had he deleted her from WeChat, but he had also blocked her number. This bastard, how dare he block me? Lu Lina was seething with rage. Now, a moment of restraint is crucial for the larger plan. Use the house phone, Zhang Guixiang advised. At that moment, Chen Youfu had just left Yixingyi and was walking downstairs when his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his brow furrowed as the number displayed was that of his former father-in-law's landline. After a moment's thought, he pressed the answer button. Hello, you scoundrel Chen Youfu. How dare you block me? What's the matter? If you have nothing to say, I'm hanging up. What does it matter if I block you? Do we even have a relationship anymore? On the other end, Zhang Guixiang was signaling Lu Lina to hold her temper. Youfu, I was in the wrong before. My parents have been saying they miss you and would like to invite you to dinner tonight at the fish restaurant nearby. Didn't you say their fish is quite delicious? Lu Lina took a deep breath and suddenly softened her tone, while Lu Daong and Zhang Guixiang gave her approving thumbs up. Upon hearing Lu Lina's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Youfu sensed that this evening would not bode well. Initially inclined to refuse, he reconsidered, curious to see what scheme this family was concocting. Fine, I'll come by tonight. What did he say, sister? Lu Zhibin asked impatiently as soon as the call ended. How could he possibly refuse when I make the call? Wonderful. I told you. My daughter is no ordinary girl. That Chen Youfu is just a useless man. Even if he has money, it's likely just a stroke of luck. Let your father drink a few glasses with him tonight, and then you can step in. It's practically a done deal. Remember, Nana, once you reconcile, ensure you secure the money and the property first. A man should never have money in his hands. Understood, Mom. Oh, so we will be moving soon. Wow, I've never seen such a grand villa. Mom and Dad, I don't care. I want a share of that magnificent house. Lu Zhibin was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Brother, where are we going now? Du Ming asked, noticing Chen Youfu's displeased expression after he hung up the phone. To my workplace. I need to finalize some paperwork. I'll send you the address. Unbeknownst to Chen Youfu, discussions about him were transpiring elsewhere. Xiao Gu, what did you just say? The Zindamiyu in the Shanghai market is owned by Chen Youfu? In the office of Zhou Tianda, the president of the agricultural bank's Xuanwu district branch, he was utterly astonished by Gu Yun's report. Yes, that sum of money is the profit from Meijue's first half of the year, which was transferred to Mr. Chen's account. Seated in his office chair, Zhou Tianda was particularly sensitive to Gu Yun's reference to Chen Youfu, especially since she had arrived driving the Porsche that Chen Youfu had used a few days prior. He instantly realized that this enchanting woman had likely climbed the social ladder by associating with the hidden wealthy Chen Youfu. Zhou Tianda had entertained notions about a woman like Gu Yun, but first, he was still in the ascent of his career. and courting someone so close to home could easily lead to complications. Secondly, he understood that a woman of Gu Yun's caliber had very clear goals, ones beyond his control. Thus, this renowned beauty within the agricultural bank's Nanjing system had always been kept at a respectful distance. Xiao Gu, you are remarkable. I must inform you that Vice President Jiang is about to retire, and the higher-ups have asked me to recommend someone. I believe you are the perfect fit, so give it your all. How could I possibly qualify? My experience is insufficient. What era are we in? Who still talks about qualifications? Now, it's all about ability. I believe in you. Just ensure that you manage Mr. Chen well. He alone is worth half of our branch's output. President, what are you saying? What do you mean our family? All right. It doesn't matter whose family it is. Just focus on serving Mr. Chen well. I'll handle everything else. I must tell you, Mr. Chen is quite the catch. This morning, the branch leaders were inquiring about him, particularly concerning the public account of Meijua Hotel. Of course, that's not our concern. I'm merely informing you that Mr. Chen is a significant player, so you should seize the opportunity. These are matters for you big shots to worry about. I'm just a little lady trying to make it through each day. I'll take my leave now, having shared everything with you. Very well, you may go. As Gu Yun exited, Zhou Tianda realized he needed to regard this young lady with due seriousness. She had indeed transformed into a phoenix rising from the ashes. After Gu Yun left, Zhou Tianda pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. Hello. This is Zhou Tianda. I have clarified the situation. Oh, you figured it out so quickly? What is the story? Leader, the Zhengdao Meijua has now become Chen Youfu's property. So the funds were transferred from Zhengdao Meijua's corporate account to Chen Youfu's personal account. What? What did you say? Zhengdao Meijua is Chen Youfu's asset? Who informed you of this news, and is it accurate? Hearing the astonishment in his superior's voice on the other end of the line, Zhou Tianda felt a sense of secret pride. It's entirely accurate, leader. You are aware of Gu Yun from our branch, right? She is Chen Youfu's dedicated account manager, and from what I've gathered, they should be acquainted and have a relatively close relationship. This is also what Gu Yun reported to me today. Good, old Zhou. I must say you have made a significant contribution this time. You must ensure that Gu Yun is well arranged. I have made a significant contribution? Leader, could you possibly share more details about the situation? The reason I called you is indeed related to Gu Yun. I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Oh, what idea? Please, go ahead. Well, leader, as you know, our branch's vice president, Lao Jiang, is about to retire. I was contemplating whether we could promote Gu Yun. That's a commendable idea. I believe it is feasible. Let me take care of this matter. I can extend a favor to you. However, Lao Zhou, you must ensure that you provide excellent service to Chen Youfu. We cannot afford any issues. To be frank, Zhengdao Meijua generates an annual turnover of several hundred million, making it an exceptionally valuable client, and it has always been a target for the agricultural bank in the Shanghai market. Yet, for years it has been firmly held by the industrial and commercial bank. The recent transfer has drawn attention from the Shanghai market, hence the request for us to investigate. So, consider this. If you manage to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Youfu and facilitate this matter, even though it does not fall under our Jinling system, the favor would be significant. Oh, I see now. That explains everything. Leader, rest assured, I will certainly maintain a good relationship with Chen Youfu. We have always had a decent rapport. With Gu Yun on our side, I am confident this matter will proceed smoothly. All right, I trust your capabilities, Lao Zhou. The branch is currently contemplating promoting branches with commendable performance to a higher level, and I believe your Xuanwu district branch stands out. Thank you, leader. Well, let us leave it at that for now. Make sure to handle the matter well. Understood. Thank you, leader. Goodbye. Chapter 14, A Simple Task. Upon concluding the call, Zhou Tianda hummed a little tune with a sense of satisfaction. For him, ascending the ranks of officialdom was the ultimate goal. In his current position, aside from the recognition of his superiors, one must also possess noteworthy achievements and connections. The matter regarding the Shanghai market that his superior just mentioned represented an opportunity for networking expansion. Meanwhile, Chen Youfu arrived at the unit where he had been employed for over 20 years. After graduating from university, he had interned there and eventually secured a permanent position. Yet, after more than 2 decades, he remained merely a clerk, having undergone 3 selections for department head, each time lacking fortune. It was only later that he realized his former father-in-law had played a pivotal role in this. The Design Institute where Chen Youfu worked was a subsidiary of the Urban Construction Planning Bureau and operated under a public institution system. His former father-in-law was a retired director responsible for logistics at this institute. Previously, during opportunities for promotion, he would consult Liu Daong for advice on navigating the bureaucratic landscape. And Liu Daong would always promise to assist him. At that time, Chen Youfu had trusted Liu Daong wholeheartedly. However, one day, upon returning home early, he overheard a conversation between Liu Daong and Liu Lina. I tell you, Nana, let Chen Youfu remain a lowly clerk for life. This way, You can easily manage him. If he ever turns his fortunes around, you won't be able to control him. This current situation is quite favorable. In that moment, Chen Youfu realized that his seemingly benevolent father-in-law was not only unhelpful, but actively hindering his career progression. Which unit are you from, and who are you looking for? Du Ming, driving a Cullinan, was stopped by the security guard at the entrance of the unit. Wang Shu, it's me, Youfu. I'm here to take care of some matters. Oh, it's Youfu. Is this your car? Yes, it is. Here, Wang Shu, this is for you. Chen Youfu opened the window and handed him a pack of cigarettes. Thank you, thank you. Such fine cigarettes, I feel unworthy. With the pack of cigarettes in his hand, the security guard's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His smile becoming considerably more genuine. This fellow has turned over a new leaf. He is quite generous now. The old guard murmured as he watched the Cullinan drive into the parking lot. Xiaoming, wait for me in the car. I need to handle some matters. Then we can head to the place Yufei found for you. She just messaged me, saying she has located a suitable property. You should coordinate with your wife to go see it together. Thank you, brother. What else with the thanks? Since you're here to assist me, your affairs are my affairs. Don't mention thanks in the future. Brother, should I accompany you upstairs? Just stay in the car. I've worked here for over 20 years. So there's nothing to worry about. I just need to process my retirement paperwork. Upon entering the building, Chen Youfu wore a familiar smile, greeting everyone he encountered. It was evident that he was well-liked within the unit. However, those familiar with Chen Youfu could sense that he was not the same person he once was. While no one could pinpoint the exact change, it was obvious to many that he had experienced a financial uplift, as evidenced by his expensive attire and the high-quality cigarettes he offered. Brother Youfu, you're here. The infrastructure section, where Chen Youfu worked, comprised 5 members, including the section chief. Upon entering, Zhang Liun, who had a good rapport with Chen Youfu, greeted him, while the other 3 merely glanced up before returning to their tasks. Chen Youfu found their reactions to be quite normal. He had always had a strained relationship with the section chief, and those surrounding him naturally maintained their distance. His discord with the chief stemmed from a project plan for expanding the bathing center that had been stalled under his oversight. Although he was merely a clerk, his lengthy tenure at the unit granted him a modicum of authority. His signature was required for all construction project approvals. This had led to the chief occasionally undermining him out of spite. Brother Fu, what have you been up to? You haven't been around for days. And the chief has been furious multiple times. Watch yourself. Don't worry, I'm aware. Here, take this. Chen Youfu tossed Zhang Liun a pack of fine cigarettes. Wow. Brother Fu, you've struck it rich. Just a little windfall. Thank you, Brother Fu. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by the other 3, who were visibly envious of the fine cigarettes in Zhang Liun's hands. Chen Youfu, how dare you show your face here after disappearing for days? Do you still want to keep your job? Suddenly, a booming voice belonged to the section chief, Lu Daji, echoed from behind him. Oh, my apologies, Chief Lu. What is there to be embarrassed about? This is my workplace. To put it bluntly, when I started working here, you weren't even around. Hey, Chen Youfu. You've become quite audacious, daring to speak to the director like that. What good does it do for you to arrive so early? Before Lu Daji could voice his thoughts, his sycophant, Xiao Chun, stood up and interjected. You truly live up to your reputation as the top lackey, don't you? Not content with merely inviting our director Lu for some pampering, you've now taken to outright flattery. Chen Youfu, don't slander me. Who has gone for pampering? Humph. Unless one is blameless, how could secrets be kept? I suspect your reimbursement invoices are far from innocent. What do you say? Should I report you and see how that goes? You. Xiao Chun was taken aback, unable to fathom that the previously docile Chen Youfu would so boldly unearth these matters. What do you mean, you? Point again. And I swear I'll march straight to the discipline office to report you. And you lot, shut your mouths. Do you think your petty affairs can remain hidden? You can't even clean your own mess, yet dare to show yourselves. Just because I haven't held you accountable in the past doesn't mean I am unaware. Chen Youfu, are you attempting a rebellion? Come to my office. Lu Daji's nostrils flared in anger. He was utterly shocked that the one he thought he had under control would suddenly erupt, and the utterances could have dire repercussions if overheard by superiors, jeopardizing his own future. Enough. I have no interest in your dilapidated office. Let me be frank, Lu Daji, I genuinely wish to resign today. I came here to process my retirement, expedite the paperwork, and I shall take my leave. This way, it's better for you, better for me, and better for everyone. I have no interest in your sordid affairs. Chen Youfu, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Do you think you are someone of importance? Lu Daji trembled as he pointed at Chen Youfu, a mix of fury and fright coursing through him. What's all this racket? I could hear your commotion from afar. This is a workplace, not your home. A voice from outside the door interrupted Lu Daji's tirade. Director, you've arrived just in time. This Chen Youfu has been absent for days, and now that he is back, he refuses to admit his fault. Such a disruptive element should be expelled. Upon recognizing the speaker as the head of the Design Institute, Lu Daji instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, eager to lodge a complaint. Lu Daji, cease your slander. I just mentioned I am here to process my retirement. Don't play your games with me. Do you want me to air your dirty laundry before the director and let everyone judge who the real troublemaker is? Enough from all of you. Chen Youfu, come to my office, commanded the Design Institute's boss, Chen Jiangwo. Chen Youfu followed Chen Jiangwo into the office. What is going on? Xiao Lu says you haven't been here for a few days? Yes, I encountered some issues and had requested leave. Have you resolved everything? Yes, it's all settled. Director, I'm here to process my retirement. What prompted this sudden desire for retirement? While it's feasible, you're still quite young. If you retire now, the benefits later will be significantly diminished. It's all right. After so many years of work, I've grown weary. It's the perfect time to rest and pursue other endeavors. Very well, please wait a moment while I take this call. Just as Shen Jiangwo was about to speak further, his phone rang. Hello, what now? I told you not to conduct business in Shanghai, yet you insisted on going there. Is there truly no space left in Jinling? Old Shun, the hotel we booked for my son's wedding has suddenly informed us of overbooking. And now we have nowhere to hold the ceremony. What are we to do now? Chen Youfu could distinctly hear the conversation and found it increasingly odd. On the other end was likely Shun Jiangwo's wife. He had heard rumors of Shun Jiangwo's son getting married recently, and it seemed trouble had arisen. What can I do? If it were in Jinling, I might have some connections, but in Shanghai, who could I turn to? You all refuse to heed my advice and insist on going to Shanghai to make a grand show. Now look where we are. Enough, stop lamenting. I'll make inquiries. What's wrong, director? Is there an issue? Chen Youfu inquired as he noticed Shen Jiangwo hanging up. Oh, Youfu, don't even mention it. My son works in Shanghai and is marrying there, but the hotel we booked has overbooked. With only a few days left, where am I to find a solution? Actually, director, I believe I can assist you with this predicament. What? You can help resolve the hotel issue for my son's wedding? You must be jesting. Not at all. Allow me to make a call. All right. Chen Youfu retrieved his phone and dialed the hotel's general manager, Kwang Meixia. Hello, Manager Kwang. Yes. What can I do for you? I'm inquiring whether your hotel can accommodate a wedding banquet this weekend. Both banquet halls are booked, but we do have a private hall on the top floor, typically reserved for official receptions. It can host approximately 80 tables, and it's quite splendid for a wedding. Understood. I'll have someone contact you shortly. Please reserve it for my friend and offer a discount if possible. Certainly. Just have your friend reach out to me, and I'll ensure everything is arranged. Thank you. As Chen Youfu hung up, Shen Jiangwo eagerly asked, was that sufficient? Will 80 tables be enough? Yes, that is ample. We estimated around 50 tables would suffice. Here is the contact number. Have your sister-in-law reach out directly to the hotel in Shanghai, at the Pudong Jindai Meiju Hotel. Chen Youfu wrote down Kwang Meixia's number and handed it over. Not half an hour after Shen Jiangwo sent the number, his phone displayed a call from his wife. Old Shen, who did you pull strings with? This is incredible. What is the matter? Did everything get sorted? Old Shen, you wouldn't believe it. The Jindai Meiju Hotel is a 5-star establishment, just a stone's throw from the one we initially booked. Upon our arrival, the general manager personally welcomed us to their top-floor banquet hall, which is remarkably luxurious and even features an outdoor flower corridor. Your future daughter-in-law was immediately enchanted, and they even provided us with a significant discount, making it comparable to the original hotel's costs. Good, as long as it's settled. Old Shen, who did you contact to make this happen? This is quite a favor owed. Enough, I have other matters to attend to. Just ensure everything is arranged on your side. There's no need to worry about the rest. To be candid, Shen Jiangwo was indeed taken aback after heeding his wife's words. He had never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous clerk, who had toiled quietly in this establishment for over 2 decades, would turn out to be a formidable force. You are truly a blessing. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would have been in a dire predicament. Oh, no. This is but a trifling matter. I merely made a phone call. I'm glad to be of help. This is no trivial affair. If you genuinely wish to assist, I could arrange for a position change for you. No, thank you. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, but I genuinely wish to pursue my own endeavors. Not for any other reason. If you wish to repay me, please help me with the necessary paperwork. Very well, since you have your own aspirations. I shall not press further. However, do remember, Chen Youfu, you are a veteran of our Design Institute, regardless of what transpires in the future. Do not forget your roots here. Rest assured, I have dedicated over 20 years of my life to this place. Moreover, you have always treated us well. I could never forget. Should anyone require my assistance in the future, I shall certainly oblige. With Shen Jiangwo's support, Chen Youfu's retirement paperwork was processed expeditiously. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure from the Design Institute, Director Lu Daji was swiftly removed from his position and, due to various issues, was taken away by the Disciplinary Inspection Department. Later, upon hearing this news, Chen Youfu realized it was Shun Jiangwo repaying a favor. At 7 p.m., Du Ming drove Chen Youfu to the restaurant where they had arranged to meet the Liu family, a well-established fish restaurant. Wow, brother-in-law, is this your car? Is this the Rolls-Royce Cullinan? I've heard it costs several million. As soon as Chen Youfu and Du Ming alighted from the vehicle, Liu Zhibin rushed over, circling the car with an almost drooling eagerness. Brother-in-law, hand me the keys. Let me take it for a spin. Liu Zhibin, I am no longer your brother-in-law. And why should I let you drive my car? Chen Youfu felt a wave of annoyance at the sight of his gaunt brother-in-law, who carried himself with an air of superiority despite his meager accomplishments. This fellow, with aspirations higher than the heavens yet a life as fragile as paper, had barely scraped through a diploma and now idled away, living off others. During his marriage to Lu Lina, at least a third of his salary had been squandered by this scoundrel. What infuriated Chen Youfu the most was that this rascal had even swindled money from his own daughter. Hey, Chen Youfu, you've really learned some skills, haven't you? Damn it. Ouch, let go, that hurts. If I hear one more curse word from you, I'll knock all your teeth out. Just because I tolerated you before doesn't mean you can walk all over me. Chen Youfu seized Liu Zhibin's finger, pointing it menacingly. What are you doing? Chen Youfu? He is my brother. Lu Lina hurriedly intervened from a distance, pulling the two apart. Youfu, he is my brother. Isn't he also your brother? It's just a car. If Zhibin likes it, let him drive it. Lu Lina, are you out of your mind? That is your brother, not mine. We are divorced. Do you understand? If he likes cars, let him buy one himself. All right, let us not argue. Our parents are waiting inside. Let us head in. Lu Lina wanted to explode, but, recalling her parents' admonitions and Chen Youfu's opulent lifestyle, she quickly quelled her anger. Chen Youfu remained silent, brushing off Lu Lina's attempt to hold his hand, and called Du Ming to enter with him. Wait, who is this? If it's just family gathering, I'll leave since I have no ties with you anymore. Lu Lina's fury was palpable, her nostrils flaring as she suppressed her rising ire. However, after taking a few deep breaths, she managed to calm herself. Chen Youfu observed Lu Lina's demeanor closely, and to his surprise, he found her restraint admirable. In the past, she would have erupted into a tirade by now. He couldn't help but anticipate the evening's unfolding drama with the Liu family. Youfu, come sit down. I brought a fine bottle of wine. Let us share a drink with Dad later. It's been ages since we've had a drink together. His former father-in-law greeted him with a broad smile upon entering. Uncle Liu, my father is in Tongcheng. Besides, weren't you always reluctant to drink with me? What are you talking about? You and Lina are still a couple, interjected Zhang Guixiang. Ah, Aunt Zhang, please don't be mistaken. I am no longer involved with her. What do you mean, Chen Youfu? You come in here with your snide remarks. Don't forget, even though we are divorced, my parents are still your elders and Lina's grandparents. Lu Lina retorted, barely containing her rage. Enough. Let us settle down. Now that everyone is here, Zhibin, please notify the staff to bring out the dishes. Youfu, I know you enjoy fish. Lina specifically chose this restaurant, renowned for its seafood, Lu Daong said with a smile. Let me tell you, I brought a bottle of fine wine today, a gift from my apprentice during the new year that I've been saving for a special occasion. Today seems just right for us to indulge. By the way, how are things at work? Would you like me to put in a good word for you? I believe I can still leverage some influence, Lu Daong boasted, displaying a bottle of Dream 6. Dad, why did you bring that wine? It's a gift from your apprentice during the new year, and you've been reluctant to drink it. Chen Youfu, my father is really good to you. My brother has been eyeing that wine for ages, but my father never allowed it to be touched. Who would have thought he'd bring it out to share with you today? Chen Youfu quietly observed the Liu family's performance, noting Lu Lina's forced smile, which struck him as amusing. He was well aware of the Liu family's intentions tonight. They believed that since he had come into wealth, they could no longer let others benefit from him. As Lu Daong opened the wine and reached for Chen Youfu's glass, he swiftly turned his glass upside down on the table. Apologies, but for Linger's sake, I shall address you as Uncle Liu. I no longer drink. If you have something to discuss, please state it directly. I did not come here merely to dine with your family. He dismissed the display of the Dream 6 wine. Just recently, Zhou Tianda had gifted several boxes of 30-year-old Mao Dai, and on the Shanghai side, Huang Meixia had sent over some exquisite Lafite and Rose Manor. Each year, they received a selection of top-tier wines from France for hospitality. Yet, to be honest, Chen Youfu had little fondness for these wines, as they were mostly consumed by Gu Yun. Chen Youfu, you used to drink. What do you mean you've quit? This is clearly disrespecting my father. Why on earth should I show you respect? Who do you think you are? If there is nothing more to discuss, I'll take my leave. You bastard, Chen Youfu. I implore you all to cease your clamor. Since Youfu has decided to abstain from alcohol, let us respect his choice and take our seats. Youfu, the reason I summoned you here today is of some significance. We have recently learned of your divorce from Nana. Frankly speaking, Nana's actions were misguided. Upon discovering this matter, both your mother and I reprimanded her, and she is aware of her misstep. However, Nana is somewhat bashful and finds it difficult to approach you directly, hence we, her parents, have intervened to bring you back. Chapter 16. The Table Turned 2. Gazing at Lu Daong, who wore a benign and gentle expression, Chen Youfu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Indeed, Youfu, I acknowledge that Nana has been somewhat spoiled since childhood. In the past, you endured considerable grievances at home, but rest assured, should she persist in such ways, you may return to your mother for resolution. However, let us not forget that every couple has their quarrels. As the saying goes, even teeth and tongue may clash. Yet, one cannot resort to divorce at the mere hint of discord. This is a point I must address with you as well, now that Linger has grown so much. And while Nana may lack maturity, you have always been the sensible one. One must consider Linger's well-being, correct? Today, both of you are present, Nana. It is imperative that you acknowledge your fault first. As Lu Daong concluded his remarks, Zhang Guoxiang continued, casting a glance towards Lu Lina. Yes, indeed. Such trivial matters should not lead to divorce. Open communication is key. Nana, heed your mother's advice and apologize to Youfu. Otherwise, I may no longer recognize you as my daughter. Youfu, I am sorry. It was my error, my capriciousness. Let us remarry. Observing the woman he had shared over 2 decades with, displaying a gaze filled with affection, Chen Youfu felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. However, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. After all, who does not desire wealth? Some individuals are willing to forsake their principles and ethics for the sake of money. Remarry? Huh. Lu Lina, what of your long-standing relationship with Huang Vida should we reconcile? Yu Youfu, you must not speak so recklessly. The rumors circulating are mere fabrications, as Nana's husband. How could you trust the words of outsiders? I am well aware of my daughter's flaws, and while I concede to her faults, I cannot believe she would engage in infidelity, Zhang Guoxiang asserted with righteous indignation. Ha ha ha, Zhang Guoxiang, at your age, how can you claim to know your daughter so well? Indeed, you are quite aware, having encouraged her to divorce. You are more informed about Lu Lina and Huang Vida's affair than anyone else. That necklace around your neck was surely a gift from Huang Vida, was it not? Moreover, Lu Daong, the fine wine you lament not wanting to part with was also a gift from that scoundrel. Do you all take me for a fool? For all these years, I have endured for the sake of Linger. Lu Lina, how was the large bed at the green tree in the night before our divorce? Over the years, I have relinquished my entire salary to you, while you frolicked with that scoundrel. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your actions? What is this? Now that I have acquired wealth, you all conspire to deceive me once more? Chen Youfu's sudden outburst left the Lu family members pale with shock. Chen Youfu, you worthless scoundrel. How dare you speak to my parents in such a manner? Lu Zhibin rolled up his sleeves, fists raised, ready to confront him. Just a few steps forward, he was swiftly subdued by Du Meng's hold. Calm yourself, let us discuss this rationally. Seeing her son restrained, Zhang Guoxiang could no longer contain herself, rising to rush forward. Who are you? This is our family matter. If you persist, I shall call the authorities. Xiao Meng, release him. Upon hearing Chen Youfu's words, Du Meng obliged, returning to his seat with an air of tranquility. I will make you pay for this upon standing. Lu Zhibin attempted to project bravado, yet he was clearly intimidated. Lu Zhibin, what are you blustering about? What have you accomplished aside from living off your parents? Over the years, at least a third of my hard-earned wages have filled your pockets. You even deceived Linger out of her allowance. Do you still consider yourself a person? To call you a beast would be a compliment. Youfu, you are going too far. Lu Zhibin is still my son, after all. Lu Daong remarked with a darkened expression. The old man had not anticipated that the carefully orchestrated script would unravel, leaving him chastised by the very son-in-law he regarded as a spineless coward. Lu Daong, I previously stated that I addressed you as Lu Uncle for Linger's sake. Yet you have taken advantage of my civility. Look at your offspring. Your daughter engages in infidelity, and your son is nothing more than a leech. How dare you attempt to assert authority over me? Do you think I am unaware of your manipulations that have hindered my career advancement? You are indeed an insufferable old fool. You must not speak such nonsense. Your inability to secure a promotion has nothing to do with me. Lu Daong's face paled upon hearing Chen Youfu's accusations. Enough of your pretense. I have no desire to engage in this discussion. I have already initiated my retirement process. Chen Youfu, after more than 20 years, I truly regret my choice to be with you. You are a heartless wretch. Without my father, would you have been able to establish yourself in Jinling? Now that you have acquired wealth, you wish to sever ties with us? Very well. Since you have spoken so plainly, you must clarify the source of your newfound wealth. This money is half mine, as I have a rightful claim to it. Lu Lina's temper finally erupted, though she had shown remarkable restraint until now. What? Can you no longer maintain your facade? The truth is finally revealed. Very well. Lu Lina, you sought a lawyer to investigate me. Let me inform you. I am indeed wealthy. The villa at Phoenix Mountain is worth over 50 million. The car outside costs several million, and soon I shall acquire an even more expensive vehicle. The car your dear friend drives, valued over 2 million, was purchased by me. By the way, did you check the bank? I have billions in my account. What of it? My wealth has no bearing on you. We are divorced, and these assets are entirely separate from you. I am well aware of your family's ulterior motives today, merely coveting my money. Upon hearing Chen Youfu's revelations, the Liu family members turned green with envy, particularly Liu Jibin, who lamented that if only his sister had not divorced, this fortune should have been his. At that moment, he found himself begrudging Liu Lina, forgetting that it was he who first labeled her a coward. By the way, didn't you hire a lawyer? I have also retained one, and I trust they will contact you shortly. Chen Youfu, you scoundrel. I will not let you escape unscathed. Oh, you want to let me off? By all means, let your lover come and try. Initially, I had hoped for an amicable separation, free from further entanglements. However, it seems that kindness invites treachery. If you refuse to relent, then I, too, have no intention of letting you be. Watch as I deal with you. Chen Youfu, you are nothing but a coward. Huang Vida is 1,000 times better than you. I will be with him. He surpasses you in every way. You think your newfound wealth makes you significant? Crash. Chen Youfu abruptly overturned the table. Fine, let's see how this unfolds, he declared before leisurely exiting the private room, leaving the fish restaurant alongside Du Ming. Brother, are you all right? Du Ming inquired as the car engine roared to life, glancing at the despondent Chen Youfu seated in the back. Having witnessed the dramatic scene in its entirety, Du Ming had grasped the situation and was astonished by the existence of such peculiar family dynamics, admiring Chen Youfu's ability to endure for over 20 years. Xiaoming, I apologize for making you witness this farce, Chen Youfu replied. Do not speak like that, brother. Throughout life, everyone encounters their share of misfortunes. It's best to maintain a positive outlook. Indeed, I'm fine. I've weathered many storms over the years. This life suits me well enough. By the way, Xiaoming, there's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Please, go ahead. Today's incident has reminded me that Huang Vida seems to be involved in some unsavory dealings. While I am not overly concerned for myself, your sister Gu and Yufei are another matter. If this scoundrel engages in any illicit activities, it could spell trouble. Do you know any comrades who are currently unemployed? Could you assist in finding a few individuals to protect your sister and Yufei? I'm willing to offer a generous remuneration. I plan to establish my own company, and I would like to incorporate you all into the security division. This way, your monthly salary could be 30,000, and the individuals you recruit would earn 20,000 with additional bonuses. Moreover, I intend to acquire properties near Phoenix Villa for each of you, making arrangements for those with families. Actually, there are some, brother, but isn't that salary a bit excessive? We, like many others, struggle to reintegrate into society. Many of my comrades end up farming or doing manual labor on construction sites, even carrying heavy loads. Such remuneration is insignificant. You will be responsible for recruitment. Let's start with 20 individuals. Once they arrive, you will oversee them. Do not worry about the finances. Any matter that can be resolved with money is not a problem for me. After all, you all have contributed to the nation. My abilities are limited, so I can only assist as much as I can. When you return, please reach out to them. Jinling is a fine city, and if any of your family members are willing, bring them along. Each person will receive a relocation bonus of 100,000. I will transfer 2 million to you shortly. Please expedite this matter. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Brother, perhaps I should stay with you for a few days. I worry about unforeseen circumstances. There's no need. The security at Phoenix Villa is quite reliable. Focus on this task for now, and during the day, accompany me. In the evenings, return to your wife and daughter. Chapter 17. The Power of Money. The following day, Chen Youfu and Gu Yun arrived at the Xuanwu branch. Old Chen, what brings you here today? Zhou Tianda expressed surprise upon seeing Chen Youfu, who had been pondering how to arrange a meeting with him. Brother Zhou, I apologize for intruding. I have a matter I wish to consult you about. What is this formality? Youfu, your concerns are my concerns. Just speak freely. If I cannot assist, I will find someone who can. Very well, I will not be coy. To be honest, I feel somewhat embarrassed to bring this up. Chen Youfu proceeded to elucidate the situation involving the Liu family, including the affairs between Liu Lina and Huang Vida, without withholding any details from Zhou Tianda. Huang Vida. Huang Vida. That name sounds familiar. Let me think. He is certainly not a prominent figure, or I would remember him clearly. Ah, I recall now. Haha, so it's that fellow. Youfu, let me tell you, dealing with this scoundrel is quite simple. This rascal runs a renovation company and has some assets, correct? Zhou Tianda pondered for a moment before recalling who Huang Vida was. Yes, I believe he operates some sort of renovation business and supposedly employs around 70 to 80 people. All right, Youfu, I will host a gathering tonight. You should come along. I will introduce you to a few individuals with whom I have a good rapport. We will deal with this scoundrel, though you might need to invest some resources, not in terms of money, but in maintaining good relationships. After all, you aim to thrive in Jinling. Knowing more people is beneficial. Understood. I will follow your arrangements, Brother Zhou. Great. I will finalize the location and inform you shortly. Zhou Tianda then shared his thoughts with Chen Youfu, and upon hearing them, Chen Youfu could not help but reflect on the ruthlessness of those in positions of power. According to Zhou Tianda, Huang Vida would not escape unscathed this time. He would likely face ruin and, potentially, imprisonment for several years. After departing from the bank, Chen Youfu returned home to embark on his weight loss journey. Du Yufei had procured some professional fitness equipment. One must commend the effectiveness of professional guidance. The results were indeed remarkable, especially with a beautiful companion providing unwavering support and care. At this moment, Chen Youfu felt like the sun in the lives of Gu Yun and Du Yufei. An hour of training left Chen Youfu drenched in sweat. Within this short span, he could already sense the positive effects. Even his slightly protruding belly felt warm and active. Master, this is a sports drink I concocted myself, infused with herbal ingredients. Highly effective for post-workout recovery. Ah, you possess such talent. I must say, my steward is quite the capable individual, Chen Youfu remarked, accepting the cup from Du Yufei and taking a sip. Ever since he agreed to take on the role of steward for the villa, Du Yufei had ceased calling him Chen Go, instead opting for Old Chun or Master, as if they had an unspoken agreement with Gu Yun. Very good. The herbal taste is subtle, with a hint of sweetness. Indeed, it is a proprietary formula. Du Yufei knelt beside him, massaging his thighs. As Chen Youfu gazed at Du Yufei, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, a surge of warmth coursed through him. After finishing the drink, he set the cup down and instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her close. Ah, Master, what are you doing? This is... Observing the alluring expression on her face, coupled with her delicate features and cherry-like lips, Chen Youfu could not resist leaning in for a kiss. After a passionate embrace, Du Yufei felt somewhat weak in Chen Youfu's arms. Oh dear, in broad daylight. What of it? You just worked out for an hour. Do you still have strength left? With a playful smack on Du Yufei's pert bottom, Chen Youfu teased, Dare to underestimate me? Beware of the Chun family discipline. Employing the Chun family methods. He imparted a lesson to Du Yufei amidst her pleas for mercy, ensuring she grasped the principle involved. Du Yufei then reached for a cigarette, lighting it before offering it to Chen Youfu. Relax, there's nothing pressing at home. I almost forgot to mention, let us hire a maid for household chores. No need for you to do everything. We aren't short on funds. When you have time, look into finding a reputable cleaning service and hire a few long-term helpers, ensuring they are of good character. Understood, Master. I will seek out some options. Please send a message to your sister Yin, informing her that President Zhou has organized a gathering this evening, and I would like you both to accompany me. Is it appropriate for the two of us to attend? What could possibly be inappropriate? If I deem it suitable, then it is indeed suitable. All right. I shall heed the words of the Master. Now, take a moment to rest while I descend to practice for a while longer. You're still practicing? You've already become quite impressive. I fear that both Yun and I might struggle to keep up with you. Ha. Upon descending, Chen Youfu reminisced about Du Yufei's earlier words, truly feeling that his physical condition had significantly improved compared to before. He pondered the reason, suspecting it might be due to the system, but ultimately, good health is undeniably a blessing. Financial freedom coupled with robust health is a dream cherished by many. As night fell, upon Gu Yun's return home, the two women adorned themselves before following Chen Youfu to the address provided by Zhou Tianda. The reason Chen Youfu brought the two women was not to boast, but rather because Zhou Tianda had advised him to bring female companions, as others would do the same. Upon arrival, they discovered that the venue was a luxurious villa nestled within a high-end community. When Chen Youfu arrived, Zhou Tianda and several middle-aged men were engaged in conversation in the courtyard. After introductions, it became evident that rather than a gathering organized by Zhou Tianda, it was more of a reunion among their small circle. Ah, Youfu, my dear brother, you are indeed fortunate in your company. Are these two lovely ladies your companions? Zhou Tianda greeted, immediately teasing upon seeing Chen Youfu enter with Gu Yun and Du Yufei. This light-hearted jest quickly bridged the gap among them. Though the individuals behind Zhou Tianda remained still, exchanging glances, they, like Zhou Tianda, were part of this small circle, having known each other for many years. Their connections in Jinling City had proven to be quite influential over the years, and Zhou Tianda had informed them earlier that he would be introducing someone into their circle, though they were unaware of who it would be. Brother Zhou, this place is quite splendid, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle, Chen Youfu remarked. It's decent. It belongs to a friend of mine who specializes in private dining. Reservations are exclusive to members, with only 2 tables a day. Tonight, we have booked the entire place. This is also one of our regular haunts. Ladies, Feel free to explore while I borrow Youfu for a moment. Rest assured, I will return him shortly. Yufei, this is President Zhou, your sister's superior. You may address him as Brother Zhou. Hello, Brother Zhou. And this is Du Yufei, a friend of Gu Yun and my confidant, Chen Youfu added. Good to meet you, Yufei. At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from within, likely one of their companions, and led Du Yufei and Gu Yun inside. Come, Youfu, let me introduce you to a few of my esteemed colleagues. This small circle comprised only a handful of individuals. Including Zhou Tianda, there were 5 in total, and the 4 others were gathered around a tea table, observing the interaction between Zhou Tianda and Chen Youfu. Everyone, allow me to introduce my dear brother, Chen Youfu, a super VIP among us, whose recent successes within the system can be attributed to his invaluable assistance. Wow, Zhou Tianda, you've kept this under wraps quite well. So he is Chen Youfu. Your luck is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, Maluzi, luck is also a form of strength. Youfu, let me introduce you to our esteemed colleagues. This is old Li Longhua, the chief of the Xuanwu branch of the Jinling police. Greetings, Director Li. What? Do you look down on me? Since I'm brought here by Brother Zhou, I am one of your own. You may call me Brother Li, as I am a few years your senior. Understood, Brother Li. Please feel free to call me Youfu. Good, that's a fine name. Much more pleasant than Zhou Tianda or Ma Luzi, ha. Now, Youfu, this is Zhuang Tianmo, the chairman of Jinling Phoenix Real Estate. That prestigious building you purchased outright was indeed a significant help to him. Certainly, that favor weighs heavily. Without Youfu, I would have been restless every night. Greetings, Brother Zhuang. All right, I officially acknowledge you as my brother. Honestly, Youfu, had it not been for you, I would have been quite troubled. I must also express my gratitude to you. Brother Zhuang, without you, where would I have found such an excellent property? Haha, well said. We must share a drink later. Absolutely, no problem. Youfu, the remaining 2 gentlemen are my colleagues. This is Ma Chong, whom we affectionately call Ma Luzi. He is the president of the Agricultural Bank's Jianya branch. This gentleman is somewhat different. He is my rival, Pan Dalong, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank's Xuanwu branch, whom we call Pan or Pang. Wow, Zhou Tianda. Is that how you introduce people? Greetings, Brother Ma, Brother Pan. Youfu, why not place the funds you have with Zhou Tianda under my care? I assure you, my treatment will be far superior. Pan or Pang, what are you implying? Are you attempting to poach from me? I must warn you, should you pursue this course, do not expect me to be generous. I had good intentions for you, but now, I may reconsider. What good intentions could you possibly have? I know you all too well. You are always the first to conceal benefits and shift blame onto us. Pan Dalong eyed Zhou Tianda suspiciously. Chapter 18, Networking. Well, Pan or Pang, let me ask you, have you received any calls from your branch leaders recently, urging you to gather information? Wow, Zhou Tianda, how did you know? Are you hiding an informant among us? Go to hell. If I had that time, I'd be focusing on my own affairs. What would I want from your insignificant branch? The reason I ask is to inform you that I received a similar assignment, though I have already completed it. As Chen Youfu surveyed the individuals before him, he found the scene quite amusing. In terms of status, they were indeed prominent figures in Jinling City. Yet their banter was filled with playful jests and colorful language, which somehow made the atmosphere feel more approachable. Wait, Zhou Tianda, hold on. You've confused me entirely. Let me think. Oh, wow. You can't be suggesting that the new owner of Zhengda Meijua is Youfu, right? Indeed, you've become quite astute, Pan or Pang. How do you find this grand revelation? Not bad, not bad. I truly owe you one for this. Hey, Maluzi, it seems you were already aware. Of course, I am part of the same system as Zhou Tianda. Wow, looks like I'm the outsider here. Hold on, Zhou Tianda. Do you intend to involve yourself in this matter? What will become of me? Pan or Pang, you truly possess the intellect of a simpleton. This matter has no bearing on you or me. It pertains to the Shanghai market. Their quarrels are of no concern to us. Our only duty is to relay the information promptly, Zhou Tianda remarked, shaking his head at Pan Dalong's lack of understanding. Hey, what are you 3 discussing? What is Zhengda Meijua? Is it the one in Shanghai? Zhuang Tianmo interjected. What? Old Zhuang, you are also aware of Zhengda Meijua in Shanghai? This is no idle chatter. You must be referring to the Zhengda Meiju in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, that place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. If I recall correctly, that hotel is a French brand, and the mere land value is estimated to be at least 1.5 billion. Moreover, it is a 5-star establishment with a robust profitability. What, from your earlier remarks, does it imply that the hotel's enigmatic owner is none other than Brother Youfu? Indeed. Lao Zhuang, your guess is spot on, replied Zhou Tianda with a chuckle. Ah, Brother Youfu, I, Lao Zhuang, have truly misjudged you. I shall self-impose a drink in penance. To be honest, when Zhou Tianda introduced you earlier, I did not regard Chen Youfu with much weight. Truth be told, in this world, mere affluence is insufficient. However, Securing ownership of this hotel from the French conglomerate signifies that it transcends mere wealth. No, no, Brother Zhuang, you jest. It can only be attributed to a fortuitous confluence of circumstances. Only Li Longhua remained perplexed, but under Zhuang Tianmo's elucidation, he quickly grasped the underlying intricacies, elevating Chen Youfu's stature in his mind. Very well, today I brought Youfu here for several reasons. Firstly, I Lao Zhou find Brother Youfu to be quite to my liking, and thus I wish to introduce him to everyone. Secondly, Brother Youfu has encountered a spot of trouble. Someone has stirred up a ruckus involving him, and I kindly request assistance from all present to help resolve this matter. Which scoundrel is so blind? Ma Chang inquired. Lao Zhuang, you are acquainted with Huang Vida, correct? I recall you mentioning him before. Huang Vida, yes, I remember now. I know him, introduced by my brother-in-law, who relies on our Phoenix real estate for some renovation jobs. You all know what my brother-in-law is like, constantly shirking serious work, always embroiled in mischief. I've had Old Li assist me in bailing him out countless times. I heard from my brother-in-law that this scoundrel has caused trouble for Brother Youfu. It's quite simple to deal with him. I will halt all his projects with Phoenix real estate and circulate a word that guarantees he will receive no contracts in Jinling. With the three of you also spreading the word, we can handle him however we wish. Does this fellow have a criminal record? Li Longhua interjected. He should. As I heard from my brother-in-law that he was involved in some unsavory activities years ago, he is likely older now and attempting to change careers. Good. A criminal record simplifies matters. Let him serve a few years behind bars. Wait, Huang Vida, that name sounds familiar. Pan Dalong rubbed his bald head thoughtfully. Pan or Pang? Don't play coy. You must have heard of him. You should have a loan with your branch, likely put in place by my brother-in-law. Right, I recall now. There is indeed a loan. I'll make a call to inquire. I will also call Xiao Wu to come over. Chen Youfu had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant character from his past would lose everything so effortlessly, though it may appear ruthless for someone like Huang Vida. Leaving him unscathed would leave Chen Youfu unsettled. After clarifying, it turns out this scoundrel has an outstanding loan of 8 million with us, and it's about to mature. Isn't that convenient? Lao Zhuang, you halt his projects, then circulate the word in your real estate circle, and Pang, you expedite the loan collection. Lastly, Old Li, have Xiao Wu conduct a thorough investigation. If he has a criminal record, we can ensure he spends a few years in prison. If he is involved in organized crime. Even worse. What do you think, Brother Youfu? Can we manage this? It must be done. I have already informed Old Wan in the credit department, and we will commence the collection tomorrow. Brother Youfu's matter must be handled impeccably. Very well, I shall call my brother-in-law now. Zhuang Tianmo pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Xiao Tian, where are you? Out so late, still gallivanting about? Be careful your sister doesn't find out and give you a thrashing. No, brother-in-law, I'm not gallivanting. I'm dining out with a few people from the project department. Enough with the nonsense. You're at a KTV, aren't you? You know Huang Vida, correct? Yes. I know him. Is he still relying on Phoenix real estate for his livelihood? Indeed, most of his shabby renovation business comes from us. Only a small fraction is from other entities. Very well, starting tomorrow, cease all his projects. Everything he is working on must stop, and he will receive no future contracts. As for the rationale, I trust you know how to fabricate that. I need not instruct you, right? Then spread the word that he shall receive no contracts in Jinling. I understand what to do. Brother-in-law, did this scoundrel offend you? Why concern yourself with that? Just confirm you can handle it. If you cannot, I shall handle you instead. Absolutely, I can do it. You have my word, brother-in-law. I assure you it will be done impeccably. All is settled then. This little scoundrel's antics will be dealt with without issue, Zhuang Tianmo stated after hanging up. Very well, the remaining matter is in my hands. I'll wait for Xiao Wu to arrive. Just ensure he has a record, and let Xiao Wu handle the investigation. What did I tell you? A person like him should not trouble you. We will undoubtedly manage this well. You can rest easy, indulging in food and drink without worry. Allow me to offer a toast to my elder brothers with this cup of tea in place of wine. I am immensely grateful. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall wholeheartedly oblige. The group then settled in the courtyard, engaging in lively conversation, traversing diverse topics. From the atmosphere, Chen Youfu discerned that these individuals genuinely cherished the current camaraderie, unmasked and sincere. Such relationships, in the existing world, are indeed worthy of appreciation. Not long after, a police car arrived at the parking lot outside, devoid of lights and sirens. Chen Youfu observed Li Longhua frowning slightly upon the side of the vehicle. Shortly after, a police officer, approximately 30 years old, entered wearing a uniform. Why did you come in your senior squad car? Master, let us not get into that. All 3 vehicles in my squad are out of commission, and one requires extensive repairs. It's quite distressing. You must think of a way to procure a vehicle for our division this year, or else we may face significant troubles and emergencies. Enough with the complaints. Are you unaware of our bureau's situation? Look at your senior. He does not carry on like you, always with so many issues. Now, I called you here for another matter. Do you know a guy named Huang Vida? Huang Vida, let me think. Yes, I know this fellow. What is up? Has he crossed paths with you? Does this fellow have a criminal record? Yes, but this scoundrel has been rather well behaved in recent years, with no major incidents. A few years back, he was involved in some strong-arm tactics, market bullying, and extortion, and while he has few records with our unit, he has quite a few with the Public Security Division. Can we deal with him? Certainly. His past activities have hints of organized crime. Investigating him would yield solid results, especially since he has been relatively tame lately. He has a few associates still registered with our unit. Very well, tomorrow, you and your senior will jointly handle him. Ensure it's thorough and strict. Can you manage that? Absolutely. Master, you can rest assured. Within 3 days, I will have it resolved. But master, did you really need to summon me for this? A simple phone call would suffice. What is the matter? Have you grown too big for your britches? Pray, master, do not misunderstand. Enough of this jesting. You are acquainted with everyone else here. This is Chen Youfu, my newly acquainted younger brother. The matter concerning Huang Vida is his affair, so please pay close attention. Greetings, Brother Chen. I am Shang Xiaowu from the Xuanwu District Criminal Investigation Team. Youfu, this is your Li Ji's disciple, currently the captain of the Xuanwu District Criminal Investigation Team. Hello, Captain Shang. It is a pleasure to meet you. I must trouble you. Brother Chen, do not be so formal. You are my master's junior. By lineage, I ought to address you as Shu. Yet I consider it a privilege to call you Brother Chen. Simply refer to me as Xiaowu. There is no need to speak of trouble. That scoundrel is hardly a good person. While he may not be involved in any major cases, he is certainly not clean, and it is only right to deal with him. Chapter 19, The End of Days. Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony. By the way, Li Gu, when Xiaowu arrived, I gathered from his words that you are without a vehicle. In the event of an emergency, that could lead to disaster. Is your division truly facing such hardships? Indeed, it is not as it once was. Previously, we could manage some funding from public security fines, but regulations now prohibit such means. Moreover, the public security environment has improved, rendering those funds less accessible. In fact, Xiaowu and his team are somewhat fortunate, as they at least have a vehicle which prevents them from being entirely hindered in their investigations. The neighborhood security offices, however, are in dire straits. Do not be deceived by my appearance as the chief. I am constantly troubled by funding issues. Upon hearing Chen Youfu's inquiry, Li Longhua vented his frustrations. After listening to Li Longhua, Chen Youfu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Li Gu, while I may not be able to assist with other matters, I can indeed help with vehicles. Forget it. Donating 1 or 2 vehicles would be of little use and would only lead to disputes among everyone. Do not jest, master. Brother Chen, please procure us some vehicles. Enough with the nonsense. If I were to arrange that, what would happen to the others? Do not be so hasty, Li Gu. When did I say I would donate a vehicle? Let us be candid. I reside in the Xuanwu district as well. Enhanced equipment and improved public security benefit us all. I will provide you with everything you need. Just tell me how many vehicles you require, and I will handle it all at once. Specify the models and brands. But you will need to negotiate the modifications with the manufacturers yourselves. Youfu, this is no joking matter. Are you serious? Li Longhua suddenly sat upright, his demeanor grave. Li Gu, how could I possibly jest about such a matter? Here is the plan. Please inform me how many neighborhood security offices fall under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu district. 9. Very well. I shall donate 3 police vehicles to each neighborhood security office, 2 Santanas, and 1 van. Additionally, considering the practical circumstances of the security offices, I will include 5 of those small scooters. In total, that amounts to 18 Santanas, 9 vans, and 45 scooters. Furthermore, your division will receive 20 vehicles, specific models to be determined by you. What do you think, Li Gu? Chen Youfu's proclamation left everyone present utterly astounded. No one had anticipated such a generous gesture from him. Yet, they could not help but admire Chen Youfu's actions. To put it bluntly, should this plan succeed, he would earn renown throughout the police system in Jinling, effectively donning a layer of protective armor for himself. Youfu, this is no small sum. Are you truly not jesting? Li Gu, how can you say that? In the presence of so many brothers, I would never make light of such a serious matter. It is settled then. Should you find yourselves uncertain about the 20 vehicles for your division, I will take charge. Xiaowu and his senior brother constantly face a host of criminals. The criminal investigation team and the public security team should each receive 4 SUVs. And let us see if we can find any vehicles capable of accelerating from 0 to 103 to 4 seconds. In the event that criminals attempt to flee, we will have a means to respond. Then, I shall arrange for 2 Iveco vans and 1 medium-sized bus. The rest will all be Santanas. By the way, I have heard that the BYD DM accelerates from 0 to 100 in just over 4 seconds. Unless criminals drive a supercar, there will be no escape. What do you think, Li Gu Xiaowu? Is this arrangement satisfactory? Indeed, it is splendid, Brother Chen Youfu. You have been an immense help. Everyone in our Xuanwu district is indebted to you. All right, since you all agree to this plan, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With that, Chen Youfu picked up his phone and dialed Kwang Meixia. Hello, President Chen. Director Kwang, I hope I am not interrupting you at this late hour. Not at all. Please, go ahead with your request. I wish to donate a batch of vehicles to the local police station in Jinling. Do you have any connections with car manufacturers in the Shanghai area? I would like to contact them directly, given the considerable quantity. Going through a dealership would be rather slow. Certainly, we not only collaborate with car manufacturers in Shanghai, but also have partnerships with others. Thus, this matter can be resolved quite easily. Excellent. I will provide you with the numbers and types. Please take note. Tomorrow, do your utmost to resolve this matter. Once you have negotiated the prices, I will transfer the funds to you directly. Understood. Please proceed. In total, I require 30 Santanas, 9 vans. Please find the 7-seater type, 45 of those scooters, 8 SUVs, selecting the Great Wall Havel, and 4 BYD vehicles. Additionally, procure 2 Iveco vans and 1 medium-sized bus. Understood. President Chen, I have made a note of it. However, do bear in mind that while acquiring the vehicles is straightforward, there may be some modifications and exterior paintwork that will necessitate authorization documents. This is not an issue. Tomorrow I will have someone reach out to you directly. You can discuss any requirements with them. Very well, I will ensure this matter is resolved by tomorrow. Thank you for your assistance. You are too kind, President Chen. Li Gu, it is settled. I have arranged for 30 Santanas. However, as you have heard, while acquiring the vehicles is manageable, some modifications and designs will require your involvement. This is the contact number for the general manager of the Meijua Hotel. Li Gu, please arrange for someone to liaise with her tomorrow. Certainly. I will assign someone to oversee this matter. Youfu, I truly appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, should any issues arise in the future, simply inform me. As long as it does not contravene principles, I will certainly oblige. There is no need for such formality, Li Gu. I am a man of modest means. Without grand ambitions. It is my privilege to assist you. Recognizing me as your younger brother means that your matters are inherently my concerns. Building upon Zhou Tianda's reputation, Chen Youfu decisively took action, granting Zhou Tianda face while swiftly integrating himself into this small circle. Following today's gathering, Chen Youfu had established a certain foundation in Jinling. That evening, a dozen individuals gathered around a large table. The atmosphere was exceedingly vibrant. The gathering only concluded shortly before 11 o'clock, with Du Ming driving the 3 of them home. Is everything all right? How did you drink so much? Xiaoming, raise the temperature a bit. Your brother has had too much to drink and cannot endure too cold air. Observing Chen Youfu inebriated, Gu Yun gently unfastened a few buttons of his shirt. It appeared they had enjoyed themselves immensely this evening. Is everything all right, sir? Sister Yun, let the sir lie down. I shall massage his temples. Very well, that works. Gu Yun and Du Yufei's playful nicknames for Chen Youfu are quite amusing. Gu Yun affectionately refers to him as Old Chun, while Du Yufei calls him Old Master. The 2 women seem to find this arrangement rather delightful. Upon returning home, a disoriented Chen Youfu, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, is unable to relish the comforts of companionship. Naturally, the 2 women, in their efforts to care for the inebriated Chen Youfu, share a bed with him. However, upon waking the next day, Chen Youfu dutifully sets about completing the homework he neglected the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Vida, who is also situated in the Xuanwu district, is seated in his office with a pallid complexion. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead despite the air conditioning set to a brisk 16 degrees. Lu Lina, perched on the sofa, appears utterly distraught. Just half an hour earlier, the 2 had been sweetly plotting how to teach Chen Youfu a lesson. Huang Vida had boasted that even with Chen Youfu's modest wealth, the outcome would remain unchanged. Lu Lina, moved by his bravado, had embraced him tenderly. Yet, after Huang Vida received several phone calls, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The first call was from the brother-in-law of Zhuang Tianmo, who, after uttering 2 brief sentences, abruptly ended the call. His first proclamation was, Huang Vida, effective immediately. Phoenix Real Estate will terminate all contracts with you. After Huang Vida's desperate pleas, the second statement followed. You don't even know who you've offended. You deserve this. Shortly after this call concluded, another phone rang. This time, it was the head of the credit department at the Industrial and Commercial Bank's Xuanwu branch. Hello, Huang Zong. It's Lao Wan from the bank. Ah, Wan, greetings. What brings you to contact me today? Well, Huang Zong, your company's loan is due in just a few days. When will you arrange for repayment? I'm awaiting clearance on my end. Oh, come now, Wan. We had previously agreed on an extension. I'm afraid not. We just concluded a meeting, and your company does not qualify for an extension. Therefore, you must repay the loan before its due date. or you will find yourself in serious trouble. Brother, you can't be serious. We had a mutual understanding. Enough, Huang Vida. I don't wish to waste more time on you. Hurry and gather the funds. Seething with frustration, Huang Vida smashed his phone against the wall. Once he calmed down, it dawned on him that he was likely being set up, and the more he contemplated it, the more apprehensive he became. First, he was clueless about the identity of his adversary. Second, he feared that whoever was behind this must possess substantial influence, capable of orchestrating maneuvers involving both the bank and Phoenix real estate. However, the troubling revelations did not end there. Following the call from the bank, he received a series of calls from several small clients within his company, all announcing their withdrawal. Once the cacophony of calls subsided, he realized that all business operations had come to a halt. Even project managers on site informed him that the clients had issued orders for them to vacate. This is an attempt to ruin me. Huang Vida slumped in his chair, his complexion ashen. At that moment, Lu Lina cautiously approached him, her voice trembling with concern. Vida, what has happened? What will become of my affairs? That wretched Chen Youfu is bullying my family. You must help me. Chapter 20, Apocalypse 2. Lu Lina's words struck Huang Vida like a thunderbolt, igniting a flicker of realization within him that Chen Youfu was likely the mastermind behind this ordeal. Though he had committed transgressions in the past, since his return from incarceration, he had largely operated from the shadows, rarely taking direct action. Consequently, even his enemies had been unable to touch him. In his recollections, none of his business rivals possessed such formidable power. Only Chen Youfu, an enigmatic figure, seemed to hold the cards, particularly given Lu Lina's assertions of his newfound wealth and connections, evidenced by his lavish lifestyle. As Huang Vida pondered, the notion that Chen Youfu harbored a vendetta against him, stemming from the betrayal of his wife, became increasingly plausible. Meanwhile, Lu Lina continued her incessant tirade against Chen Youfu, and Huang Vida, already on edge, struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her once pristine complexion was instantly marred with redness and swelling. Vida, why did you hit me? Despite Lu Lina's usual tempestuous demeanor towards Chen Youfu, she was remarkably subservient to Huang Vida. I hit you because it's too lenient. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. He seethed. I'm finished, damn it. You're the harbinger of my doom. What do you mean? I wasn't aware of any of this. Lu Lina, bewildered, protested. This is undoubtedly the doing of your ex-husband. What? Vida, you can't be serious. Chen Youfu is a nobody. How could he possibly have such connections? It's impossible. Lu Lina struggled to accept the reality that the man she deemed ineffectual was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. Stop denying it. Call him right now. All right, I will call, she stammered. Wait, he has me blocked. Use my phone, you foolish girl. Lu Lina quickly dialed the number, and after a brief moment, Huang Vida heard the call connect. At that moment, Chen Youfu was seated in his courtyard, glancing at the unfamiliar number on his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Chen Youfu? Yes, it is. Who may I ask is calling? Brother Chen, this is Huang Vida. Huang Vida? Why are you calling me? I don't recall us having any rapport. Brother Chen, we see each other often enough. Your current actions are rather excessive. We all navigate this world together, and such hostility could lead to dire consequences. Hearing the veiled threat in Huang Vida's words, Chen Youfu found it amusing. Huang Vida, who claims we cross paths often. If a cornered rabbit bites, let me see you try. You are correct. It is my intention to bring you down. Are you feeling desperate now? If only you had considered the consequences earlier. To be candid, Huang Vida, this is merely the beginning. I intend to ensure you never recover. Don't push me, or I might do something drastic. Enough with the banter. This is how it stands. I eagerly await to see what you will do when cornered. As Huang Vida, seething with rage, heard the dial tone on the other end, his anger flared even more. The smartphone shattered into countless pieces upon impact with the ground, yet amidst the cacophony of its demise, the sound of the office door being forcefully opened reverberated through the air. When Huang Vida lifted his gaze, he was struck with terror, collapsing in fright at the sight of 4 police officers standing in the doorway, led by none other than the captain of the Xuanwu District Criminal Investigation Unit, Shang Xiaowu, whom Huang recognized all too well. Captain Shang, what brings you here? Huang Vida forced a smile, masking his growing dread. Huang Vida, do you truly need to ask? Are you unaware of your own actions? Shang replied sharply. Captain, surely there must be some misunderstanding. Huang stammered. Misunderstanding? You shall discover the truth once we reach the station. Huang Vida, you are suspected of organizing and leading a criminal syndicate. Here is your arrest warrant. I'm being wronged. Captain Shang, this is all a mistake. Huang pleaded desperately. Whether you are wronged or not will soon become evident. Officers, take him away. As 2 officers clamped handcuffs onto Huang Vida's wrists, he suddenly comprehended the true meaning behind Chen Youfu's cryptic words about this being merely the beginning. Comrade, Police officer, surely there is some sort of misunderstanding? Please don't take him. Lu Lina exclaimed, witnessing the man she had always relied upon being apprehended, desperate to intervene. I must inform you, this is a police operation. Step back, or I will have to charge you with obstruction of justice. The officer's stern countenance left Lu Lina paralyzed with fear, and once they had departed, she crumpled to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, utterly lost as to what her next steps should be. Young brother Youfu, it's me, Li Longhua. Brotherly, what a surprise to receive your call. Not long after Huang Vida's call ended, Chen Youfu's phone rang again, revealing it was Li Longhua on the line. I'm just calling to inform you that Huang Vida has been apprehended by Xiao Wu. The evidence is irrefutable. Such swiftness. Did Xiao Wu not mention he would need 3 days? This rascal. You have no idea. He and Jianjun hardly slept last night. After returning home, he cleaned house, rounding up all of Huang Vida's underlings, and then interrogated several key individuals. The evidence is now solidified. This time, Huang Vida is in serious trouble. He probably won TB out for 10 to 8 years. We must find a way to thank Xiao Wu and his team. Thank. That rascal is merely covering his bases, fearing you might back out given your fleet of vehicles. Haha, let us not be dismissive. Gratitude is still in order. By the way, brotherly, have you arranged for the cars today? I was just about to inform you. I sent our deputy director in charge of logistics to the city early this morning. He just called to say your people have already taken him to finalize the vehicle arrangements. For that, I truly owe you my thanks. No need for that, brotherly. It's a trivial matter. The city will report the prices to me shortly, and I will transfer the funds immediately to expedite the process for your peace of mind. While it may be trivial for you, it is significant for us. I consulted with the leadership today, and they have agreed to hold a donation ceremony once the vehicles return. Moreover, young brother Youfu, I have nothing to thank you for. But how about this? I'll arrange for a couple of fine license plates for you. It will make your outings more convenient. Wouldn't that lead to complications for you? What complications? Whether for you or someone else, it amounts to the same. It's settled then, once it's arranged. I'll have Xiao Wu deliver them to you. Very well, I shall graciously accept. Just a small token, let us leave it at that. All right, brotherly, goodbye. Hearing that Huang Vida had become a prisoner, Chen Youfu felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him, almost as if enlightenment had struck him. In that moment, he began to comprehend that Huang Vida had, unbeknownst to him, become a manifestation of his inner turmoil. The notion he had entertained during his divorce, that both could move on to a better existence, now echoed in a different light. Yufei, let us go out for a meal. Please call your sister Yin. Why the sudden urge to dine out? Is there a cause for celebration? Nothing much, just that I encountered some good news. Very well. I'll change my clothes. As Du Ming drove Chen Youfu and Du Yufei out of the gates of Phoenix Villa, the two in the backseat were jolted forward by Du Ming's sudden braking, though the speed was not excessive. Xiaoming, what's the matter? Brother, look. Chen Youfu glanced up to see Lu Lina standing defiantly in front of the car, his brow furrowing in concern. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to exit the vehicle. Lu Lina, are you out of your mind? Is this how you obstruct a vehicle? Chen Youfu, considering we lived together for 2 decades, can't you spare Vida? Looking at his disheveled ex-wife, her makeup smeared, Chen Youfu's initial softness melted away. Lu Lina, you know exactly what kind of person Huang Vida is. What good will it do to seek me out? He has broken the law. You should approach the police or the courts, or perhaps hire a good lawyer. So you are the one behind this. Chen Youfu, how can you be so malicious and shameless? You disgust me, Lu Lina. I am malicious. I am shameless. Did you ever consider me when you were sharing a bed with him? Young brother, I beg you spare Vida. I have lost everything. If he faces consequences, I will be left with nothing. Lu Lina suddenly sank to her knees, and Chen Youfu was repulsed by her shamelessness. Just then, several security guards approached. As she was the largest stakeholder in the community and had received directives from above, upon witnessing Chen Youfu's car being obstructed, they rushed over. With a gesture from Chen Youfu, the security guards promptly pulled Lu Lina aside, preventing her from approaching the vehicle. Lu Lina, let me offer you one final piece of advice. Goodness begets goodness, and evil begets evil. We have spent 2 decades together, and although those years were filled with nightmares, you are still Ling Er's mother. Henceforth, let us part ways peacefully and wish each other well. Do not come back. With that, he entered the car and drove away. Once the vehicle had departed, the security guards ceased to restrain Lu Lina. She collapsed onto the ground, sobbing, the mix of regret, sorrow for Chen Youfu, and despair for Huang Vida mingling in her tears, though even she could not discern the proportions of her grief. One thing was clear. In that moment, she had lost everything. Chapter 21, Mission Accomplished. As Chen Youfu gazed down at the numbers displayed on the electronic scale, he couldn't help but marvel at the results of nearly 20 days of diligent exercise. He had successfully transformed his weight from 94 kilograms to a lean 72 kilograms. shedding a remarkable 22 kilograms over this period. Not only had he achieved weight loss, but he also felt healthier than ever before. A fact evident in the radiant glow on the faces of Du Yufei and Gu Yun, who appeared nourished and revitalized. His once protruding belly had vanished entirely. While he may not possess the sculpted abs of a fitness enthusiast, the faint outline of muscle definition was undeniably appealing. To the observers, Chen Youfu now appeared to have shed nearly a decade in age, as noted by Gu Yun and Du Yufei. However, this was not his most significant gain. The greatest reward stemmed from the extraordinary system he had encountered. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully completing the novice advancement task of the extravagant system. The rewards are currently being dispersed. A monetary reward of 300,000,000 yuan has been successfully transferred to your account, and you have been allocated a 10 share in the esteemed Penguin Corporation with the equity certificate duly issued. All transaction records are now linked to reality. Congratulations on elevating your status within the realm of the extravagant life system to bronze. The inaugural annual task has now been announced. A successful magnate cannot thrive without his own enterprise. You are required to establish your own company and achieve a profit of 100 million within a year. The reward for this task will be a random mysterious prize, and failure to complete the task will incur no penalties. Seated there, Chen Youfu was not particularly astonished by the system's reward of 300 million, as he had been informed of it beforehand. However, the prospect of the mysterious reward truly left him in awe. Firstly, it was a testament to the system's formidable power, which words could scarcely encapsulate. Secondly, the reward itself was entirely unexpected, 10 equity in Penguin. Even though Chen Youfu typically did not pay much attention to the internet, he was aware of Penguin's might. Given the burgeoning influence of the internet, driven by the advent of smartphones, it had penetrated countless households across China. And as one of the two leading enterprises in the Chinese internet market, Penguin had evolved into a colossal entity. Possessing such a significant stake in such a company was indeed beyond Chen Youfu's wildest dreams. Unbeknownst to Chen Youfu, many others were equally astonished by this turn of events. Since its IPO in Hong Kong in 2004, Penguin had experienced meteoric growth, with significant changes in its shareholding structure. Currently, the largest shareholder was not the founder Ma Huateng, but MIH, the Milad International Holdings Group, which held 31 of Penguin's shares. Meanwhile, Ma Huateng himself possessed only 6 of the equity. Over the years, he had been striving to acquire more shares to enhance his control over the company, though progress had been slow. The 10 stake acquired by Chen Youfu was a generous gift from the powerful system, yet to Ma Huateng. It was reported as a mysterious Chinese individual who had purchased this share from MIH. Upon receiving this news, Ma Huateng sensed an opportunity. After contemplating for a moment in his office, he promptly dialed Chen Youfu's number. At that moment, Chen Youfu was still reveling in the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by the system when his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he noted an unfamiliar number from Guangdong province and immediately surmised it was related to his recent reward. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Chen Youfu? Yes, it is. Who am I speaking to? Haha, Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Ma Huateng from Penguin Group. Ah, Chairman Ma, what an honor to receive a personal call from you. Even someone as unacquainted as Chen Youfu had heard of Ma Huateng's esteemed reputation. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. The reason for my call is that I have just received information regarding a change in shareholding from MIH, indicating that you have acquired 10 of our equity. Your emergence is indeed remarkable. Chairman Ma, you are too kind. As a Chinese citizen, I have merely sought to ride the wave of Penguin's remarkable growth in recent years. Ha ha ha. I shall take that as a compliment from you, Mr. Chen. How could I say otherwise? It is precisely due to your sagacity that Penguin has reached its current stature. Mr. Chen, I must apologize for my intrusion, but I have a favor to ask. Would you be so kind as to share how you managed to acquire that 10 stake from MIH? I fear I may disappoint you, Chairman Ma. It was merely a fortuitous opportunity, and I am unable to divulge the specifics. Therefore, I am afraid I cannot assist you in this regard. May I make another request? Would you consider selling me the 10 stake? I am willing to offer a 50 premium on whatever price you acquired it for. Surely, a 50 return is quite appealing. Upon hearing Ma Huateng's proposal, Chen Youfu realized that this was likely the true purpose of the call. I'm afraid I cannot agree to that, Chairman Ma. However, I can assure you that I would be willing to have you hold my 10 stake on my behalf. The voting rights associated with this share will be fully entrusted to you, while I shall only partake in the dividends. I hope this arrangement is of assistance to you. Very well, Mr. Chen, your willingness is greatly appreciated. When you have the opportunity, please do visit Guangdong province. I would be honored to host you. After all, you are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Despite Chen Youfu's refusal of the acquisition offer, Ma Huateng found this outcome acceptable. With the 10 stake, his control over Penguin would be further solidified. This development did not go unnoticed by the financial media and various capital firms. A significant change in the shareholding of a giant corporation like Penguin immediately attracted the attention of many interested parties. Moreover, this was not a trivial shift, 10 of shares. As Ma Huateng had mentioned in their conversation, positioned Chen Youfu as Penguin's second-largest shareholder, while even Ma Huateng himself held less than 9. Reporters from financial media outlets began to seek information about the identity of this mysterious individual who had managed to acquire such a substantial share from a multinational corporation like MIH. Additionally, major domestic capital firms sought to uncover details about Chen Youfu. Fortunately, both Penguin and MIH maintained stringent confidentiality regarding this information, preventing Chen Youfu from becoming a national celebrity overnight. Brother, I have contacted everyone you asked me to. How should we proceed? Du Ming approached at that moment. Oh, you found them? Are they here? Yes, they are all here. 18 in total, 6 females and 12 males. I've arranged accommodations for them in a nearby hotel. Good. Xiaoming, I'll have Yufei accompany you. I have some matters to attend to. I've purchased an entire building in this neighborhood, comprising 3 units with 14 households in each. You can take them to arrange the distribution as you see fit. Each of you, including yourself, will receive 1 apartment, provided you work with me for 3 years. The ownership will be transferred to you. How does that sound? Brother, you've already done so much for me. I don't need an apartment. We're quite fine here. Nonsense. If you don't want it, what about Xiaoxua? After all these years of hardships alongside you, shouldn't you provide her with a home? Once again, I must confess that I have my own motives. Having secured a house, I plan to bring my parents over. They are advancing in age, and this arrangement would afford you more time to accompany me. Brother, rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Now, hasten to organize your comrades. The house is exquisitely furnished, with all the necessary appliances and furniture in place. I will have Yufei coordinate the delivery of some daily necessities. Once you have settled everything, you can bring them over for us to meet. All right. I shall seek out Sister Yufei. After a period of treatment at the hospital, Du Ming's daughter is in excellent condition and has been discharged upon the doctor's approval. When the couple took little Shui to express their gratitude to Chen Youfu, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Du Ming's wife, Wang Yan, is an exceptional cook. Given that she is currently unemployed and Chen Youfu has been seeking assistance with household chores, he inquired about Wang Yan's thoughts on the matter. Wang Yan found the proposition agreeable, and since little Shui's discharge, the Du Ming family has moved into the villa. Their daughter, merely 6 years old, is exceptionally well behaved, endearing herself to both Gu Yun and Du Yufei, who have even adopted her as their goddaughter. Du Ming and Wang Yan regard Chen Youfu as their benefactor, devoting themselves wholeheartedly to him. Particularly after moving to the villa, Du Ming has taken extra measures to enhance its security, installing cameras in every blind spot and infrared alarm devices along the perimeter fence. It can be said that Du Ming is now acutely aware of any intrusions into the villa. Chapter 22, Security. Approximately an hour and a half later, Du Yufei and Du Ming returned. Sitting in the courtyard, Chen Youfu observed a formidable procession emerging behind Du Ming, each individual exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. Upon closer inspection, he could discern a subtle yet palpable fierceness emanating from them, including the 6 women in the group. Brother, I've brought them all here. Allow me to introduce them. They are my comrades from the military, some retired before me, others after. This is Kong Dongmei, the leader of these 6 women, and together they form a combat unit. Du Ming introduced the 6 female soldiers to Chen Youfu. They are Mo Lei and Ho Guohua. I have just organized them into 2 teams based on their respective strengths and capabilities. Starting tomorrow, these teams will alternate accompanying our vehicle, though they will remain unseen unless the situation demands their presence. Mo Lei will be in my vehicle. In the event of an emergency, she will take command, as she possesses far greater experience in this regard than I do. All right, I am not well versed in these matters. Has everything at home been arranged? Have the relocation funds been received? Looking at the individuals before him, Chen Youfu felt a profound sense of security. Brother, about that. What is it? Speak clearly. Do you lack funds? I can transfer more to you. No, brother, I provided them, but they declined, stating that your salary is already generous. And since you've provided them with housing, they feel it would be inappropriate to accept further compensation. What are you doing? After all this time with me, listen, everyone here. I am likely older than all of you, and do not require you to call me boss. Just refer to me as Brother Meng. You see, now that I have some money, my courage has diminished. Having met little Meng, I asked him to gather you all. This money is rightfully yours. It is a reward for your labor. Furthermore, my family's safety relies on all of you in the future. However, I must stress one point. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I expect each of you to uphold the law. We shall not engage in illicit activities, but we will not allow others to bully us. Henceforth, Each of you will receive 100,000 yuan from Little Meng. Do not refuse. Little Meng, you are responsible for distributing this money today. Additionally, you will oversee their arrangements moving forward. And remember, there is no need to be overly tense in Jinling. Understood, brother. However, we may need to procure some equipment, such as vehicles, walkie-talkies, and defensive gear, some of which may require coordination with the police department. The walkie-talkies and equipment should be of high quality, while the vehicle can be ordinary, but preferably robust. Very well, I will transfer another 2 million yuan to you shortly. Should it prove insufficient, I will provide more. By the way, mentioning vehicles reminds me that I have one that should be arriving soon. You can assess its utility then. What vehicle, brother? A substantial one. Ordered some time ago, and it should be arriving within days. A substantial vehicle? What exactly is it? The Knight 15. No way, really? Brother. Upon hearing the name Knight 15, Du Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and even the female soldiers displayed a hint of enthusiasm, not to mention the men. Why are you so thrilled? It's just a vehicle. That thing, as the salesperson informed me, is a gas guzzler. Of course, brother. Although it is referred to as a vehicle, it can be likened to a civilian armored car. When it arrives, let Huzi make some modifications for you. Huzi? Who is that? Here he is, Wang Hu. He is our resident expert on equipment and vehicles. Huzi, did you hear? When the 15 arrives, showcase your skills. Du Ming pointed to a rather unassuming young man who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Captain, rest assured, I will seize the opportunity. Chen Youfu could see gratitude reflected in the eyes of these individuals, especially after his recent words. After some light conversation, the others departed, while Mo Lei remained behind to conduct a thorough inspection of every corner of the villa, making adjustments to Du Ming's previous arrangements. It was evident that Mo Lei possessed greater experience in matters of protection. After a brief discussion with Du Ming, she took her leave. Little Ming, organize a dinner for them tonight at a fine establishment. Do not hesitate to spend generously. You know my stance. From now on, the safety of Yunjia, Yufei, and the others rests entirely in your hands. I can see that your comrades have not been faring well, so reassure them that they need not worry about financial matters. As long as everyone performs their duties diligently, I do not expect them to become wealthy, but their lives will certainly improve. Engage in meaningful conversations tonight. If any of their families are facing difficulties, ensure you lend a helping hand. I will transfer additional funds to you. And do not forget to bring your elderly family members over as soon as possible. All right, brother, I will convey my gratitude on behalf of these comrades. I am aware that they have struggled over the years. Mo Lei previously participated in receiving foreign guests. Do you know what he was doing when I found him? He was working as a security guard in a residential community. As for Huzi, he was once one of my soldiers, but left after making a minor mistake. Regardless of the machinery, be it vehicles, airplanes, or boats, he is an expert. But upon returning home, do you know what he ended up doing? Working in a small repair shop back in his hometown. I was unable to assist them back then, as I was struggling myself. Now, however, I have met you, brother. And you can rest assured, I will take care of them. Just be mindful of everything. After saying this, Chen Youfu transferred 5 million yuan to Du Ming. Once Du Ming departed, Chen Youfu dialed Wang Jun's number. Brother Chen, I was just about to call you. Oh, my vehicle has arrived. Indeed. I was just contacted from that side, and I was informed that the car will arrive in Jinling tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany the personnel from the 4S dealership to deliver the vehicle to you. I also called to inquire about this matter. Additionally, there happens to be a business opportunity that I am unsure if you would be interested in, given that you will be coming over tomorrow morning. We can discuss it then. Thank you, Brother Chen, for taking care of me. No need for thanks. You are quite reliable in your dealings. Keep up the good work, and from now on, whenever it pertains to vehicles, I shall seek your assistance. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I promise there will be no issues. Very well, then, it's settled. All right, Brother Chen, goodbye. Although Chen Youfu was aware that having Wang Jun as an intermediary might lead to a few more complications, he felt this arrangement was more convenient. What was most crucial was that Wang Jun resonated with him. He was diligent and responsible in his work, so it was only natural to offer such a person an opportunity to earn a little profit. My lord, these are the pastries made by Yanzi. Do try them. I just had one and found it quite delectable. Upon hearing Du Yufei's voice, Chen Youfu wrapped his right arm around her, pulling her into his embrace and onto his lap, his hand gently caressing her abdomen. Oh, that tickles. Here, give it a taste. Du Yufei squirmed a little before bringing a piece of pastry to Chen Youfu's lips. It's quite delightful, with a hint of tea flavor. Indeed, Yanzi's culinary skills are exceptional. Little Shui devoured several pieces like a little mouse. Husband, don't you think little Shui is adorable? Chen Youfu discerned the implication behind Du Yufei's words, surprised that this woman had learned to be so indirect. What is the matter? Are you thinking about having a child? If you wish, just go ahead. Husband, you agree to me having a child? Silly girl, what are you thinking about every day? When have I ever said I was against you having children? If you become pregnant, just give birth. What is there to worry about? We could have 10 or 8 if we wanted to. I've been wondering why there has been no movement for so long. I was beginning to suspect there was something wrong with me. Did you think I was opposed? Punishment is in order. With that, Chen Youfu playfully smacked Du Yufei's perky rear. Oh dear, I was mistaken. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm merely your personal trainer. It was mainly Sister Yun who was concerned you might be unwilling to have children, which is why she asked me to inquire. Oh, a personal trainer, is it? Very well, since it was Sister Yun who wanted to ask, just tell her that if she wishes to have a child, she can go ahead. My lord, you are truly wonderful. I adore you. Du Yufei wrapped her arms around Chen Youfu's head and planted a fervent kiss on him. Yufei, encountering you and your sister Yun is a fortune I, Chen Youfu, have garnered over several lifetimes. I understand it might be a bit of a burden for you to follow me, but rest assured, aside from that certificate I cannot provide, I can guarantee everything else. Oh my lord, why the sudden sentimentality? We are not the least bit aggrieved. Rather, it is I who consider myself fortunate to have met you. Sister Yun has said the same to me. By the way, in a few days, once Du Ming and the others are settled, you and Gu Yun should accompany me to the city of Hu to visit my daughter. It's been a while since I've seen her after school started. Sounds good. It will be nice to go out for a stroll. Ah, Yufei, your sister Yun has been promoted to vice president. She seems to enjoy her work quite a bit. What about you? Do you have any ambitions? I am contemplating starting an investment company. Would you be interested in managing it? If so, you could take on the role of the company's head. I'd prefer to be your housekeeper. Look, you have such a grand villa. You are the lord, Sister Yun is the lady, and I am the housekeeper. Little Ming and his wife can serve as the driver, bodyguard, and the chef respectively. It's quite a perfect arrangement. Wow, this woman has become quite fond of role-playing. But it does sound rather enjoyable. Are you not apprehensive about the lady causing you trouble in your role as housekeeper? Ah, what can I do? Bound by the contract of servitude, I can only accept my fate. Wow, a dramatic performer. Engaging in role-play. Chapter 23, Journey to Hu City. Early the next morning, Wang Jun indeed accompanied the personnel from the 4S dealership to deliver the Night 15 that Chen Youfu had previously ordered. As the vehicle drove into the community, it drew considerable attention, even in a wealthy enclave like Phoenix Mountain Villa, where the residents were not only affluent, but also came from well-to-do families. Nevertheless, many were left astounded by the vehicle, for not everyone could afford a Night 15. After the handover, Chen Youfu instructed Du Ming to provide Wang Jun with a list of necessary vehicles, and he also had Hu Zai begin the modifications on the Night 15. Of course, the modifications were not aimed at enhancing performance, but rather at improving the vehicle's safety features. When Chen Youfu handed over the keys to Hu Zai, he noticed an unmistakable glimmer of excitement in the usually simple and honest man's eyes. From this day onward, Du Ming's recruits had begun arranging protection for Chen Youfu, Gu Yun, and Du Yufei. Each of Du Yufei and Gu Yun would be assigned a personal driver, and an additional person would rotate as a follow-up driver whenever they ventured out, employing a dual-layered protection strategy. The same was true for Chen Youfu. Once Hu Zai completed the modifications on the newly acquired Night 15, Chen Youfu decided to visit Hu City to see his daughter, and after that, he planned to return to his hometown to visit his parents. Recently, he had transferred a sum of money to his parents, but considering their age, he had refrained from sending too much. This time, upon returning, Chen Youfu hoped to bring his parents to Jinling. Gu Yun had also applied for leave early. And since this journey was significant, the entire team, led by Mo Lei, would accompany them. Apart from Mo Lei, 5 others would split into 2 vehicles, one following Chen Youfu's car, while the other 3 would remain concealed. For this trip, Chen Youfu opted for the Night 15. Du Ming was again the driver, with Mo Lei in the passenger seat. Upon entering the vehicle with the 2 women, Chen Youfu observed that Hu Zai's modifications had significantly enhanced the vehicle's protective capabilities and performance. Although the Night 15 was originally priced at nearly 20 million. In terms of comfort, it lacked somewhat, as it was often referred to as a civilian armored vehicle. Its high price was primarily due to its robust build and the fact that it was purportedly handcrafted. However, the lengthy wait from ordering to delivery was primarily due to Chen Youfu's specific requests regarding the vehicle's internal comfort and space. Hu Zai had further upgraded the vehicle's existing anti-explosion and bulletproof features, improved its shock absorption, and replaced the previous run-flat tires with puncture-resistant ones. Once Du Yufei and Gu Yun entered the car, they couldn't help but marvel at the vehicle's opulence. As they set off, Chen Youfu contacted Kwang Meixia to inform her of his journey to Hu City. The passengers felt the extraordinary nature of the vehicle as they traveled on the highway. They barely sensed any vibrations, and due to its weight, the vehicle remained remarkably stable even at full speed. The Ford's 68-liter V10 engine made the vehicle roar like a fierce beast. All other vehicles encountered along the way quickly yielded upon sighting the Night 15. And many couldn't resist capturing photos or videos to share on various platforms or their personal social circles. In this era of rapid internet advancement, particularly with the rise of social media, many individuals have reaped substantial benefits. Lao Wang, a highly popular Douyin live-streaming host known for his automotive insights, primarily employs outdoor filming techniques to share a plethora of vehicle knowledge about various brands and models with his audience. He has amassed millions of followers on Douyin, becoming a prominent internet celebrity. Brothers, Lao Wang's automotive wisdom allows you to absorb a bit of knowledge daily, enabling you to become a car aficionado. Today, we find ourselves on the Hong Expressway, where we will share insights regarding the performance of various automotive brands while cruising at high speeds. For safety, I have invited two friends to assist me, one to drive and the other to help with filming. At last, the moment has arrived for Lao Wang to commence his broadcast, albeit a tad late. Let us get to it without further ado. As soon as Lao Wang begins his stream, a flood of fans rush into the chat, a common occurrence during his live sessions. Gentlemen, it's not that I wanted to be late. The journey today was somewhat lengthy, and outdoor broadcasts require considerable preparation. But worry not. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Before diving into today's content, I would like to share some crucial safety tips for driving on the highway, hoping our fellow drivers will heed these precautions in the future. Indeed, driving on the highway differs significantly from navigating through urban areas. Errors made in the city can often be remedied, but mistakes on the highway can have dire consequences. Brothers, I see your comments, and it appears many of you understand this well. Now let me share with you. Suddenly, one of his friends driving interrupts him, prompting Lao Wang to glance up in surprise, his mouth agape. The live stream's camera was focused on him, leaving the audience unaware of what had astonished him. But his expression suggested something shocking had occurred. What on earth happened? Could it be a major accident? One viewer speculated. It must be an accident. What else could occur on the highway? Another chimed in. Lao Wang certainly has a knack for foreboding. Indeed, I concur, another viewer added. Regardless of the situation, selfish actions deserve scorn. Brothers, it's not as you think. Our vehicle continues to drive steadily, so there is no accident. Let me show you what is happening. With the reminder from his filming friend, Lao Wang snapped back to reality, and as the camera panned towards the front of the vehicle, the chat momentarily fell silent before erupting in a chorus of astonishment. Brothers, what do you think? I can surmise your feelings from the comments. Some of you may have recognized this vehicle. What is so special? It's just an armored car used by the police. We have those in our precinct. Are you joking? This is the Night 15. This is a civilian armored vehicle. I can't believe we're seeing it up close today. Lao Wang truly has the luck of the draw. Bro, what exactly is the Night 15? A viewer innocently inquired. This one seems to be a novice, another noted. Brothers, for those asking about the Night 15, it's manufactured by the Canadian company Conquest Vehicles, inspired by military armored vehicles. Its angular lines exude an imposing presence. Furthermore, the Night 15 is reputed to be handcrafted, and all units are equipped with bulletproof and blast-resistant features. The vehicle's windows are fitted with 64mm bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding shots from a 7.62mm rifle. The armor plating can endure the explosive impact of 15 kilograms of TNT, and the chassis is designed to withstand grenade blasts. Since we're fortunate enough to encounter this vehicle today, let us delve deeper into its specifications. Let us get closer. Let the viewers observe it up close. Lao Wang, are you out of your mind? Can we really approach that vehicle? Regardless of whether we hit it or it hits us, the outcome would be disastrous. Have you forgotten its other name? Let us keep our distance. It's best not to provoke any trouble. Lao Wang, your choice of driver is rather cowardly, right? What is there to fear? Those two are truly naive. Do they not understand the gravity of the situation? This is not a vehicle to approach recklessly. Indeed, my friend is correct. I instinctively thought we could treat this like any other vehicle. Remember, this is known as a road tank. We are in a mere passenger car, whereas it's a tank. The outcome of a collision is obvious. Being able to observe it from a distance is already a stroke of luck. The price of this vehicle ranges from 16 to 20 million, not just because it's handcrafted, but due to its formidable capabilities. The Night 15 is powered by a Ford 6.8-liter V10 engine, producing an astounding 400 horsepower and an impressive torque of over 700 Nm. Its armored protection, coupled with its specifications, results in a staggering curb weight of 86 tons. Hence, whether we collide with it or it with us, we would be at a disadvantage. Lastly, I hesitate to approach due to the vehicle's license plate, SU A11111, which is rather significant. In Chapter 24, titled Shanghai Journey 2, Lao Wang ultimately restrained himself, resisting the viewer's provocations to pursue the armored vehicle. His clarity of mind was not solely due to the Knight 15's value. The significance of the license plate, 51s, also played a crucial role. This particular Knight 15 bore the number 11,111, while the Cullinan that had yet to be unveiled featured 5 5s. Both plates were gifted by Li Guanghua, who, unbeknownst to Chen Youfu, had obtained approval from higher authorities after a recent grand donation ceremony at the Xuanwu police station. This event involved the donation of a fleet of police vehicles. With the impressive sight of dozens of cars lined up during the ceremony widely shared online, sparking considerable discussion, the Xuanwu precinct quickly gained nationwide fame, particularly for the 4 BYD vehicles. Online, some users speculated that the crime rate in Xuanwu district and even Jinling might significantly decrease due to these 4 BYD cars, which could accelerate from 0 to 100 in under 5 seconds. One can only wonder how criminals would fare against such speed. During the donation ceremony, even the leaders of the Su Province Police Department were in attendance, accompanied by officials from the Jinling Municipal Bureau. It was the head of the Jinling Municipal Bureau who presented Chen Youfu with a banner and an honorary certificate, signifying his recognized status within the entire police system of Jinling. While it remains uncertain how he is perceived outside the province, it is clear that in Jinling City, few would dare to take action against Chen Youfu. Moreover, Chen Youfu took further measures to fortify his protection concerning this newfound recognition. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Chen Youfu conferred with Li Guanghua, suggesting that Li take the initiative to report to the leadership. He expressed his willingness to allocate no less than 10 million annually to establish a fund, primarily aimed at providing assistance to the families of police officers who have suffered casualties or disabilities in the line of duty. Li Longhua was initially taken aback by Chen Youfu's proposal, realizing that his brother was indeed a person of considerable vision. Subsequently, after Li Longhua reported the matter, it was directly taken over by the Municipal Bureau, with the Provincial Police Department tasked with providing assistance. Chen Youfu entrusted Gu Yun with the management of all affairs related to this foundation. Prior to arriving in Shanghai, the foundation had already been established, with Chen Youfu making a one-time contribution of 100 million and pledging an annual minimum of 10 million. Currently, this foundation is exclusively directed toward the city of Jinling, with all processes proceeding smoothly. The criteria for assistance, the beneficiaries, and the standards for aid are all determined by the Jinling Municipal Bureau, while Gu Yun serves as the head of the foundation, responsible for the final approval each year. The auditing of the entire foundation is entrusted to the auditing department of Jinling City. According to what Li Longhua later conveyed to him, it was reported that the Jinling Municipal Bureau convened a meeting with all bureau-level leaders from across the city. The purpose of the meeting was to disseminate information regarding Chen Youfu's social and familial connections, including details about Gu Yun and Du Yufei, to every attendant. As Li Longhua recounted, the head of the Municipal Bureau declared that Chen Youfu was a benefactor to all the police officers in Jinling. Under such circumstances, if Chen Youfu were to encounter any danger in Jinling, it would be deemed a dereliction of duty. Furthermore, the 2 license plates were personally approved by this prominent leader, who also ensured that vehicles driven by Du Meng and others, as well as those of Du Yufei and Gu Yun, received special attention. Of course, the most significant beneficiary of this arrangement was Li Longhua, who not only retained his position as the director of the Xuanwu District Bureau, but also now held the title of vice director of the Jinling Municipal Bureau, effectively elevating his rank from deputy division head to division head. Additionally, another beneficiary of Chen Youfu's generosity was Zhou Tianda, whose entire branch at Xuanwu was elevated by half a rank by the Agricultural Bank's Jinling branch, with Zhou Tianda now serving as vice president of that branch. At this moment, Chen Youfu sat in the car, unaware of Old Wang discussing the vehicle arrangements behind him. The journey from Jinling to Shanghai spanned over 300 kilometers and took approximately 4 hours. Instead of heading directly to the school where Linger was studying, Chen Youfu made his way to the Jean de Meijua Hotel. Prior to entering the city of Shanghai, Chen Youfu had already contacted Kwang Meixia. So by the time his vehicle arrived at the hotel entrance, Kwang Meixia was there to greet him, accompanied by the hotel's executives. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Kwang Meixia," she said, having seen Chen Youfu's photograph beforehand. Upon his arrival, she promptly approached him, dressed in a crisp white business suit. Kwang Meixia exuded an aura of competence and professionalism. "Hello, Ms. Kwang. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person after our previous telephone conversations. I am delighted to be here at the hotel for an inspection," Chen Youfu replied. "Mr. Chen, during your stay in Shanghai, I have prepared our hotel's top-floor presidential suite for you. This suite is one of 2 that we do not open to the public, primarily reserved for accommodating important private clients. Prior to your arrival, I arranged for the entire room to be refurbished and thoroughly sanitized, ensuring you can check in with complete peace of mind." "Thank you, Ms. Kwang. I am merely here to visit my daughter, who happens to be studying in Shanghai. Not at all. It is my duty to ensure your comfort. Shall I escort you upstairs? We could also take this opportunity to update you on our work. Upon learning that Mr. Chun's daughter studied in Shanghai, Kwang Meixiao made a mental note of this significant piece of information. For professionals in the service industry, such vital insights often emerge from casual conversations. Certainly, though I would prefer to forego the work report, I am not well versed in hotel operations. You may continue as you have in the past. Oh, one more thing. Please increase all staff salaries by 1 level. You may determine the specifics of which positions receive what increments, Ms. Kwang. As for the 2 vice presidents, I will grant each of you an additional 2 in bonuses. While you, Ms. Kwang, shall receive 5 for now. The 2 vice presidents may return to their duties, and I would like to discuss a matter with you. So please arrange for them to go to my room, along with a few accompanying personnel. Certainly, Mr. Chen. These individuals can be accommodated in the suite next to yours, as we have several luxurious suites available on the top floor. For discussions, we could use your office, which is also located on the top floor. I have an office. Indeed, Mr. Chen. As you know, our hotel was previously under the Accor Group's management. This office was intended for the president of Accor's Asia-Pacific region. Now that the hotel belongs to you, I have preserved it without any alterations, and I can show you around. You may take this opportunity to identify any changes you wish to make. Very well, let us proceed to take a look. Guya and Yufei, you may head to your rooms first. We will visit Linger later in the afternoon. Xiaoming, you and the others can stay next door and take a moment to rest. I will discuss matters with Ms. Kwang. Understood, we'll return to our rooms. After such a long drive, we are indeed feeling a bit fatigued. Kwang Meixiao noted that the 2 beautiful women accompanying Chen Youfu appeared to share a close relationship with him, although he had not introduced them. Their continuous proximity and the manner in which they linked arms with him suggested that their new boss was quite the charismatic individual. Under the guidance of Kwang Meixiao and other staff members, the group took the elevator directly to the top floor of the hotel. Gu Yun and Du Yufei proceeded to the already arranged presidential suite, while Chen Youfu, led by Kwang Meixiao, arrived at the entrance of an office on the same floor. Mr. Chen, this office is secured with both fingerprint and password access. It has never been used since its completion. You may input your fingerprint and set a password, after which only you will have access to this office. Kwang Meixiao entered the password, and as the door opened, Chen Youfu stepped inside, instantly captivated by the impressive ambience that greeted him. Upon entering, one is greeted by a reception area capable of accommodating more than 10 guests, with the floor adorned in a soft gray handcrafted carpet. In the center, 3 circular sofas encircle an exquisite crystal coffee table, exuding an air of sophistication. Positioned at the rear, near the window, lies an antique-style wooden desk, measuring over 3 meters in length, elegantly set with meticulously chosen scholars for treasures. A sheet of rice paper is spread atop the desk, while a large verdant plant occupies a corner to its left. The entire arrangement reflects a remarkable level of thoughtfulness, showcasing the designer's keen eye for detail, as they ingeniously incorporated the desk and writing implements to enhance the overall ambience. Proceeding through the reception area, one enters a separate space nearing 100 square meters, furnished with high-end solid wood office desks, chairs, and bookshelves. On the opposite side, a small bar presents a private wine cabinet filled with various prestigious vintages. Towering floor-to-ceiling windows, when the curtains are drawn, reveal the scenic Huangpu River of Shanghai. Seated comfortably in a spacious executive chair, Chen Youfu exhales deeply, a sense of control washing over him. Kwang Meixiao perceives her boss's satisfaction with the office. The layout and selection of items are entirely her design. Chapter 25, Business in Shanghai 3. Indeed, who conceived this design? It is truly splendid, Chen remarked. Thank you for the compliment, boss. I merely arranged it according to my whims, Meixiao replied modestly. Such an arrangement is no trifling matter. It is evident that you invested considerable thought into it. Mr. Chen, may I take this opportunity to introduce you to our hotel and also report on some work matters? Kwang, please take a seat. I did not summon you to discuss work. I mentioned downstairs that I am not well versed in hotel management. You are the expert, and I trust the judgment of the Accor Group. Since you are the general manager of this hotel, I have faith in your capabilities. Therefore, you may manage the hotel's daily affairs as you see fit. Just provide me with a financial report periodically. I called you here to discuss another matter, or rather, to seek your consultation. Is there anything I can assist you with? Meixiao inquired. Please, just call me Meixiao. I wouldn't dare to address you as boss in your presence, she added. Very well, I shall call you Meixiao. The first matter is this. As you know, I have resided in Jinling for quite some time and currently possess some idle funds. I am contemplating the establishment of an investment company and would like to inquire if you know of any talent in this field, or where I might locate such individuals. Boss, I will need to make some inquiries regarding that. However, there is another option. You could engage a headhunting firm. For instance, when our hotel requires executive talent. We often consult a headhunting company to assist us in sourcing candidates. Seek a reputable firm, and they will present you with suitable recommendations and undertake the necessary work. Do you have any recommendations for headhunters? Indeed, Accor Group has a fixed partnership with a headhunting firm in Huagua named Hand Human Resources. Over the years, Hand has been responsible for sourcing external talent for Accor's subsidiary companies in Huagua. To be candid, it was through Hand that I secured my position at Meijua. Meijia. In that case, you must have the contact information for Hand. Could you facilitate an introduction? Of course, I will reach out to them shortly. When would you like to schedule the meeting? Let us set it for the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning, right here. Understood, I shall arrange that. Secondly, I have a personal matter. My daughter is 18 this year and currently studying at the Shanghai Academy of Drama. She is quite headstrong, so I hope you can keep an eye on her. This afternoon, I will bring her here, and you two can meet in the evening. Speaking of which, I recall there is a dining area within the hotel. Shall we dine there tonight? I would like to invite you, Mei Xia, and your two deputy general managers. Our hotel's dining department is quite commendable. Thank you for your trust, boss. Rest assured, I will attend to the matters you have entrusted to me. Very well. I have no further concerns. I shall return to my room for a brief rest. Understood, boss. Take care. To be candid, Chen Youfu's earlier remarks deeply moved Kwang Meixia. As the saying goes, a scholar is willing to die for a confidant. Those who perfect their art sell themselves to the emperor. For someone like Kwang Meixia, a top-tier professional manager, earning her boss's trust is of paramount importance. In her eyes, being entrusted with the care of his daughter signifies a profound level of confidence. During lunch, the group dined in the room, and after a brief respite, they made their way to the Shanghai Academy of Drama where Chen Ling was studying. Old Chen, you came to see Ling? Did you not call to let her know? No, I wish to surprise her. My dear, it seems you are quite fond of your daughter, his wife remarked. Of course, my daughter is my precious little darling. Will she be upset to see the three of us? Not at all. I believe Linger will understand her father's intentions. Speaking of Chen Ling, a sense of inexplicable pride washed over Chen Youfu. From a young age, Chen Ling had been particularly close to him. While Lu Lina had hardly been involved in her upbringing, Lu Lina's parents, viewing Chen Ling as merely a girl, never favored her, often lamenting that daughters are a financial burden. Chen Ling had always been obedient and studious, consistently ranking among the top in her class from elementary through high school. By the way, old Chen, I recall Linger once dreamed of attending the Imperial Capital Film Academy. What caused her to come to Shanghai instead? It has been ages since I last saw her, Gu Yin inquired. Let us not discuss that when we see Linger, Chen Youfu replied, a tinge of guilt surfacing. Ling's aspiration had always been to enter the Imperial Capital Film Academy, but during the entrance exams, she fell ill and was unable to perform well. Compounding the situation was Chen Youfu's relentless overtime work, while Lu Lina showed little concern, leading to Chen Ling traveling alone to the capital for the exams. A daunting task for a young girl in an unfamiliar city. Ultimately, after the college entrance examination, she had no choice but to enroll in the Shanghai Academy of Drama. And her major was adjusted as well. As the trio conversed, they arrived at the Drama Academy. Chen Youfu opted not to have Mo Lei and the others accompany them inside, as the crowd was too large and could create a negative impression. His Knight 15 was allowed entry through the Academy gate due to its registration and the preceding vehicle's license plate, with the guards showing no particular reaction. The imposing Knight 15, even in an international metropolis like Shanghai, commanded attention, prompting students to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Once the group disembarked, the attention they garnered only intensified. Gu Yun and Du Yufei, being such striking beauties, far surpassed the so-called campus flowers in allure, their mature charm captivating all. Where to now, old Chen? Gu Yun inquired. I'm unsure. Perhaps I should make a phone call. I intended this to be a surprise, but did not anticipate the campus being so vast. As Gu Yun and Du Yufei playfully clung to Chen Youfu's arm. Reveling in his moment of confusion, they burst into laughter. Dad, what brings you here? Just as Chen Youfu was about to dial, he suddenly heard his daughter's voice. Looking up, he was indeed met with the sight of Chen Ling standing by the roadside, accompanied by several classmates who appeared to be her peers. Linger, why aren't you in class? Dad, it's really you. I hardly recognized you. Chen Ling exclaimed as she rushed over and embraced Chen Youfu. You've lost weight. Your little belly is gone, and you look so much younger. Indeed. So what do you think? Am I handsome? Super handsome. All right. But you still haven't answered my question. It's not the weekend. Why aren't you in class? Oh, Dad, this isn't high school anymore. I don't have classes this afternoon, so I went shopping with my roommates. Chen Ling replied with a roll of her eyes. Linger, it's been such a long time. You've grown into a beautiful young lady, Gu Yi said, her eyes sparkling. Aunt Gu. It's been ages since I last saw you. You look stunning. What brings you here? Chen Ling finally noticed Gu Yun and Du Yufei, both strikingly beautiful. linking arms with her father. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Of course, I adore Aunt Gu. All right, Linger, I came specifically to see you. This is Du Yufei. Just call her Aunt Du. She is your father's personal fitness coach and assistant. Your dad's weight loss success is all thanks to her. Hello, Aunt Du, I'm Chen Ling. You can just call me Linger. You're so beautiful. Linger is quite beautiful herself, Du Yufei replied warmly. Linger, your roommates are still here. Aren't you going to introduce them to your dad? Oh, I got so excited that I forgot. Dad, these two are my roommates and dear friends from school. This is Lung Zixuan and this is Xiao Bauer. They take great care of me at school. And we're all in the same major. Zixuan, Bauer, this is my dad. Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle. Thank you both for looking after Linger at school, Chen Youfu said, his voice filled with gratitude. It's nothing, uncle. Linger takes great care of us too. When I had a cold, she looked after me every day. Lung Zixuan chimed in. Chen Ling's roommates were also charming young ladies, though they lacked the mature allure of Gu Yun and Du Yufei. Lung Zixuan appeared slightly more mature, while Xiao Bauer had a youthful innocence, her face still cherubic. Observing his daughter, Chen Youfu felt a profound sense of happiness. In the past, he lacked the means to provide for her, but now that he could, he was determined to offer her the best. After all, it is often said that daughters should be raised in abundance. Linger, since you don't have class this afternoon, how about I take you shopping? It would be a great opportunity for you and your friends. Dad, have you struck it rich? I just heard from classmates that a wealthy person drove an armored vehicle to school. Indeed, I have struck it rich. What do you think? Should I be worried about you robbing me? Absolutely. Zixuan, Bauer, come with me. It's not every day we get a chance to rob my dad. Linger, is that really appropriate? Wouldn't it be a bother to you? Yeah, Linger, would it be all right for us to tag along? It's fine. We're all good friends. Let us go together. We can come back afterward. I'll call for a cab. Linger, don't. Lung Zixuan quickly interjected. Why not? Don't you want to come with me? It's not that. Your dad must have driven here. I know, but our old car can only fit 4 people. There's no way we can all fit. I'll just take a cab with the 3 of us, Linger explained. Upon hearing her words, Lung Zixuan felt a bit exasperated. She couldn't understand how Linger, who typically lived a modest life and often tutored to earn pocket money, could be so oblivious. Though Lung Zixuan also hails from a rural background in the Northwest, her part-time modeling work had given her some insight into luxury items. From her observations, the 2 stunning women across from her were each adorned in outfits costing at least 500,000, not to mention the watch on Chen Youfu's wrist, which she recognized. Linger, don't take a cab. I drove here, and there's enough room. Chen Youfu interrupted, pointing to the impressive Night 15 parked in the lot. Chen Ling's jaw dropped as she gazed at what her classmates dubbed the armored vehicle. She could hardly believe her eyes. Had she not confirmed it, she would have doubted that this was truly her father. Dad, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? What nonsense. Am I that kind of person? That's good to hear. But seriously, Dad, how did you make so much money? You didn't win 5 million in the lottery, did you? Lung Zixuan, well acquainted with luxury, recognized that the watch alone was worth far more than 5 million. Let us stop standing around and get in the car. No matter how much money I have, I'll buy you anything you want, Chen Youfu said. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Ling, Lung Zixuan, and Xiao Bauer were awestruck by the luxurious interior. They sat in pairs, with Chen Ling constantly taking in her surroundings. Dad, is this really our car? How much did it cost? Not much, nearly 20 million. How much? Bang. Ouch, my head. Chen Ling exclaimed, startled by her father's revelation, bumping her head in surprise. Look at you, acting like a child at your age. Let me see your head. It's not hurt, is it? I'm fine. But seriously, Dad, how did you make such a fortune? Are you some hidden tycoon who inherited wealth and reached the pinnacle of success? Her words sent the other women in the car into fits of laughter. Gu Yun and Du Yufei doubled over, grateful that Du Ming was driving so smoothly. What on earth do you think about at university? Don't you know who your grandparents are? I'm beginning to wonder if your education is worth it. Chen Youfu teased. Oh right, I completely forgot. But where did you get all this money? I mean, I'm studying directing, so I need to have imagination, right? Enough with your fanciful ideas. The money came from legitimate sources. First, we're going to buy you some clothes, and you've always wanted a car, right? You've had your license for quite some time. Having a car will be more convenient. Really? You're really going to buy me a car? What kind of car will you get for me? What kind do you want? Any car is fine. Chen Youfu couldn't help but chuckle at his eager daughter. Any car is fine actually. Maybe we should just go with something simple since I'm still a student. I know what Sister Linger likes. The one with the little golden statue, the Rolls Royce. Xiao Bauer blurted out, revealing the very car Linger had been thinking of. Xiao Ming, look up where the Rolls Royce dealership is in the city. Let us head there first. Chen Youfu was determined to fulfill his daughter's wishes, always willing to do his utmost to satisfy her, especially now that he had the means to do so. As the day progressed, Chen Youfu engaged in conversation with the 3 young ladies, learning about the basic situations of Linger's roommates. In the dormitory of the Drama Academy, there are 4 individuals who share a harmonious camaraderie. Currently, 3 of them, all specializing in broadcasting and directing, are in the car, while the 4th, a performer, is absent due to class commitments. Comparatively, Bauer hails from a more affluent family. She is an only child with both parents working as educators. In stark contrast, Lung Zixuan's circumstances appear to mirror those of Du Yufei, perhaps even more challenging. Originating from a rural village in Nanyang, Hunan Province, she is the eldest sibling, with a younger sister and 2 younger brothers. The girls, unlike the formidable Du Yufei and Gu Yun, found themselves engaged in an earnest conversation, during which Lung Zixuan revealed that without her grandmother's assistance, she would have never made it to university, as her family intended to marry her off immediately after high school. She expressed her trepidation about returning home during school breaks, fearing her parents would prevent her from continuing her education, especially since her only supporter, her grandmother, had passed away 2 months prior. During her last visit home, she narrowly escaped being betrothed to a much older man who was willing to pay a bride price of 80,000 yuan. Upon hearing her plight, both Gu Yun and Du Yufei were profoundly moved, tears brimming in their eyes. Particularly for Du Yufei, she saw her own reflection in Lung Zixuan's struggles. Yet, to their surprise, Lung Zixuan remained remarkably composed, which astonished Chen Youfu. Aunt Gu, Aunt Du, it's all right. I've come to terms with everything. I believe I can take care of myself and complete my university studies through my own efforts. I am determined to show my parents that I can change my life through hard work. Besides, my friends, Linger and the others, have been a tremendous support to me. Well said, Zixuan. May I call you that? Uncle, that's perfectly fine. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. When the holidays come, return with Linger. My home shall be your home. Thank you, Uncle. Bauer, who had been quiet, suddenly chimed in. Can I come along too? Of course, that's no problem. How wonderful. It's such a pity that Sister Yu isn't here today. Chen Youfu noticed Bauer's cleverness, despite her youthful appearance. She had a keen sense of humor that lightened the mood in the car. For a moment, he felt fortunate that his daughter had such good friends in her university life. After a brief journey, they arrived at the Rolls-Royce dealership. The staff members there were astute, recognizing the luxury of Chen Youfu's Night 15 as soon as it pulled up to the entrance. Such clientele typically indicated a serious intent to purchase. The more upscale the dealership, the more they prioritize customer experience, ensuring not to overwhelm potential buyers with attention. A gentleman in his 30s approached them. Good day. Welcome to the Rolls-Royce Pudong 4S store. I am Zhao Qing, the sales manager here. How may I assist you today? Hello, Manager Zhao. We are here to look at cars. May I ask who will be driving and what your preferences are? Linger, why don't you tell him which model you fancy? I saw a 2-door, 4-seat sports car at this year's Shanghai Auto Show, which had a rather distinctive door design. Oh, Dad. I didn't say I was set on that one. It was actually Sister Zixuan who modeled at the show, and I went with Bauer and Sister Yu to support her. I just found that car intriguing. No worries, Manager Zhao. Do you know which car she is referring to? I believe I do. If it's the 2-door sports car from this year's auto show, it must be the latest model from our Rolls-Royce Phantom series. Do you have it in stock? Yes. Would you like to see it? Absolutely. Lead the way. May I ask your surname, sir? My surname is Chun. Mr. Chun, it's a pleasure. Soon, under Zhao Qing's guidance, they arrived at a stunning blue vehicle. Linger, is this the one? Yes, but the one I saw before was red. Miss Chun, feel free to sit inside and experience it. While color is merely an exterior feature, the interior and comfort are paramount. Linger hesitated slightly before asking, is that all right? With encouragement, she opened the door and took a seat in the driver's position, eagerly surveying the interior. Chen Youfu smiled at his daughter's enthusiasm. Manager Zhao, do you have this car in red? Yes, Mr. Chun, this is the newest model, and we ordered one of each color post-show. The red one is still available. What is the price? The top configuration is 6,200,000. Should you decide to purchase, I can inquire about a possible discount. How about this? You check, and I'll buy it outright for 5,800,000. If that's acceptable, we can sign the contract and finalize the purchase. If you're paying in full, that decision is within my authority. Excellent. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Linger, let us go finalize the purchase. Your father has bought the car, and it just so happens we have a red one. Chen Youfu called out to the 3 girls still examining the vehicle. You've already purchased it, Dad? How much is it? Not too much, 5,800,000. As long as my daughter is happy, that's what matters. The 3 girls gasped at the figure. No worries, Linger. Your dad's other car is far more expensive. We could buy several of yours with that money, Guyin reassured her, wrapping her arm around Linger's shoulder. Indeed, Miss Chun, your father's vehicle is the true embodiment of luxury, Zhao Qing added with a smile. In a short while, the paperwork was swiftly completed. As the BOS machine dispensed the transaction receipt, Linger signed her name on the contract, signifying that the Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at $5,800,000, was now entirely hers. All right, the car is bought. Let's be off. Dad, can I drive? Zixuan and Bauer can ride with me. That's fine, but I must clarify one thing. No speeding, understood? All right, I got it, Dad. Why are you being so overprotective? You little brat. Are you starting to find me bothersome? Okay, let us hurry up. Where to next? The group next arrived at the Global Financial Center Mall in Shanghai, which currently boasts the highest concentration of international luxury brands in the city. Within its walls, one finds an impressive array of high-end luxury labels from around the globe, such as Chanel, Hermes, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, and more, totaling over 20 prestigious brands. As the saying goes, no woman can resist a good handbag. If one fails, then surely two will suffice. Upon entering the Global Financial Center, not only did the three young girls' eyes sparkle with excitement, but even Gu Yun and Du Yufei exchanged knowing smiles, brimming with anticipation. Only Chen Youfu and Du Meng shared a wry glance of resignation. Come on, Xiaoming. Let us follow them and take a look. Since we're out, you should buy a gift for Yanzi to take back, Chen suggested. Forget it, brother. I'd be the one to suffer misfortune if I buy something. Who knows what these people are thinking? One piece of clothing costs over 100,000. Does wearing it grant immortality? Du Meng retorted. That depends on your perspective. The attire you wear must befit the occasion, unless you are the one making the rules. Remember that the garment itself holds little value. It is the brand that commands the price. Though Du Meng was not particularly inclined toward such extravagance, he comprehended Chen Youfu's earlier remarks. Moreover, since accompanying Chen, his horizons had broadened considerably. He himself donned a decent outfit, as Du Yufei had purchased several suits for him, which, while not luxurious, were nonetheless of considerable worth. Shopping possesses an unparalleled allure for women. While they may tire after a short run, they can spend hours shopping without a hint of fatigue, reveling in the experience. At this very moment, Gu Yun and Du Yufei, accompanied by the three young girls, explored store after store. Their elegant attire naturally garnered enthusiastic receptions from every boutique. Bags, clothing, shoes, cosmetics, jewelry, and more. Du Meng had already made 3 trips to the parking lot, laden with a plethora of items, showcasing the formidable shopping prowess of these women, who seemed intent on emptying the mall. News of the arrival of such esteemed clients spread quickly throughout the mall, igniting a flurry of activity among the staff. It was no wonder that Shanghai was dubbed an international metropolis. There remained a palpable gap when compared to Jinling. Indeed, Yunjie, that handbag we saw earlier is this year's new model from Prada, unavailable in Jinling. I specifically inquired about it last time, and I can't believe it's already on the shelves here. The comparison is stark, one remarked. Exactly. That's why I said there's a noticeable difference. All right. I'm truly at a loss for words. You've all become the center of attention here. It's not like you want to return in the future. Have you completed your shopping? If so, let us move on, Chen interjected. Old Chen, are you feeling the pinch? I couldn't care less about the money. I'm concerned for your exhaustion. Besides, it's getting late. I was contemplating purchasing a property for Ling in Shanghai for convenience, given that we have a car. Very well, let us call it a day. You'll be here for a few more days, so we can return on our own to spare you from idleness. Right, Ling, in a few days, during the weekend, your Aunt Du and I will bring you back for another shopping spree, without your father. Sounds great. We should also invite Sister Yu over then. Thus, this extensive shopping expedition, lasting several hours, came to a temporary halt. However, Gu Yun and Du Yufei did not indulge excessively in personal purchases, acquiring merely a few new items unavailable in Jinling, most of which were for Ling. They procured several complete outfits for her, ensuring that neither Lung Zixuan nor Bao were overlooked, each receiving 2 sets of Chanel apparel, a set of cosmetics, and a handbag. Dad, are you really buying me a house? I'm quite content living at school, and Zixuan and the others are very kind to me, Chen Ling expressed, torn between her affection for her roommates and the overwhelming nature of the day's events. She was genuinely bewildered by her father's newfound wealth. Initially, she thought he might have won a small prize, but the purchase of a car costing nearly 6 million made him seem as if he were casually buying a trinket. Hearing that this sum was insignificant only added to her confusion when she learned that a car she found unappealing was considered a luxury vehicle. During the ride, she had even checked the price of her father's car, discovering it to be nearly 20 million, leaving her astounded. After several hours of shopping, she estimated that the expenditure on her alone must have reached several million. A single handbag she had seen was priced over 800,000, and her Cartier watch was valued at 950,000. All of this felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Now, hearing that her father intended to buy her a home in the precious real estate of Shanghai only heightened her sense of unreality, filling her with trepidation and uncertainty. Chen Youfu sensed his daughter's apprehensions and thoughts. He gestured to Gu Yun and Du Yufei before pulling Ling aside. Ling do not worry. All of this is genuine. I can assure you that your father possesses more than just this money. The hotel we are dining at tonight, the Jeune de Meijua Hotel, is also mine. Additionally, you are familiar with the Penguin Group. I hold a 10% stake in that company. Just think, if this were not legitimate, would I be standing here speaking to you? Perhaps due to the events preceding this moment. Ling did not react significantly to her father's mention of the hotel and the shares in the Penguin Group. But, Dad, how did this all come about? How did you manage it? She inquired, perplexed. Such matters cannot be explained in a few sentences. Just know that everything is above board. In the past, I lacked the means to provide for you. But now that I have the resources, I intend to afford you the best life possible. You once dreamed of attending the Academy of Film and Television, didn't you? We can now hire someone to give you private lessons. And you enjoy the piano, right? We can hire a professor to teach you. Haha. Oh, Dad, how can you be like this? I don't like the piano anymore. That was just a childhood fancy. Now I think the Drama Academy is quite appealing, and I've made some great friends. Fine, if you don't like it, we want to pursue it. What I'm trying to convey is that while we lacked the conditions before, we now have the means to allow you to pursue what you desire. Buying you a house is also to make your life in Shanghai more convenient. If you're attached to your close friends, we can purchase a larger place. And you can all live together. Besides, ISNT Lung Zishuan often working part-time. Living off campus would be more convenient for her too. That makes sense. Living in the dormitory is quite inconvenient for Zishuan and Sister Yu when they're working. Exactly. So Ling I've made my point. However, Dad, when you mention doing what I love, does that mean I can indulge in reckless spending in the future? Indulging is fine. As long as you don't mind being labeled a spoiled rich kid, I have no objections. Well, then I suppose I'll refrain. As being gossiped about isn't pleasant. Oh, and Dad, I have one last question. Can you tell me? Of course, ask away. I can answer anything. Well, you said it. So I have to ask, don't be angry, alright? Fine, I promise not to get angry. Are you and Aunt Gu together? Yes, we are. Then what about Aunt Du? Don't tell me she's just our housekeeper or your personal trainer. There must be some kind of relationship between you two. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Chen Youfu was momentarily taken aback, and with a mix of embarrassment and anger, he lightly tapped his daughter's head and said, "Such matters are not for children to concern themselves with." Huh, Dad, you're actually playing both sides, you scoundrel. Humph, I'll hit you. Chen Youfu was genuinely flustered, his face reddening, especially since it was his own daughter who confronted him. He never expected Ling would pose such a question. Aunt Du, my dad is hitting me. Help. However, seeing Ling's reaction, Chen Youfu realized that his daughter did not hold any animosity towards him, and his prior unease began to dissipate. Don't worry, Aunt will protect you. Your dad wouldn't dare. If he tries to hit Ling, we simply want to acknowledge him. Yes, ignore him. Aunt Du, you're truly wonderful. When it came to purchasing a house, it was wise to heed Chen Ling's opinions, ensuring it was not too far from the school. Eventually, under Chen Ling's suggestion, they acquired a spacious flat of over 260 square meters in a relatively mature neighborhood, about a 10-minute drive from their drama academy. The property management and amenities were commendable, and since the previous owner had never occupied it post-renovation, many fixtures were remarkably new. Being on a high floor, both the lighting and overall ambience were splendid, allowing for a swift completion of the transaction. Chapter 28. Youfu's investment after finalizing the house. That evening, in the luxurious private room of the Meijua Hotel, Chen Youfu introduced his daughter to Kwang Meixia. At that moment, Chen Ling finally believed her father had transformed from his former self. He was now a true magnate, with such a grand hotel becoming part of their family's assets. That night, she also enjoyed a taste of life in a five-star hotel's presidential suite with her two close friends. Boss, this is Mr. Tan Zhongwei, the general manager of the Shanghai branch of Hander Human Resources. Mr. Tan, this is our hotel owner, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've long heard of the mysterious individual who acquired the ownership of the Zhongda Meijua Hotel, and I am honored to see you in person today. Mr. Tan, you flatter me. I'm no mysterious figure, just fortunate circumstances. Kwang Meixia had successfully arranged for Chen Youfu to meet with the head of Hander Human Resources. Boss, Mr. Tan, please continue your discussion. I'll take my leave now. All right. Safe travels, Ms. Kwang. In the business circles of Shanghai, as Mr. Tan had mentioned, the new owner of Meijua, Chen Youfu, was indeed a somewhat enigmatic figure. After all, for those in the business world, acquiring the Zhongda Meijua Hotel, a golden goose, from an esteemed international brand like Accor with such ease was unfathomable. It could be said that properties of such high caliber as Zhongda Meijua would not be casually sold, especially not with the ownership included. In today's Shanghai, the land alone where Meijua stood was valued at nearly 1.8 billion. Thus, Many in the commercial sphere regarded Chen Youfu as someone possessing immense power. Mr. Tan, I 1T beat around the bush. Did Mei Xiao inform you of the reason I sought you today? Yes, Ms. Kwong mentioned it briefly. Mr. Chen, she said you intend to establish an investment company, correct? Indeed. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in finding a general manager for the company. Absolutely, Mr. Chen. Hander Human Resources has a comprehensive talent database and will provide you with the best candidates according to your specifications. Of course, if you have suitable targets in mind. We will also assist with initial negotiations. However, Mr. Chen, to facilitate this process more efficiently, I have a few questions regarding your investment company. Would you be willing to share? Of course, Mr. Tan. As long as you can accomplish this task, I am prepared to entrust all future external human resources assignments to your firm. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, I will personally lead the team to ensure your needs are met. Good. In which city do you plan to register this investment company? Jinling. My base is in Jinling. So establishing the company there would provide a solid foundation. And what is the registered capital for this investment company? 200 million. The initial investment will be no less than 200 million. Additionally, Mr. Tan, I am aware that talents in the investment sector usually gravitate towards large or established firms. Newly formed companies often seem less credible. To be transparent, I also own a 10% stake in Penguin Group, which should serve as an attractive bargaining chip. Wait, Mr. Chen, you're the mysterious tycoon who recently acquired a 10% stake in Penguin from MIH, as reported in financial publications? Mr. Tan was astounded by Chen Youfu's revelation. He had thought acquiring Meijue was surprising enough. But now he realized he was in the presence of the individual everyone had been discussing. Mr. Chen, you've truly astonished me. Mr. Tan suddenly recognized this could be a pivotal moment in his career. Over the years at Hander Human Resources, he had performed decently, achieving the position of branch manager at just over 30, an impressive feat, however. Hander was not among the top-tier firms in the headhunting industry in Huagua and had been feeling stagnant in his career, without a breakthrough. Even maintaining his current status would not be acceptable to him. It's nothing, just fortunate circumstances. Do you think this can be a lure for attracting talent? Absolutely. An investment company founded by the second largest shareholder of Penguin Group holds undeniable allure. Good, as long as it's useful. Are there any further questions? What about compensation? To be honest, I'm not very familiar with this aspect. How about this, Mr. Tan? Please investigate the average compensation in this industry. Then increase it by 10 to 20% based on that, along with a 5% share of the company's profits. Mr. Chen, with that compensation, you've piqued my interest. Do you have any specific requirements? I welcome talents like you, Mr. Tan. Ideally, candidates should be between 30 and 40 years old, have relevant work experience, and gender is not a constraint. Other than that, I have no additional requirements. Understood. I will promptly return and assemble a team to sift through our talent pool according to your specifications, Mr. Chen. I expect to have relevant materials ready for you in about a week. Excellent. I will await Mr. Tan's good news. Additionally, I hope you will seriously consider my earlier proposal. I believe the CHO position suits you perfectly, and the conditions I mentioned apply to you as well. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Chen. I will consider it, but let us complete your task first. All right, I look forward to your promising news. Prior to his meeting with Tan Zongwei, Chen Youfu had already acquired insights about the individual through Kwang Meixia. Thus, his intention to recruit him was not a spontaneous decision, but rather a premeditated one. Although the notion of enticing a general manager from a substantial headhunting firm to assume the role of chief human officer for his newly established investment company seemed rather fanciful, Chen Youfu's prompt revelation of his stake in the Penguin Group was, in part, aimed at impressing Tan Zongwei. Frankly speaking, the stature of being the second largest shareholder in the Penguin Group possesses considerable allure, particularly for someone like Tan Zongwei, who seeks a robust platform to showcase his talents alongside a formidable mentor. Upon accepting Chen Youfu's proposal, Tan Zongwei approached the task with utmost seriousness, swiftly assembling a team overnight. In addition to sifting through candidates from his own company's talent pool, he also tapped into various channels to identify several candidates outside their records who possessed notable recognition in the investment sector as alternatives. Although he had initially promised Chen Youfu a week's time, he remarkably managed to deliver the profiles of 5 potential candidates within just 5 days. This swift action significantly enhanced Chen Youfu's impression of Tan Zongwei, affirming his exceptional capabilities. Mr. Tan, based on your extensive experience in human resources, which of these 5 candidates do you find most promising? Chen Youfu inquired, seeking to assess Tan Zongwei's judgment. It was evident that Tan Zongwei anticipated this question, as there was no hint of surprise on his face. These 5 candidates were selected by my team and me from among several dozen who met your criteria. All possess relatively rich experience and achievements in the investment field. However, if I were to highlight a few, I would personally endorse these 3. Tan Zongwei stated. extracting 3 profiles from the stack and presenting them before Chen Youfu. Go on, Chen Youfu urged. The first candidate is Jiang Monli, aged 33, the youngest among the 3. She graduated from the School of Economics at the Capital University and furthered her studies in the United States, subsequently joining Sequoia Capital there. After 2 years, she was assigned to the China branch of Sequoia Capital, where her work performance and experience have been commendable, Tan Zhongwei explained. Indeed, she appears quite impressive. Please continue. The second candidate is Liu Yuming, the eldest at 41 years. His resume is somewhat less extensive than the others. After graduating from Tsinghua University, he has spent his career at Huajing Investment Company, a subsidiary of Huagua Investment Limited. He specializes in financial investments and has consistently delivered excellent results during his tenure. And the third, Chen Youfu prompted. Tang Jingqiang, aged 35, is a graduate of Fudan University in Shanghai. He commenced his career at Juanlian Capital and has genuinely progressed from a junior position, boasting the most extensive practical experience among the 3. What is the current status of these 3 candidates? Are they all available for employment? Currently, both Liu Yuming and Tang Jingqiang have not resigned, yet they are listed in our Honda talent pool. Therefore, if negotiations proceed positively, we are fairly confident in securing them. Jiang Monli, while not part of our talent pool, is reportedly in a state of resignation, the reason being an irreconcilable conflict with a foreign executive at her former company. We have contacted her, and she expressed considerable interest. Should you wish to delve further into the specifics, I can arrange for an investigation. Very well. Please arrange for interviews with all 3 candidates. I have faith in your judgment. Understood. Liu Yuming and Tang Jingqiang are currently in Shanghai, while Jiang Monli is in the capital. Shall we schedule the interviews for tomorrow at 2 p.m. at this location? That works perfectly. Chapter 29, an incident occurs. Children make choices, adults take all. As Chen Youfu reviewed the profiles of the 3 candidates, he had already reached a decision. Given that the company was in its nascent stage, the individuals recommended by Tan Zhongwei were indeed well suited in both capability and experience to assume the role of CEO. Chen Youfu was confident in the future success of the investment company and aspired to retain all 3 candidates, though the strategy for doing so required careful contemplation. All right, I will be punctual. Thank you, Mr. Tan, rest assured. While Chen Youfu contemplated how to secure these 3 individuals, Jiang Monli received a call from Tan Zhongwei notifying her of the interview. Had Tan Zhongwei seen the location where Jiang Monli resided in the outskirts of the capital, he would have been astounded, for Longquan Villa is primarily inhabited by retired dignitaries. Jiang Monli's resume indicated her parents were merely ordinary civil servants, which was evidently a facade. In truth, she hails from the Jiang family, a prestigious lineage in the capital. The elder Jiang, now 87, had participated in all major wars in Huagua, having served as a regiment commander during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. Although he is now retired, his venerable reputation endures. The Jiang family is one of the most distinguished in the capital, yet it has not flourished in terms of descendants. The elder Jiang had 3 sons. However, one perished in the war, leaving only Jiang Aijuan and Jiang Aigua. In Jiang Monli's generation, there are merely 4 individuals, with Jiang Aigua and Jiang Aijuan each having 1 child. As the youngest, Jiang Monli has been doted upon since childhood, yet she remains the most discreet member of the family, a quality that the elder Jiang greatly appreciates. What brings you such joy, grandfather? I have an interview in Shanghai tomorrow. Oh, have you found a new job? But why so far away? Will it not be difficult for us to see each other? Do not worry, grandfather. I shall visit whenever I can. Modern transportation makes it quite convenient. My dear granddaughter, you are so considerate. Upon hearing the elder's words, the other family members simultaneously rolled their eyes. It was a family gathering, and aside from Jiang Aigua, who could not attend due to work commitments, everyone else was present. Father, indulge her, she's grown up now. In my opinion, you should encourage her to seek a boyfriend instead of a job. Oh, mother, not this again. Brother, you should hurry and have another child with your wife. Then mother will have less time to manage me. The state is advocating for a second child. So as civil servants, you must respond to the national call. Jiang Monli, you have grown bold, daring to tease me. We shall see if I continue to assist you. Jiang Monli's sister-in-law, Zheng Shuang, glared at her. I apologize, sister-in-law. I must take my leave now to prepare for tomorrow's interview. Grandfather, I will be going. I will visit when I can. Be careful on the road. Jiang Monli, every time your name comes up, you respond in this manner. Just tell me how many people your aunt and I have introduced to you. All right, enough, mother. I am fully aware of my own affairs. Father, mother, aunt, brother, sister-in-law, sister, brother-in-law, and also Jiang Tongwang. I shall take my leave now. Oh, wait, aunt, allow me to share a word with you. It would be prudent to keep an eye on Jiang Tongwang. I have heard whispers of him being romantically linked with several starlets from his company. Do you know what they call him? The flower boy. I'm off now. Before departing, Jiang Monli could not resist throwing her cousin under the bus. Humph. Who told you not to lend me your car? Jiang Monli, do not leave just yet. What did you tell my mother? Mother, do not believe this wretched girl. She is merely seeking revenge, a blatant act of retribution. Jiang Tongguang, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry of the capital, sensed the murderous intent in his mother's gaze and knew Jiang Monli had surely taken her aside to lodge complaints against him. Jiang Monli, are you well acquainted with your two competitors today? Chen Youfu conducted interviews at the Meijua Hotel for the three individuals recommended by Tan Zhongwei. And it is noteworthy that Tan Zhongwei is no longer the general manager of the Shanghai branch of Hander Human Resources, but rather the chief human resources officer of Youfu Investments now. Yes, I have some knowledge about them. I have encountered them in previous work experiences. And prior to this interview, Tan Zhongwei informed me about who my adversaries would be. Ah, by the way, I must inform you that the Tan Zhongwei you mentioned is no longer with Hander Human Resources. He is now the Chief Human Resources Officer of Youfu Investments. Really? Impressive. Chen Zong's discernment is exceptional. Tan Zhongwei is a rare talent in the realm of human resources. Miss Jiang, I am quite satisfied with you as well. But there remains one final inquiry. Though it cannot precisely be termed a question, in strict terms, it should be considered an assessment. Regardless of the outcome of this assessment, you shall undoubtedly be our general manager at Youfu Investments. Thank you for your trust, boss. Please go ahead. Well, since you possess ample knowledge regarding your two competitors, from the standpoint of a general manager, do you believe they could serve as valuable allies in your work? Alternatively, if I were to wish to retain both of them, how would you, as the general manager, go about doing so? Upon hearing Chen Youfu's words, Jiang Monli did not respond immediately, but instead sat in contemplation. Approximately 10 minutes later, she said, Chen Zong, I will give it a try. Good. Ultimately, it remains unclear how Jiang Monli negotiated with the other two, but all three ended up being retained. The following day, Chen Youfu and his entourage returned to Jinling, with Jiang Monli accompanying them, while Lu Yuming and Tang Jingxiang required an additional month for their resignations. Upon arriving in Jinling, Chen Youfu entrusted Jiang Monli with the company's establishment affairs while he swiftly secured an entire floor at the Jinling International Financial Center through a real estate agency to serve as the headquarters for Youfu Investments. As time passed, Tan Zhongwei, Lu Yuming, and Tang Jingxiang gradually arrived in Jinling, and the business license for Youfu Investments was promptly acquired. Thanks to Chen Youfu's connections in Jinling, the entire application process did not burden Jiang Monli significantly, as most of it was facilitated by Zhou Tianda. With the company established and personnel in place, Chen Youfu was quick to sign contracts with Jiang Monli and the others, fulfilling his prior commitments. Jiang Monli was accorded an 8 equity share of Youfu Investments, Tan Zhongwei 6, while Lu Yuming and Tang Jingxiang each received 5. It is important to note that this equity was not entirely theirs. The company remained wholly owned by Chen Youfu, and they only enjoyed the dividends during their tenure at Youfu Investments. Soon, the office renovations were completed expeditiously, with all the work managed by Phoenix Real Estate. To ensure swift completion, Phoenix Real Estate deployed 2 renovation teams, working tirelessly day and night, finishing the entire office area in just half a month. Crucially, from design to renovation, neither labor nor materials incurred any costs to Chen Youfu. As Zhuang Tianmo's brother-in-law candidly stated, my brother-in-law said this is his brother's company. We are all family, and discussing money would strain our relationship. If I dare charge him, my brother-in-law would break my legs. Subsequently, under Jiang Monli's guidance, Tan Zhongwei, as the company's chief human resources officer, quickly established the framework for various departments as required. Within a month and a half, Youfu Investments had largely completed its founding processes. On the day of the company's official opening, events transpired that provided reassurance to all employees who had chosen to work for the new venture, also showcasing Chen Youfu's extensive connections. Naturally, as the second largest shareholder of Penguin Group, Ma Huading's personal presence at the event was also revealed, a move orchestrated by Chen Youfu. Following Jiang Monli's suggestion, this golden endorsement could significantly elevate the company's visibility. On that day, the director of the Jinling Municipal Police Bureau personally attended to congratulate the establishment of Youfu Investments and presented a plaque recognizing the company as an excellent partner in community police cooperation. Furthermore, the Jinling municipal government dispatched a deputy secretary general to the event. It can be said that, aside from other factors, Youfu Investments rapidly garnered a reputation within the Jinling International Financial Center itself. Boss, the main framework of the company has been basically established. I intend for Lu Yuming to oversee the investment department 1, which primarily focuses on investments in finance and the internet, his area of expertise. The investment department 2 will cater to technology enterprises and some small to medium-sized industries, under Tang Jingxiang's supervision. Both departments are already operational, and the necessary personnel have been reported to Director Tan. Currently, There remain two executives requiring your confirmation. One is the financial director, and the other is the administrative director. Very well, Jiang Zong. You have complete autonomy over the arrangements for investment departments 1 and 2. Regarding the administrative director, please have Director Tan recommend someone promptly, and you shall be responsible for the interview, as the administrative department will fall under your purview in the future. As for the finance aspect, I will devise a solution. Understood. By the way, this is a list of enterprises that Manager Liu, Manager Tang, and I have deliberated upon that still hold considerable investment prospects in the current market. Please take a look. Jiang Zong, I trust you implicitly. I have complete faith in you. Henceforth, for investments below 50 million, you may take the lead. Just provide me with a report afterward. As for the investment departments, you may delineate their authority. Any investment exceeding 50 million will be discussed together, of course. All investments from either department will require your final signature to be valid. Thank you, boss. At this moment, Chen Youfu's phone call interrupted their conversation. Upon checking, he was surprised to find it was his daughter's call. Since their last visit to Shanghai, he had been in touch with her regularly. Aware that the 4 girls had moved into the house he purchased for Linger, including the sister they often referred to as Sister Fish. Linger, what is it? Do you miss your father? Dad, something happened to Sister Fish. I'm scared. They are threatening us. Chen Youfu was taken aback by the sound of his daughter's sobs on the other end of the line. Chapter 30, Sin. Linger, please do not cry. You mentioned someone is threatening you, correct? Where are you now? Dad, there are many of them, and they even smashed our car. I am at home. And Zixuan and Bayer are here too. We are too afraid to go outside. With Chen Youfu's reassurances, Chun Ling gradually calmed down. All right, Dad, for now. Don't ask what happened. Just stay at home and don't go out. I'll have Aunt Kwong come to pick you up shortly. Remember, do not open the door for anyone except Aunt Kwong. Do you understand? Once you arrive at the hotel, don't go anywhere. I will send a lawyer over. And you must explain everything to him in detail. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I won't open the door for anyone except Aunt Kwong. Dad, I'm so scared. I miss you. Bauer got beaten up for my sake. Don't be afraid. With me around, no one dares to harm you. I'm heading over now. You just wait for Aunt Kwong to take you to the hotel. Okay. After hanging up, Chen Youfu's expression darkened considerably, and he quickly picked up the phone again. Meisha, there's been an incident involving my daughter. The 3 little girls are terrified and hiding at home. You need to personally take someone to bring them to the hotel and arrange for them to stay in the suite on the top floor. Make sure they don't come into contact with anyone. I will contact a lawyer to meet them there, and when the lawyer arrives, you will take him to see them. Do you understand? You must go yourself. I've already spoken to Ling Er. They will only open the door for you. Xiao Meng, Ling Er is in trouble. Please arrange for 2 people to stay at home, and the rest will come with me to Shanghai. Guyan, I need to make a trip to Shanghai. Ling Er is in trouble. You don't need to go. I will handle it. Also, do you know anyone in finance? We need a financial director for the company. Please help find someone trustworthy. All right, don't worry. I will take care of it. After finishing the call with Du Ming, Chen Youfu reached out to Gu Yun and Du Yufei in succession. Finally, he called Jiang Tao. Ever since the establishment of the company, Yixing and the law firm in Nanjing had signed a contract with Youfu Investment, becoming its legal advisors. Lawyer Jiang, my daughter has encountered some trouble in Shanghai. Please arrange for a lawyer to go to the Meijua Hotel immediately, and I would also appreciate it if you could accompany me to Shanghai. I will pick you up shortly. Jiang, I leave the company matters in your hands. As you just heard, my daughter is in trouble, and I need to go to Shanghai, so I'm entrusting the company to you. Rest assured, this is my responsibility. By the way, I know some people in Shanghai, and if things get complicated, I can lend a hand. Although Jiang Monli, as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, had always been low-key, her influence was formidable. From the earlier conversation, she could discern that Chun Ling was in trouble. She had met Chun Ling when the company opened. She was a very well-behaved and sensible girl. Don't worry, I will handle it. After Chen Youfu left the company, Jiang Monli returned to her office, pondered for a moment, and picked up the phone to dial a number from her blacklist. However, as soon as the call connected, she instinctively held the phone away from her ear. For a roar of fury echoed from the other end. Jiang Monli, how dare you call me? I've always treated you well, and this is how you repay me? Why do you always target me? You have no idea how I've been living this past month. My mother and aunt treat me like a criminal. I tell you. Jiang Monli, starting today, don't expect my help again. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tongwang, are you that miserable? How can you laugh, Jiang Monli? You're the culprit and still dare to laugh. Oh right, I remember now, you blocked me. You deserve it. Who told you to not spare even my best friend's sister? When did I do anything to her? I just spoke a few words. No, Jiang Monli. I am your brother. I've cared for you since childhood, and this is how you treat your brother? Enough of this nonsense. Jiang Tongwang, I need something from you. I want to help, absolutely not. Really not helping? I will never help you again. Fine, Jiang Tongwang, don't regret it. I'll call Grandpa and Aunt to have a good chat about your past deeds. Like how you got a little celebrity pregnant 2 years ago. Or last year's debacle in Hainan with your rowdy friends. Oh, and this year, it seems your company held a beauty pageant. The drama between the winners could fill a television series. Don't say that. I was wrong. These things must not reach my parents' ears, or I might really get my legs broken. Sister, my good sister, just tell me what you need, and I will do it without a second thought. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't help? That was just a joke. How could I not help my sister Jiang Tongwang? Just tell me what you need. Jiang Tongwang, didn't you say you have friends everywhere? Do you have someone in Shanghai? In Shanghai? Aren't you in Jinling? Why are you concerned about Shanghai? Stop wasting time, and just tell me if you have someone in Shanghai. Yes, Pang Dun is in Shanghai. Pang Dun? Why does that name sound so familiar? Of course it sounds familiar. You gave him that name. Duan Pengfei. He used to live in the same compound as us. His father was our family's bodyguard. When he was little, because he was chubby, the other kids wouldn't play with him, so he always followed us around. You gave him the nickname Pang Dun. Oh, now I remember. He's in Shanghai now? Yes, his father is the vice mayor of Shanghai. It will be no problem to find him. It's been a while since I last contacted him. I only saw him during the New Year when he came to visit. He's married now? Of course. He has a 3-year-old child. You were in the beautiful country at that time. By the way, what exactly do you need? Jiang Tongwang, could you ask Pang Dun, no? Duan Pengfei, to find out if anything has happened recently at the Shanghai Drama Academy? That's it. Yes. My boss's daughter just called our boss. I overheard that one of her classmates seems to have gotten into trouble, and the other girls were threatened. It sounds serious. Your boss? The second largest shareholder of Penguin Group? Fine, I'll have Pang Dun find out. Wait a minute, Jiang Monli, why are you so concerned about your boss? You're not falling for him, are you? Don't even think about it. Jiang Tongwang, do you want to die? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll call Aunt right now. Goodbye. After hanging up, Jiang Tongwang pondered for a moment before picking up the phone again. Hello, Pang Dun, where are you? Why is it so noisy? Not this again, Brother Guang. Can we not mention that name? Didn't we agree not to call me that anymore? This isn't my fault. Lily mentioned it in her call today. Momly, is that true? I haven't seen her in ages. How is she doing? She couldn't even come to my wedding. She's working in Jinling now. By the way, Pingfei, Lily asked you to help find out if anything has happened recently at the Shanghai Drama Academy. Drama Academy? What does this have to do with Momly? What's the matter? Something really happened? What exactly is going on? It's not related to you, is it? Brother Guang, you haven't told me how the Drama Academy is connected to Monli. Oh, Lily is currently employed at that investment firm in Jinling, which is owned by a shareholder of the Penguin Group. It seems he has a daughter studying at a drama academy. If that's the case, Guang, it appears something has indeed transpired. A female student from the drama academy has tragically jumped to her death from a hotel in Pudong. This incident is rather peculiar. It was swiftly downplayed, with the official narrative claiming the student took her own life due to despair. However, the location of the jump raises questions, and I've heard that prior to her demise, this young lady sent a distress message to a classmate. Is there any connection to you? How could there be, Guang? Our circle operates differently. Engaging in such reckless behavior inevitably leads to trouble. This is not our domain. It involves affluent backgrounds and some semblance of official connections in the Shanghai market. Guang, should I investigate this matter? It would be prudent to be prepared, as I find such behavior distasteful and lacking in refinement. That sounds reasonable. Please have someone look into it. If any evidence arises, keep it at hand. I'll see what Lily has to say. Understood. After ending the call, Jiang Tongwang relayed the information he had received to Jiang Monli. As anticipated, upon learning the situation, Jiang Monli instructed Jiang Tongwang to arrange for Duan Pengfei to commence an investigation. Meanwhile, Chen Youfu's vehicle was racing along the Huyong Expressway. He had just received a call from his daughter, who informed him that Kwang Meixia and the other two had arrived at the hotel. Shortly thereafter, Kwang Meixia also called him. Boss, I've arranged for Linger and the others to stay in the suite on the top floor of the hotel. Yisheng and Lawyer Feng's team have also arrived. Thank you, Meixia. I entrust their safety to you. Rest assured, boss, the hotel security is quite competent. I've instructed everyone in the security department to cancel their breaks. However, this situation is rather troublesome, so you should be prepared. I understand. Chapter 31, The Truth. Subsequently, Chen Youfu received a call from Jiang Monli, who shared everything she knew. Upon hearing this news, Chen Youfu could deduce the gravity of the situation. Though he never anticipated that the girl referred to as Sister Yu by those three young ladies, whom he had only met once, would now exist only in memory. No wonder Linger was so frightened. It appears there are numerous complexities surrounding this matter. Based on what Jiang Monli had just informed him, it seemed that Yu Weiwei had sent a distress message when she encountered danger, and it was likely that she met a tragic fate soon thereafter. Now that the incident has been classified as suicide, that distress message becomes a significant flaw in the narrative. Yet, Chen Youfu could hardly comprehend how such events could transpire in today's rule of law society, especially in a city like Shanghai. Furthermore, it is likely that the Drama Academy has some involvement. Otherwise, the situation would not have been handled so bluntly. As Chen Youfu made his way to Shanghai, within a villa in a residential area of the city, a confrontation was brewing. Who the hell authorized you to threaten others? Who told you to vandalize someone's car? You little brat, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Su Wuchen, the chairman of Shanghai Tianjin Entertainment Company, landed a resounding slap across the face of his only son, Su Mao, causing his cheek to swell immediately, a clear indication of the force behind the blow. Dad, that girl sent a message to her classmate before she died. I was worried about further complications, so I went to find her classmate. But those girls were ungrateful and insulted me, and you just what? Can't you use your brain? Do you even realize what car you smashed? That was the latest model of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. You little fool, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Su Wuchen kicked out in anger. Old Su, what are you doing? Your son already knows he was wrong. His wife intervened, wrapping her arms around him. You still coddle him. It's always been you who indulges him. And look what that led to. They say a doting mother ruins her son, and it's true. Do you even understand what your precious son has done? He drove a 20-year-old girl to her grave. All right, old Su, she was just a country girl. Besides, hasn't everything been dealt with? He smashed her car, so we'll just compensate her. It's just a car, after all. You truly speak so lightly of it. A human life means so little to you? Fine, if your family can handle it, that's one thing. But do you have any idea what kind of car that was? A 6 million yuan vehicle, isn't something just anyone can afford. Your precious son threatened her. And do you honestly believe a student who drives a 6 million yuan car to school would let this slide easily? Stop being so oblivious. Your brother is merely a police chief. What should we do then? I don't care. He is my only son, and he can't get into trouble. Now that you know there's a problem, why are you venting your anger at home? You need to think of a solution. Enough with the wailing. Do you even know where those girls are right now? They were taken directly to the Meijua Hotel by the general manager. This implies that there is likely a connection between those girls and the mysterious owner behind Meijua Hotel. We need to resolve this matter swiftly, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Though Su Mao had been kneeling, his expression began to shift uneasily at the mention of the gravity of the situation. Now you're frightened? I've told you time and again to keep a low profile, but you never listen. Despite Su Wuchen's anger, he ultimately decided to retrieve his phone and dialed Kwang Meixiao's number. Hello, this is Kwang Meixiao from Meijua Hotel. How may I assist you? Ms. Kwang, this is Su Wuchen from Tianjin Entertainment. I trust you remember me. Of course. How could I forget? You're the renowned Mr. Su from Shanghai. What brings you to call me today? Is there something delightful you wish to discuss? What delight are we discussing? All our hospitality and events will be entrusted to Meijua from now on, which serves as a win-win for both parties. Thank you, Mr. Su. But may I ask what you need my assistance with today? Actually, I have a small favor to ask, Ms. Kwang. I was informed that several young ladies from the Drama Academy were brought to your hotel. You're quite well informed, Mr. Su. I just received them moments ago. How did you know? You Haven T placed an undercover agent in my hotel, have you? Just a jest, Ms. Kwang. I'm simply wondering if I might be able to meet those young ladies. I'm afraid that wouldn't be convenient, Mr. Su, as I'm also acting on someone else's instructions. May I inquire why you feel it's necessary to meet them? To be candid, my son went out drinking last night with some friends, perhaps a bit too much, and ended up having an unpleasant encounter with those young ladies. In a fit of intoxication, he vandalized their car. He only realized his mistake after sobering up this morning and now wishes to apologize and compensate for the damages. When I inquired, I learned they were here, and thus I've come to trouble you, Ms. Kwang. Oh, indeed. I must confess, the fright they experienced was quite profound. This vehicle, as it happens, was purchased by our boss for his daughter, and he is already aware of the situation. He is currently en route. Thus I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Alas, how could matters concerning mere children escalate to involve your superior? It is all the fault of that little scoundrel. Had I been informed sooner, this trivial issue could have been resolved without delay. Nonetheless, it may be for the best. Otherwise, I would have to pay a visit once your boss arrives. Very well, I shall relay your message. What did he say, old Su? What did he say? As soon as Su Wuchen hung up, He-Chin hurriedly approached him with inquiries. What was said? He gave me a rather firm rebuff, Su Wuchen replied, his countenance dark as he sat in contemplation before rising abruptly. I shall consult your brother to see if there are any gaps in this matter. Su Mao, I warn you for the last time. From today onward, you shall remain at home, with no excursions allowed. Should you dare to step outside, I shall ensure your legs are broken. And you, He-Chin, if you wish to protect your precious son, see to it that he stays home. Should anything transpire, our entire family will face dire consequences. Son, let us heed your father's words this time and remain indoors until this matter is resolved. It has been quite some time since you last accompanied your mother. After Su Wuchen departed, He-Chin swiftly turned to her son, showering him with maternal concern. "Oh, mother. Must you be so bothersome? Very well, I shall stay in. I'm going upstairs to sleep." All right, rest well. I shall prepare some soup for you shortly, as you seem to have lost weight these past few days." Meanwhile, Chen Youfu and his entourage had arrived at the Hu City Meijua Hotel, with 5 vehicles trailing behind Chen Youfu's Night 15. Aside from the 2 individuals who remained at the company, Du Ming and the 17 comrades he had summoned were all present, along with Jiang Tao. Meanwhile, Huang Meixiao awaited Chen Youfu in the lobby. "Boss, this is lawyer Feng Shengfeng from Hu City's Yixingyi law firm, and these are members of his team. Meixiao, I appreciate your efforts." "Greetings, lawyer Feng." "Hello, Mr. Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you. This individual requires no introduction, I presume." "Indeed not. Lawyer Jiang is part of our Yixingyi system." "Old Jiang, who would have thought we would stand shoulder to shoulder in battle one day? This is indeed a rare opportunity." "Yes. I too did not anticipate your presence here in Hu City. Well, let us save the reminiscence for another time. How are Mei and Ling doing?" "They have just fallen asleep. Truth be told, the past few days have frightened these young girls quite thoroughly." After finishing discussions with lawyer Feng, they relaxed and promptly dozed off. "Very well, since they are asleep, let us not disturb them. Please arrange a conference room for us, lawyer Feng. I trust you have a firm grasp of the situation?" "Certainly." While communicating with the young lady, I instructed my team to conduct preliminary investigations, and I have just received their feedback. Combined with the accounts from the young lady and her 2 classmates, the general outline of events is now clear. However, gathering some crucial evidence may require additional time. Through lawyer Feng's explanation, Chen Youfu grasped the unfortunate circumstances. The matter was deeply distressing. Yu Weiwei, an aspiring actress, had been recommended to Tianjin Entertainment by one of her teachers. However, during the audition, she encountered Su Mao, the heir of Tianjin Entertainment, who became infatuated with her. Under the pretense of confirming audition results, he summoned her to a hotel, where initial coercion failed to yield results. Ultimately, he resorted to drugging her, but unbeknownst to him, the resilient Yu Weiwei managed to send a distress message to Chen Ling just as the drug took effect. However, it was too late, and Su Mao, driven by base instincts, chose to violate her despite knowing she had sent out a plea for help. In the end, the fiery Yu Weiwei took her own life by jumping from a building. Su Mao, in a panic, promptly notified his family. Chapter 32. Justice will prevail. Ding. The host has triggered a temporary mission. Justice will prevail. Please restore Yu Weiwei's honor and punish the wicked. Justice will prevail. Those who do wrong cannot escape retribution. Mission completion rewards will vary based on the host's completion time. Failure to fulfill the mission will result in the forfeiture of the host's shares in the Penguin Group. Upon comprehending the general outline of events, the familiar prompt resonated in Chen Youfu's mind once more. However, this time, even without the system's reminder, he was resolute in ensuring that those who committed evil would pay the price. Yet, he understood that achieving this would necessitate leveraging all external relationships at his disposal. Otherwise, as an outsider, it would be a fanciful notion to challenge the Su family, had one not noticed how much time had elapsed. Yu Weiwei's death had made scarcely a ripple, akin to a small stone cast into the ocean, quietly concealed. The school, society, and law enforcement showed no response. To suggest there was no foul play involved would be preposterous. Very well, lawyer Feng, I entrust all legal matters to your discretion. Lawyer Zhang will assist you, as you are the expert in this domain. How shall we proceed? Any objections? None, Mr. Chen. Given the circumstances, I cannot turn a blind eye. Otherwise, I would be betraying my profession as a lawyer. However, we must swiftly obtain authorization from Yu Weiwei's family, or I have no grounds to intervene. Indeed, you make a valid point. Thus, Xiaoming, arrange for someone to accompany Zishuan to meet Yu Weiwei's parents and bring them to the hotel, as she is the only one among the 3 young ladies who has met them. Understood. Additionally, Xiaoming, deploy your team to closely monitor the Su family, particularly Su Wuchen and Su Mao. Investigate thoroughly. I refuse to believe this is their first offense. There must have been many similar incidents that have gone unreported. Lawyer Feng, Xiaoming and his team are unfamiliar with Hu City, so please assist them in the initial stages. Of course, I will share the information I gather with Mr. Du. However, Mr. Chen, do you have a specific plan in mind? Evil thrives in the shadows, and I intend to illuminate this matter for all to see. The sword of public opinion will leave no sanctuary for wrongdoing. Are you suggesting we utilize the media and the internet? At this moment, all present recalled that Chen Youfu held another identity as a shareholder of the internet giant, Penguin Group. Indeed, you are all aware that this matter is shrouded in obscurity not due to the opponent's prowess, but rather due to their numerous oversights. For instance, why would a university student leap to her death from a hotel at dawn, coincidentally while the hotel surveillance system was malfunctioning? This is a blatant cover-up. The reason the truth remains hidden is due to the Su family's influence. After explaining everything, Chen Youfu approached the room where Ling and the others were staying and knocked on the door. Who is it? A nervous voice belonging to Lung Zixuan came from within, indicating that these three young ladies had indeed been quite shaken, exhibiting a heightened sense of vigilance. It is I, Linger, your father has arrived. Before Chen Youfu could finish his sentence, the door swung open. Linger suddenly threw herself into Chen Youfu's embrace, bursting into tears with a loud wail. Beside her, Zixuan and Bao Bao were also sobbing uncontrollably, with Bao Bao's face still showing signs of swelling. Dad, Sister Yu was harmed by wicked people, and they have threatened us. My car was also vandalized. I was terrified. It's all right, don't cry. Daddy is here. With me around, no one can bully you, Linger. Dad, Sister Yu is so pitiful. Do you wish to avenge your Sister Yu and bring the evildoers to justice? Yes. Very well, let us go inside, and I will explain. Thus, Chen Youfu orchestrated his plan, step by step propelling the events forward. Lung Zixuan easily earned the trust of Yu Weiwei's parents, and after bringing them to the hotel, Fengxing effortlessly obtained the authorization letters. To Chen Youfu's surprise, Yu Weiwei's parents also handed over a recording, which left everyone astounded at Su Mao's foolishness. Of course, it was likely that after years of wrongdoing, he had grown brazen and unrestrained. Upon learning of their daughter's tragic fate, the elderly couple rushed to the city. But upon discovering that their daughter had committed suicide, they were utterly unable to accept this grim reality. Being mere villagers, they were unaccustomed to such matters. And when a representative from the school mentioned the prospect of a substantial compensation, their inherent bias towards sons over daughters made them hesitate. After a few persuasive words, they unwittingly signed an agreement not to pursue further action. Initially, this resolution seemed straightforward. However, Su Mao unexpectedly confronted them, leaving behind a threatening message that made the couple realize their daughter's death was likely more complicated than it appeared. Some of these threats were recorded by Yu Weiwei's younger brother. Subsequently, events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Within 2 hours of a phone call between Chen Youfu and Ma Huading, a news report broke that Yu Weiwei, a student at the Shanghai Drama Academy, had jumped to her death from a hotel in the early hours. The initial report refrained from implicating anyone directly, instead presenting two intriguing points. First, the suicide occurred at dawn, and second, coincidentally, all surveillance cameras at the hotel malfunctioned that day. To express gratitude for Chen Youfu's previous assistance regarding shares, Ma Huading not only secured widespread dissemination of the news through Penguin, but also contacted other internet platforms, such as Douyin, which coincidentally released their report at the same time. In just a few hours, the news of Yu Weiwei's death soared to the top of trending topics. At this moment, any rational individual observing the news could discern numerous inconsistencies surrounding the supposed suicide. As discussions erupted across the internet, Penguin released another report, revealing that on the night of her death, Yu Weiwei had sent out a distress message containing only the words help. Furthermore, after Yu Weiwei's demise, the classmate who received the message was threatened and intimidated by unsavory characters, even having their vehicle vandalized. With evidence surfacing, netizens began to piece together the puzzle, quickly identifying one of the perpetrators as Su Mao, the arrogant heir of Tianjin Entertainment. A mysterious informant further disclosed that the deceased had auditioned for a role at Tianjin Entertainment prior to her death. Additionally, it was revealed that He Zhiyong, the head of the police station who responded to the scene after Yu Weiwei's death, was Su Mao's uncle. Various online sleuths and informants began to converge on the truth. Before long, the authorities could no longer remain passive, and an investigative team was formed to probe the matter. Boss, Su Buqing is here, in the lobby, insisting on seeing you. Chen Youfu, seated in his office, received a call from Kwang Meixia. Do not let him in. Tell him I am unavailable. No, wait. I will see him. I'll go to the lobby. Chen Youfu agreed to the meeting out of curiosity to see what tricks Su Buqing might still attempt under the current circumstances. Upon arriving in the lobby, he encountered Su Buqing, who was seated and appeared rather composed. Mr. Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Mr. Chun, no need for such formalities. I wonder what brings you here today, Mr. Su. If this is regarding a business collaboration, you may speak with General Manager Kwang. I am not involved in hotel matters. Mr. Chun, you jest. To Chen Youfu's astonishment, Su Buqing produced a car key along with a check. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Su? Let us speak plainly. Mr. Chun, I believe you can surmise my intentions. This is compensation for Miss Ling's vehicle, and the additional 10 million is for the emotional distress suffered by her and her two classmates. I, Su, humbly request that you show leniency towards my wayward son. Should you assist me this time, I assure you I will be of service to you whenever needed. Ah, so that is your aim, Mr. Su. However, I have a question for you. Please, go ahead. Did Yu Weiwei ever ask your son to show mercy? What was your son's reaction when she pleaded for her life? Mr. Su, How generous of you to offer 10 million so readily. I did not expect that a human life would be so trivially valued in your eyes. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be warped. Chen Youfu, are you truly unwilling to show mercy towards my son? I have no qualms about mercy. It all rests upon whether the law will extend its leniency towards him. Very well, Chen Youfu. Do not forget that this is Shanghai, not Jinling. If you wish to destroy everything, we shall see how it unfolds. Indeed, I understand the concept of destruction, but whether you can escape is still uncertain. However, Mr. Su, it seems you might not have the opportunity to leave. What do you mean? Are you trying to detain me? I am not detaining you. Someone is here to seek you out. At that moment, Chen Youfu spotted a group of individuals clad in police uniforms striding towards them. Su Buqing, you are being summoned for suspected obstruction of justice. Please accompany us. On what grounds do you arrest me? I demand to see my lawyer. Upon seeing the police summons, Su Buqing panicked. However, against the might of the state, no amount of resistance would avail him. In less than 2 days after Su Buqing's apprehension, the Shanghai Police Department held a press conference specifically addressing the Yu Weiwei suicide case, revealing partial details of the investigation to the public and announcing that all relevant suspects had been apprehended. Justice may be slow, but it is inexorable. In this age of information explosion, even the most cunning cannot hide, particularly for someone like Su Mao, who had acted without restraint for years. Handling matters clumsily led to his swift downfall. As Chen Youfu had previously speculated, Yu Weiwei had been lured to a hotel room under the pretense of an audition by Su Mao. Accompanying her was a teacher from the drama academy, who, en route, had drugged her. Upon arrival at the room, Su Mao began to assault her. Despite being drugged, Yu Weiwei retained some awareness and continued to resist, but ultimately, her weakened state rendered her unable to escape. During the harrowing ordeal, Yu Weiwei utilized her mobile device to send a distress message to Chen Ling ironically. It was this very message that sealed her fate. According to the police investigation, Yu Weiwei did not leap from the building of her own volition. Rather, it was Su Mao's discovery of the plea for help that prompted him to cast her out in a fit of panic, fearing the exposure of his nefarious deeds. Meanwhile, Chen Ling, unaware of her dear friend's location, reached out to the teacher who had accompanied Yu Weiwei to the audition upon receiving the distress signal. This teacher, however, managed to dismiss her concerns. By the time they located their cherished friend, she had already been laid to rest in the morgue. Subsequently, those complicit in the crime emerged to obliterate evidence, with the treacherous teacher playing a significant role in fabricating lies and counterfeit evidence, even personally persuading Yu Weiwei's parents to remain silent. All right, Linger, now that the villains have been apprehended, your sister can finally rest in peace. Try not to grieve too much. After all, the living must continue to live, her father consoled. Dad, I understand, but my heart aches. Do you think there will still be people protecting those evildoers? Rest assured, that won't happen. This incident has captured national attention. At such a time, no one dares to act unjustly. Besides, you must believe that the malevolent are but a minuscule fraction of humanity. The vast majority are good people. Observing the 3 girls, who still appeared somewhat dispirited, Chen Youfu recognized that this was not a matter easily forgotten. To help them emerge from the shadows, time would be the only remedy. How about this? This incident has indeed affected you all. Returning to school right now may not be the best idea. Why don't the 3 of you take a trip together, explore the magnificent landscapes of our homeland, and return once the situation has calmed down? What do you think? After discussing their father's suggestion, Chen Ling, along with Lung Zixuan and Bauer, all agreed to the proposal. Chen Youfu even arranged for 2 female bodyguards to accompany them. The next day, the 3 girls set off directly from Shanghai. The system also informed Chen Youfu that a task would be marked complete after the court rendered its verdict on all defendants involved in the incident. However, the reward was of little interest to Chen Youfu. Although the task was rated excellent, the reward merely added 300 million to his personal savings. Initially, he had hoped for something akin to the previous reward of shares in a company. This incident deepened his understanding of the power of the internet. Though he remained unaware that even without the assistance of the company, the Su family could not evade legal repercussions, as others were plotting their moves. Boss, someone is looking for you, Kwang Meixia announced as she knocked on Chen Youfu's office door. Who is it? 2 individuals. One claims to be your brother-in-law. He came in and immediately stated that you are his sister's husband. Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? For a moment, Chen Youfu thought it might be Lu Lina's family, but upon reflection, he realized that Lu Lina had no brothers. Wait, did he mention his name? Never mind, just let him up. Chen Youfu was curious to see who this unexpected brother-in-law was. Guanggu, does Manli know about this? Don't get me into trouble, the hefty man said apprehensively. Fatty, don't be such a coward. I'm her brother. As long as I'm here, she won't dare to harm you, Guanggu reassured him. Guanggu, you've said that countless times since childhood. When have we ever had a good outcome? I've truly lost my senses listening to your nonsense. Enough with the whining, fatty. You know very well what happened back then. You can see that Lily has never been able to move past that emotional knot. For all these years, my parents, my uncle and aunt, and the old man have all been heartbroken over this. In all this time, have you ever seen Lily speak up for any man? Now that she has finally met someone, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. To be honest, fatty, this time I'm not alone. My entire family is backing us. Wait, Guanggu, while that's all well and good, why drag me into this? If you have your whole family supporting you, why involve me? Well, if things go south, I need someone to share the blame. I knew it would come to this. All right, they're here. And you, trying to mingle in Shanghai. It seems you're not doing so well. I thought it would be smooth sailing, but turns out they don't even recognize you. How embarrassing. Brother, can you blame me? Do you think I'm like Su Mao and his ilk? You know how strict our old man is with me. I wouldn't dare step out for fun. The two individuals who arrived were Jiang Tongwang and Duan Pengfei. Ever since Jiang Monli asked him to help investigate the Drama Academy, she had been calling him every few days to inquire about developments. This piqued Jiang Tongwang's interest. He knew his cousin well. Since the unfortunate incident, she had been decidedly cold towards men, showing little warmth even to their own family members, save for the old man. When Chen Youfu suddenly appeared, Jiang Tongwang sensed that his sister must have a connection with him and conveyed this suspicion to his family. Consequently, they dispatched him to Shanghai to ascertain the identity of the man Jiang Monli was so concerned about. However, upon arriving in Shanghai, he realized that if the truth were to emerge, his own situation could become dire, prompting him to bring along a scapegoat. Please, follow me. Our boss is waiting for you in the office upstairs. Kwang Meixia smiled as she addressed the two men. It was evident that someone of Kwang Meixia's stature did not recognize someone as prominent as Duan Pengfei, indicating just how low-key Duan Pengfei truly was in Shanghai. Brother-in-law, how do you do? Upon entering Chen Youfu's office, Jiang Tongwang greeted him, while Kwang Meixia discreetly exited. What left Chen Youfu momentarily speechless was the sight of this beaming young man, who appeared to be around his age and immediately addressed him as brother-in-law. Catching Chen Youfu off guard, the hefty man behind him looked somewhat embarrassed, covering his face. Chen Youfu could swear he had never met either of these two individuals. Wait a moment, let us not rush into family ties. I think it would be prudent for us to introduce ourselves first. See, you're being distant. Hasn't my sister mentioned me to you? Look, my good sir, whether your sister has spoken of you or not is beyond my knowledge. Could you kindly tell me your name and your sister's name first? What do you mean? Chen Youfu, don't think that just because you have some money, you can act recklessly. Do you believe I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Jiang Tongwang, having taken the lead, immediately exploded at this remark, convinced that Chen Youfu intended to play the role of a scoundrel. Wait, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Regardless of my actions, could you please tell me who you are and who your sister is? Then we can settle any accounts we may have. Chen Youfu gazed in disbelief at the two peculiar individuals before him, genuinely baffled by their audacity to claim familial ties, as if he had ever abandoned anyone. Fine, you've got guts. I'll make sure you understand the situation clearly. Fatty, let us ensure he gets the full picture. At this juncture, Jiang Tongwang still harbored the belief that Chen Youfu was involved with his sister, despite Duan Pengfei, who stood behind him. Sensing that his friend might have blundered significantly this time, and that the ensuing consequences would be far from pleasant, potentially implicating himself as well. My name is Jiang Tongwang, and my sister is Jiang Monli. Young man, you cannot possibly claim ignorance of her. Jiang Monli. The Jiang Monli from our company? You are her brother? Indeed. There is no doubt about it. Now you cannot deny it any longer. I must say, you truly are a person who only sheds tears upon seeing a coffin. Wait a moment, let me make a phone call to verify this. At that moment, Duan Pengfei tugged at Jiang Tongwang and whispered, Brother Guang, could it be that you are mistaken? I can't shake the feeling that things aren't as complicated as you've suggested. How could that be? Do you doubt your brother Guang's judgment? Are you not familiar with your sister Monli? However, I have a sense of foreboding, brother. My instincts have proven to be remarkably accurate in such matters. Just as the two were engaged in their hushed conversation, Chen Youfu was also dialing Jiang Monli's number. Chapter 34, The Past. Boss, have all the matters been resolved? Yes, everything is taken care of. How is the company faring? The personnel are now in place. And we've nearly finalized a few minor investments. By the way, how are Linger and the others? They are still grappling with some psychological trauma. I've just arranged for them to take a trip to help them unwind and recuperate. That is wise. I read the news online and was shocked to discover that even in a metropolis like Shanghai, there exists such scum. Every place has its shadows. Speaking of which, Monli, the reason I called you is to inquire about something. What is it? Today, two individuals came to see me. One called Jiang Tongwang claims to be my brother-in-law, stating you are his sister and I am your brother-in-law. I wanted to confirm this with you. Upon hearing silence on the other end of the line, Chen Youfu refrained from continuing. Is Jiang Tongwang still with you, boss? Yes, he's sitting right across from me. Could you pass the phone to him? Seeing Chen Youfu extend the phone, Jiang Tongwang instinctively knew he was about to find himself in a precarious situation and quickly shook his head to signal he would not take the call. Jiang Tongwang, I will count to 3. If you do not answer, I will immediately travel to Shanghai to confront you and that chubby fellow beside you. From a distance, Chen Youfu could hear Jiang Manli's voice booming through the phone, and the nearby hefty man visibly flinched at the sound. Before Jiang Tongwang could grab the phone, the fat man swiftly snatched it away. Manli, this isn't my fault. Brother Guang dragged me here against my will. I told him I wouldn't come, but he threatened me. He insists you have something to do with this Chen Youfu, but I never believed it. I kept trying to tell him he was mistaken, but he wouldn't listen. Good grief, you fat fool. It was you who wanted to come and see the excitement. Lily, you can't blame me. I told my brother to help. And the moment I mentioned it, my uncle and aunt became intrigued, insisting I come. I said it was impossible, but you know how it is. I can't resist their will, and even the old man had a say in it. That's why I came. So you decided to fabricate tales in front of my boss. Jiang Tongwang, do you believe I will go to Shanghai right now? Wait. Sister, I was wrong, truly wrong. I didn't think things through for your sake. Jiang Tongwang, you better return to the capital at once. If you dare to linger there and disturb my boss, I will immediately expose all your dirty laundry. All right. I will leave right away. And don't you dare speak foolishly when you get back. Also, tell that fat fool beside you that I will definitely come to Shanghai to settle scores with him when I have the time. Rest assured, that fat fool deserves to be dealt with. Don't spare him any mercy. Brother Guang, if I ever listen to you again, I will be a dog. Sister Manli, I was wrong, truly wrong. Fat fool, I was even planning to give you a wedding gift. You and Jiang Tongwang are both no good, 2 of a kind. Sister Manli, how about I make it up to you? Your investment company has just opened, right? I could introduce a project to you. Although the Su family has fallen on hard times, Su Wuchen and his son Su Maofu are in trouble. Su Wuchen has managed to run Tianjin Entertainment quite well in recent years. What do you think? Sister, are you interested in a minor investment? That does sound appealing. But fat man, you aren't trying to swindle me, are you? If you do, I won't have any of it. Sister, how could I? I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act. Besides, if you don't trust me, you certainly don't trust our old man. If I dared to do something like that, I would be in for a severe beating when I returned home. That is true. Uncle Duan would never allow you to behave that way. Sister, this is actually helping them out. Regardless of the situation, Su's Tianjin Entertainment is a well-known enterprise in Shanghai. Now that they are mired in scandal, their reputation is in tatters, and they are seeking ways to recover their losses. What kind of investment are we talking about, and how much is required? Originally, Tianjin Entertainment was valued at around 500 million, but you know this is just nominal value. It doesn't equate to actual money. Due to the recent events, it can now be acquired for approximately 100 million, and the shareholding is quite concentrated, making it easy to manage. Subsequently, after Chen Youfu took the call and chatted with Jiang Manli for a few moments, he found himself intrigued by Duan Pengfei's earlier proposal, prompting him to ask Jiang Manli to delegate the matter to Duan Pengfei for handling. Once this discussion concluded, he spent some time conversing with Jiang Tongwang and Duan Pengfei, discovering that these 2 peculiar fellows had quite significant backgrounds. He also realized that the general manager of the investment company he had recruited, Youfu Investment, was far from ordinary. He had not anticipated that he had unwittingly ushered a formidable entity into his company, contrary to his promise to Jiang Manli. Jiang Tongwang did not depart Shanghai that very day to return to the capital. After some further discussion among the 3, they found themselves increasingly in sync. With similar ages and a lack of pretense, they naturally got along quite well. That evening, Chen Youfu treated them to dinner at the hotel, and after a few rounds of drinks, they quickly began to refer to each other as brothers. Jiang Tongwang, perhaps under the influence of alcohol, repeatedly called Chen Youfu brother-in-law, the term growing increasingly affectionate with each drink. Through the inebriated musings of Jiang Tongwang, Chen Youfu gleaned insights into Jiang Manli's past. This most cherished little princess of the Jiang family from the capital had endured her share of sorrow as well. Jiang Manli had experienced a brief marriage. During her university years, she had engaged in a romantic relationship that was quite enchanting. However, the Jiang family had opposed this union. Nonetheless, Jiang Manli remained resolute. And after graduation, she defied her family's objections and chose to marry. Faced with such determination, the Jiang family had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet fate can be cruel. With the support of the prominent Jiang family, Jiang Manli's husband quickly achieved success in the business world, and Jiang Manli soon found herself expecting. If the story ended here, one might consider Jiang Manli's chosen romance to have reached a satisfactory conclusion. However, what transpired next was far from joyful. Jiang Manli's husband swiftly transcended from an obscure university graduate to the pinnacle of success, Yet the rapidity of his ascent led to a profound disorientation. Surrounding him were sycophants, and amidst their flattery, he found himself adrift. With the illustrious Jiang family name as his shield, a myriad of individuals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, began to flock to his side, subsequently leading him to adopt a plethora of vices. Adultery, infidelity, maintaining a mistress, gambling, drinking, and ultimately succumbing to addiction became his new reality. One fateful day, Jiang Manli discovered his indiscretions, leading to a heated confrontation that resulted in her, for months pregnant, being violently pushed to the ground, colliding with the edge of a table, and suffering a miscarriage. This traumatic event rendered Jiang Manli unable to bear children for the rest of her life, an emotional blow of immense magnitude. For a time, she lamented that had it not been for her connection to the Jiang family, she might have escaped such a fate. Naturally, her husband did not escape unscathed either, as his downfall was as severe as hers. Subsequently, Jiang Manli annulled their marriage and relocated to a foreign land. This chapter of her life was meticulously erased from her records by the patriarch of the Jiang family. Since then, Jiang Manli has made every effort to conceal her Jiang lineage and seems to harbor a profound fear of marriage. Throughout the years, every member of the Jiang family has sought to introduce potential suitors to her, but all have been met with her unwavering rejections. My dear brother-in-law, you are the first man my sister has shown any concern for in years. She has endured so much suffering. Please do not break her heart. I beg of you. As her brother, if you treat her well, I will assist you with any future matters. The inebriated Jiang Tongwang clung to Chen Youfu's shoulder, rambling on. Rest assured, I will take good care of Manli while she is with me. You should focus on resting, Chen Youfu replied, unsure whether this eccentric was genuinely drunk or merely pretending. The title of brother-in-law had been firmly affixed to him, but upon contemplating Jiang Manli's beauty, he felt it was worth it. If he were to rate the women in his life, he would give the highest score to Du Yufei, at least a 95. While Jiang Manli and Gu Yun were nearly equal, though Jiang Manli exuded a powerful aura that Gu Yun could not match. However, the thought of Jiang Manli's background instilled a sense of caution within Chen Youfu, as her family's influence was formidable and not to be trifled with. Even with a system at his disposal, safety was not guaranteed. In a country like Huagua, where bureaucratic power reigns supreme, wealth alone does not afford protection. Meanwhile, Jiang Tongwang, who initially appeared somewhat intoxicated, was actually quite alert. Brother, I knew you were pretending. After a few years apart, your act has become quite convincing. Anyone unfamiliar with you would surely believe it. But I know you can drink at least 2 kilograms. How could you possibly be tipsy after less than 1? Why do you think I'm pretending to be drunk? Isn't it obvious? How could I return without understanding the situation? Have you investigated where this fellow's wealth originates? Brother, can you ascertain that over a single drink? Of course, I want to gauge his character. They say a man's drinking habits reflect his true nature. Honestly, he seems decent, though his source of wealth remains elusive. Nevertheless, he handled the recent incident quite well, and even the old man praised him. Is that true? The old man is aware of him? Naturally, our patriarch dotes on Lily, and since this man is Lily's boss, he certainly would have looked into him. I will be returning to the capital tomorrow. Try to investigate this fellow gradually, but do not let him or Lily catch wind of it, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Well, if you're going to protect me, I might as well be long gone by now. When have you ever saved me? You always throw me under the bus. In chapter 35, the two brothers found themselves in a curious encounter. Chen Youfu suspected Jiang Tongwang was feigning intoxication. After all, how could a scion of a wealthy family let down his guard during a first drinking session? If that were the case, he would have met his demise countless times by now. True heirs of affluent families are never like Su Mao. He was merely a spoiled rich kid. And without the recent turn of events, his fate would have been sealed. Just as Jiang Manli's former husband had discovered, not everyone can handle a sudden shift from the depths of despair to the heights of fortune. It is only those who have weathered life's tribulations, like Chen Youfu, whose experiences can sustain them through the unexpected influx of wealth. After concluding matters in the bustling city of Hu, Linger and her companions took a brief respite to unwind, while Chen Youfu returned to Jinling City. If you're free tomorrow, how about accompanying me on a brief errand? He suggested to Gu Yun during dinner. What is going on? Is there some sort of issue? Nothing serious. I just thought I would spend some time with you since I've been away in Hu for several days. Yufei will be joining us too. Wow, how thoughtful. When did you become so romantic, old Chen? Sir, with you and Madame flying together, is it appropriate for a mere servant to accompany you? Amused, Wang Yin burst into laughter, prompting Chen Youfu to roll his eyes in exasperation. He felt as though these two women were a source of constant amusement, and he resolved to teach them a lesson that evening. All right then, there's little to do at work lately, so a stroll would be refreshing. By the way, where are Linger and the others? They mentioned they would be heading to Hainan today. From what I gathered, they seemed to be in much better spirits. That night, Chen Youfu stayed true to his word, administering a light-hearted discipline to the two women. Although it required effort on his part, he managed to elicit pleas for mercy. The following morning, he took both women out, instructing them to bring their identification. They made their way to the housing authority, and upon arrival, Gu Yun and Du Yufei appeared to grasp Chen Youfu's intentions. "Old Chen, what are we doing here?" "Yes, this isn't necessary. I'm content with my current life. Come now, you silly girls, since you're with me, I can't provide you with anything else, so don't resist. If anyone declines, they can leave me now. I'm doing this for your own good. Let me make it clear. The villa at home will be transferred directly into both your names. Additionally, I've purchased 2 more attached villas in that neighborhood, which will also be conveyed to you today, 1 for each of you. It's up to you to decide whether to rent them out or manage them as you see fit." "Old Shun, have you been triggered by something?" "Yes, sir." "Are you casting us aside?" "I'm heartbroken." Sighing, Chen Youfu remarked, "Why are your thought processes so peculiar? You consume nutrition daily, but seem to absorb none into your brains. The other areas seem to be growing quite well. Are you implying we're busty but brainless? Enough of this. Let us head inside and complete the paperwork. Then we can decide where to dine later." In truth, Chen Youfu had indeed been spurred into action by Jiang Manli's tale. After hearing of her plight, he reflected on Gu Yun and Du Yufei's nameless existence alongside him. Despite providing them with a generous monthly allowance, he felt it insufficient. Hence his decision to take this significant step today. Moreover, not only the house, but Chen Youfu also intended to allocate 10% of his shares in Youfu investments to each of the 2 individuals. An authentic transfer of equity rather than mere dividend shares. The 2 stunningly beautiful women, 1 on each side, linked their arms with Chen Youfu, while Du Ming followed closely behind. This entourage naturally became the center of attention as they entered the hall of the Housing Management Bureau. However, Chen Youfu did not anticipate encountering an acquaintance here, especially one he was particularly reluctant to see. As soon as he entered, he spotted Lu Lina and her brother Lu Jibin. To his surprise, the once equally beautiful Lu Lina, who had previously rivaled Gu Yun in appearance, now seemed to have aged significantly. Her wrinkles starkly visible beneath layers of makeup. Lu Lina and her brother also recognized Chen Youfu's group, and especially Lu Lina. Upon seeing Gu Yun and another strikingly beautiful woman flanking Chen Youfu, felt a surge of unbridled anger that she could no longer suppress. "Chen Youfu, you scoundrel. Do you have any idea how much you've ruined my life? No one has harmed you. Everything is of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself. You, how ruthless you are. Why must you do this? Why can't you just let me go?" "Nana, don't act like this. There are so many people watching," Gu Yun interjected, though her words seemed more like fuel to the fire. As she deliberately pressed herself closer to Chen Youfu, her ample bosom brushing against his arm. "Gu Yun, you shameless hussy, be quiet. You call yourself a best friend? I must have been blind to associate with someone like you. This is my husband, and this is how you treat me. Yunjia, who is this shrew? How do you even know such a person? Oh, Yufei, this is old Chen's ex-wife. You know how she treated him back then, after their divorce. She wouldn't let go. Oh, I see. She's the one who cheated during the marriage and then turned the tables on him. Lu Lina. I thought it was someone else. Excuse me, madam, or should I say, big sister, how can you be so brazen? Back then, how did my husband treat you? He turned over his entire salary to you and kept nothing for himself, while you took his money to rendezvous with other men and humiliated him. Then you forced him to leave everything behind and divorce you. Now that you see your ex-husband is doing well, you want to come back and extort money from him. Who do you think you are? The son? That everyone must revolve around. Let me give you some advice, since you couldn't cherish your own man. Don't blame other women for valuing him." With that, Du Yufei mimicked Gu Yun's earlier gesture, brushing against Chen Youfu's arm. You. Lu Lina was left speechless by Du Yufei's retort. What with the stuttering, Lu Lina? I warn you one last time. Do not attempt to provoke my limits, or I will ensure your entire family regrets it. While Lu Lina was still seething with rage, Lu Jibin stepped in to pull her away. At that moment, a girl standing next to Lu Jibin spoke up. Yunjia, is that you? Xiao Yun. What are you doing here? Are you off today? Gu Yun turned upon hearing her name, and was surprised to see a new girl from her workplace, Xiao Yun, who had just graduated from Jinling University with commendable grades and was recruited by the Xuanwu branch. Gu Yun had taken a liking to this girl for her beauty and sweet demeanor, thus keeping her by her side as an assistant instead of assigning her to the counter. Oh, this is my boyfriend. Yunjia, this must be your brother-in-law? Yes, your boyfriend? Gu Yun's brow furrowed as she noted Xiao Yun pointing towards Lu Jibin, standing at a distance. Yes. All right. Yes, you can call him brother-in-law. This is Du Yufei. You can call her sister too. Hello, Sister Yufei. I'm Xiao Yun, Yunjia's apprentice, though she won't let me call her master. Brother-in-law, I'm Xiao Yun. Please take care of me in the future. Nice to meet you. The lively and charming girl before them inexplicably lifted the spirits of those present. Brother-in-law, Yunjie, Sister Yufei, do you all know my boyfriend's family? Your boyfriend? Who is he? Chen Youfu hadn't been paying close attention while Xiao Yun conversed with Gu Yun. It's Lu Jibin. What? Chen Youfu exclaimed in astonishment. He was all too familiar with Lu Jibin's character and could hardly believe someone like him could have a girlfriend as lovely as Xiao Yun. That guy was utterly incompetent, living off his family, indulging in all manner of hedonistic pursuits, yet still harboring unrealistic aspirations. Furrowing his brow, Chen Youfu exchanged glances with Gu Yun, both aware of the type of person Lu Jibin was, especially since the guy had a criminal record. Gu Yun was at a loss for how to proceed. Logically, she could not allow someone as good as Xiao Yun, a student of hers, to be deceived. But given the existing tension with Lu Lina, she feared that any ill words could irrevocably harm the budding relationship. As the saying goes, it's often easier to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Chen Youfu shared the same concern. Just then, their number was called, prompting them to temporarily set aside the matter and attend to their business. Meanwhile, Lu Lina, observing from a distance, was taken aback to see Chen Youfu gifting that multi-million villa to the two women before him, a torrent of mixed emotions flooding her, jealousy igniting anew. In her eyes, all of this should rightfully belong to her. Before she could fully suppress her fury, she witnessed Chen Youfu also gifting each of these enchanting women a house. Although she could not ascertain the specifics, she surmised they could not be inexpensive. What infuriated her most was that the two women seemed to be aware of her covert observation, flaunting their completed paperwork in her direction. Enraged, Lu Lina clenched her teeth and turned to leave the hall of the Housing Management Bureau, disregarding Lu Jibin trailing behind her. What is up with your sister? Didn't she agree to this? Who knows? Xiaoyan, should we head back? I'll ask my mom to prepare a nice lunch for you. I'm not going. Lu Jibin, you'd better give me an explanation. I took a day off for this, so you can leave. I'll wait for Yunjie and the others. Xiaoyun, don't get too close to them. Guyun isn't a good person. Lu Jibin, I'm warning you, if you keep saying that, I'll really get angry. Yunjie is so good to me, so hurry and go. Chapter 36, Conscience. Brother-in-law, are you really Lu Jibin's ex-husband? Brother-in-law, how did you meet Yunjie? Brother-in-law, your car is so ugly. Brother-in-law, why aren't you speaking? Brother-in-law, do you dislike me? Brother-in-law, stop. Can you be quiet for a moment? Since the incident at the Housing Management Bureau, this little sparrow had been relentlessly clinging to him. And Chen Youfu felt as though he hadn't gained a companion, but rather a chirping sparrow incessantly buzzing in his ear, and to make matters worse, the way she called him brother-in-law flowed so easily. Seeing Chen Youfu at a rare loss for words, Gu Yun and Du Yufei both doubled over with laughter. However, what troubled Chen Youfu even more was the realization that this little sparrow was quite the dramatist. He had merely suggested that she quiet down for a moment, and already, those beautiful, large eyes of hers were brimming with crystalline tears. Brother-in-law, you're being mean to me. That pitiful expression evoked a sense of guilt in Chen Youfu. For the tears sparkling in her eyes seemed to communicate a silent ultimatum. If he did not apologize, she would weep. All right, I was wrong. I should not have scolded you. I apologize. You must promise me that you won't be mean to me in the future. Sure, absolutely no problem. I guarantee I won't scold you again. In fact, not only would he refrain from being harsh, but he would also ensure to keep his distance from her in the future. Ah, brother-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Having secured his promise, the little actress swiftly changed her demeanor. In that moment, Chen Youfu felt a headache coming on. Subsequently, he accompanied 3 lovely ladies, 2 of them mature and 1 young, to the Golden Eagle Center. However, upon arrival, he quickly realized that he should not have come, for he had once again become the superfluous one. While Du Ming assumed the role of the supporting character, the allure of clothing, handbags, and cosmetics possesses an astonishing power over women. Each woman felt that her wardrobe was lacking an essential garment, and her shoe collection, a vital pair. After an extensive shopping spree, it was only natural to seek a place to replenish their spirits, and Chen Youfu found a seafood buffet nearby as a resting spot. Priced at 688 per person, the seafood buffet proved to be immensely appealing, with an array of fresh seafood that whetted everyone's appetite. As their appetites grew, so too did their spirits, and the morning's displeasure with the housing authority swiftly dissipated. Xiaoyun, how do you know Lu Jibin? Also, what were you doing at the housing authority last time? Despite her uncertainty, Gu Yun could not help but voice her curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Chen Youfu glanced at Gu Yun. He understood her concerns. While he personally disapproved of Gu Yun's approach, after a brief acquaintance, he did not wish for this young girl, striving alone in a foreign city, to fall victim to someone as despicable as Lu Jibin. Thus, he refrained from dissuading Gu Yun. I was introduced by a fellow villager. He has a friend who knows my compatriot. We met during a meal together and gradually got to know each other. Do you know him well, or his family? They are from Jinling. I have met his parents and sister. Overall, they are quite pleasant. As for Lu Jibin, he seems alright, although he lacks a stable job. He claims he will venture into business, and he treats me well, essentially agreeing to whatever I say. Gradually, as they listened to Xiao Yun's account, everyone began to comprehend the dynamics between her and Lu Jibin, as well as the reason for her presence at the housing authority that day. It turned out that Lu Jibin had been captivated by Xiao Yun after their introduction and had pursued her relentlessly. Initially, Xiao Yun was hesitant to engage with Lu Jibin, perceiving him as a frivolous and irresponsible individual. However, Lu Jibin's local roots in Jinling did intrigue her, as she understood that establishing a life in Jinling through her own efforts was nearly impossible. Thus, she began to string him along, initially positioning him as a mere backup. Yet, Lu Jibin held a different perspective. He was self-assured, believing that Xiao Yun was destined to be his. After some time of feeling strung along, he became increasingly uncomfortable. Logically, a sensible person would recognize that Xiao Yun was not interested in him and would relinquish his pursuit. However, Lu Jibin was not like that. He believed Xiao Yun harbored affection for him, but that he lacked the means to impress her. Thus, he concocted a plan. He returned to his mother, claiming he had a girlfriend who adored him immensely, but she had stipulated a condition for marriage. He needed to possess a house in Jinling. This revelation filled Zhang Guixiang with mixed emotions. She was overjoyed that her son was finally considering settling down, yet worried about the financial implications of purchasing a house. The Lu family possessed only one modest home, an aging property of barely 70 square meters. At this juncture, Lu Jibin proposed that Lu Lina vacate her home for him to marry, suggesting she move back in with her parents temporarily. Lu Daong and Zhang Guixiang, being the ever-doting parents, found this proposal appealing and promptly discussed it with Lu Lina. Initially, Lu Lina was reluctant, as this was her only remaining asset, and had it not been for the arrest of Huang Vida, she would have been indifferent. However, she felt increasingly isolated. This very house had once been the marital home of Chen Youfu and Lu Lina, with the down payment being cobbled together by Chen Youfu's parents and the mortgage payments sourced from Chen Youfu's salary. Eventually, after enduring persuasive arguments from Lu Daong and Zhang Guixiang, Lu Lina relented. Yet, Lu Jibin introduced another complication, asserting that his girlfriend insisted the property be transferred into her name before she would agree to marry him. Upon hearing this, even Lu Daong and Zhang Guixiang found it somewhat dubious. Nevertheless, Lu Jibin began to eloquently persuade them, claiming this was merely a temporary measure to placate his girlfriend. And once they were married, he would return the house to Lu Lina. Thus, Lu Daong and Zhang Guixiang were swayed, leaving Lu Lina with no choice but to acquiesce. The entire situation had nothing to do with Xiao Yun. It was merely Lu Jibin's scheme to seize the property. In his mind, he would use the house to entice Xiao Yun into marriage, and once wed, he would reclaim the house, with the fate of Lu Lina's claim remaining solely in his hands. Soon, with the promise of the house in place, Xiao Yun consented to Lu Jibin's courtship. However, she exhibited remarkable prudence. Although she accepted his advances, she ensured her own protection. In her own words, he hasn't even held my hand yet. This demonstrates her shrewdness. The reason for their visit to the housing authority that day was to transfer ownership of the house into Xiao Yun's name. Upon hearing this, Chen Youfu's expression darkened significantly. Although they were divorced, that house was more his than Lu Lina's, and it contained the hard-earned money of his parents, which naturally soured his mood. Du Yufei remained somewhat unaffected, as she had only heard snippets of the situation between Chen Youfu and Lu Lina from Gu Yun. But Gu Yun, on the other hand, was well versed in the details. The shift in Chen Youfu's mood did not go unnoticed by the three women. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Noticing the man before her appeared truly upset, Xiao Yun dared not act as she had previously, instead opting for a cautious inquiry. Xiao Yun's ability to excel in her post-graduation banking role stemmed from her upbringing, which had honed her skill in reading people's emotions. For a girl with no substantial connections or roots, this ability to navigate a bustling city was essential for survival. I'm fine, Xiaoming. Come with me for a smoke. Sure. Sister Yun, what's wrong with brother-in-law? Did I say something wrong? Once Chen Youfu exited the private room, Xiao Yun, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked, believing she had inadvertently spoken out of turn. No, it is not your fault. However, Xiao Yun, there are certain matters that I am unsure whether I should address. Sister Yun, you are indeed my benefactor and mentor. It is thanks to you that I have been able to establish myself at the bank. Whatever it is, please speak openly. For I know you only have my best interests at heart. Xiaoyan, as you are aware, Lao Chun is actually Lu Jibin's brother-in-law, and I have become quite close with Lu Jibin's sister. Consequently, both Lao Chun and I possess considerable insight into their family dynamics. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to disrupt a marriage. By that logic, I should refrain from saying anything regarding you and Lu Zhibin. However, I have watched you grow into your position at the bank, and I understand how challenging it is for you to navigate life alone in the city of Jinling. I do not wish for you to encounter the wrong person and find yourself in a perilous situation, which is why I feel compelled to share some insights regarding Lu Zhibin and his family. Subsequently, Gu Yun recounted the entire saga between Chen Youfu and Lu Lina, as well as the events that transpired between Chen Youfu and the Lu family, including Lu Zhibin's past. Gradually, as Gu Yun narrated these tales, Xiaoyun's face flushed with anger before slowly paling. Xiaoyun, Lu Zhibin is not a man worthy of your lifelong trust. You must contemplate this carefully, Gu Yun said, embracing the trembling Xiaoyun. This Lu family is truly despicable. Why did my brother-in-law leave his house to them? In my opinion, they deserve to be cast onto the streets. Your brother-in-law is simply soft-hearted and considers his daughter's feelings. After all, that is her biological mother, Gu Yun replied. Thank you, Sister Yun. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen into a terrible predicament, and my life would have been ruined. It's nothing, as long as you don't hold it against me for speaking out of turn. In the future, when it comes to relationships, you must keep your eyes wide open. Chapter 37, Vigorously. Xiaoyun was born in a mountain village in Longshan County, a nationally recognized impoverished area in the western border of Xiangnan Province. As the eldest child, she has two younger sisters. Her father passed away from overwork when she was just 16. The opportunity to attend university in Jinling arose from her being the first student from her village to do so. The tuition for her first year was gathered during her summer break in her senior year, where she foraged for herbs in the mountains and washed dishes in the county town, supplemented by contributions from the villagers. From her freshman year until graduation, Xiaoyun never returned home, not because she did not miss her mother and sisters, but because the fare for a single trip was a significant expense for her. Entering society at such a young age made her acutely aware of her desires. Initially, she thought Lu Zhibin would be a suitable choice, but after meeting Chen Youfu, that notion was quickly dispelled. It was not merely Gu Yun's warnings about Lu's family or Lu Zhibin's character that dissuaded her. Rather, it was during her outings to luxury brand stores with Gu Yun and Du Yufei that Xiaoyun realized what she truly wanted. The extravagant bags, shoes, clothing, and cosmetics, often costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, were things she had never dared to imagine. Yet, to Gu Yun and Du Yufei, these seemingly unattainable luxuries appeared trivial, akin to items priced at merely a few dollars. Xiaoyun found it hard to believe that her monthly living expenses were insufficient to purchase a single lipstick, while others could afford several months' worth of living in this vast city with just the cost of a single lunch. Moreover, she recognized that Gu Yun and Du Yufei's affluent lifestyle was entirely due to Chen Youfu. In truth, Xiaoyun had encountered her fair share of wealthy suitors during her time at school, but she was fully aware that their affections were superficial, driven solely by the thrill of novelty. She had no desire to devalue herself. When Gu Yun shared details about Lu's family and Lu Zhibin's past, she remained blissfully unaware that this seemingly innocent and beautiful girl was actually viewing this as an opportunity, a chance to alter the course of her life. Sir, I believe this young lady harbors feelings for you, Du Yufei suddenly remarked while they were in the car after dinner. Xiaoyun might not have realized that her subtle glances had not gone unnoticed by Gu Yun, who may not have thought too deeply about them. But Du Yufei had observed intently. Don't be ridiculous. She is merely a few years older than Linger, Chen Youfu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Du Yufei. How is that ridiculous? Did you not notice how sweetly she calls him brother-in-law? And did you see the way she looked at you, as if she wished to devour you whole? You know, now that you mention it, I did notice that, Gu Yun chimed in with a mischievous smile. It might not be a bad idea for you to pursue her. It could put an end to Lu Zhibin's delusions and save that girl from his clutches. Chen Youfu sighed, perplexed by the peculiar thoughts that occupied the minds of these two women, who seemed to be conspiring to play matchmaker for him. What puzzled Gu Yun was that after she disclosed Lu Zhibin's true nature to Xiaoyun, the latter did not terminate her relationship with him. In the days that followed, Gu Yun spotted Lu Zhibin picking Xiaoyun up from work at the bank several times, and they appeared to be enjoying each other's company. Gu Yun could not fathom Xiaoyun's reasoning. Despite knowing Lu Zhibin was unreliable, she continued the relationship, acting as if she were oblivious to the truth. However, out of respect for Xiaoyun's autonomy, Gu Yun refrained from pressing the matter further. It was not until one day when Xiaoyun approached her for assistance that Gu Yun began to comprehend the intentions of this seemingly innocent girl. Upon learning of Xiaoyun's plan, even the typically bold Gu Yun could not help but admire the sacrifices Xiaoyun was willing to make for Chen Youfu. In the aftermath, Gu Yun reflected on whether she would have made the same choices at Xiaoyun's age and position, and she found herself uncertain. Sister Yun, do you know any lawyers? Xiaoyun inquired after work one day. What's wrong? Have you encountered a problem? Chen's company has a legal consultant. I can provide you with his contact information. But first, Please tell me what is troubling you. Sister, hypothetically, if I were to do something that might disappoint you, would you be able to forgive me? I find myself unable to control my feelings, Xiaoyun confessed, her gaze cast downward. What could you possibly have done to disappoint me? Are you saying you've developed feelings for Lao Chen? How did you know? Xiaoyun exclaimed, her head snapping up in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Huh. You little minx, you think I couldn't see through your intentions? Your longing glances at Lao Chen are hardly subtle. Not only I, but also Lao Chen and Yufei are aware. No wonder my brother-in-law has been avoiding me. But, sister, am I that obvious? Not blatantly so, but we can all tell. Guyan laughed heartily. Please, sister, don't tease me. I feel like I could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Oh no. How will I face my brother-in-law and sister Yufei now? Don't worry, it will be fine. Sister, are you and sister Yufei angry with me? Why would we be angry with you? That brother-in-law of yours is not exclusively ours. It's not as if you've stolen something from us. Haha, you mischievous girl. You speak as if you've already succeeded. Xiaoyun, both your sister Yufei and I are acutely aware that old Chen will never grant us any official recognition. Nor do we require it. At our age, matters such as marriage hold little significance. What truly matters is living a life filled with happiness. We understand that old Chen harbors genuine feelings for both of us. Hence we shall not take offense at your thoughts, as long as old Chen finds joy. I believe I have come to understand. Well, there's one point you must remember. Old Chen is exceptionally kind to those he considers his own, which is simply his nature. However, having been wounded by a past marriage, he harbors a deep aversion to being deceived again. If you genuinely wish to be with old Chen, you must ensure you do not break his heart. Otherwise, neither I nor your sister Yufei will spare you. That won't happen. I promise to take good care of my brother-in-law. But does my brother-in-law not like me? It's nothing to worry about. Yes, just like that. You need to be more proactive. By the way, you still Haven T told me why you sought a lawyer. I've been meaning to ask you. Why are you still entangled with Lu Jibin? Sister, I wish to avenge my brother-in-law. He has been so brutally mistreated by the Lu family. The house he purchased has been usurped by them, and now they aim to deceive me regarding it. How do you plan to exact your revenge? Guyun truly cannot fathom the thoughts of this young girl before her. Sister, just a few days ago, they transferred the house to me, and yesterday, I acquired a marriage certificate with Lu Jibin. My plan is thus. As Xiaoyun laid bare her intentions and the unfolding events, even Guyun couldn't help but marvel at the lengths to which young women will go to achieve their goals. However, based on her understanding of Chen Youfu, she surmised that upon learning of Xiaoyun's actions, he would undoubtedly be moved, and having grasped the entirety of the scheme, Guyun estimated that its execution would pose little issue, though Xiaoyun would sacrifice her reputation, while the Lu family would face dire consequences. Indeed, after Xiaoyun discovered certain matters regarding the Lu family and Lu Jibin that day, she began to devise a means to secure Chen Youfu's affection. Rather than severing ties with Lu Jibin, she chose to maintain the connection, subtly conveying to him that if he were to transfer the house to her, she would agree to marry him. Lu Jibin, fearing that Guyun and Chen Youfu might disclose his true nature to Xiaoyun, hastened to comply. Consequently, the house was swiftly transferred to Xiaoyun. To ensure Lu Jibin and his family remained placated, Xiaoyun felt compelled to obtain a marriage certificate with him. Upon receiving the certificate, Lu Jibin was overjoyed and eagerly sought to consummate their marriage, but Xiaoyun deftly postponed this, claiming she wished to save it for their wedding day. This was merely the first step. The subsequent and crucial phase involved obtaining Lu Jibin's information and engaging a lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings under the pretext of deceit, thus ensuring the Lu family would suffer significant losses. Upon learning of this, Guyun could not help but acknowledge the severity of Xiaoyun's strategy against the Lu family. Subsequently, Guyun provided Jiang Tao's contact information to Xiaoyun, and upon returning home, she relayed the developments to Chen Youfu and Du Yufei. Oh, I told you this little girl has set her sights on the master. Look how I was right. She is quite willing to invest heavily. Isn't this just nonsense? You should dissuade her. She is still so young, transitioning from single to married twice. What can I do? She had already made up her mind by the time she approached me. At this point, can you bear to watch this young girl fall into the flames for you? Guyun blinked innocently at Chen Youfu. At your age, still acting coy. Oh, fine. Now you despise her for being older. Once you have a younger one, you forget the old. Truly, how easily one forgets the past when new love arrives. All right, enough of that. I'll call Jiang to inquire. Chapter 38, Misfortune. Chen Youfu called Jiang Tao, having been contacted by Xiaoyun prior and provided with pertinent information. Thus, during their conversation, Jiang Tao reassured Chen Youfu that this case was virtually foolproof, asserting that it would not even require a court appearance, as preliminary mediation would suffice. The Lu family had justified the house transfer as a gift, without stipulating that it was intended for their marriage, meaning that from the moment, it was transferred to Xiaoyun. It was entirely disconnected from the Liu family. Regardless of marriage or divorce, the matter had no bearing on the property. Even Jiang Tao, a legal expert, could not help but marvel at the cunning of this young girl. As Chen Youfu's personal legal advisor, upon understanding the relationship between Xiaoyun and Chen Youfu, he immediately grasped that Xiaoyun's willingness to make such sacrifices was merely her way of presenting herself as a token of loyalty to her employer. Legally, there was no issue. A statement Jiang Tao assured Chen Youfu, although he refrained from voicing the subsequent sentiment. While legally sound, the moral implications were somewhat dubious. I consulted Jiang Tao, and he assured me there are no problems. Splendid, master. I think we should celebrate this moment. Shall I open a bottle of wine? Celebrate what? Chen Youfu rolled his eyes, clearly irked. To celebrate the addition of a new member to our family. Yunjia, do you think the master might truly forget the past once he has a new love? Alas, she is no longer young, and cannot compare to those young girls. Who knows, he might cast her aside one day. Indeed, I share that sense of urgency. Now that you mention it, that possibility seems increasingly likely. Observing the antics of these two mischievous women, Chen Youfu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No, tonight I must assert the authority of the head of the household. The seriousness of Chen family law must be instilled in these two ladies. After establishing everything, Xiaoyun prepared to confront Liu Zhibin, revealing her true intentions. On that day, before leaving work, Xiaoyun called Liu Zhibin, inviting him to meet at a cafe near their bank. At that moment, Liu Zhibin was engrossed in a game of mahjong with friends, but soon lost his money. Upon receiving Xiaoyun's call, he was reminded of the adage that fortune in gambling often coincides with success in romance. In the days following their marriage certificate acquisition, his desire to consummate the marriage had gone unfulfilled, and now that Xiaoyun had invited him, he wondered if tonight would bring progress. This thought thrilled him, prompting him to tidy himself up and rush to meet Xiaoyun, even borrowing 1,000 yuan from Zhang Guoxiang to prepare for an enjoyable evening together. After waiting for a while at the appointed cafe, Xiaoyun approached with a stoic expression, holding a document folder. Xiaoyun, you're here. Just off work? I'll treat you to dinner. There's a new Western restaurant at Xinjiku that I've heard is quite good. I'll take you there to try it. Liu Zhibin, oblivious to Xiaoyun's demeanor, continued cheerfully. Liu Zhibin, is there anything you've been keeping from me? Xiaoyun asked, crossing her arms as she sat down. It was only then that Liu Zhibin sensed something amiss. No, of course not. What's wrong? Xiaoyun, I've told you everything. You know I truly love you. How could I possibly hide anything? Oh, nothing, is it? Then take a good look at what this is. Xiaoyun extracted a sheet of paper from the document pouch and flung it directly onto Liu Zhibin's face. Flustered, Liu Zhibin picked it up and was instantly taken aback. For the paper detailed his involvement in a gambling ring that had led to police intervention a few years prior. Not only was he implicated as one of the organizers, but he had also received a 1-year sentence from the court, only to be released early through family connections. Xiaoyun, let me explain. This was a long time ago, and I had forgotten about it, so I did not intend to hide anything from you. Besides, that is all in the past. I have moved on from such matters. Liu Zhibin urgently explained. Liu Zhibin, you truly are something. Even at this moment, you fail to grasp the gravity of this situation. Your ignorance is astounding. Do you realize that because of your criminal record, our future child will be barred from attending a military academy, enlisting in the army, or even taking civil service exams? Then we simply want to pursue civil service or the military. There are plenty of people living well without those. What's the big deal? Liu Zhibin retorted dismissively. Liu Zhibin, you are not only ignorant, but utterly shameless. You think such a significant issue is trivial? I have clearly misjudged you. Liu Zhibin, I want a divorce. What? Xiaoyun, what are you saying? You want a divorce? Are you out of your mind? Just because of this trivial matter? We've only been married for a few days. Is this a trivial matter? You concealed such a major issue from me before we married and now we're a nonchalant expression. Do you dare raise your voice at me now? What will you do once we start living together? Liu Zhibin, I am resolute about this divorce. Here is the divorce agreement. Please sign it. Xiaoyun produced a divorce agreement and placed it before Liu Zhibin. I won't sign, Xiaoyun. You must have prepared this in advance. I refuse to sign it. Liu Zhibin seized the divorce agreement and tore it to shreds. Humph, calling you ignorant is an understatement. That was merely a photocopy. If you wish to tear it, I can provide you with many more. But let me make this clear, Liu Zhibin, the divorce is happening. If you are unwilling to sign, we shall meet in court. With that, Xiaoyun stood up and left. Damn it. Xiaoyun, you wretched woman. This is far from over. Just you wait. Liu Zhibin fumed, pointing at Xiaoyun's departing figure, cursing loudly, only to realize that the cafe patrons were watching him, which only fueled his anger. Less than an hour ago, he had been reveling in his gambling exploits while feeling triumphant in matters of the heart. Now, even a fool like Liu Zhibin sensed that something was amiss. They had only just obtained their marriage certificate a few days prior. and he had hardly laid a hand on Xiao Yun, yet she was already demanding a divorce. To make matters worse, their house had already been transferred to Xiao Yun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhibin hurried home, where his family had gathered. Just before his arrival, they had been discussing where to hold the wedding, and Zhang Guoxiang was dreaming about how much money they could collect as gifts. However, upon hearing Lu Zhibin's grim account, Zhang Guoxiang and He Daong were nearly apoplectic with rage. Having spoiled their son since childhood, Zhang Guoxiang and He Daong regarded him as their treasure. Yet anyone familiar with their family knew precisely what Lu Zhibin was like. Over the years, the couple had fretted endlessly about their son's marriage prospects, as no one was willing to marry their daughter to such a worthless man. It was only after learning of Lu Zhibin's romantic involvement that they had reluctantly agreed to transfer Lu Lina's house to Xiao Yun. They never anticipated that what seemed like a solid arrangement could unravel, especially with their house now belonging to someone else. Lu Lina, upon hearing the news, was equally distressed. She could not afford to lose the last of her possessions. No, how could this happen? What about my house? This is unacceptable. I need to call Xiao Yun. Lu Lina immediately took out her phone and dialed Xiao Yun's number. Yun Yun, it's your sister. I heard from Zhibin that you two are having a spat. You wouldn't believe it. Our mother punished Zhibin when she heard about your quarrel. I also had a word with him. Lu Lina said cheerfully after Xiao Yun answered the call. Meanwhile, the three members of the Lu family were listening intently to the conversation, with Zhang Guoxiang insisting that Lu Lina put the call on speaker. This isn't a mere spat, sister. I will address you as sister for the last time. What does your family mean by deceiving me? Why didn't you inform me about Lu Zhibin's past incarceration? Let me be clear, I am determined to divorce him. Don't say anything else. Either you get him to sign the divorce agreement, or we will meet in court. Yin Yun, this isn't necessary. Can't we discuss this calmly? Rest assured, if Zhibin has done anything wrong, I will support you. Just take a moment to cool down, Lu Lina urged. But Zhang Guoxiang interjected before she could finish, addressing Xiao Yun as mother despite Xiao Yun's never having called her that. Aunt, please don't try to cozy up to me. You are not my mother. Your family has deceived me, and I refuse to live with regrets. So, I suggest you persuade your son to sign the divorce agreement, or we will take this to court, which would be embarrassing for your family. With that, Xiao Yun hung up the phone. Unbeknownst to the Lu family, she was not alone. By her side were Chen Youfu, Gu Yun, Du Yufei, Jiang Tao, and Du Ming, all enjoying a meal at a private restaurant near Qinglong Mountain Villa. Brother-in-law, how did I perform? Wasn't I splendid? Xiao Yun blinked her large eyes at Chen Youfu, her face brimming with anticipation for praise. Yes, you were impressive. You truly are a dramatic talent, Chen Youfu replied with a roll of his eyes. Truthfully, he had not wanted it to come to this, but now that it had, he found it difficult to scold the girl before him, as her actions had indeed provided him with a sense of relief, leaving Chen Youfu feeling quite conflicted. Chapter 39, Mediation. Jiang Lu, I entrust Xiao Yun's matter to you. Mr. Chen, this is not a challenging issue. To be honest, it doesn't even require my presence. Any intern lawyer from our firm could resolve it seamlessly. There's nothing more to do now but await the other party's approach. It can all be settled outside of court. Meanwhile, on the Lu family's side, after Xiao Yun hung up, they were all in shock, never having anticipated that things would escalate to this extent. Zhibin, how could Xiao Yun know about your past? Did you let something slip? Lu Lina inquired, turning to him. How could that be? I've never mentioned it. Am I foolish enough to tell her about that? Then how did she find out? How would I know? It must have been that bastard spreading rumors. If I find out who it is, I'll make him pay. Calm down. Who do you think you can intimidate? You've only got that mouth left to use. You should focus on figuring out what to do next. Wait, sister. Do you think it's possible that Chen Youfu or your good friend told her? Xiao Yun works in the same bank as Gu Yun. They both know about my past. At that moment, Lu Zhibin was the first to connect the dots. Don't say that. It's quite possible. Chen Youfu is a backstabbing scoundrel. I'll go find him. Indeed, mother, let us seek him out. That scoundrel, despite his wealth, refuses to share even a morsel with us. How ironic that I once referred to him as brother-in-law. Yet now he seeks to undermine me. If he dares to provoke me further, I shall enlist a few brothers to deal with him. Enough of this idle chatter. You cannot afford to provoke him now. Even the formidable Huang Vida has been apprehended. Do you wish to join him behind bars? It would be prudent to contemplate our next steps, particularly since we have already relinquished our home. Lu Daong remarked. Yes, the house. That was my house. I opposed this course of action from the outset, yet you all urged me otherwise. And now, look where we are. What of your house? What of it? Jean is your own brother. What is wrong with offering your house to him for his wedding? It's your fault for being so ineffectual, choosing the wealthy Chen Youfu over that Huang fellow. Now we find ourselves with nothing, and you still have the audacity to blame your brother. If you had not divorced Chen Youfu, would we be in this predicament? Had you remained married, You would be living in a luxurious villa, driving a grand automobile. As Lu Lina chastised her brother, Zhang Guoxiang grew displeased. Mother, you dare blame me? Who is it that fills my ears daily with slander against Chen Youfu, urging me to pursue a divorce? Who claims that the necklace from Huang Vida is of great value? Who, I ask? Furthermore, whose money did you take for your brother's car and business? Had it not been for your incessant meddling in my marriage, would I be in such dire straits? All those villas and luxury cars should have been mine. And this is all you're doing. Ah, yours? How can you claim that? Go and ask Chen Youfu if he considers those possessions to be yours. You possess the body of a lady but the fate of a servant. Thankfully, you have a brother. Your father and I have never placed our hopes upon you. In Zhang Guoxiang's eyes, her son always took precedence. Enough of this bickering. What does it matter now? We must focus on how to proceed. What shall we do? If that wretched woman insists on a divorce, then let it be so. It is always the woman who suffers in such matters. However, we must ensure that she returns the house. Indeed, the house must be reclaimed. As long as I possess that, I can find anyone I desire. In Lu Zhibin's eyes, the house had already become his. Father, please consult your lawyer friend again. See if there is any recourse. Lu Lina felt the situation was more complex than her mother perceived. All right, I will reach out to Lao Huang. The following morning, the entire Lu family arrived at the law firm where Huang Wei worked. Upon hearing Lu Dayong's introduction, Huang Wei was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that every encounter with the Lu family would revolve around such hopeless matters. Previously, it was concerning Chen Youfu's assets. He had only just begun his investigation when he received a letter from the opposing lawyer, delivered personally by the eminent Jiang Tao, who presented a series of undeniable evidence that left him speechless. Now faced with a similar situation, Huang Wei had already surmised the outcome. Lao Lu, what on earth have you done? How could you sign such an agreement? Even adding a clause stating that the property was intended as a marital home would have sufficed. What is this madness? No, Lao Huang. This house was indeed meant for marriage. That is a fact. If you are seeking a divorce, you must return the house to us. We will not yield on this point. The house must be returned, or I will not forgive her. Yes, Uncle Huang. You are a lawyer. You must assist me. If all else fails, I will cause a scene at her workplace. I cannot believe she would dare keep my house. Lu Zhibin shouted from the sidelines. At that moment, Huang Wei regretted knowing this family. Had he not, he would have gladly expelled them. Enough. Can we not maintain decorum? We are not at home. Lu Dayong felt irritation as he noticed the look in his longtime friend's eyes. Let us cease this chatter and listen to what Lao Huang has to say. Lao Huang, we are not well versed in these matters. Could you explain this properly? Your sister-in-law made a valid point. Is there any way to help us reclaim the house? Nothing else matters. Sigh, Lu Gu, I will not hide it from you. The chances of winning this in court are virtually non-existent. If you wish to retrieve the house, your only option is to pursue mediation, depending on the opposing party's disposition. If they are benevolent, there may be hope, but be prepared to offer a substantial compensation. The reasons are clear. First, you indeed deceived them prior to marriage, which cannot be disputed. Second, the ownership of this house is now entirely unrelated to the divorce. How can that be? Initially, it was agreed that the house would be transferred to her for their marriage. Uncle Huang, why is this so? Lu Lina interjected, exasperated. Sigh, dear niece. The crucial point is that the transfer agreement you signed was a gift, and a gratuitous one at that. Furthermore, it does not state that it was intended for marriage. Do you understand what this implies? It signifies that this is a premarital gift, thus the house is considered the other party's property prior to marriage. Moreover, given that you are the party at fault in the divorce, no legal framework will support your claim. Uncle, is there truly no other recourse? Lu Lina felt utterly disheartened by Huang Wei's words. Alas, we can only hope for the opposing party's acceptance of mediation. If this proceeds to court, the chances are dismal. As Huang Wei elucidated the complexities of the situation, Lu Zhibin received a notification from the court. Xiao Yun had commissioned Jiang Tao to file a lawsuit against him, summoning him for mediation. The following day, the entire Lu family set out with Huang Wei to the Xuanwu District Court. Upon entering the mediation room, Huang Wei spotted Jiang Tao seated there and felt a strong urge to turn and leave. This was understandable. Jiang Tao was a towering figure in the legal realm of Jinling, and only a handful could sit across from him with ease. Thus, Huang Wei's trepidation was quite justified. Xiao Yun, must you escalate this over such a trivial matter? If you wish to divorce, then so be it, but return the house to me. Or do not blame me for my lack of civility. Upon entering, Lu Zhibin could no longer contain his rage at the sight of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun calmly cast a glance at Lu Zhibin without speaking, then turned her attention to Jiang Tao. Sir, may I interpret your earlier remark as a threat against my client? Jiang Tao said as he produced a recording device. Wait, Lawyer Jiang. He did not mean it that way. He is merely a young man acting impulsively. Huang Wei immediately stood to mediate, casting a warning glance at Lu Daong. All right, let us dispense with the superfluous talk. Lawyer Huang, you are an experienced attorney. I truly did not expect this situation to become so convoluted. From any angle, you do not possess a sliver of hope, and I believe you are acutely aware of this. Lawyer Jiang, you are a distinguished attorney, while I am but a novice. I recognize that my client has erred in this matter. Yet, as the saying goes, better to destroy a temple than a marriage. Let us resolve this privately without the need for litigation, thus conserving judicial resources. Very well, Lawyer Huang. Due to my limited time, I shall not beat around the bush with you. Allow me to state our demands. Should you acquiesce, we will proceed to sign the mediation agreement. If not, there is no need for further discussion, and we shall leave everything to the court. Given that your client deliberately concealed their prior criminal record from my client before marrying them, this has resulted in a severe emotional betrayal and inflicted profound psychological harm upon my client, alongside irrevocable damage to their reputation. Therefore, we present the following demands. First, an immediate acceptance of our divorce proposal. Second, due to your client's wrongful actions, they must compensate my client a total of 1.5 million yuan for emotional distress and reputational damage. Furthermore, concerning the property at Building 17, Unit 603 in Haiqing Garden. This property was a gift from your client to my client and bears no relation to the marriage. Chapter 40, Dining Invitation. What? You expect us to pay an additional 1.5 million? Absolutely not. Xiao Yun, isn't it said that one should not act in such a manner? Although my son is at fault, it is hardly an insurmountable issue. Must we escalate this situation so dramatically? Regardless, you must return the house. As soon as Jiang Tao finished speaking, Zhang Guixiang leapt up, exclaiming, Lawyer Huang, is this your response? If so, we shall take our leave. No. Let us not be hasty. Jiang Lawyer, we can discuss this amicably. Old Lu, if you continue this way, I will cease to involve myself in this matter. Who ultimately holds authority in your family? Huang Wei was also beginning to lose his temper. Old Huang, you take the lead. We will follow your guidance. Thereafter, both Zhang Guixiang and Lu Zhibin fell silent. Eventually, after mediation, both parties reached an agreement. Xiao Yun waived her compensation, and the Lu family ceased their pursuit of the house, which henceforth belonged solely to Xiao Yun. When signing the agreement, Lu Daong, as the head of the family, trembled as he inscribed his signature. For the Lu family, this was undoubtedly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Following a series of setbacks, the Lu family sold their house in Jinling the very next day and returned to their hometown of Anqing in Anhui province. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was delighted to present her letter of intent to Chen Youfu. Xiao Yun called to invite us to dinner tomorrow, old Chen. She is inviting you and Yufei. Not me, so I shall not attend. Oh, come on, old Chen, you're being difficult. Indeed, old master, she has made considerable sacrifices for you. It's rather inconsiderate to not treat her to a meal after all this, don't you think? What do you mean by being difficult? You two ladies are really stirring up trouble. She is just a young girl. I cannot let her down. Oh, what is there to worry about? Just go, old Chen. Please. I have already promised Xiao Yun. Stop shaking your head. We are all grown-ups here. Can we not indulge in such childish behavior? Oh, come on, old master. At this moment, Du Yufei also joined in on the fun, grabbing hold of his other arm and shaking it. I yield. I am intimidated by the two of you. I shall go. Is that satisfactory? Early the next morning, Xiao Yun rose early, meticulously tidying every corner of her home before locking the door and setting off to the market on her little electric scooter. Ever since her childhood, her mother had taught her that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Thus, under her mother's guidance, Xiao Yun had mastered the art of making Hunan cuisine. Upon arriving at the market, she headed straight for the seafood section, observing the lively swimming fish in the tank. She pointed to the most vibrant one after a moment of contemplation, saying, Boss, I want this one. Please separate the head and tail. Sure thing. You have a good eye. That one is the best. The total is 515 yuan. Could you do it for 50? I promise I'll come back often. All right. Just make sure to return. Don't worry, boss. And this piece of beef brisket, please cut it in half. No, not like that. Cut it this way, and I'll take 3 potatoes, and could you throw in some green onions? In the bustling market, Xiao Yun exhibited remarkable finesse. Even if some vendors showed displeasure at her haggling, her charming smile and playful tone disarmed most. Soon, her little electric scooter-esque basket was filled to the brim. As she prepared to leave the market, she noticed fresh grapes at a nearby fruit stand. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to purchase some. Once her shopping was complete, she hurried home, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she carried her purchases inside. Subsequently, Xiao Yun's petite figure busied herself in the small kitchen. Around 11, while still engaged in her culinary endeavors, she heard the doorbell ring, swiftly turned down the stove, and opened the door to a bouquet of fresh flowers. Thank you. Sister Yun, they smelled delightful. Beside her, Du Yufei handed over a set of cosmetics. Ah, thank you, Sister Yufei. I've been wanting this for quite some time. Xiao Yun accepted the gifts from Gu Yun and Du Yufei, inviting all three inside. Why didn't you answer my calls? Didn't you bring me a gift? Xiao Yun fixed her gaze on Chen Youfu, giving him a look that suggested she would cry if he claimed he hadn't brought anything. All right. You're such a drama queen. The gifts will arrive shortly. I'm genuinely afraid of you. You invite me to dinner and still demand a gift. What kind of logic is that? Wow, you are too kind. Xiao Yun exclaimed joyfully, leaping up. Chen Youfu felt a delightful sensation in his arm as the two women exchanged knowing smiles. I'll help you change your shoes. No, I can do it myself. Even someone as accustomed to the company of two beautiful women as Chen Youfu felt a tinge of bashfulness. No, I insist on changing your shoes. Xiao Yun would not allow Chen Youfu to refuse. She firmly seated him and squatted down, pulling out a pair of new men's slippers for him to wear. Xiao Yun, you've prepared so many dishes. I didn't realize you had such culinary skills. Just some home-cooked meals, my mother taught me. Sister Yufei, I've heard your cooking is exceptional. Please offer me some advice later. I'm not that great. It's Wang Yin's cooking that's impressive. Next time you visit the villa, let her teach you. Alright. Xiao Yun, is there anything else that needs to be done? I can help you. No. Just one last soup to finish. You and Sister Yun should sit and relax. I'll handle it. At that moment, Chen Youfu surveyed his surroundings. This house had been his home for decades. He had lived here from marriage to divorce, and it appeared largely unchanged. Xiao Yun had indeed put in considerable effort. Although her methods were somewhat intense, her intentions touched him deeply. Thus, when he agreed to join her for dinner, he wholeheartedly accepted this young girl. Just as Chen Youfu reminisced about the past, his phone rang. Yes, please bring it up. After a brief wait, Du Ming arrived, handing Chen Youfu an envelope. This was also a gift he had prepared for Xiao Yun. Well, you did ask for a gift, didn't you? This is for you. What is it? Xiao Yun opened the file bag and discovered 2 car keys along with a purchase contract containing her personal information. The car is parked downstairs. In a few days, I'll have Xiao Wu arrange a license plate for you, just like the one your sister Yun and her friends have. It's pink. If you dislike the color, I can have it changed for you. Wow, I adore you. I want to change it. I love this hue. It's a delightful pink. And I wouldn't dream of switching. Xiao Yun exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Chen Youfu's. Wait a minute, you little rascal. Are you implying that your sister Yufei and I are getting old? Yes, you're starting to dismantle the bridge before we've even crossed the river, Sister Yun. We must teach this cheeky girl a lesson, she retorted playfully. I'll help. Sister Yun, Sister Yufei, I was wrong. All right, enough of this nonsense. I'm hungry. Let us eat, Chen Youfu said, watching the 3 women frolic around, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, they say 3 women form a play. Oh dear, Sister Yun. Look at how protective he is becoming. What shall we do about this in the future? We can't compete with the young ladies. It seems we might be losing our standing, came the reply. All right, I concede. I admit my faults. Can the 3 ladies finally have their meal? As they gathered the dishes onto the table, Xiao Yun produced a bottle of matai. I couldn't find the kind you usually drink, so this is all I have. Today, let us share a drink to celebrate my divorce. Wow, that sounds rather awkward, Chen Youfu thought, feeling somewhat helpless as Gu Yun and Du Yufei began to stir mischief halfway through their meal. Both of their phones rang. One was a call from the bank, and the other was to inform of a vehicle maintenance appointment. They promptly left. Before departing, Gu Yun pulled Xiao Yun aside for a private conversation, leaving Xiao Yun with a flushed face upon her return. Chen Youfu was well aware of the intentions of these 2 women. Although he might have been hesitant in the past, returning to his former home stirred many buried memories, lifting the weight that had lingered in his heart. Why don't you lie down for a while? The sheets and blankets are fresh. I'll tidy up, he suggested. Sure, that works. With the emotional burden lifted, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold. As Chen Youfu lay on the bed, drowsiness overtook him, and in a haze, he suddenly felt a warm body beside him. Girl, have you truly thought this through? There's no turning back now. I won't regret it. Her words dispelled all of Chen Youfu's concerns and anxieties. Xiao Yun, this house feels too small. Perhaps I should buy you a new one. Or you could move to my neighborhood. I don't want that. I wish to stay here. When you're tired or troubled, come to me, and I'll cook for you. Is there anything you desire? Nothing at all. Having you is sufficient. Rest assured, I know you can't be mine alone, but I will be yours completely. I will cherish this place, and whenever you wish to visit, this will be our home. Though Xiao Yun asked for nothing, Chen Youfu transferred 2 million to her card regardless. Chapter 41. Mysterious Reward. After Jiang Monli joined Youfu Investments, Chen Youfu seldom visited the office. Adhering to the principle he had previously shared with her, trust in his employees without suspicion. However, today was a rare occasion when he came to the office in the morning. Observing the tidy environment, he felt pleased. It seemed Jiang Monli was diligent in her responsibilities. even attending to these small matters. Yet his joy was short-lived. Barely seated, there was a knock at the office door. Upon inviting the visitor in, he looked up to see Jiang Monli entering with an unpleasant expression. What on earth happened to upset her? He mused, recalling her daunting background and consciously maintaining a respectful distance. What's wrong, Ms. Jiang? Who has offended you? Tell me, and I shall assist you in reprimanding them. Really? Chairman Chen, can you help me with that? Of course. You are the backbone of Youfu Investments. Without you, we would not exist. Well, it's you who has upset me. What do you intend to do to rectify this? Jiang Monli replied, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Ms. Jiang. How could I have vexed you? It's been ages since we last met. How could I possibly cause you distress? Well, Mr. Boss, you seem to be aware that it has been quite a while since your last visit. This is your company, and you've not graced us with your presence for half a month. When I call, it's either busy or you quickly excuse yourself. Aren't you concerned I might ruin the company? Where does that notion come from? I trust you completely. With you here, what could possibly go wrong? Besides, wouldn't my presence add undue pressure on the other employees? You certainly have a knack for making excuses. Fine, I'm taking a vacation. I've been working for almost 3 months without a break. You're exploiting me. You're out enjoying life every day while I toil away here. Doesn't your conscience ache? All right, no problem. Take your vacation. Just tell me where you wish to go, and I will cover all expenses. I also want to shop. I've been in Jinling for so long and haven't had a chance to explore. Absolutely, go shopping. Buy whatever catches your eye. And I'll foot the bill. All right, you're off the hook this time. You said you'd pay? I assure you, I keep my word. Seeing Jiang Monli's expression brighten, Chen Youfu finally felt at ease. However, her next question caused him to tense once again. Boss, do you dislike me? Not at all. How could I possibly dislike you? Don't overthink it. Since you don't dislike me, why have you been deliberately avoiding me since returning from the Shanghai market? That is not true. I assure you, I haven't been avoiding you out of distrust. I simply believed in your capabilities and felt confident leaving the company in your hands. How could I distance myself from you? That would be utterly unjust. I'm more wrong than Doe, Ian June Snow. Don't give me that. You know I'm not referring to your presence at the office. Tell me, did Jiang Tongwang say something to you that prompted this behavior? Absolutely not. I swear. Really? Yes, I promise. All right, I'll believe you this time. But let me tell you, if Jiang Tongwang says anything to you, ignore him. Understood, I won't pay him any mind. Here are some documents regarding our recent investment projects. Review them. A few have already shown positive returns. This one is from Tianchen Entertainment, which originally wanted us to take the lioness share, but I decided against it and only accepted a 30 stake, leaving the rest for them to avoid any controversy. As Chen Youfu perused the documents Jiang Monli handed him, he couldn't help but acknowledge her remarkable capabilities. Despite her intimidating background, the company had begun to yield substantial profits under her leadership within just a few months, filling Chen Youfu with excitement as it signified hope for fulfilling his annual objectives. The annual task requires the company to achieve a profit of 100 million. In fact, Chen Youfu's visit today was prompted by his discovery that the system's backend indicated a completion rate of 20% for this task. It is well known that achieving short-term profits in an investment company is quite challenging. Many investments necessitate extended periods to yield returns. Thus, Chen Youfu decided to come and take a closer look. However, do not rejoice too soon. A portion of this profit stems from the short-term investments made by the second investment department, while another part is attributed to Tianchen Entertainment. A film produced by Tianchen Entertainment, which was released recently, has garnered significant market success. Yet, it is essential to note that it is merely a low-budget film, and its market performance is likely to wane over time. No worries, I am not in a hurry. After all, an investment company is fundamentally a pursuit of longevity. Even if there are financial gains, the associated risks are considerable, a fact I am acutely aware of. All right, then I shall rest easy. However, do not attempt to sneak away. I have heard that a Japanese restaurant has recently opened nearby. Very well, I shall treat you to lunch today. As Chen Youfu observed Jiang Monli departing, he felt a twinge of annoyance. He could not comprehend why she seemed to harbor feelings for him when he had not even attempted to flirt with her. While it is indeed a desire for every man to be pursued by a stunning beauty, such a scenario becomes troublesome when one is unaware of the woman's background. Should he fail to navigate this situation carefully, he could find himself in precarious circumstances, given her formidable connections. Unbeknownst to Chen Youfu, Jiang Monli may indeed have developed a slight affection for him, but her earlier actions were quite deliberate. After leaving Chen Youfu's office, she returned to her own, laughing and leaning over her desk in delight. Jiang Monli was aware that her identity had likely been disclosed to Chen Youfu by Jiang Tongwang. Since Chen Youfu's return from the Shanghai market, he had deliberately distanced himself from her, which led to the earlier encounter. Humph, scoundrel. You think I have taken a liking to you? You cannot frighten me into avoiding you. Moreover, Jiang Tongwang, you better watch out. Once I return to the capital, you will understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly, and I shall have the last word. If Chen Youfu were to overhear Jiang Manli's musings, he would undoubtedly wish to pull her back and reprimand her. With no other option, he remained at the company until noon to accompany Jiang Manli for a meal at the Japanese restaurant. For Chen Youfu, the dining experience turned out to be exceedingly torturous, as Jiang Manli persistently teased him, leaving him oblivious to what he was consuming. The more hesitant he became, the more emboldened she grew. Upon finishing, Chen Youfu hurriedly settled the bill and concocted an excuse to escape, disregarding Jiang Manli's calls from behind. From that moment on, he was even more averse to returning to the office. For him, Jiang Manli had become the person he dreaded encountering most, without exception. He sought to evade her at all costs. Upon returning home, he recounted the day's events to Gu Yun and Du Yufei, but instead of solace, he was met with their laughter. Du Yufei even suggested he should pursue Jiang Manli. In the following days, the system remained silent, with no tasks requiring his attention. Time passed slowly in this state of monotony until the approach of the new year compelled Chen Youfu to confront Jiang Manli, as he found himself entangled in a rather challenging situation. For nearly a week, he had been vexed by a sudden notification from the system, indicating the annual task had been completed 100%, which brought with it a mysterious reward that left him in a quandary. After the system declared the task's completion, a thick stack of documents appeared before him, thicker than a Chinese dictionary. Upon opening it, he realized that the majority of the materials were incomprehensible to him, although the portions he could understand revealed the nature of the reward. To his astonishment, the system had bestowed upon him information regarding a groundbreaking technology, a complete dossier on a new type of battery. This innovative battery, as described, was created from synthetic nanomaterials and could enable most contemporary mobile devices to stand by for 48 hours with a size comparable to a SIM card. At this revelation, Chen Youfu was left astounded, recognizing that possessing such technology would be akin to holding a money-printing machine. This was an utterly transformative invention. Energy, regardless of the era, holds the power to shape destinies. Logically, one would anticipate that Chen Youfu should be elated by such an opportunity, yet he found himself troubled. The adage, innocent man bears the guilt of possessing a treasure, rang true. Possessing such a potent tool could attract peril, especially for someone without a strong foundation or support. According to the documentation, this new battery was not limited to digital devices, but could also be utilized in automobiles, aircraft, and ships, thus extending its implications into military applications as well. What left Chen Youfu particularly speechless was the system's thoughtfulness. This was not merely a set of documents, but a comprehensive guide to the entire production process of the battery, meaning he could establish a manufacturing line at any moment should he choose. Consequently, for an entire week, Chen Youfu wrestled with the dilemma of what to do with this information. He contemplated locking it away in a safe, which would pose no immediate danger, as he currently had sufficient funds and need not expose himself to become a target. However, the thought of such a remarkable opportunity languishing unused felt regrettable, both for the nation and for himself. To squander such potential would surely invite divine retribution. After much deliberation, Chen Youfu thought of Jiang Manli, not merely her, but the Jiang family behind her. Yet, he initially hesitated, concerned that the Jiang family might not have his best interests at heart, as human nature is often tested in the face of significant temptation. Ultimately, he resolved to speak with Jiang Manli first. With his decision made, Chen Youfu arrived at the company and sought out Jiang Manli. "Ah, is that not Director Chen? Is the sun rising from the west today? How fortunate I am to have you grace us with your presence," she teased upon seeing him, unable to suppress her playful mockery, driven in part by her own frustration that such a striking woman as herself was not being approached. "All right, I admit my mistake. I have come to discuss a matter with you." Chen Youfu, confronted by a woman who could rival Du Yufei in allure, found it impossible to deny he had thoughts about her, yet he was primarily hindered by his own trepidation. Jiang Manli recognized that Chen Youfu was indeed intimidated by her background. "Speak, what is it? Surely nothing catastrophic has occurred to bring you to seek me out? How shall I put this? It is not a crisis. Rather, it is a fortuitous matter, albeit one I fear I cannot handle, lest I choke on it." "Oh, what could possibly be so significant? You are, after all, a man of considerable wealth now. What could threaten to choke you? Controlling the global market. Would you say that is significant? Huh? Chen Youfu, are you deliberately trying to amuse me? Why not claim you wish to dominate the universe? I am not jesting, Manli. Can I trust you?" Initially, Jiang Manli believed that Chen Youfu was merely trying to tease her. However, upon observing the grave expression on his face and hearing his inquiries, she gradually sensed that he was not joking. "I cannot provide you with an answer to that question, for if I say yes, would you truly believe me?" "You are right. Never mind, I shan't inquire further. Allow me to speak directly. Let things unfold as they may. Take a look at this. Chen Youfu recognized that Jiang Manli's observation was astute. The question was indeed rather foolish. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it any longer and opted to trust his judgment about her character, producing the information regarding the battery and handing it over. Jiang Manli, perplexed by Chen Youfu's intentions, cast him a wary glance before accepting the documents and beginning to peruse them. However, within mere minutes, she sprang from her seat and rushed to his side, grasping his arm. Is this real? Is it not just a prank of yours? I cannot ascertain its authenticity. However, what I hold in my hands is not merely what you see now. I possess a complete set of production processes and all the experimental data. You inquire about its veracity, and I cannot say, for I have not seen the final product with my own eyes. Yet, I suspect it is genuine. Upon hearing Chen Youfu mention possessing an entire set of production processes, Jiang Manli deduced that this matter could not be fabricated. At that moment, she lost her usual composure. Holding onto Chen Youfu's arm tightly, he could feel her trembling, yet he understood. Anyone who encountered such a revelation would struggle to maintain their calm. Do you grasp the implications of this? It signifies a new form of energy, an epic-making product. Whoever masters this will emerge as the vanguard of this era. Manli, please. Try to remain composed. Do you believe we alone can handle such a matter? Your family background. Your cousin has indeed mentioned it. Yet, to be blunt, even your family would not be able to manage this. No family could, truly. It could even prove fatal if mishandled. You have just perused the materials, and you should comprehend that once this comes to fruition, the entire world will focus its gaze upon you. Your lineage should allow you to see that this is not merely for civilian use. For some, its military applications are far more significant. Thus, do you now understand why I sought you out? Chen Youfu spoke earnestly. After absorbing Chen Youfu's words, Jiang Manli gradually regained her composure, coming to realize that he spoke the truth. This invention was not merely a groundbreaking energy source. It possessed the potential to disrupt traditional energy paradigms. And soon she would find herself with an abundance of adversaries fueled by resentment. I understand. So, what is your purpose in seeking me today? Manli, I wish to meet your patriarch. At this juncture, collaborating with the state appears to be the most prudent course of action. However, I believe it wise to converse with your elder before approaching the government. I trust he will have valuable insights. Moreover, this matter necessitates state collaboration. Otherwise, how can I explain the origin of this technology? What if someone attempts to exploit me later? Meet my patriarch? That is a sound idea. But why should I assist you? Damn, this woman has changed her demeanor again after regaining her composure. Has she forgotten the earlier embrace? Look, given our relationship, who else can help me if you do not? Oh, Chen Youfu, clarify our relationship. Were you not avoiding me just a moment ago? Yet now, when you need something, you remember me and seek to get close. I cannot be blamed for that. How could I resist the sight of such a stunning beauty like you? It is indeed a feast for the eyes. However, your cousin has intimidated me. How could I, with my slight frame, withstand the Jiang family? Bah! What do you have to fear as a grown man? I am unafraid. And do not pretend that you fear the Jiang family. You are merely concerned about your numerous female acquaintances. You think I do not see through you? Hee. Let us defer that conversation for another time, shall we? We need to address the pressing matter at hand. Humph! A scoundrel, a cowardly scoundrel at that. I disdain you. Goodness, this is becoming intolerable. This formidable woman. Had it not been for her influential background, I would make her experience the consequences of the Chen family's discipline. A thorough beating would have her begging for mercy. Very well, let us depart today. I shall take this opportunity to settle accounts with Jiang Tongwang, that loudmouth. Depart today? Do you need to make a phone call to arrange anything? Arrange what? I am returning home. Why would I need to arrange anything? Hurry back and prepare. However, I warn you, do not bring along those female acquaintances of yours. I loathe scoundrels, out of sight, out of mind. Chen Youfu sensed there might be an underlying message in her words. What did she mean by out of sight, out of mind? Surely she could not be implying something. No, a woman from such a prominent family could not think that way. He quickly dismissed any burgeoning thoughts. Due to the considerable distance to the capital, they opted to fly. Chen Youfu had little to pack and did not require many companions. Only Du Meng accompanied him. Unbeknownst to Chen Youfu, Mo Lei was discreetly trailing them with two of his associates. After nearly 2 hours of flight from Jinling, the plane landed at the capital's airport. Prior to boarding the plane in Jinling, Jiang Manli had informed her family of her return and shared her flight details. Therefore, when Chen Youfu and Jiang Manli exited the airport, Jiang Tongwang was already waiting at the exit. Lily, over here. Upon seeing Jiang Manli, Jiang Tongwang called out, waving his hand. Upon realizing that Jiang Tongwang had come to pick them up, Chen Youfu felt a twinge of sympathy for the man. He was truly being reckless, walking straight into danger. As expected, once Jiang Manli approached Jiang Tongwang, she seized his ear, disregarding the bustling crowd at the airport exit. Jiang Tongwang, You have walked right into my trap. I was contemplating how to find you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lily, what have I done to deserve this? I haven't wronged you. Help me, brother-in-law. Chen Youfu was taken aback that Jiang Tongwang dared to address him in such a manner at that moment. What? You called him what? Jiang Tongwang, do you have a death wish? When we return, I shall divulge all your past misdeeds to Aunt and the Patriarch. Let us see how you continue to flaunt your big mouth. Brother-in-law, is it? I shall make you regret that title. Jiang Manli not only twisted his ear, but also began pinching the soft flesh at his waist with her other hand. I was wrong. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I truly made a mistake. Enough, enough. Manli, there are so many people here. Show some mercy to Guangji. Chen Youfu, observing Jiang Tongwang's unfortunate predicament, felt a pang of compassion and interjected. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, Jiang Manli released her grip, and Jiang Tongwang shot him a grateful glance. Fine. I shall grant you this reprieve today. Jiang Tongwang, I warn you for the last time. If you continue to speak carelessly, I shall not be so lenient in the future. Moreover, you would do well to mind your own business regarding my affairs. Upon concluding her words, Jiang Manli strode forward, leaving Jiang Tongwang and Chen Youfu trailing behind. Jiang Tongwang, draping an arm around Chen Youfu's shoulder, whispered, "Thank you, brother-in-law. You truly possess a knack for persuasion. With just a word, you managed to quell her. Rest assured, this time I shall remember it well. Now that we are in the capital, once I have settled in, I shall take you to my club for a bit of leisure. I will introduce you to my circle of friends. I assure you, my club is replete with the finest company, and you shall find whatever you desire." Goodness, what an eccentric chap. Calling him brother-in-law while simultaneously playing matchmaker. Saving him was clearly a mistake. What clandestine conversations are you two engaged in? Jiang Tongwang, I implore you, do not lead him astray with your dubious antics. Now hurry along. Oh, I'm coming. Chapter 43, An Elder at Home. Situated in the western suburbs of the imperial capital, Yuyuan Mountain serves as a retreat for the leaders of Huagua, thus heavily fortified. Even someone as accustomed to these surroundings as Jiang Tongwang must undergo a thorough inspection before entry, let alone Chen Youfu. Du Ming, on the other hand, was dropped off at a hotel mid-journey, for it was deemed inappropriate for him to accompany Jiang Tongwang to meet the legendary patriarch of the Jiang family. During the security protocols, even with a pass, Chen Youfu was subjected to a comprehensive examination from head to toe. Brother Guang, is it always this troublesome to get in here? Naturally. What did you expect? I detest coming here. Despite frequent visits, the checks remain a nuisance, and the atmosphere is far too solemn for my liking. Humph, are you afraid of being reprimanded by the old man? Heh, Lily, let's keep our insights discreet. Spare me some dignity, will you? Speaking of which, your sudden desire to visit the old man and your insistence on bringing him along. Don't blame me for not warning you. Today, it is not just the old man present. My uncles and aunts, as well as my parents, are all here. Oh, and my elder brother is on a mission. But my sister-in-law, along with my elder sister and brother-in-law, have arrived as well. You two may find this encounter rather daunting. Need I lend a hand? No, Jiang Tongwang. Did you say something? I brought him here to discuss something significant with the old man, not for any other reasons. Did you go and say something ridiculous again? It was not only Jiang Manli who discerned the implications of his words. Chen Youfu caught on as well, realizing the monumental misunderstanding. They assumed he was the new son-in-law. Oh dear, is there still time to turn back? Chen Youfu thought, grappling with the urge to voice his concerns. Lily, I truly didn't. I was unaware of your return. It was the old man himself who contacted me, and he tasked me with picking you up at the airport. Why would grandfather do such a thing? This is utter chaos. Heh, only you would dare utter such words. Even my father and yours would not. You ought to inquire yourself. Ah, Lao Chen, are you feeling warm? Why are you sweating profusely? The car's heating is too high. It's unbearably hot. Chen Youfu wiped the sweat from his brow. What are you afraid of? Look at the sweat streaming down your face. Turning to Jiang Manli, she noticed Chen Youfu drenched in perspiration, her irritation mounting. Oh, the nerve of Chen Youfu. At this moment, he truly wished to toss her out. How dare she stand there and critique him? This blunder could lead to dire consequences for him. In that instant, Chen Youfu regretted making the trip. Meanwhile, Jiang Tongwang struggled to suppress his laughter as they entered Yuyuan Mountain. Shortly after, the vehicle halted before a courtyard, and upon disembarking, the sounds of laughter and merriment filled the air. How curious. Why is the old man here as well? From the sounds of it, even Grandpa Zhu is present. Lily, you certainly stirred up quite the commotion today. Brother Youfu, brace yourself. Jiang Tongwang remarked, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he glanced at Chen Youfu. After alighting, Jiang Tongwang listened to the lively atmosphere before addressing Chen Youfu, whose expression was rife with trepidation. Jiang Manli clarified that the old man referred to the grandfather of Duan Pengfei, whom Chen Youfu had previously encountered. a venerable figure who once served as the bodyguard to the Jiang family patriarch. Grandpa Zhu was another distinguished individual of equal stature to the Jiang patriarch. Well, being afraid now serves no purpose. You've arrived. The least you can do is complete your business and return. I wonder how it came to this. Indeed, to extend one's neck is to face a blade. To withdraw one's head is to face the same. Ready? I shall open the door now, ha ha. Jiang Tongwang remarked, unable to contain his amusement at Chen Youfu's anxious demeanor. Just as Chen Youfu believed he was prepared, the moment Jiang Tongwang pushed the door open, the first words he heard nearly compelled him to turn back. Daddy, Mommy, Andy has returned with Uncle. A boisterous child raced in, exclaiming joyously. Instantly, Chen Youfu found himself in an awkward predicament, while Jiang Manli's face flushed crimson. Children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint. Jiang Tongwang chuckled, introducing the child as Jiang Hui, his elder brother's son. The courtyard was bustling with guests, and the child's announcement drew the attention of all present. The ensuing introductions saw Chen Youfu maintaining a smile throughout, as Jiang Manli introduced him to each individual. The process bore an uncanny resemblance to a new son-in-law's formal introduction to the family. After greeting the three grandfathers, Jiang Manli leaned down to whisper a few words into the ear of the Jiang patriarch. The genial smile that had adorned his face faded gradually, replaced by an imposing aura forged from years of authority. As the joyful sounds in the courtyard began to dissipate, an unsettling tension enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone sensed the gravity of the patriarch's demeanor. Though the specifics of Jiang Manli's words remained unknown, it was evident that something significant was afoot. For it was uncommon for the retired patriarch to display such seriousness. Even the venerable Duan and Zhu grandfathers adopted a somber air. Is what she said true? Old man, I cannot ascertain the truth, but I suspect it cannot be false. Very well, Zhenghua, Zhenjun, you two take a seat with the others. Old Duan, old Zhu. Let us retreat to the study. Xiaoyang, you stand guard at the study door. No one is to approach, understand? That means absolutely no one. With that, the patriarch rose and, accompanied by the two other elders, made his way toward the study, while Xiaoyang, a middle-aged colonel and the patriarch's personal guard, dutifully stationed himself at the entrance. Chen Youfu and Jiang Manli followed suit into the study, while Xiaoyang executed his orders with unwavering resolve, standing like a sentinel at the door. Once the elders entered, the remaining individuals began to murmur among themselves. Xiao Guang, what in the world is happening? Jiang Tongwang's elder sister, Jiang Manhua, inquired. Sister, how would I know? If you don't know, who does? You have ties to them longer than we do. I genuinely have no idea, asked Fat Dun. Don't look at me. I know even less, interjected Duan Pengfei, waving his hands in protest. Sister, regardless of the circumstances, something significant is clearly unfolding. How absurd. Do you really need to say it? It has been years since my grandfather experienced such a thing. Alas, curiosity may indeed lead to one's demise. I am so tempted to eavesdrop. Pa, do you believe Uncle Yang would simply knock you down? Huh, I just wanted to indulge in a bit of banter. Uncle Yang wouldn't dare with me around. Noticing the penetrating gaze of Uncle Yang, Jiang Tongwang hastily offered an explanation. In the study of the elder Jiang, after everyone settled into their seats, Chen Youfu eagerly opened a specially prepared backpack, promptly presenting all the materials before the elder Jiang. Some of the data was beyond the elder's comprehension, yet the introduction to this groundbreaking battery was intelligible to anyone with a modicum of education. As the documents circulated among those present, it became evident why the elder Jiang exhibited such a reaction. The significance of this material was monumental, rendering it impossible for anyone to maintain composure. Even the three venerable elders who had weathered the storms of war. A careful observer would notice their hands trembled slightly, revealing the tumultuous waves within their hearts. Old Zhu, among us, you are the expert. Do you think this is genuine? I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. If this is authentic, it could utterly revolutionize the world. Its power rivals that of a nuclear bomb. Nay, it exceeds it by a considerable margin. If we wish to ascertain its validity, we need only consult a specialist. Then what are we waiting for? We must determine the truth behind this matter. The elderly Duan, clearly a man of fiery temperament, interjected. Old Zhu, just to be safe, could you arrange for someone to come to my place? Indeed, that is prudent. I shall make the call. Throughout the entire exchange, Jiang Manli and Chen Youfu remained silent until old Zhu stepped away to make the phone call. Only then did elder Jiang quietly remark, Youfu, I hope you do not mind my addressing you thus. I do not mind at all. It is my honor. If this discovery proves to be true, what are your intentions? Elder Jiang, what? Are you not permitted to address me as grandfather? You did so just outside. Goodness, what does this mean? Chen Youfu found himself bewildered as the elderly man, smiling at him, suddenly quibbled over forms of address. Meanwhile, Jiang Manli, blushing profusely, averted her gaze, remaining silent. Wait, weren't you the one who said everything was up to you? Why are you quiet at this crucial moment? Women are so unreliable. Observing Jiang Manli beside him, Chen Youfu felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Grandfather, he finally called out, after some contemplation. Regardless of the context, this elder deserved the honorific. Now that sounds more appropriate. Pray, share your thoughts. What do you plan to do? Grandfather, since I have found my way here, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Ha ha ha, you truly are a cunning one. Are you not afraid I might demand you to surrender it to the state? Should that be the case, so be it. As long as you decree it, I shall comply. Besides, I cannot manage this alone. I cannot safeguard such a treasure by myself. Chapter 44, Youfu Technology. After a 3-day visit to the capital, Chen Youfu and Jiang Manli returned to Jinling. Upon their return, Chen Youfu promptly registered a new company named Youfu Technology. Shortly after the company's registration, an astonishing sum of 20 billion suddenly appeared in Youfu Technology's corporate account, sourced from the Ministry of Finance. Subsequently, a large contingent of engineering equipment and personnel arrived at a site less than 5 kilometers from the Jinling military district, working day and night to construct a building that soon rose from the ground. Approximately a month and a half later, the building held a discreet unveiling ceremony. It was termed discreet as only a handful of individuals attended, yet it could also be deemed quite grand. With the presence of the top officials from Su Province and Jinling, alongside several military personnel clad in generals' uniforms, the building bore the nameplate of Youfu Technology Laboratory. The following day, dozens of specialists in the field of new energy entered the laboratory, all hailing from national research institutions or esteemed universities, including 2 academicians from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Prior to entering the building, each had signed 3 agreements: a resignation agreement, an employment agreement, and a confidentiality agreement. Thus, with the assistance of the state, these individuals quietly entered the Youfu Technology Laboratory, which boasted top-tier security arrangements. Moreover, the day after the lab personnel's arrival, a military unit of brigade size moved in next door. All these developments were orchestrated by the state. As Jiang Manli put it, Chen Youfu was merely a mascot. Initially, after the Huazhong University academicians verified the authenticity of the materials in the Jiang family courtyard, Chen Youfu's long-standing fear of being unjustly targeted due to his possession of such valuable information did not materialize. Under Elder Jiang's auspices, the newly established Youfu Technology was tasked with the research and production of the novel battery. Chen Youfu's role had merely been to register the company. Thereafter, all operations were managed by professionals. The share distribution of Youfu Technology was straightforward. Chen Youfu's Youfu investment held 45, while the state retained 55. The state was responsible for funding and staffing the laboratory and factory, while Youfu Technology managed production, operations, and sales. However, the novel batteries produced by Youfu Investment were mandated to be prioritized for domestic supply. Only when there was a surplus could considerations for export arise, and even then, stringent restrictions applied. Initially, exports were entirely prohibited, but later expert testing revealed that the primary material of this new battery was an unprecedented synthetic compound. According to the materials, this new material was impossible to replicate without the specific synthesis formula. Reverse engineering would yield no results, especially with the inclusion of highly specialized countermeasures in the documentation. As a couple of academicians from Huazhong University aptly noted, this thing is uniquely tied to this one-of-a-kind documentation. Unless you possess it, you could buy back all produced batteries and dismantle them for study, yet yield nothing. Due to this factor, export restrictions were loosened in the contract. Naturally, the particulars of the shareholding and agreements were not publicly disclosed. On the surface, this new battery was entirely attributed to Youfu Company, while Youfu Technology was publicly deemed as Chen Youfu's private enterprise. All employees of Youfu Technology, regardless of their role, including those in security who joined post-establishment, were officially regarded as employees of Youfu Company. It was for these reasons that Jiang Manli referred to Chen Youfu as merely a mascot. Yet, a mascot also enjoyed certain advantages, the most significant being that Du Ming, Mo Lei, Ho Guyun, and Kong Dong Mei were once again called to active duty. These 4 individuals had resumed their status as active military personnel since Chen Youfu's return to Jinling. Their military identities were granted to ensure Chen Youfu's safety, along with their accompanying firearm permits. Furthermore, as Du Ming informed him, since his return from the capital, several pairs of watchful eyes had surrounded the Phoenix Mountain Villa. Chen Youfu understood that this was the consequence he must bear for his decision to unveil this groundbreaking discovery. Up to this moment, he vividly recalls the profound words spoken by the elder Jiang before his return from the imperial capital. A man's flirtation is of little consequence. Yet one must discern priorities. At that time, Chen Youfu was drenched in cold sweat. The commotion in Jinling had not attracted much attention. largely due to the pivotal influence of the state. However, 3 months later, a global upheaval erupted, with Jinling at its epicenter. 3 months after the inauguration of Youfu Technologies Laboratory, an international conference was convened at the Grand Hotel in Jinling for a new product launch. Under the directive of the national television station, which had received orders from higher authorities, nearly all mainstream media outlets across the nation were invited. Additionally, Chen Youfu reached out to Penguin Group, ensuring that a significant portion of China's internet media was represented. Various corporate representatives, invited by the state, also began to arrive. Domestic smartphone manufacturers such as Huawei and Xiaomi, along with computer manufacturers and BYD New Energy, were among the invitees, alongside some foreign brands. Upon arriving at the conference room, however, many were left bewildered. The event had yet to commence, and all they could see was a banner proclaiming Youfu Technology new product launch. What did this signify? What on earth was Youfu Technology? Ma Yun of Alibaba, having received an invitation from Ma Huatian, sat beside him and, upon seeing the banner, inquired, "Who do we ask for answers?" To which Ma Huatian replied, "I, too, am merely here at someone else's behest." Similar queries echoed throughout the venue. Many attendees turned to familiar faces, only to receive answers akin to Ma Huatian's. The journalists present felt similarly perplexed, attending out of respect for the national television station, initially believing a major event had transpired in Jinling. Yet, it appeared to be merely a product launch for a local enterprise. They began to speculate wildly about the background of this company that had managed to secure the endorsement of the state television. Unbeknownst to them, the representatives from the national television station shared their confusion, having been instructed solely to facilitate attendance at a new product launch without further context. Finally, as impatience grew among the attendees, the opening music played, and Jiang Monli ascended the stage. "Welcome to today's launch event. I understand many of you harbor numerous questions, so allow me to clarify. Firstly, Youfu Technology is a fully owned subsidiary of Youfu Investment. My name is Jiang Monli, and I currently serve as the general manager of Youfu Investment. Our boss, being somewhat timid, has entrusted me with hosting today's event. We have gathered you esteemed figures here to unveil a groundbreaking new product from Youfu Technology. Have you ever faced the vexation of needing to carry a power bank and charging cable on a long journey, ever conscious of the risk of your phone dying? If you forget these essentials while sitting on a high-speed train, surrounded by others engrossed in videos and films, you find yourself calculating whether your remaining battery will last until you can recharge, or consider when you're driving an electric vehicle on the highway. Regardless of whether the weather is frigid or sweltering, your foremost concern isn't your comfort, but whether the vehicle's battery allows for air conditioning. Even during travels, when faced with breathtaking scenery, you might suddenly remember that you forgot to bring a spare battery for your camera. I believe I've struck a chord with many of you, as I can see the unease etched on several faces. Please don't hold my humble musings against me, but I believe that with the rapid advancement of technology and the relentless growth of the internet era, more people are beginning to feel the impact of insufficient battery life. To encapsulate this sentiment, the anxiety stemming from low battery levels has become an omnipresent concern in our lives. Jiang Monli's initial remarks elicited laughter from the audience. Though the manufacturers of smartphones and electric vehicles present felt somewhat disconcerted, while the journalist resonated deeply with her words. After a brief pause, she continued, "Now, I shall not prolong the suspense. The reason we have gathered here today is that Youfu Technology is set to unveil a product that will alleviate this anxiety. Please welcome our staff." At Jiang Monli's gesture, a staff member approached the center stage, carrying a tray that was placed before her. Simultaneously, a large screen behind her displayed the items on the tray. It contained 2 objects of differing sizes, a smaller one akin to a mobile SIM card, yet thinner, and a larger one comparable to a credit card, albeit significantly slimmer. Esteemed guests, this is the new product launched by Youfu Technology, the Longshin series battery, Jiang Monli declared, pointing to the smaller item, as the camera zoomed in on the large screen. Chapter 45, Disruption. At Jiang Monli's introduction, the audience was left in stunned silence, gazing at her in disbelief. They were likely bewildered by the utility of such a diminutive battery. Allow me to clarify, this small battery boasts a capacity of 4,000 milliamp hours. This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Ms. Jiang, could you provide evidence to substantiate your claims? Furthermore, what kind of battery are you referencing? As soon as Jiang Monli finished speaking, Yu Qingdong, CEO of Huawei, stood and interrupted her, for what she had just stated seemed utterly fantastical to them. Currently, all smartphones, regardless of brand, utilized lithium batteries, with capacities generally falling between 2,000 to 3,000 milliamp hours. The size of Jiang Monli's battery was incomparably smaller. Mr. Yu, we are honored by your presence at our launch event. Regarding your question, I will address it specifically after the conclusion of the presentation. As for your earlier inquiry, we will provide the testing results from 2 professional battery testing institutions in Huawei shortly, so I kindly ask for your patience and request you to take a seat. After responding to Yu Qingdong, Jiang Manli continued. Returning to our previous discussion, we mentioned the battery's capacity. Now let us discuss its uniqueness. Our new battery can be connected infinitely. What does this mean? Please observe. We can stack 2 of these together without any additional operations, forming a single battery with a total capacity of 8,000 mAh. Similarly, 3 or 4 can be combined, and so forth. We can also arrange them flat on a surface, their edges snugly fitting together, again without any extra operations. The audience watched in amazement as Jiang Manli demonstrated how the minuscule battery, smaller than a fingernail, could be combined in various configurations, akin to assembling building blocks. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and not a soul present seemed to doubt the veracity of Jiang Manli's claims. The audience comprehended that this press conference was convened with the backing of national authority. How could such an endorsement possibly be fabricated? Yu Qingdong's objections stemmed less from disbelief than from an unwillingness to accept the reality before him. Had cameras captured the faces of the assembled smartphone manufacturers, one would have observed beads of sweat forming on their brows in the cool conference hall. Aware of the skepticism surrounding my assertions, akin to the doubts expressed by President Yu moments ago, we have prepared 2 methods to authenticate our claims. First, I invite you to direct your attention to the large screen, where the most esteemed battery testing institutions in our country present their reports on the Longxin battery. As the pages of the report turned one by one, the ambience in the hall grew increasingly electrified, and those watching the live stream across the nation shared in the exhilaration. Goodness, am I seeing things? Is this truly a battery? Someone exclaimed. No, you're not mistaken. Did you not see the testing report? Is it possible that we might not need to charge our phones for an entire month? The crowd could no longer contain their excitement, rising en masse to signal their eagerness to engage. Please, everyone, the press conference is not yet concluded. I assure you, ample time will be allotted for your inquiries. As I mentioned, we have a second method of verification. Now, I must extend my apologies to President Lei of Xiaomi. As our technicians procured a new Xiaomi phone without your consent, we intend to replace its battery with the Longxin battery right here. And we have summoned a professional battery testing technician for immediate assessment. I trust you won't mind, President Lei? Of course not, President Jiang. Xiaomi will cover the cost of this phone. Additionally, I have a small request. May we keep the phone after the verification? Lei Jun, the CEO of Xiaomi, interjected. Certainly. Once the verification is complete, the phone will be yours, I replied. Next, technicians from Youfu Technology took the stage, commencing their operations at the workstation. The entire process was broadcast on the large screen, where they arranged 6 Longxin No. 1 batteries into a 3-piece stack, resulting in an area no larger than a thumbnail and a thickness of less than 3 millimeters. This assembly was then connected to the phone, and as the technicians powered it on, a collective gasp resonated throughout the room. At this juncture, further verification seemed unnecessary. Doubts about Jiang Manli's statements evaporated. Lei Jun and Yu Qingdong exchanged glances, both understanding the implications reflected in each other's eyes. They promptly retrieved their phones, halting the launch of their upcoming models and initiating a complete redesign of all planned designs to accommodate the capacity of the Longxin battery. Their sentiments echoed one another. While the audience's belief had solidified, the testing continued. Following the successful power-up of the phone, professional technicians utilized instruments to conduct tests, and the results were displayed in real time on the big screen. The newly outfitted phone, now powered by the Longxin battery, boasted a staggering capacity of 200 mAh. Goodness, I suddenly find my Xiaomi Max 2 rather underwhelming, one attendee remarked. Likewise, my Huawei Mate 10 pales in comparison, another added. I can only weakly confess, I just bought an iPhone. Someone lamented. Who still uses iPhones? Support Huawei, the pride of domestic goods. The significance of 24000 mAh was not lost on anyone present. The Xiaomi Max 2, currently the market leader in standby time, features a battery capacity of 300 mAh, providing approximately 126 hours of standby, roughly 5.5 days. The new 24000 mAh battery, however, suggested a compact design with 5 times the standby duration, indicating that even with just 6 Longxin batteries, a Xiaomi phone could sustain a standby time of 20 days. Such a prospect seemed utterly fantastical, yet here it was, manifest before their eyes. At that moment, journalists and representatives from various smartphone and computer manufacturers recognized the potential of a product capable of revolutionizing the era, their faces flushed with excitement. However, representatives of foreign brands present felt not exhilaration but trepidation, acutely aware that control over such groundbreaking technology signified dominion over the world. Little did they know, the true source of their apprehension lay ahead. After introducing the Longxin No. 1 battery, Jiang Monli returned to the tray, lifting a device the size of a credit card. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have just showcased is the Longxin No. 1 battery, compatible with all digital products available on the market. Now, what I hold is the Longxin No. 2 battery, boasting a capacity of 5 kilowatt-hours, and like its predecessor, it can also be utilized in a stacked configuration. As Jiang Monli concluded her statement, all those involved in the new energy vehicle sector arose, including the Asia-Pacific president of Tesla, who appeared utterly flustered, exclaiming, "This is impossible. You're lying. I refuse to believe that such a small object can possess such immense capacity." President Zhu, please remain calm. There is no such thing as impossibility in this world. Your doubts are merely personal perceptions. As with President Yu from Huawei, we possess the most authoritative testing reports in the nation. Why was Zhu Xiaodong of Tesla so agitated? Why had BYD's CEO Wang Chuanfu risen from his seat? Unable to remain composed? Although he did not vocalize his skepticism, his facial expression revealed his turmoil. Currently, BYD's latest model, the S2 electric vehicle, employs a ternary lithium battery with a capacity of 62 kilowatt-hours, theoretically offering a range of 350 kilometers. If Jiang Monli's assertions were accurate, it meant that just 8 of these small batteries could match the energy capacity of BYD's latest electric vehicle. The size of 8 credit cards is negligible compared to the hundreds required to achieve similar capacity with current BYD batteries. Even if we consider a mere 100 batteries, that would equate to 500 kilowatt-hours, over 10 times BYD's current offering, potentially allowing for a theoretical range of 500 kilometers. No wonder Zhu Xiaodong and Wang Chuanfu had lost their usual composure. However, the testing reports presented on stage compelled even the most skeptical to acknowledge the authenticity of these claims. Furthermore, Jiang Monli conducted additional safety tests with the Longxin No. 1 battery, submerging several units in water for several minutes and retrieving them without a single bead of moisture to impair functionality. Subsequently, a staff member struck one of the batteries with a hammer multiple times, and astonishingly, it remained operational. The conclusion of the experiment signifies the end of this product launch event. I hereby announce the formal closure of the new product unveiling by Youfu Technology. As I promised to everyone present, we will now enter the question and answer segment. Should you have any inquiries regarding the new product, I shall address them, provided they do not pertain to confidential matters. Chapter 46. Heated discussions. As Jiang Monli, who had maintained a benevolent smile throughout, finished her statement, nearly every individual in the audience raised their hand. A gentleman who had just expressed gratitude for Mr. Lei's trust took the floor. "Mr. Jiang, I have 2 inquiries. First, what is the pricing for the Longxin No. 1 battery? And second, is it currently in mass production?" Upon standing, Lei Jun posed a question that resonated with many attendees, one that was closely tied to their forthcoming decisions. Let me first address Mr. Lei's query regarding mass production. I can responsibly assure everyone that all the products showcased just now are not mere laboratory prototypes. They are, in fact, products that came off the production line just yesterday. We have successfully completed the construction and commenced production on 2 dedicated lines for Longxin No. 1 and No. 2 as of yesterday. Therefore, I can assure you that there are no issues regarding mass production for either Longxin No. 1 or No. 2. As for the pricing, I would like to ask Mr. Lei, being a professional in the mobile phone industry, what you believe would be an appropriate price for the Longxin No. 1 battery. Of course, we think the lower the price, the better, Mr. Jiang replied. Prior to the launch, Chen Youfu and Jiang Monli had deliberated on pricing strategies, conducting market research that indicated the cost of most batteries currently used in mobile phones falls within the range of 27 to 35 yuan for a 3000 mAh battery. Well then, I have good news for Mr. Lei. The domestic price for the Longxin No. 1 battery will be 6 yuan. Is that true, Mr. Jiang? Without waiting for Lei Jun to respond, Yu Qingdong stood up, astonished by the announcement. His surprise was understandable, as Lei Jun had already lost his usual composure at the revelation of such a price. For mobile manufacturers like them, this was an astonishingly low cost. Currently, the batteries they use are priced per amp hour, averaging around 7 yuan per amp hour for the cell, approximately 3 yuan for the protection board, and between 3 to 5 yuan for the casing. This means the cost of a battery for the Xiaomi Max 2 is around 45 yuan. If the Longxin No. 1 battery were priced similarly at 45 yuan, it could yield nearly 30,000 mAh capacity. Indeed, it is true. Moreover, I can assure you that this price will be the standard domestic price. Mr. Jiang, I have just one question. How can we place orders? A representative from Huawei inquired. For those wishing to reserve, after the event concludes, you may proceed to the sales point we have established outside the venue. Our company mandates that all reservations require an upfront payment of 2/3 of the total amount, with the remaining third payable upon delivery. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Yu Qingdong, Lei Jun, and other representatives from mobile manufacturing firms were filled with excitement. However, unbeknownst to them, even more thrilling developments lay ahead. After Lei Jun and Yu Qingdong took their seats, a representative from Apple stood up. Mr. Jiang, greetings. I am from Apple. I noticed that the 6 yuan price you mentioned is for the domestic standard. Does this imply that your export prices will be higher? Are you intentionally targeting us? Also, what is your export pricing? I apologize for any misunderstanding. Currently, we have no plans for exporting the Longxing batteries. Based on our production statistics, we may not even satisfy the domestic market demand, leading the company to decide against any external exports, thus rendering the notion of export pricing moot. As Jiang Monli concluded her statement, the Apple representative's expression darkened. Before he could rise, Zhu Xiaodong from Tesla stood up. Mr. Jiang, does your statement regarding the lack of export plans apply to the Longxing No. 2 battery as well? Indeed, it does. May I ask why? If your company is experiencing financial difficulties, Tesla would be willing to assist. We could collaborate, providing whatever funding you require. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zhu. But Youfu Technology is not currently facing any difficulties. Therefore, we will pass on the collaboration. Could you please share the pricing for the Longxing No. 2? Wang Chuanfu from BYD inquired. The current price for the Longxing No. 2 battery is set at 1,000 yuan. Following the responses to these industry-related questions, the journalists in attendance could no longer contain their curiosity, each rising to voice their own inquiries. After nearly half an hour of questions, the launch event officially came to a close. Post-event, the sales point established outside the venue by Youfu Technology witnessed a surge of activity. I can't place an order for 5 million units. Why is that? Can I at least pay for 1 million? Very well, 1 million it is. Upon attempting to place their orders, attendees soon discovered that Youfu Technology had imposed limits on the order quantities. 1 million units for Longxing No. 1 and 2 million for Longxing No. 2. An hour after the event's conclusion, at Tesla's headquarters in the United States, a meeting was underway. What are your thoughts, everyone? Musk inquired, frowning as he switched off the screen behind him. I find this impossible. I have never heard of such technology, one attendee remarked. Impossible? Surely you have seen the video just now. CEO, I believe this may not necessarily be a negative outcome. Regardless of the truth behind this, we should find a way to acquire some units. If it's a hoax, then these Chinese nationals will surely become the laughingstock. If it's real, then if they can achieve this, why can't we? Indeed, you make a valid point. Let Mr. Zhu devise a plan to procure some units. In conference rooms across the globe, from South Korea to Japan, including Panasonic, Toyota, Honda, Mitsubishi, and major brands like Apple and Microsoft, similar discussions were unfolding. In an instant, Youfu Technology in Jinling became the focal point of the world. Meanwhile, within the office of the chairman of Youfu Investment, Chen Youfu was engaged in a casual conversation with two guests. Mr. Chen, as a shareholder of our company, you must not forget us at Penguin. How about it? Does Youfu Technology still require financial support? We at Penguin can cover any shortfall. Ah, what do you mean? Chen responded. Mr. Chen, although this is our first meeting, we are now acquainted. We at Alibaba can also invest. The two guests were none other than Ma Huatin and Ma Yun, titans of the internet industry, who approached Chen Youfu after the conclusion of the launch event. While the battery sector may not directly relate to their interests, they understood that the two products held by Youfu Technology were nearly monopolistic in nature. In this world, regardless of the sector, monopoly remains the most lucrative pursuit. Moreover, considering the revolutionary potential of these products, it was no wonder that many dreamt of seizing such power. Two bosses. I shall not conceal from you that you should not even entertain thoughts of Youfu Technology. As for the reasons, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, both of you are astute individuals, and I trust you can comprehend the implications. Chen Youfu's words instantaneously illuminated the understanding of the two Ma's, who exchanged a knowing glance. Both are intelligent, and their earlier moment of agitation had momentarily clouded their usual calm judgment. Now, having heard Chen Youfu, they grasped that the true purpose of Youfu Technology's Longxing batteries likely lies not in civilian applications, but in the realm of national power. It became evident that behind Youfu Technology, there is probably support from the state. Those lacking insight who dare to confront it will undoubtedly face dire consequences. What others are unaware of is that the two civilian versions of the batteries launched by Youfu Technology are, in fact, truncated versions. Beneath the experimental building of Youfu Technology, there exist two production lines that manufacture the complete versions of the Longxing No. 1 and No. 2 batteries. Once produced, all batteries are discreetly escorted away by military personnel. Meanwhile, as Jiang Monli presided over the new product launch, intense renovations were underway at the Chongqing Island base of Jiangnan Shipbuilding, shrouded in the highest levels of secrecy. The first batch of military-grade Longxing No. 2 batteries, freshly rolled off the production line, was swiftly transported to this location. Following the completion of tests on the new battery, The military had already devised a transformation plan for testing the novel technology. Upon arrival of the batteries, the on-site personnel commenced power modifications on a conventional submarine currently in service with the Navy, docked at the facility. This renovation work bore no connection to Chen Youfu, who was situated in Jinling. After the conclusion of the product launch, the event and the underlying Youfu technology swiftly became the focal point of national discourse. As time progressed, Jinling, this ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, emerged as a city of global attention. As the saying goes, a thief can only thrive for so long. The defenses must be vigilant. In the week following the launch, the Jinling branch of the National Security Bureau became the busiest entity in the city, apprehending a number of spies not seen in an entire year within just 3 days. Various spies appeared in Jinling, all with a singular objective: Youfu technology. Some sought to smuggle batteries out, while others aimed to acquire core information regarding the Longxing batteries. Over a dozen spies from around the globe were captured in the vicinity of Youfu technology. However, despite the strict security measures, they could not deter everyone. Some successfully managed to smuggle Longxing batteries out. Chapter 47. Explosion. At this moment, on the other side of the ocean in the beautiful country, it was the dead of night. A speedboat sped across the open sea, piloted by a middle-aged man with a stubbled face, who appeared to be of Asian descent. Why haven't I arrived yet? Why haven't I arrived yet? As he anxiously muttered to himself, a flashing signal light suddenly appeared ahead, blinking incessantly. Seeing the flickering signal light, the man turned off the speedboat's engine, tears of joy streaming down his face as he laughed, for he understood the signal's meaning. This was the predetermined sign that he could finally relax. Turning off the engine, he promptly retrieved a flashlight and signaled with the agreed frequency. Gradually, a luxurious yacht approached his speedboat. Gazing at the yacht before him, greed filled his eyes as he began to envision the life that awaited him. Beauties, fine wines, and wealth would soon become part of his existence. Shortly thereafter, several men clad in black suits boarded his speedboat, escorting him onto the yacht. On the upper deck of the yacht, a corpulent Caucasian man sat at a dining table. Upon seeing the individual brought by his underlings, a flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a broad, albeit insincere, smile. OMG, my dear Lee, how did it come to this? Did you bring the goods? What about the conditions you promised me? Rest assured, Lee, upon your arrival here, it is akin to stepping into paradise. Everything has been prepared for you. Very well, I will trust you this once. The overweight man, referred to as Mr. Lee, lifted his shirt and retrieved a box wrapped in tape from beneath his clothing. He then handed the box to the other man. Upon seeing the box, the fat man's face could hardly conceal his ecstatic expression. After a brief glance inside, he carefully sealed it and placed it in his pocket. George, I have given you the goods. What about your end of the bargain? I risked my life for this, even abandoning my family. Lee, do not be agitated. I previously mentioned that arriving here is equivalent to reaching paradise. You may not have witnessed true paradise before, but rest assured, I will send you there. What do you intend to do? After enduring a long, treacherous journey and living in a state of heightened anxiety, Mr. Lee felt his defenses lower upon boarding the yacht, leading to a momentary delay in his reactions. Yet, even with this delay, he discerned the malice in the other man's words. Lee, I apologize. I did not wish for it to come to this, but you have outlived your usefulness, and your existence cannot be revealed. Thus, I must send you to meet true paradise. At George's signal, one of his henchmen drew a gun and shot the middle-aged man point-blank in the head. The events unfolding on the west coast of the beautiful country during the night were profoundly significant for Youfu Investment, situated far away in Huagua. The man surnamed Li was, in fact, a traitorous Chinese national. However, he was not employed by Youfu Technology, but rather worked as a production manager at Xiaomi. After Xiaomi procured Longxing No. 1 batteries from Youfu Technology, he was bribed to steal several batteries, enticed by promises of substantial rewards. For this venture, he sacrificed not only his family, but also risked his life to follow the escape route provided, seeking what he believed to be a better life, unaware that the moment he delivered the goods would also mark the end of his life. Such incidents have been occurring across the globe since the unveiling of Youfu Technology's new product. Initially, many turned their attention towards Youfu Technology, but they soon realized that the company's defenses were exceedingly robust, resulting in spies from around the world meeting with failure. Consequently, these individuals shifted their focus away from attempting to steal core information on the Longxing batteries and instead sought alternative avenues. They believed that replicating high-tech products like the Longxing batteries would be easier than conducting research, but since there were no plans for exporting the Longxing batteries, their sights turned towards companies that had already purchased batteries from Youfu Technology. However, is the reality as simple as these individuals imagine? Why is this so? This is the last piece we have acquired. To this point, you have not grasped the fundamental principles. nor have you even discerned the materials involved. A bunch of useless fools. In a research laboratory of an energy company in New York, the corpulent white man who had appeared on the yacht was presently berating 5 or 6 individuals clad in lab coats. Just moments ago, the last of the 10 Longshin 1 batteries, procured at an exorbitant cost, met its explosive demise. Indeed, it was a simple yet violent explosion. This minuscule object, smaller than a fingernail, would detonate within mere seconds upon any attempt to breach its interior. Such an explosion posed no threat to those nearby. However, the battery would disintegrate, vaporizing into the air, leaving no trace, as though it had never existed. The rapidity of the reaction was astonishing, so swift that one could hardly react in time. At that moment, those with ulterior motives began to comprehend the stringent safeguards surrounding Youfu technology, contrasting sharply with the leniency afforded to the manufacturers who had acquired the batteries. This was clearly a countermeasure on their part. Boss, unless we obtain the complete experimental data from the other party, I firmly believe no one in this world can decipher it. Prior to the countermeasure's reaction, all we know is that over half of the elements in this material have never been encountered in our world. Thus, replicating it using current methods is utterly impossible. Almost identical sentiments echoed across renowned and obscure laboratories worldwide. A failed plan begets another. Western nations would never passively allow Huagua to monopolize this new energy source. Upon realizing they could not replicate it, mainstream media began to propagate a narrative of a Huagua threat. In these reports, some asserted that Huagua, having mastered such revolutionary energy, should share it with the world for the benefit of all humanity. The refusal to export this epoch-making product was perceived as harboring some nefarious intent. Subsequently, several nations lodged protests against Huagua. Of course, these matters were still far removed from Chen Youfu, as he assumed the role of a detached overseer, Jiang Manli. In the presence of Chen Youfu, shed her domineering corporate demeanor, revealing a more delicate, feminine side. I have been quite busy as well. You don't need to handle everything personally. Perhaps consider hiring a few more assistants. Humph, don't think I'm unaware of your activities. You spend your days accompanying your charming confidantes. Why should they indulge in leisure while I toil like a spinning top? Jiang Manli, reclining beside Chen Youfu on the sofa, kicked off her high heels and playfully nudged him. Chen Youfu, captivated by her alluring legs clad in black stockings, swallowed hard at the sight. Noticing his silence, Jiang Manli looked up, sensing something amiss in his gaze. Following his line of sight, she quickly realized what had caught his attention, igniting a spark of indignation within her. Do you find it appealing? Would you like to touch it? Chen Youfu, momentarily entranced by the stockings, blurted out a response without pausing to think. Yes, it's beautiful. I want to. No, I don't want to. Realizing his faux pas, he was suddenly alert, catching the dangerous glint in Jiang Manli's eyes. Manli, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. He hastily rose, ignoring whatever Jiang Manli might have said in response. That was close. This woman is becoming increasingly perilous. Watching Chen Youfu retreat in fright, Jiang Manli clenched her teeth in frustration. Humph. A man with a thief's heart, but without the courage of a thief. If you truly wish to touch, I, a mere woman, wouldn't dare resist. A little force would suffice. What subordinate would dare oppose their superior? Having traversed mountains and seas, and navigated through throngs of humanity, Chen Youfu's phone rang just as he exited the Youfu investment building. To his surprise, it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. Oh, Youfu, are you busy lately? Chen Youfu sensed an undercurrent of concern in his mother's voice. Mom, I'm not busy. Is something wrong? Is Dad okay? Well, Youfu, it's nothing serious. But could you come home for a visit? Your father, who insisted I not mention it, has had a minor incident and is currently in the hospital. In the hospital? What happened? Is he all right? Don't worry, it's not life-threatening. Just come back, and we can discuss it further. All right, Mom, please take care of yourself. I'm heading back now. Coincidentally, Linga mentioned she wanted to see you, so I will pick her up on the way. That sounds good. I haven't seen my precious granddaughter in a while. I'll share this news with your father to lift his spirits. He's been lamenting her absence. Please drive safely. Okay, Mom, I must go now. Chapter 48. Returning to Tongsheng after ending the call, Chen Youfu swiftly returned to his villa, made a few preparations, and set off with his daughter. Gu Yun had recently gone to the capital for studies, so this trip back to Tongsheng was accompanied solely by Du Yufei. Chen Youfu, however, had no intention of bringing both women home. He feared that his father would scold him mercilessly, perhaps even resorting to physical reprimand. Previously, when he was with Lu Lina, his father had sternly advised him that a man must bear responsibility and refrain from a life of excess. His father was a traditional man, and should he learn of Chen Youfu's current situation, there would undoubtedly be a storm of reprimand. The journey from Jinling to Tongsheng spanned over 300 kilometers, taking just over 3 hours on the expressway to reach Chen Youfu's hometown, located in Hailing County, just under 10 kilometers from the county seat. After exiting the expressway, the car traveled another half-hour before finally arriving at his family home. The imposing figure of a knight 15 immediately drew the attention of all passers-by in the quaint town. Soon, neighbors realized it was a visit from the Chen family, but as the occupants disembarked, they realized it was not merely a guest but the return of the Chen family's son. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Youfu promptly retrieved a bottle of the finest Maotai from his pocket. "Uncle, Aunt, how is your health? It's Youfu. Good to see you. Your mother has gone to the town hospital." "Ah, it's good you're back. Your mother left the keys with me. Let me fetch them for you." Noticing the hesitant demeanor of his uncle, who was a cousin of his father, Chen Youfu furrowed his brow. "Uncle, there's no need for the keys just yet. I'll visit the hospital to see my father first. Xiaoming, please bring down a box of the liquor and cigarettes from the car." "Youfu, you can't do that. This is clearly too lavish." Seeing the box of Maotai and 2 packs of softer Zhonghua being brought in, Chen Youfu's uncle waved his hands in denial, genuinely startled. In rural families, gifts typically amounted to a box of cheap liquor or a few packs of cigarettes. He had never seen gifts of Maotai and Zhonghua before. "Uncle, it's merely a token of appreciation. I rarely return home, and my parents have been relying on your care. My father often calls to express his gratitude for your support. So compared to this, what is this little offering?" Witnessing Chen Youfu's resolute demeanor, Uncle San of the Chen family accepted the items. However, he was acutely aware that his nephew had indeed prospered. The peculiar vehicle parked outside, and the expensive cigarettes he had extracted from his pocket spoke volumes. As he had seen on television that such cigarettes were worth over 100 per pack. "There's no need to worry, Youfu. Go see your parents first. I will keep an eye on things at home." "All right, thank you, Uncle San." Just as Chen Youfu was about to step out, Uncle San could not help but utter a warning. "Youfu, do not act impulsively when you arrive." Upon hearing this, Chen Youfu hesitated momentarily at the threshold, then turned back with a smile. "Understood, Uncle San." Yet, as he turned away, his expression shifted dramatically. He refrained from inquiring further, but was certain that his father's hospitalization was shrouded in deeper complexities. Uncle San's words implied that his father had likely offended someone. "Dad, what happened? Didn't you say the keys were with Uncle San? Why didn't you take them earlier?" Chen Youfu had refrained from allowing his daughter and Du Yufei to disembark. It was not due to any disdain, but rather a cultural consideration, had he brought Chen Ling inside. According to local customs, Uncle San would have been obliged to present red envelopes to both Chen Ling and Du Yufei. Thus, Chen Youfu opted to keep them in the vehicle. "Grandpa is in the hospital, and Grandma has gone to take care of him. We will head to the hospital shortly." "What? Grandpa is hospitalized? Is it serious? Why?" Upon learning of her grandfather's hospitalization, Chen Ling anxiously grasped Chen Youfu's arm. "It's nothing significant. You should remain in the car with Yufei for now. I have a few matters to discuss with your uncle Xiaoming." Subsequently, Chen Youfu, along with Du Meng and Mo Lei, unloaded several boxes of liquor and cigarettes from the car, distributing them to neighbors with whom they shared a cordial relationship. Over the years, while Chen Youfu had been with Lu Lina, all his finances had been tied up with her, leaving him without the means to return home confidently. It was largely due to these neighbors' support that his parents had managed, thus Chen Youfu felt compelled to reciprocate their kindness. "Xiaoming, aside from you and Xiaoma, are there any others from our group following us?" 3 individuals. However, the security bureau from Jinling likely has someone tailing us. They just stopped following us when we reached the county. Have our people settled in? Rest assured, brother, they will manage on their own. Is something amiss? I suspect my father's situation may involve hidden complexities. Uncle San's earlier remark suggests he may have offended someone. Understood. I will contact the brothers who are following us and arrange for a few more to come. There's no need for such trouble. Let us first ascertain the situation at the hospital. Chen Youfu declined to have Du Meng summon reinforcements from home, with the circumstances still unclear. He did not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. The group soon arrived at the hospital, the small town allowing them to reach the facility in under 10 minutes. After inquiring with a nurse, they proceeded to the ward where his father was located. However, upon nearing the door, they overheard raised voices within, accompanied by the faint sounds of his mother's sobs. Upon reaching the door, the commotion became clearer. Chen Youfu chose not to enter immediately, pausing to listen intently. "Will you not show any sense of reason? Why should we compensate you? You have harmed our elderly father, yet instead of an apology or compensation, you demand money from us. What do you mean we harmed him?" He recklessly crossed the street without regard for oncoming vehicles and caused us considerable loss when he created a disturbance at our premises. You must compensate us. I tell you, old woman, you are choosing to ignore the facts. You think your age grants you the right to speak without accountability? Director Wu is here. Chen Dagan, I am here merely to inform you that your traffic accident is unrelated to Hongfeng agricultural supplies. Do not make unfounded accusations. Our investigation has confirmed that your reckless jaywalking is to blame. Your irresponsible remarks have caused significant losses to Hongfeng's storefront here in our town. The town's leaders are very displeased with your deliberate defamation of Hongfeng. However, since you are also a resident of this town, they have decided to give you a chance. You will not face criminal charges, but you must compensate them for their losses and extend an apology. I advise you to cherish this opportunity. Otherwise, when you are arrested, do not regret it. You, Director Wu, you too are from our town. Are you not afraid of the townsfolk criticizing you? Shindagan, silence. If you continue to slander me without basis, do not blame me for being unkind. And how will you be unkind? With a forceful shove? Chen Youfu flung open the door to the ward and strode in. Youfu, why are you here? I instructed you to stay home with your uncle. Mom, it's all right. I was worried about Dad, so I came to check on him. Dad, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Why are you back? I'm fine. Just a minor injury to my leg. Did I not tell your mother not to inform you? Dad, do not blame Mom. Our family is being bullied like this. How could she keep it from me? Grandpa, how are you? At that moment, Du Yufei and Chen Ling entered. Oh, my dear granddaughter has returned. I am fine. Do not worry. Dear, take Linger and the others home later, and have Lao San catch a fish for my lovely granddaughter. Chen Youfu couldn't help but feel amused. Even in his injured state, his father still thought of his granddaughter's happiness. Upon entering, Chen Youfu and his companions inadvertently sidelined the two individuals who had been arguing with his father, perhaps sensing their dismissal or infuriated by Chen Youfu's entrance. The two men reacted with indignation. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? A portly man in a police uniform glared menacingly, his rotund form straining against the confines of his uniform. What? Has the hospital now become a restricted area? Must I seek your permission to visit my family? Oh, you must be Chun Dagon's son from Jinling. Very well, since you are here. I must inform you that your father has caused reputational damage to a company due to his slander, and we have determined that he must compensate them 50,000 and issue an apology. Huh, you truly believe you hold all the power here. I would like to inquire what happens if we refuse to pay. Refuse? My dear nephew, I advise you to be reasonable. If you do not comply, do not blame us for the consequences. As neighbors, I would rather not escalate this situation. Escalate. You are the head of the town's security office. Here is the deal. I will not make this difficult for you. You may leave, but I will see who truly finds themselves in a difficult position. Xiaoming, kindly escort them out. Let us go, gentlemen. Fine. Just because you've spent time in a big city doesn't mean you're intimidating. We shall see. Dad, what on earth is happening? I overheard some of the conversation outside. After the two men had departed, Chen Youfu turned to his father inquiringly. Do not concern yourself with it. Just return home with your mother, enjoy a good meal, and then head back to Jinling. Father, even if you were to urge me to leave now, I would not comply. Moreover, there is no need for us to harbor such fear of him. Given the current situation, what more is there left to conceal? I am your son. If I do not take responsibility, who will? Furthermore, you need not worry excessively. We now fear no one. Chen Youfu found himself almost amused by his father's concerns, as the old man seemed genuinely anxious, insisting that he depart immediately. Yet, this only deepened Chen Youfu's perception that after so many years away, this small town appeared somewhat transformed. This was evident not only in his father's demeanor, but also in the words spoken by Uncle Chun San upon his arrival home. Upon persistent inquiry from Chen Youfu, his father finally divulged the events that had transpired. After the full account was revealed, Chen Youfu's countenance darkened, for he had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. This town, where he had spent so many years, harbored such malevolence. The troubles befalling the Chen family, while seemingly intricate, were rather straightforward in their progression. However, the individuals and matters entangled in this affair were undeniably complex. The ominous figure who had recently appeared in the hospital, Director Wu, had come to this town just the previous year, accompanied by the town's mayor and the newly established agricultural supply store named Hongfeng, aimed at providing farming materials to the local agricultural community. The Chen family's plight was intricately linked to this establishment. Many years prior, the town had vigorously promoted a sustainable model of rice-fish farming, which had indeed benefited many households over the years. The former mayor had even been elevated due to the success of this initiative. However, since the new mayor designated Hongfeng as the sole supplier of agricultural materials, an array of issues began to arise. Rice-fish farming is not merely about releasing fish into a paddy field. There are numerous considerations involved. The fish chosen are typically omnivorous species, such as grass carp, and the paddies must be modified to include fish channels. Most critically, the use of pesticides in fields with fish requires careful selection of low-toxicity options, as fish cannot eliminate all pests and weeds. Yet, with the emergence of Hongfeng, farmers began to experience inexplicable losses. Initially, many households reported that their newly introduced fry died en masse shortly after being placed in the fields. followed by complications regarding pesticide application. The Chen family faced similar issues this year, and it was not just their household affected. Chen Youfu's father had purchased fry not only for their family, but also for 3 or 4 other households. Subsequently, the fry began to perish. Nearly half were dead by the following day, and shortly after the first pesticide application, virtually all the fish in the field succumbed. The cumulative losses amounted to several thousand yuan. Although Chen Youfu had transferred nearly 1,000,000 yuan to his family over time, it was unnecessary for his parents to toil so hard, and he had previously advised them to ease their burdens. However, they were accustomed to hard work, and seeing their determination, he chose not to press further. While several thousand yuan may not seem significant to his parents now, other families who had shared in their purchases were also affected. Chen Youfu's father, Chen Dagan, was a man of principles, honest and warm-hearted. Thus, when the situation arose, he felt not only the sting of his family's losses, but also a profound sense of guilt regarding the other families affected. Consequently, he approached Hongfeng to seek resolution, inadvertently stirring up a hornet's nest. At that time, many from neighboring villages were already seeking accountability, and within moments of his arrival, a heated argument ensued. Uncertain of how matters escalated, Chen Dagan expressed his intent to report the issue to the town government, prompting others to follow suit. This led to an erroneous assumption that Chen Dagan was inciting the complaints. After the town government intervened, a few days later, while Chen Dagan was conducting business in town, he was unexpectedly struck by a motorcycle. The local security office not only failed to identify the perpetrator, but also blamed the incident on Chen Dagan himself. Shortly thereafter, a report was delivered to him, claiming that the deaths of the fry resulted from improper handling by the farmers, while asserting that Chen Dagan had maliciously defamed Hongfeng, resulting in a demand for compensation of 500,000 yuan. These individuals are utterly despicable. They must not go unpunished, Du Yufei interjected, her indignation palpable. It was at this moment that Chen Youfu's parents finally noticed Du Yufei, who had accompanied him. Youfu, who is this? Oh, Yufei. This is my father and my mother. Mom, Dad, this is Du Yufei, my girlfriend. Uncle, Auntie, I am Du Yufei. You may call me Yufei. Yufei is it? My, what a beautiful girl. Youfu, you ought to have introduced her sooner, Chen Youfu's mother exclaimed, particularly pleased to see her granddaughter holding on to Du Yufei's arm. Following Chen Youfu's divorce from Lu Lina, his parents had been anxious about his marital future, but had repeatedly advised him to treat any future partner well, especially for Linger's sake. Thus, seeing Du Yufei, who was not only beautiful but seemed to get along splendidly with Linger, brought them great joy. Wife, please assist me in completing the discharge paperwork. We shall return home. It is inauspicious for Yufei to visit the hospital for the first time. Father, please refrain from causing a fuss. Focus on your recovery here. Yufei will not mind. Indeed, Uncle, please rest assured and concentrate on healing. I am perfectly fine. You impudent boy, what do you know? You are well aware of the standards of this town's hospital. I know my injuries. It would be far better to recuperate at home than here. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Ultimately, Chen Youfu could not sway his father. But after consulting the doctor and confirming that his father had only sustained superficial injuries to his leg, he proceeded to arrange for his father's discharge. Brotherly, that covers the essential points. Indeed, the waters are shallow and the turtles numerous. These people truly do not comprehend the peril they face. Youfu, I will report to the boss shortly. He has recently been appointed as the deputy director of the provincial department. All right, I appreciate your help. Brotherly, don't mention it. We are brothers, no need for such formalities. Upon returning home, Chen Youfu contacted Li Longhua, who was no longer the director of the Xuanwu Sub-Bureau but had ascended to the position of deputy director responsible for public safety at the Jinling Municipal Bureau. The former director of the Jinling Bureau was now the deputy director at the provincial level, and Li Longhua was aware that their promotions were partly attributable to Chen Youfu's influence. Although Chen Youfu's identity remained undisclosed, he was registered in both provincial and municipal records. The matter was straightforward and clear-cut, and the response was remarkably swift. After receiving Chen Youfu's call, a working group from the province dispatched to his hometown that very day, initiating an investigation. By the following afternoon, a significant contingent of police arrived from the Tongqing Municipal Bureau to Chen Youfu's hometown. Later, Chen Youfu learned from Li Longhua that the provincial leader had issued a directive consisting of just 4 words, strict and swift. It could be said that the fate of this group of individuals was sealed the moment Chen Youfu became aware of the matter. He chose not to concern himself with the subsequent developments, for he found himself bereft of time and energy to engage with such affairs, as he was currently grappling with uncertainties regarding his own destiny. The incident was ignited when Gu Yun and Jiang Monli, upon hearing of the events, unexpectedly arrived at the Chun residence the following day. The moment Gu Yun affectionately wrapped her arm around Chen Youfu's and called out husband, He distinctly noticed the darkening countenance of his father, whose expression resembled that of a charred pot bottom, a scene rife with tension. Chen Youfu's mind was consumed with a singular thought, to make a hasty retreat. He sensed that, following whatever Du Yufei had whispered to his mother, her gaze toward him had turned decidedly unfriendly. Ahem. Dad, Mom, I have a matter to attend to and will return shortly. Linger is on holiday anyway, and will stay here for a while to keep you company. What matter could possibly require your attention? You've just returned, and now you wish to leave? His mother inquired. Mom, there are some issues at the company that I must address. That doesn't seem right. Old Chen, how is it that I am unaware of any company matters? Uncle, Auntie, Old Chen hardly ever goes to the company. You may not know, but I manage everything there. It's quite exhausting, and Old Chen, do you dislike me? You leave as soon as I arrive. Jiang Manli lamented, clinging to Chen Youfu's mother's arm, nearly on the verge of tears. As Jiang Manli recounted her tale, Chen Youfu felt the weight of his mother's disapproval intensifying. Goodness. Jiang Manli, you drama queen, are you trying to get me killed? Indeed, Old Chen, as soon as I learned your father was injured, I requested leave from my superiors. Why is it that you wish to leave just as I arrive? Yes, I was hoping to spend some time with Andy. The fish you've cooked lately has been exquisite, and I wish to learn from you. Du Yufei chimed in, wrapping her arm around Chen Youfu's mother. Linger observed her father entangled in this chaotic scene, stifling her laughter with great difficulty. This is it. These three women are not to be underestimated. They are clearly taking advantage of the situation. This was going to be a challenging predicament. Chapter 50. Encountering danger, you come with me, Chen Youfu's father said, his face contorted in displeasure. Chen Youfu shot a glare at the three women, realizing they had plunged him into a dire situation. However, he couldn't quite fathom why Jiang Manli felt compelled to involve herself. He understood Gu Yun's motives were simply due to her being miffed about not being informed. Now, what is going on? We are honest folk, and I know you have acquired some wealth, but regardless of how affluent one may be, integrity remains paramount. There's truly nothing to worry about. Jiang Manli and I are not involved. She is merely the head of our company. And what about Yufei and that little Gu? Well, Dad, just let it be. You're injured. Why not come to Jinling with me? You and Mom are getting on in years. There's no need for you to manage everything here. I won't go, and your mother won't either. What can we do if we go? We've lived here our entire lives, surrounded by familiar faces and experiences. We are comfortable here. If we go to your place, we might not like it. You may feel uncomfortable too with all this chaos you're involved in. You're already in your 40s now, and while I don't wish to lecture you, I trust you understand these principles. I hope, regardless of circumstances, you do not let others down. We, as honest people, should not allow others to take advantage of us. Wealth or not, one must know how to conduct oneself. Do you understand? Seeing his son attempting to divert the topic, Chen Daijing refrained from anger and instead spoke from the heart. Dad, I understand. I would never wrong anyone. Upon Chen Youfu's emergence, Jiang Manli strutted with a cocky demeanor. Casting a challenging glance his way, Chen Youfu gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing to drag her inside and administer a few slaps. Ever since her return from the capital, she had transformed. Gone was the aloof, icy beauty. In her place was a more vulnerable demeanor, evident only when they were alone. Yet, Chen Youfu could never comprehend why a woman of her stature, accustomed to the company of distinguished men, would choose to cling to him. The following days saw the group remain at the Chen household, but tranquility was short-lived as officials from the county and town began to intrude. Although they did not explicitly mention Chen Youfu's status, the continuous visits from these leaders soon revealed to the neighbors that the Chen family had prospered. It was whispered that the downfall of Hongfeng in town was due to Chen Youfu's influence. As the saying goes, wealth brings distant relatives, while poverty invites no one. Upon learning of the Chen family's newfound prosperity, a flurry of distant relatives began to appear, some seeking loans, others wishing to share in their fortune, an assortment of characters indeed. Chen Youfu quickly realized that remaining at home would be untenable. Dad, Mom, look at how things are now. Why don't you come with me to Jinling for a while? He was fully aware that his parents would likely refuse, yet he felt compelled to make the effort. The recent developments had made him acutely aware of their aging, and he worried about their well-being, given the distance from their hometown. Never mind. These people are here for you. You too should return home. If you're not here, they'll probably cease their disturbances. Chen Daijing pondered before ultimately deciding against accompanying his son to Jinling. Uncle, why don't you and Auntie come to Jinling with us? You both being at home makes Youfu uneasy, Gu Yun urged. Yes, Auntie, Uncle, Sister Yun is right, Du Yufei added, supporting the suggestion. Enough, Xiaoyan Yufei. Your uncle and I are accustomed to our lives here. We wouldn't feel comfortable in a big city. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Through their interactions over the past few days, Chen Youfu's mother had come to recognize that both women were indeed her daughters-in-law. She also discerned that Jiang Monli held no real connection to her son, yet it was evident that the girl harbored some feelings for him. Youfu, let me tell you, don't disappoint Xiaoyan and Yufei. If you dare mistreat them, I will not stand idly by. And don't forget about Xiaojing, as a grown man. You shouldn't leave all the responsibilities to her. Once you return, make sure to assist her, understand? All right, I understand. Xiaoyan, Yufei, and Xiaojing, if Youfu ever mistreats you, do come to me. I will ensure he learns his lesson. Alas, after this visit home, his standing in the family had drastically diminished. Grandma, don't forget about me. Yes, 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 and my sweet granddaughter too. Grandma, I'm not going back. I'll stay and keep you company. Good, my dear granddaughter, you are the best. The next morning, Chen Youfu and his companions departed from the small town, leaving only Chen Ling behind, who often spent her holidays here. Before departing, Chen Youfu initially intended to leave some financial support for his parents. However, this was declined, and ultimately, he entrusted his daughter to his parents' care, realizing that sometimes the words of his daughter carry more weight than his own. Upon returning to Jinling, Chen Youfu fell back into a state of idleness. Though he visited the company more frequently than before, this was not merely due to his mother's admonitions. He genuinely felt the need to attend to certain matters. The Longshin battery at Youfu Technology had already found its footing, and despite attempts by some individuals to replicate it, they had failed, leaving them without any opportunity to steal the information. Recently, following the expansion of the production line, the state was contemplating easing certain restrictions in order to leverage the Longshin battery for international influence. One day, after discussing upcoming work plans with Jiang Monli at the company, Chen Youfu, as usual, departed in a car driven by Du Ming. Brother, something seems amiss. It feels like someone is tailing us. Du Ming's words interrupted Chen Youfu's contemplation. Are you certain? Not entirely, but I sense something is off. What seems off? Just after passing that traffic light, our people were stopped. Yet this vehicle has been tailing us since we left the company. What about our brothers behind us? Brother, there's trouble. Our comrades have been set up. Someone intentionally staged an accident to block them. Du Ming, accelerate. Take the next exit in a kilometer. I've contacted the security bureau. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. At that moment, Mo Lei chimed in. It's not just Du Ming's team that was stopped. Even the security bureau personnel were obstructed in the same manner. It appears the opposition had been plotting this for quite some time, accurately identifying those assigned to provide covert protection. Old Mo, we can't take that exit. It seems our visitors are not friendly, Du Ming remarked. It turned out that the exit Mo Lei had instructed Du Ming to prepare for was also blocked by an accident. Du Ming and Mo Lei exchanged glances, both sensing something was seriously wrong. When coincidences pile up, they cease to be mere coincidences. The meticulousness of the opposition was evident in their planning. Brother Fu, put this on. Mo Lei handed over a bulletproof vest. Is this really necessary? Chen Youfu hesitated but ultimately accepted it. Brother, it's better to be cautious. I feel this time our adversaries are formidable. All right, I'll heed your advice, but you too must exercise caution as well, Du Ming interjected. Rest assured, brother. Old Du. Speed up. I refuse to believe they can block every exit. If we spot an opening ahead, we'll take it. The family is also on alert. The security bureau will track our location. Mo Lei pulled up the bulletproof partition between the driver's seat and the back, taking out his handgun and disengaging the safety. As Mo Lei had suspected, the adversaries were not numerous. After passing 2 blocked exits, Du Ming finally spotted an unimpeded one and swiftly turned the steering wheel to head down it. The pursuing vehicle mirrored their movements, showing no signs of retreat. Wait, Old Mo, it seems we've fallen into a trap. This exit appears to have been intentionally left open for us. We are indeed facing a cunning opponent. How long until backup arrives? Du Ming observed that, after exiting, the surrounding vehicles had suddenly diminished significantly. At that moment, a roar of engines echoed from outside. Du Ming glanced in the rearview mirror, his expression changing. Mo Lei noticed it too. Brother, brace yourself. We're in trouble. What is happening? Look behind us. Chen Youfu turned his head to peer through the glass, witnessing 2 dump trucks blocking the entire roadway. Simultaneously, Du Ming and Mo Lei spotted roadblocks ahead, as several vehicles had halted in the middle of the street, obstructing their path. Old Du, charge through. These folks likely don't realize our vehicle has been modified. Du Ming immediately pressed the accelerator. Minutes later, Chen Youfu felt a sudden jolt as the car was struck, causing its speed to decrease. Yet he sensed that the vehicle was still functioning adequately. These bastards are truly willing to invest in this. Thankfully, Tiger's craftsmanship is commendable. Brother, it's safe now. You can sit up, Du Ming declared. When they had surged past the roadblocks, Chen Youfu had followed Du Ming's advice to bend down and shield his head, thus missing the external circumstances. Is everything truly fine? Yes, the opposition did not anticipate our vehicle's modifications. The cars blocking the road were mere distractions. The real hazard lay in the professional roadblocks they had set up. However, thanks to Tiger's upgraded tires, we could traverse them without issue. Brother Fu, our comrades have arrived ahead. We're safe now. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 51. The Aftermath After Breaching the Roadblocks. It was evident that the adversaries had not foreseen that Chen Youfu's Knight 15 had been expertly modified. Tiger had equipped it with tires designed for military armored vehicles, a detail the opposition had overlooked, leading to a fortunate turn of events. As they pressed on past the roadblocks, Chen Youfu spotted the reinforcements ahead. Confirming that Du Ming was indeed correct, they were now secure. Brother, once we return to the villa, refrain from going anywhere for the next few days. This matter is more complex than it appears, Du Ming stated while driving. Indeed, Brother Fu, old Du is right, Mo Lei added in support. Hearing their insistence, Chen Youfu furrowed his brow slightly. What is the matter? What is so complicated? Speak plainly. Brother, consider the meticulous planning of our adversaries. They tracked us and knew every detail about our hidden protectors, including those from the Security Bureau. Achieving this level of insight is no small feat furthermore. Once we were on the elevated road, several exits were preemptively blocked. Clearly, they had meticulously analyzed our route and our potential reactions to emergencies. This indicates they are not ordinary individuals. I suspect they have undergone professional training. Additionally, the sudden reduction of vehicles after we exited the elevated road suggests a well-coordinated strategy, which not just anyone could execute. There must be collaborators. What? Young Ming, are you implying that there are insiders assisting them? Young Ming, Mo Lei, what else? Speak everything at once. Chen Youfu, alarmed by Du Ming's analysis, noticed Mo Lei hesitating to speak and urged him to continue. Brother Fu, there's one crucial point. Your visit to the company today was not planned, but rather a last-minute arrangement. Are you suggesting there's a mole? Brother, I concur with old Mo. This situation is indeed intricate. For the next few days, you must stay indoors. I will thoroughly investigate to see if there are any issues. And if so, we must expose this individual, or else matters will not conclude here. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, as no further complications arose. Unbeknownst to Chen Youfu, at that moment in the office of the Jinling Security Bureau, Director Tao Zhe was on the phone receiving a call from above. Tao Zhe, just tell me whether you can still do your job. If not, I will replace you immediately. Leader, this is my responsibility. I neglected my duties, and I am willing to accept punishment. Is that the answer I want? Fortunately, no harm was done. If something had occurred, what would be the use of punishing you? Even if I were to execute you, what difference would it make? Yes, leader, I assure you that such an incident will not happen again. Tao Zhe, you must comprehend the significance of Chen Youfu to us and to the nation. Regardless of the circumstances, he absolutely cannot be harmed. Do you dare to assert that there were no oversights in today's events? I am aware that you have made substantial contributions to Youfu technology during this period, but you must constantly remind yourselves that it is precisely because of your achievements that you cannot rest on your laurels. You are well aware of how deranged those with ulterior motives can be. I apologize, leader. It is my responsibility, and I have disappointed you. However, this incident is undoubtedly complex. Just now, Du Ming communicated with me, revealing that this group managed to accurately track Chen Youfu's route and set numerous traps along the way. Furthermore, Du Ming informed me that Chen Youfu's visit to the company was entirely spur of the moment. Thus, both Du Ming and I suspect that there is an insider involved, and I even suspect that there might be someone within Jinling City itself. Investigate this for me. No matter how deep you must dig, uncover the truth. Regardless of who is implicated, I want every one of these traitors exposed. None shall escape. These parasitic wretches. Understood, leader. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, news of Chen Youfu's attack began to circulate, albeit only among the upper echelons of Jinling City. The general populace remained oblivious, only aware that traffic incidents had noticeably increased that day. Gu Yun and Du Yufei learned of the attack while out shopping. Their female bodyguards, for safety reasons, informed them of the situation and escorted them back to the villa, fearing that if the assailants could not capture Chen Youfu, they might target Gu Yun and Du Yufei instead. Old Chen, are you alright? Gu Yun exclaimed as she rushed into Chen Youfu's embrace, tears streaming down her face, closely followed by Du Yufei, who displayed similar concern. Calm down, calm down. I am truly fine. With Xiao Ming and the others around, I am safe. Chen Youfu reassured them, holding the two women close. My lord, you scared us to death. After Xiao Mei informed us, both Yufei and I were terrified. Why don't we abandon all this? We have enough money to live comfortably. What would happen to us if something were to happen to you? It's all right, it's all right. I'll stay home for the next few days and go nowhere. Then I shall inform the bank as well, and for these few days, I will keep you company at home. In truth, Chen Youfu harbored doubts. Just as Mo Lei had suggested, his visit to the company had been entirely unplanned. He recalled that it was Jiang Monli who had called him about a financial matter requiring his signature, prompting his sudden decision to go to the office. In retrospect, the meticulous planning of the assailants was evident. They had not anticipated Chen Youfu's armored vehicle, the modified Knight 15, which ultimately thwarted their plans. Given the circumstances at the time, had the vehicle been impeded by roadblocks, the assailants might have succeeded. However, as Du Ming had pointed out, such elaborate arrangements cannot be executed on a whim. All actions must be analyzed based on changing circumstances before being strategically laid out. This suggests that the adversaries likely knew of his decision to go to the company beforehand, allowing them to prepare in advance. This realization only reinforced the suspicions of Du Ming and Mo Lei. Someone among them had undoubtedly leaked information. The question remained, who was the informant? Chen Youfu pondered. As he contemplated the identity of the informant, at a meeting room not far from Phoenix Villa in the Xuanwu district, Li Longhua, Shang Xiaowu, Du Ming, and Mo Lei, along with Tao Zhe from the Security Bureau and He Qinbing, the captain of the Security Bureau's investigation team, had all gathered. I believe everyone is aware of the sequence of events. Let me first remind you of the confidentiality regulations. The discussions in this meeting are to be strictly confined to those present. No information is to be disclosed beyond this room. Director Li, let us begin with you. Please share the situation from your end. Very well. The section of road beneath the overpass falls under the jurisdiction of the 4th Traffic Police Team in Jianye District. Immediately following the incident, I instructed the city police to seal off that section of the road. Unfortunately, it seems the assailants were exceptionally well prepared. They had already evacuated before our blockade. Moreover, absurdly, all surveillance cameras along that stretch of road had malfunctioned, leaving us without leads on their whereabouts. The good news is, upon learning of this situation, I immediately ordered the inspection team to detain all members of the 4th team. Currently, everyone is being contained internally, and during questioning, their deputy team leader, Zhou Pengqiao, has surfaced. According to the 4th team's original plan, they were supposed to maintain 2 patrols a day along that stretch due to the recent surge in illegal parking. They were scheduled to patrol around noon, coinciding with the time of Chen Youfu's incident, and once more before the end of their shifts. However, this morning, Zhou Pengqiao ordered the group designated for the noon patrol to cover another area instead. And what did Zhou Pengqiao say? Why did he alter the patrol schedule without replacement? Tao Zhe inquired. He claimed that the change was spontaneous, and when asked why there was no replacement, he stated that the illegal parking situation had improved due to their recent patrols. This individual must be suspicious. Why change the schedule at such an opportune moment? He Qinbing remarked. Indeed, I also find this troubling, which is why I have arranged for city personnel to keep a close watch on him. Additionally, another team has begun investigating his connections. I believe we will have results soon. Excellent. Director Li has provided a promising start, Tao Zhe said, a hint of a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. Now, what of the group that attempted to obstruct us? At Tao Zhe's inquiry, Shang Xiaowu took over the conversation. Following Li Longhua's promotion to the city bureau, Shang Xiaowu now served not only as the captain of the Xuanwu District Criminal Investigation Team, but also as the deputy director of the Xuanwu District. Director Tao. After the accident occurred, the traffic police arrived at the scene only to find that the assailants had fled before their arrival, abandoning their vehicles. Their intentions were clear, to block those covertly protecting Chen Youfu and buy time for their actions. The traffic police responded promptly, and we simulated the response times afterward. We also obtained the surveillance footage from the traffic intersection where the incident occurred. Given that it is a traffic light intersection and an important thoroughfare, the footage is real-time. The video revealed that there were more individuals involved than just the 2 driving. Among the crowd, we identified 4 suspicious persons. Fortunately, one of these 6 individuals was recognized by our facial recognition system as a local from Jinling with a criminal record. Really? What is his background? How have you proceeded? Upon hearing Shang Xiaowu's account, everyone sat up straighter, with Tao Zhe pressing for answers. Wang Dayo, nicknamed Mole, is a 42-year-old man who was previously sentenced to 8 years for theft and robbery, having recently been released last year. According to our investigation, this individual resorted to robbery after a failed attempt at staging an accident, realizing that his target was wealthy. However, I do not intend to apprehend him at this moment. I have already arranged for all personnel from the district's criminal investigation and public security teams to maintain strict surveillance over him. I believe that his presence at the scene is indeed suspicious. Although surveillance footage indicates that he has been mingling within the crowd, stirring up trouble, I suspect that any collusion he may have with the perpetrators is superficial at best. He is likely just a minor accomplice. Capturing him now would be futile. I wish to observe whether the others will make further contact with him. Indeed, I concur with Bureau Chief Shang's assessment. Capturing such a minor player may yield little intelligence. It would be more prudent to cast a wider net for bigger fish, He Qinbing remarked in agreement. Yes, I share your perspective. Thus, He team, once the meeting concludes, Please arrange for your investigative team to collaborate with the Xuanwu District's Criminal Investigation Unit to monitor this individual closely. Bureau Chief Shang. This is not a question of doubting your capabilities, as we are facing a formidable opponent, likely one with professional training. We are simply taking every precaution to ensure absolute security. Director Tao, you exaggerate. You are the experts in dealing with such individuals, and I welcome the opportunity to learn from you. Bureau Chief Li Longhua chuckled, appreciating Tao Zai's praise for Shang Xiaowu. He Qinbing, do not let your guard down. We must ensure that nothing goes awry. Rest assured, Director, I guarantee that there will be no complications. Now, what is the situation with Du Meng? Is President Chen unharmed? He is fine, just a bit startled. That is reassuring. Please convey my regards to President Chen. The fright he experienced was due to a lapse on our part at the Security Bureau. I have already issued a solemn promise to my superiors. Now, could you elaborate on your suspicions of an insider? Director Tao, it is as follows. My brother's visit to the company was a last-minute decision, not something planned in advance. He departed immediately after making the decision and stayed at the company for no longer than an hour. However, the meticulous planning and arrangements executed by the other party indicate that they were not made in such a short time. This group appears highly professional, having anticipated our reactions to the situation and devised traps to exploit them. Frankly, if our Night 15 had not been modified by our team, both I and Old Mo would have likely faced dire consequences today, and that is a conservative estimate. We believe that the leaders of this group have undergone specialized training in both abduction and counter-abduction, Du Meng explained. What evidence supports your suspicion of an insider? Or who do you suspect? Having listened to Du Meng's account, both Tao Zai and He Chunbing nodded in agreement. Firstly, the individuals at the villa should be innocent. If there had been an issue there, the information regarding the vehicle modifications would have certainly reached them, and we would not have faced merely a roadblock today. If they had positioned a couple of dump trucks in front of us, we would have been trapped. We suspect that the problem lies with the investment company. They likely became aware of my brother's decision to visit the company immediately after it was made, and began their scheming then. My brother made an unscheduled stop to buy gifts for the company's staff, which extended our travel time to about an hour, giving the other party nearly 2 hours to set their plan in motion. Indeed, your reasoning does suggest a possibility. Are there any other suspects from the company? Tao Zai inquired further. It's quite complicated. My brother decided to go to the company while speaking with General Manager Jiang. He mentioned that there were urgent financial documents requiring his signature, which prompted his visit. Du Meng elaborated. General Manager Jiang? Jiang Monli. Du Meng, are you suspecting her? Tao Zai's brow furrowed upon hearing this. No, I am not accusing her. I am merely stating a fact. I do not know if General Manager Jiang mentioned my brother's visit to anyone else at the company. Upon hearing this, Tao Zai felt a sense of unease. As the director of the Jinling Security Bureau, he was aware of Jiang Monli's standing. While he would not suspect her, he found Du Meng's analysis compelling and shared concerns about the investment company. To clarify matters, it was imperative to proceed with caution. Here's what we should do. Du Meng, it would be best for you to discuss the situation in detail with President Chen. You may have better access to General Manager Jiang than we do, and I fear that our involvement might complicate matters further. I will report this situation to higher-ups. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Zai suggested. All right, I will inquire further. Good, let us adjourn this meeting for now. Director Li, Bureau Chief Shang. You will manage the visible personnel, while we will handle the rest. Please communicate any developments promptly. Upon seeing Du Meng nod, Tao Zai concluded the gathering. Overall, the reaction from all parties following the incident was remarkably swift. Although the identity of the mastermind remained unknown, numerous clues had emerged. Brother, I just finished a meeting with Bureau Chief Tao and Director Li. After the meeting, Du Meng dialed President Chen Youfu's number. Yes, what news do you have? We have gathered some leads, and I anticipate a swift resolution. However, brother, there is a matter on which I seek your counsel. What is it? After Du Meng explained the situation, President Chen Youfu furrowed his brow, sensing complications. Yet, for the sake of his own safety and that of those close to him, he felt compelled to investigate. Moreover, he found it curious that Jiang Monli had not reached out after being informed of his attack. Here's what we'll do. Xiaoming, since you are familiar with her, it would be best for you to approach her directly at the company. Ideally, find a moment when she is alone, just the two of you. Be mindful of your tone and demeanor. I cannot inquire myself. My involvement could exacerbate the situation. Understood. I will head over shortly. Do you want me to send Ole back first? No need. Dongmei and Guwen are present, and everything at the villa is secure. As it turned out, Chen Youfu's assumptions were correct. However, the world is often rife with coincidental occurrences. Jiang Monli was indeed unaware of Chen Youfu's assault. After Chen Youfu's departure, she had turned off her personal phone to focus on work-related matters concerning several financial documents for a new investment plan, instructing her secretary to decline all personal calls. Her work phone remained with her secretary. Misunderstandings often arise from such serendipitous events colliding. Following the meeting, Du Ming and Mo Lei proceeded to Youfu Investment Company, heading directly to Jiang Manli's office upon arrival. Du Ming currently holds a position at the investment company, serving as the director of the security department. Traditionally, he would directly approach Jiang Manli, but today was markedly different. Just as he was preparing to head to her office, he was intercepted by Jiang Manli's secretary. Director Du, may I ask if you are looking for President Jiang? The secretary, a striking young woman in her 20s who had only recently joined the company, had little prior interaction with Du Ming. However, it was rumored that she was a classmate of Jiang Manli. Yes, I urgently need to speak with President Jiang. Is she available? She is, but Director Du, you cannot enter. President Jiang has instructed that she is not to see anyone. I cannot enter? Why is that? I apologize, but I must insist. I have urgent matters to discuss with President Jiang. That is not possible. Director Du, President Jiang specifically instructed that she is not to be disturbed during work hours. Please do not make this difficult for me. Very well, I want to make it difficult for you. I will call her. Although Du Ming found it peculiar, particularly regarding the secretary's demeanor, she should have been aware of his standing within the company. He was further intrigued by the hint of disdain and amusement that flickered in her eyes as he mentioned calling Jiang Manli. As he retrieved his phone, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Lei beside him. The subsequent events unfolded in an even more bizarre manner. His call to Jiang Manli's personal phone resulted in a notification of it being switched off, while his call to her work number rang. Yet it was in the secretary's hand. The internal phone lines to Jiang Manli's office were inaccessible from other departments, requiring any calls to first go through the secretary for screening. At this point, Du Ming finally grasped the reason behind the secretary's peculiar expression. His suspicions of her intentions intensified significantly. His countenance turned icy as he placed his phone back into his pocket and directly approached Jiang Manli's office. The secretary attempted to stop him, but Mo Lei apprehended her swiftly. Let me go? You are being utterly outrageous, the secretary shouted, drawing the attention of several other employees. Du Ming paid her no heed. His mind was already made up regarding her conduct. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it swung open from within. Inside, Jiang Manli had been deeply engrossed in evaluating investment proposals when the commotion outside disrupted her train of thought. These proposals were crucial, as they were the very documents Chen Youfu was scheduled to sign today, marking some of the most significant investments since the inception of Youfu Investments. Irritated by the interruption, Jiang Manli's temper flared as she opened the door, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Du Ming, what is going on here? President Jiang, I urgently need to speak with you, but your secretary insisted on preventing me from entering, and when I tried to call you, your phone was off. Director Du, it was my directive to keep the office undisturbed. I am engaged with work and turned off my phone to avoid interruptions. Is that not reasonable? Your actions are rather inappropriate. Already vexed from being interrupted, Jiang Manli's frustration boiled over upon seeing her secretary restrained by Mo Lei. Furthermore, considering Du Ming's role as Chen Youfu's driver and bodyguard, she wondered if there was an issue pertaining to Chen Youfu. President Jiang, please allow me to speak with you privately. This setting is not suitable. No need, we can discuss this here. Is your boss causing trouble again? Release my secretary before we proceed. Let us not forget I am the general manager of this company. Calm down, President Jiang. Your secretary poses a potential issue and cannot be released. As for the matter at hand, could you please let me in to discuss it? Very well. You refuse to release her? Then I shall call Chen Youfu directly to ascertain whether my secretary is indeed the problem. With that, Jiang Manli snatched her work phone from the secretary's desk and dialed Chen Youfu's number. In moments of anger, one often overlooks numerous details. Much like Jiang Manli at that moment, who failed to notice several missed calls on her work phone. Chen Youfu, what is your intention? If you have an issue with me, say it directly. Why did you send Du Ming? Upon answering the phone, Chen Youfu was taken aback by her abrupt outburst. He was already aware that Du Ming had sought clarification regarding the day's events, and assumed Jiang Manli was in the loop. Wait, Manli, what is going on? Who upset you? You need not raise your voice. Who upset me? How dare you ask? Why don't you inquire about your driver's actions? He seized my secretary without just cause, claiming she had issues. And why can't you come and ask me directly? What does it mean to send your driver? The more Chen Youfu listened, the more bewildered he became. Why was she reacting so strongly? Perhaps he had been overly accommodating. But he felt Jiang Manli was losing her grasp on the situation. Du Ming was a professional. If he suspected something amiss, he must have a valid reason. Yet, after some reflection, Chen Youfu decided to take a step back. All right, I apologize on behalf of Xiaoming. I will reprimand him for causing such a disturbance and upsetting our general manager. Please pass me the phone. I wish to speak with him. Jiang Manli, with a stern expression, handed the phone to Du Ming. Brother, I apologize. I did not anticipate this outcome. It's all right, return with Xiaomo. Since we have identified a potential issue, further inquiries are unnecessary. Report this to Director Tao and let his team handle it. Also, ensure she is watched closely. Do not let her escape. Understood. After concluding the call, Du Ming cast a deep glance at Jiang Manli, then respectfully extended the phone back to her. My apologies. President Jiang, my demeanor was inappropriate. I must take my leave. Jiang Manli remained silent, her character dictating her response. Mo, release Secretary Yang. My apologies, Secretary Yang. For our behavior. Very well, we are all part of the same company. I shall forgive you for President Jiang's sake. Thank you, Secretary Yang. Du Ming and Mo Lei exchanged a knowing glance before turning to leave. The security personnel had been waiting downstairs, ready to apprehend the secretary once Du Ming confirmed his suspicions with Jiang Manli. Upon descending, Du Ming immediately reported his findings to Tao Zhe. After some consideration, Tao instructed the security personnel waiting downstairs to bring the secretary back up. Shally, are you all right? Do not worry, with me here. No one will dare to bully you. At that moment, Jiang Manli was comforting her secretary. President Jiang, how can these people be so barbaric? They nearly broke my arm. It's nothing serious. It's merely the result of certain individuals' habitual behavior. Rest assured, I shall assist you in dealing with them. You just focus on your work. General Jiang, my mother just called to inform me of an incident at home, and I would like to return and check on it. Would that be acceptable? What has happened? Is it troublesome? If there is anything, please communicate it to me. My mother was rather hesitant and didn't clarify things, which has left me somewhat concerned. I feel the need to go back. Very well, I grant you leave. It seems you have been quite startled today. Remember to call me if anything arises. General Jiang, you are truly kind. It is my honor to serve as your secretary. At this moment, Jiang Manli was oblivious to the fleeting look of disdain in her secretary's eyes. Du Ming harbored no doubts. It was during a conversation between Chen Youfu and Jiang Manli that she overheard he would be coming to the company today. And she relayed this information. The secretary, whom Jiang Manli had considered quite capable, was, in fact, a mole. Her original mission was to steal the information on the Longxin battery. Although Jiang Manli was the host for the launch of Youfu Technology's new product, she had only reviewed the introductory materials on the Longxin battery and lacked knowledge of the production processes and experimental data. Consequently, the mission, which should have been aborted due to an inability to complete it, had morphed into a new objective, to meticulously monitor Chen Youfu's movements. She was introduced to Jiang Manli by a classmate from her studies in the United States, who was also a recruited spy. Although Youfu Investment is not the same entity as Youfu Technology, her presence alongside Jiang Manli should have warranted a background check. However, she had only been employed for a short time, less than a month, and had Jiang Manli vouching for her. In addition to the fact that Jiang Manli trusted her implicitly, furthermore, her disguise was remarkably effective, and uncovering her true identity would require considerable time. In summary, a confluence of factors enabled her to successfully infiltrate Jiang Manli's circle while indeed keeping track of Chen Youfu's whereabouts. Her request for leave stemmed from the realization that she might have been compromised, prompting her to flee. Meanwhile, Jiang Manli remained under the impression that her secretary was genuinely facing a family crisis and was attempting to console her. At that moment, personnel from the security bureau arrived, entering the office with 4 individuals clad in black suits, directly approaching the secretary. Are you Yang Chunli? Who are you? What do you want? Please answer my question. Are you Yang Chunli? I am. We are from the Jinling Security Bureau. We require your assistance in an investigation. Please accompany us. 2 of the agents stationed themselves behind Yang Chunli, while the other 2 stood in front, adopting a posture that suggested an intent to prevent any escape. This scene left Jiang Manli momentarily stunned, only coming to her senses when the agents produced handcuffs to restrain Yang Chunli. How can you apprehend someone without justification? Do you have evidence? Jiang Manli expressed disbelief. The lead agent did not respond to her inquiry, but instead displayed his credentials. General, please do not obstruct our duties. You should understand that the Security Bureau does not apprehend individuals without reason. Take her away. General, save me. I am innocent. Please help me. Hearing her secretary's cries for help, Jiang Manli instinctively wanted to argue, but her own background reminded her that the agent from the Security Bureau was correct. The Bureau is not akin to the police. They would not come unless the situation was significantly tied to national security. Anyone who interfered during their official duties could be shot on the spot. At this juncture, Jiang Manli regained her composure, recalling something Du Ming had mentioned earlier. She suddenly realized she might have overlooked something, even feeling as though she had made a mistake. It then struck her that her decision to turn off her phone today had been suggested by her secretary. With that thought, Jiang Manli disregarded the murmurs from her colleagues regarding Yang Chunli's abrupt removal and hurried to her office to retrieve her personal phone, quickly turning it on. As soon as the device powered up, a barrage of message alerts rang out for several minutes. Once the noise subsided, she discovered nearly 30 missed calls. Starting from noon, there were calls from Chen Youfu, her family member Jiang Tongwang, as well as her sister-in-law and elder sister. The most alarming, however, was a landline number she recognized all too well. It belonged to her grandfather's residence in Longquan Mountain Villa. This number had called 5 times that afternoon, and Jiang Monli understood that something must have gone awry. Chapter 54. Departure. Jiang Monli dialed her grandfather's number, but the call was met with a busy signal. Unbeknownst to her, her grandfather was conversing with Chen Youfu at that very moment. And it was not Chen Youfu who called, but rather the elder who had initiated the call. Prior to this conversation, Taoze had reported all relevant information, and her grandfather was now fully informed. Young Chen, I must apologize on behalf of Lily. I am aware of the situation. Please, don't say such things. It diminishes my standing. It is not a grave matter, truly. You are being too serious. Young Chen, I did not foresee the events unfolding in this manner. It was Lily's oversight that placed you in such peril, and I feel quite ashamed. If not for Xiao Du and the others, we could have faced dire consequences. It's all right, Elder. This matter does not reflect on General Jiang. She, too, is a victim in this scenario. Ah, your reassurance brings me comfort. Old man that I am. Thus, I propose that Lily, having not taken a vacation in quite some time, be granted a lengthy leave. This way, she can spend time with me and also unwind. What do you think? Very well, since you have spoken, it is undoubtedly agreeable. Excellent. I shall inform her. Make sure to visit me in the capital when you have the chance. Certainly, I will make it a point to do so. This reflects the Jiang family's stance. Due to Jiang Monli's actions, Chen Youfu faced danger, and her subsequent interference with Du Ming necessitated a display of accountability from the Jiang family. Presently, Chen Youfu had garnered considerable recognition among the upper echelons domestically. Events such as those experienced today were still in the investigative aftermath phase, and when the dust settled, many would find themselves entangled, for the Longxin battery represented a revolutionary new energy source. As long as Chen Youfu refrained from malevolent acts, he would remain untouchable. Moreover, the Jiang family's need to assert their position stemmed from the fact that they had become the second largest beneficiaries of the Longxin battery, aside from Chen Youfu. Jiang Monli's father and uncle had both received promotions, and even Duan Pingfei's father had been elevated a rank. This illustrates the immense benefits derived by the Jiang family from this affair. Thus, the question arises, having reaped the rewards, who would bear the blame when trouble struck? Especially when it was their own missteps that had caused the issue. Hence, the elder proposed Jiang Monli take a leave of absence. In reality, this was merely a euphemism, as the absence lacked a specified duration, suggesting it could very well be indefinite. Chen Youfu comprehended the old man's intentions with remarkable clarity, and he too deemed Jiang Monli's actions to be rather excessive. In truth, Youfu Investment and Youfu Technology were now entirely disparate entities. Although Youfu Technology was ostensibly under Chen Youfu's ownership, he had relinquished all involvement in its affairs, which were now largely controlled by the state. This was, indeed, the outcome he had desired. For Chen Youfu, living quietly as a wealthy gentleman was the most agreeable course. The system had not issued any tasks for an extended period, and he harbored little sentiment towards it. In fact, owing to recent events, he even feared that the system might bestow upon him some form of advanced technology. At over 40 years of age, enjoying life with ample resources in his bank account seemed rather splendid. Placing himself in precarious situations under such circumstances would be nothing short of madness. After concluding his call with Chen Youfu, the old man dialed Jiang Monli's number once more. Sitting in her office, upon hearing the phone ring and recognizing the familiar landline number, Jiang Monli promptly pressed the answer button. Grandfather, what on earth is happening? Why have the security bureau taken my secretary away? Xiaoyang always seemed quite amiable. Grandfather, could there be some misunderstanding? Jiang Monli expressed her grievances as soon as the call connected. Typically, her grandfather, who had always been indulgent towards her, would offer her comfort, but this time was different. After she finished speaking, the silence on the other end was punctuated only by heavy breathing. Grandfather, are you listening? Jiang Monli weakly inquired. I am listening, Lily. Have you finished speaking? Do you feel particularly aggrieved? No, grandfather. I simply cannot comprehend what has transpired. After all, she is my secretary. To see her taken away before my eyes, and she was introduced to me by a friend. How am I to explain this? Lily, who do you need to explain this to? Who can compel you to provide an explanation? Your concern lies not with your friend, but with your own pride. You feel humiliated because your secretary was apprehended in plain sight, and that reflects poorly on you at the company, does it not? Am I correct? Grandfather, Enough. Allow me to speak. Your secretary was taken by the security bureau, and you feel embarrassed. But who is responsible for your embarrassment? It is you. Because before the security bureau arrived, did not Du Ming seek you out to discuss matters privately? How did you treat him? What about his dignity? Grandfather, What is truly going on? Can you enlighten me? Has something happened? My dear, you have always been intelligent and sensible. I have always had faith in you and indulged you. You have been inquiring about what is happening, have you not? Let me inform you. Today, on his way home from the company, Chen Youfu was ambushed. The attackers executed their plan with utmost precision. You called him to the company today, did you not? The information that you deemed unexplainable was divulged by your secretary. She has already confessed, and not only has she, but also your friend, are both in league with the enemy. Du Ming approached you to discreetly investigate and apprehend them, but your outburst has likely allowed the hidden mastermind to escape. This mastermind represents a ticking time bomb for Chen Youfu. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Jiang Monli's complexion paled, and she suddenly grasped why Du Ming had insisted on a private conversation. Reflecting on the entire sequence of events, she realized she had been manipulated, including the investment proposals she had requested Chen Youfu to address, which were likely bait from her adversaries, as they had been recommended by her friend. Grandfather, I was wrong. I was wrong. Is Chen Youfu all right? How is he now? I must see him. Lily, you claim to understand your mistake, but let me ask you, where exactly did you err? I should not have been so trusting. I never anticipated they would exploit me. Yet you still do not comprehend your true error. While it is true that Chen Youfu's ambush resulted from your exploitation, who in this world can truly perceive another's character, especially someone you trust deeply? Thus, while you were indeed used, the fault does not lie solely with you. Rather, the issue resides within your own heart. Grandfather, I do not understand what you mean. You do understand, but allow me to pose a question. Why did Du Ming repeatedly seek you out for private discussions? Why did you refuse? You must recognize his identity and the gravity of his approach. Did you not consider that something might have happened to Chen Youfu? Instead, you felt your authority was being challenged. Have you not begun to regard Youfu investment as your own? Did you assume you had become Chen Youfu's consort? That your dignity as the lady of the house was affronted by a mere driver and bodyguard? Thus, your focus was solely on how to retaliate. Even confronting Chen Youfu publicly. Have you forgotten he is your employer, and your relationship is confined to that professional boundary? When your employer's personal bodyguard approaches you with such seriousness, any rational person would immediately suspect that something was amiss with their employer. Yet what did you think of? Can you share that with your grandfather? Grandfather, I was simply preoccupied with work and did not consider these matters. Lily, you have often lamented that the Jiang family's identity is a burden, yet have you ever contemplated that it has also conferred benefits upon you? Return home. I have already spoken to Youfu and suggested you take a leave of absence. When you have come to terms with everything, we shall discuss it further. Grandfather, I do not wish to return. I have invested so much effort into building this company from the ground up. I cannot simply abandon it. Moreover, I want to see him. Did you not say he was attacked? I must go see him. Lily, do you not find it rather awkward to visit him now? What will you say when you arrive? Can you truly act as if nothing has happened? Even if you could others do the same? Your presence would only serve to deepen the wound, a thorn that could never be removed. Return home, and when this matter has faded and you have gained clarity, we shall revisit the topic. I have already sent Tongwan to fetch you. Grandfather, Enough. I am fatigued. Let us leave it at that. As the busy signal echoed through the phone, Jiang Monli sat in silence for a moment before collapsing onto her desk in tears. She realized her grandfather spoke the truth. She had squandered her best opportunity to see Chen Youfu. Had she agreed to a private conversation with Du Ming first, meeting Chen Youfu afterward would have been inconsequential. But now it was precisely impossible. Chapter 55, The Hidden Hand. Jiang Monli heeded her grandfather's counsel and refrained from contacting Chen Youfu, departing Jinling that very evening. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, the Security Bureau in Jinling had commenced arrests based on the results of their investigation. On the morning 3 days after Jiang Monli's departure, the flow of passengers at Lukou Airport in Jiangning began to swell early in the day. Lukou International Airport is a large 4F airport with an annual capacity exceeding 10 million passengers. And it is precisely because of Lukou International Airport that Jinling has become the 5th city in Huaghua to maintain regular flights to Europe, Australia, and America daily. At this moment, Jack sat quietly in the VIP lounge, awaiting the earliest flight to Los Angeles, scheduled to depart at 7:40 a.m. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was now 6:40 a.m. Having traveled this route numerous times, he was well aware that the airport would announce boarding for his flight in no more than 20 minutes. Interestingly, Jack was not originally named Jack. His birth name was Zhao Pengzhan. A genuine citizen of Huaghua, he hailed from a privileged background, as evidenced by his name, which reflected his parents' aspirations for him to soar like a great rock in the future. After graduating from high school, they sent him abroad, unaware that upon arriving in the United States, he would be captivated by its extravagant lifestyle. Academic pursuits held no allure for him. He was more interested in indulging in lavish spending, secure in the knowledge that his family possessed ample wealth. As a scion of a wealthy family with local connections, he naturally became a target for those with ulterior motives. In the second year of his stay in the United States, he was recruited by an organization. Strangely, after joining this group, Zhao Pengzhan seemed to discover a newfound purpose in life, relishing his involvement. He adeptly leveraged his parents' connections to provide valuable intelligence, quickly catching the organization's attention and becoming a key focus for development. Subsequently, with the organization's assistance, he obtained a degree from a prestigious American university and, with further help, secured a position at an energy agency, serving as the chief assistant to the president of Tesla's China division. This status afforded him significant advantages and made him a source of pride for his family. Notably, Zhao Pengzhan was originally from Jinling, and the deputy chief of the traffic police was his uncle. Over the years, he had amassed a considerable network in Jinling, enlisting many relatives and friends, including his parents, who were somewhat aware of their son's elevated status. Each time he returned to Jinling, Zhao Pengzhan would engage in a form of indoctrination, extolling the virtues of life abroad, its freedoms and opportunities. The recent scheme targeting Chen Youfu was orchestrated entirely by Zhao Pengzhan, who had executed similar operations many times before and was well-versed in the process. Yang Chuanli, serving as Jiang Manli's secretary, was one of his operatives in the United States. While Jiang Manli's so-called classmates were, in fact, his girlfriend, his intention was not to kill Chen Youfu, but to abduct him and extract information regarding the Longxin battery. However, at the last moment, the plan unraveled, and upon realizing the situation had been compromised, Zhao Pengzhan sensed impending trouble, a feeling confirmed by a text from Yang Chuanli. Despite the setback, Zhao Pengzhan remained confident, believing that the Security Bureau would not swiftly trace the incident back to him. His uncle's family had already been sent abroad, completely under his control. With such leverage, he was unperturbed by the thought of his uncle divulging information about him. Furthermore, although Yang Chuanli was his subordinate, she had never seen his true face and remained ignorant of his identity in Jinling. Thus, even after receiving the alarming message from Yang Chuanli, he chose to remain in Jinling for 2 days before meticulously preparing to return to the United States. However, unbeknownst to him, the Security Bureau had already implemented a lockdown at the airport before he even arrived. Consequently, as he prepared to pass through security upon hearing the boarding announcement, he was apprehended by the Security Bureau, which had been waiting for him. "Are you Zhao Pengzhan? We are the Jinling Security Bureau. You are suspected of endangering national security, and we are placing you under arrest. You have no right to arrest me. I am an American citizen. I demand to contact my embassy." "Embassy? Zhao Pengzhan. We will assist you in contacting the embassy, but we cannot guarantee they will acknowledge your American citizenship. I advise you to comply. Take him away." Upon hearing this, Zhao Pengzhan's body went limp, collapsing onto the floor. He realized the truth of their words. Based on what he knew, the United States would soon endeavor to sever ties with him, as his identity was that of a spy. Having executed his tasks flawlessly, he envisioned accolades and promotions upon returning to the U.S. However, now, with concrete evidence against him, he was merely a spy, and the U.S. would seek to obliterate all traces of him, even denying his existence on American soil. Zhao Pengzhan understood that he was finished. The embassy would offer him no assistance. Ironically, he was unaware that his uncle had indeed not betrayed him, and while Yang Chuanli knew of someone orchestrating events from afar, she did not know who it was. The true reason for Zhao Pengzhan's exposure lay in the initial arrangements made by Shang Xiaowu. In truth, the plan had been in the works for a considerable time, not hastily concocted upon learning of Chen Youfu's presence at his company. The plan had been meticulously crafted long in advance, merely awaiting the right opportunity. However, his superiors had not supported the initiative, fearing the exposure of valuable operatives. This hesitation resulted in a shortage of manpower during the execution of the plan, prompting Zhao Pengzhan to recruit several individuals locally, some tasked with creating traffic jams at overpasses and others with intercepting those covertly protecting Chen Youfu at traffic lights. Zhao Pengzhan's generosity in recruitment quickly drew a cohort, but he did not anticipate that his lavishness would lead to his downfall. The individual, named Wang Daiyou, identified through facial recognition by Shang Xiaowu, noticed his employer's extravagant spending and, recognizing him as a rich second-generation heir, began to harbor ulterior motives, deciding to follow him to uncover his true identity. Ultimately, Wang Daiyou managed to ascertain Zhao Pengzhan's real identity, and when Shang Xiaowu's team apprehended him, Wang Daiyou was still dreaming of extorting Zhao Pengzhan. After being captured, Wang Daiyou quickly divulged everything he knew, causing Zhao Pengzhan to emerge into the light. Had he been privy to the reasons for his exposure while seated in the interrogation room, he would have been at a loss for words. Regardless of his thoughts, every action comes with consequences, and for Zhao Pengzhan, the price was steep. As his psychological defenses crumbled, he confessed to the myriad of acts he had committed over the years. With these revelations, turmoil once again stirred in Jinling, though this time, it was unrelated to Chen Youfu. With Jiang Manli's departure, Chen Youfu found himself urgently needing to consider who would take over the position of general manager at Youfu Investments. After much deliberation at home, he ultimately concluded that Gu Yun was the most suitable candidate. Why don't you resign from your banking job and step in to fill Jiang Manli's role at the investment company? In the evening, Chen Youfu broached the topic at the dining table. Prior to this, Gu Yun and Du Yufei had already learned the reasons behind Jiang Manli's departure, and both women expressed their sentiments with a sense of melancholy. To be honest, upon hearing the news, they felt no sympathy whatsoever for Jiang Manli. This was not solely due to this incident. Their previous encounters with her had revealed a distinct air of condescension in her gaze, leading them to deliberately reduce their interactions with her. In truth, Gu Yun and Du Yufei bore a striking resemblance to one another. Both were inherently submissive women who revered men. To them, Chen Youfu was akin to a deity, whereas Jiang Manli was markedly different. She harbored immense ambition and a strong sense of career drive, coupled with an innate pride stemming from her family background. This pride, albeit unintentional, often proved to be hurtful, a fact of which she remained blissfully unaware. Am I to go? I know nothing about this, I exclaimed. Fear not, the company has now found its footing. Both the first and second investment divisions are operating smoothly, with personnel and tasks well managed. The heads of these departments are highly professional. You merely need to oversee matters and learn as you go, came the reassuring reply. But if I go, I want to have time to accompany you. Old Chen, are you doing this on purpose to allow Yufei and me to enjoy some time alone together? That would be unfair to me. What are you rambling about? Can you not think rationally for once? Just go ahead with it. If you find it unbearable, I will find a way to address it, he responded. Chapter 56, Diverting the Calamity. Yunjia, I suspect that the old master came up with this plan for my sake, likely to appease that girl who incessantly calls him brother-in-law. Du Yufei teased, sitting on Chen Youfu's lap and feeding him a cherry tomato. With a swift motion, Chen Youfu smacked Du Yufei's pert backside. Ouch, that hurt, she exclaimed. Oh, you know pain now? Every day, you all are such dramatists, he quipped, watching Du Yufei jump up, clutching her rear, while Guyan laughed until she could barely stand upright. All right, enough with the laughter. So what is the verdict? Are you going or not? Of course I'll go. How could I dare to refuse when my husband has spoken? As long as you're not worried I'll mess things up. What is there to fear? Then I shall inform the department tomorrow. I'm quite tired of lingering here anyway. By the way, old Chun, should I bring Xiao Yun along? She would make an excellent assistant. Sure, as long as she agrees, it should be fine. Oddly enough, this might just suit her well. I have traversed mountains and seas, and navigated through throngs of people. Just as the trio was engrossed in discussion, Chen Youfu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was the esteemed Elder Jiang from the capital. Old master, you're still awake at this late hour? Not for long, but I had to call you. Youfu, there are two matters of importance. The first pertains to the assault you experienced recently once the call connected. Elder Jiang succinctly recounted the details surrounding Chen Youfu's attack. This encapsulates the events. Lily indeed bears significant responsibility. Old master, you are being too harsh. Manli was also exploited in this situation. I cannot hold her accountable for that. The adversary was exceedingly cunning. Moreover, I have never blamed her. To be candid, I feel nothing but gratitude towards Manli, as she too was a victim in this ordeal. Thus, I have a humble request. I hope you will not place blame upon her. Very well, I shall comply. Youfu, my primary intention in contacting you is to ensure that this incident does not tarnish our relationship or your feelings towards the nation. Rest assured, old master, I have never held any grievances against you, and regardless of what transpires, I will always remain a loyal citizen of Huagua. Excellent. Now, let me inform you of the second matter. The head of the energy department from the capital will arrive in Jinling tomorrow. They wish to meet with you to discuss the forthcoming export of Longshin batteries. Therefore, you must make time for this engagement. I also hope you will ponder your proposals in advance. Lily has briefed me that you previously discussed this, and I find your ideas commendable. Please refine them for tomorrow's discussion with the energy department officials. Understood. Thank you, old master. I shall prepare a plan shortly. Very well, then. Goodbye, old master. In truth, Chen Youfu had indeed deliberated on the export issues concerning Longshin batteries with Jiang Manli prior. Rather than a discussion, it was more of a suggestion put forth by her. While there were external suspicions surrounding the military applications of Longshin batteries, no substantial evidence confirmed such claims. In an effort to leverage Longshin and elevate the nation's standing on the global stage while deftly redirecting potential conflicts, Jiang Manli had proposed to liberalize the export of the civilian version of Longshin batteries. However, this initiative would not be spearheaded by Youfu technology. Instead, it would establish a global network of agents for Longshin. Jiang Manli had termed this strategy diverting the calamity. The essence of the plan was straightforward. It would not adhere to the conventional national or continental agency structures. Rather, it would reconfigure the world into several zones, ensuring that within each zone, there existed countries with significant historical tensions. Additionally, nations that maintained amicable relations with Huagua would be treated separately, directly engaging with Youfu investment. The newly designated regions would then be auctioned off to agents. The pricing for sales within these zones and the discretion of whom to sell to would rest solely with the agents, with Youfu technology remaining uninvolved in these matters. Youfu technology would provide Longshin batteries to the agents at a unified price. Naturally, the contracts with agents would include certain stipulations. Any violations would grant Youfu technology the right to terminate the agency status. This was the diverting the calamity plan proposed by Jiang Monli, contingent upon the stipulation that whoever obtained the finished Longshin batteries would be incapable of replicating them. Evidence thus far had affirmed this premise. The complexities of Longshin's technology, particularly its materials, remained enigmatic to outsiders. Consequently, following Chen Youfu's assault, the government began to contemplate the possibility of lifting restrictions on the export of Longshin's civilian version, aiming to mitigate the recurrence of similar incidents. However, the specifics of the export strategy remained unresolved. During this period, Elder Jiang learned of the discussions Jiang Monli had previously held with Chen Youfu regarding this matter. After consulting with Jiang Monli, the government expressed satisfaction with the plan, although certain details required refinement. Early the next morning, Chen Youfu received a call from the Jinling municipal government, informing him of a meeting he was to attend there. He promptly made his way to the municipal office and, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, was led into a small conference room, where he found it sparsely populated yet filled with high-ranking officials from both Jinling and the province of Su. Seated at the head of the table was the formidable leader of the National Energy Department, Mr. Chen Youfu, whom I had previously encountered in the capital. Upon entering, I immediately recognized him. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting," I said. To my surprise, the high-ranking official rose to greet me, leaving me somewhat flabbergasted by the unexpected honor. "No need for such formalities. It is I who should apologize. You, with your myriad responsibilities, have graciously taken the time to be here." With a hearty laugh, he replied, "Not at all. I am here at the behest of our superior, who wanted me to convey a message. We shall not allow anyone who has served the nation to suffer even the slightest harm. Regarding the recent incident, it was indeed our oversight, and the individuals responsible will be dealt with sternly, without exception." Everyone present straightened in their seats, acutely aware of the weight of his words, as we all knew who the superior he referred to was. "Truly, you are being too kind. I am quite well, and my gratitude should extend to those who have protected me. However, I do have a small request, if I may. Speak freely. If it were within my power to grant your request immediately, I would. If not, I shall certainly make the necessary arrangements." "Thank you, sir. The matter at hand is solely a concern of my company. Our HR department failed to uphold standards in recruitment. I sustained no injuries. So I humbly ask that you consider relieving others of any blame, particularly Director Tao of the Jinling Security Bureau. I genuinely appreciate their support, as well as that of the Jinling municipal government. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from imposing penalties on them. This matter is beyond my authority, but rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will convey your sentiments." "Thank you, sir. Now that you are reassured, let us sit and converse. I believe you are aware of the purpose of my visit today, so I would like to hear your thoughts first." "Certainly. Here is the plan I have prepared," I said, handing over the meticulously crafted document I had worked on through the night. I proceeded to elucidate various aspects of the proposal for nearly an hour. Quite impressive. It exceeds my expectations, though a few details will require adjustment. Once revised, we can proceed with implementation. Additionally, I have some good news to share. The batch of samples sent to Jiangnan shipyard for testing yielded remarkable results, much to the satisfaction of the military. Consequently, they will initiate large-scale modifications, so be prepared for that. Furthermore, domestic manufacturers of the civilian version should also have favorable news in the coming days. We can leverage this momentum to execute our plans. What do you think? That works for me. As for the military version, I would prefer it to be managed by the state for reasons of safety and other considerations. Mr. Chen, I trust you are not harboring any misgivings due to the recent events? Not at all, sir. You misunderstand me. I firmly believe it is currently unsafe for Youfu technology to handle this aspect. I even pondered whether it might be best for the military to take charge. There can be no room for error in this matter. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. You raise valid points. I shall submit your recommendations upon my return. In truth, I had long contemplated this, driven not only by self-interest, but also by a desire to alleviate pressure on my company and ensure better confidentiality regarding military production. Chapter 57. Impressive Advertising. Unbeknownst to me, The modifications at Jiangnan shipyard were taking place on a Type 039 conventional submarine that had been in service since 1999. Initially, I had little hope for significant improvements, but upon completion, the results during sea trials astonished the military. Originally, the submarine could maintain a range of 300 nautical miles at a speed of 4 knots, but post-refurbishment, it was capable of achieving nearly 18,000 nautical miles at close to 10 knots. Moreover, after the removal of the diesel power system, the noise levels dropped to astonishingly low figures. The revamped Type 039 had instantly become a top-tier conventional submarine, with substantial enhancements in power, speed, safety, and firepower. Following these results, the Navy promptly announced a second round of modification trials, this time targeting surface vessels. Of course, this information would not be disclosed to the public for the time being. However, even a casual observer could discern certain changes within our nation. A few days after the leaders of the Energy Department arrived in Jinling, Russian President Putin commenced a week-long visit to our country. Coincidentally, during this time, the president of our steadfast ally, Pakistan, also arrived in the capital alongside representatives from Brazil and South Africa, both members of BRICS. As a result, the capital became the focus of global attention. Yet, curiously, the United States, which usually reacted fervently to such events, remained remarkably composed. Only their subordinates continued to propagate narratives of a Chinese threat. However, the absence of a definitive statement from their leader left much to be desired. Amidst this backdrop, Huawei held a product launch event in the capital, touting their new smartphone's 3-month battery life, a feat made possible by the Longxin battery. As the populace celebrated Huawei's innovation, another prominent domestic brand, Xiaomi, also held a launch event in the capital, echoing a similar slogan of extended standby time. However, Xiaomi's Lei Jun outdid himself, advertising a staggering 4-month standby time for their new device. Though standby time does not equate to actual usage duration, there is no denying that devices equipped with Longxin batteries significantly outperform those without. Consequently, Huawei and Xiaomi united to dominate the domestic market, leaving foreign brands in disarray. And this was merely the beginning. Just days after the launches by Huawei and Xiaomi, the domestic electric vehicle manufacturer BYD unveiled their latest model in the capital, boasting an astounding range of 500 kilometers. This development thrust the Longxin battery into the global spotlight, placing Tesla, long the industry leader, in jeopardy of being ousted from the Chinese and even Asian markets. BYD's strategy was even more aggressive. Not only did they introduce this remarkable vehicle, but they also announced that previous buyers of BYD electric vehicles could upgrade their batteries for an additional fee. This announcement garnered significant public interest, especially given BYD's exceptional range coupled with an affordable price point. In a flash, Tesla found itself cornered in the Chinese market. It is said that during a high-level meeting at BYD, Wang Chuanfu proclaimed a declaration reminiscent of the adage, "One should pursue the retreating enemy with the remaining courage, rather than seek fame like a tyrant." The agony of being suppressed by competitors found a perfect release at this moment. Consequently, major domestic media outlets and online portals buzzed with news regarding Longxin batteries and Youfu technology. Yet, for Youfu technology, this was merely the inception. The true climax unfolded the day after BYD's new product launch. On that evening's news broadcast from the capital, it was announced that China, Russia, South Africa, Pakistan, and Brazil had formalized an alliance agreement. Although the specifics of the pact were not disclosed, it later emerged that Youfu Technology had officially signed an export agreement concerning Longxin batteries with a domestic company from each of the 4 nations. Notably, these companies were newly registered, having been established for less than 10 days in their respective countries. Naturally, the export prices were set higher than domestic rates. However, it is crucial to note that Chen Youfu insisted that all transactions be conducted in the Chinese currency. The media quickly caught wind of Youfu Technology's maneuvers, and both the company and the state seemed unperturbed by this exposure. Soon, Chinese consulates around the globe were inundated with a plethora of requests for visits, not to mention protests from nations opposed to China. Following the return of the foreign national leaders from their visit to China, another event transpired that propelled Youfu Technology into the global spotlight. That evening, during the 7 p.m. news segment, a dedicated half-hour was allocated, with a substantial 5 minutes reserved exclusively for Youfu Technology. During this time, viewers were confronted with a screen filled with text. Had it not been for the relentless commentary of the host reiterating the content, many viewers might have suspected a malfunction in their television sets. The news was remarkably straightforward. Youfu Technology announced a global recruitment drive for Longxin battery agents, with an auction for agency rights scheduled to take place 3 days hence at their headquarters in Jinling. The auction would publicly offer 7 agent qualifications, with the sole prerequisite for participation being a deposit of 50 million. The starting bid for the agency qualifications was set at 500 million. alongside the disclosure of the designated account prepared by Youfu Technology for the auction. This singular piece of information dominated the 7 p.m. news for an impressive 5 minutes, arguably marking one of history's most extraordinary advertisements. Furthermore, the following day, headlines across all national media echoed this same content, quickly disseminating the information worldwide. Individuals and nations that had been monitoring Longshin batteries dispatched teams to Jinling upon learning of this development. In a matter of days, the ancient capital, known as the Six Dynasties City, once again became the focal point of global attention. In just 2 days, nearly 200 affluent individuals from various countries and regions arrived in Jinling. Merchants eternally pursue profit, and the most lucrative opportunities often lie in monopolies, especially concerning a revolutionary new energy source. The auction, initially intended to be held in Youfu Technology's conference room, had to be relocated due to overwhelming interest. Within merely 2 days, nearly 15 billion in auction deposits had been transferred into the account publicized in the news, while only 7 agency qualifications were ultimately available, meaning that a maximum of 5 billion would remain post-auction. The sheer volume of 15 billion in transactions represented an unprecedented influx for the Agricultural Bank of China's Xuanwu branch. However, when the auction commenced in Guyun, the newly appointed general manager of Youfu Investment took the stage to announce the territories assigned to the 7 agents. An uproar ensued, particularly from representatives of nations historically unfriendly to China. The territories delineated by Chen Youfu and the Energy Ministry were perceived as laden with malice, causing considerable offense. Notably, Japan, North Korea, and other Asian nations were grouped into one region, which could be construed as a continental division. But the inclusion of South Korea, with representatives from an obscure domestic family, was seen as a blatant affront. Despite Japan and North Korea being perceived as allies of the United States, their mutual animosities complicated matters. Moreover, Europe was allocated 2 agents. North America also received 2, with one region comprising only the United States and Canada, while several smaller nations were clustered together. Oceania and South America each received 1 agent, and crucially, none of the territories included the 4 nations that had previously signed agreements with China. Additionally, Guyun announced that the duration of all agency contracts would be 5 years, with immediate termination for any violations of the agreed terms. The stipulations were few. Each agent's annual sales must not fall below a specified amount, and cross-regional sales were strictly prohibited. Particularly noteworthy was the latter, as Youfu Technology had implemented a unique marking system on all exported batteries, ensuring that each agent bore a distinct identifier. For some, this arrangement seemed ludicrous, given the historical grievances and irreconcilable conflicts between nations. Youfu Technology allocated a regional quota to each agent, leaving the distribution of that quota within their territories to their discretion. Youfu Technology's only responsibility was to collect payments, leaving agents to navigate their sales as they saw fit. While external speculation suggested that the civilian version of Youfu Technology's Longshin battery might underperform compared to the military variant, it remained a fact that even the civilian model surpassed all batteries currently available on the market. Thus, it was conceivable that these agents could struggle to meet their quotas even within their own countries, raising the question of why they would sell to their adversaries. Chapter 58. Fierce competition. For instance, in the case of South Korea, North Korea, and Japan, regardless of who obtained the agency rights, the other 2 would likely be in despair, especially Japan. Should any of the other nations secure the agency, Japan could find itself in dire straits. Even with long-standing enmities, there might be a chance for collaboration among those bearing the surname Han, but Japan's situation was decidedly precarious. Consequently, representatives from Japan appeared particularly discontented. Similarly, representatives from the United States were equally displeased, embroiled in infighting among their numerous established families, given that the U.S. boasted multiple political factions. Miss Gu, may I inquire why you have not adhered to the principle of 1 agent per country in your recruitment? The current approach seems profoundly unfair to many, leading me to suspect that you are intentionally fomenting discord, questioned a representative from the Rockefeller family of the United States. I sincerely apologize. Youfu Technology is a newly established company, and we are still in a rather nascent stage. To what extent are we feeble, you may wonder. We are so modest in size that we lack sufficient staff to engage with numerous agents. According to the calculations from our HR and finance departments, given the current workload capacity of our company, we can accommodate a maximum of 7 agents. As for the issue of conflicts that you mentioned, it is indeed beyond our means. We are but a small private enterprise and cannot shoulder such substantial responsibilities. Nevertheless, we firmly believe in the inherent beauty and peace of this world, and even in the face of conflicts, we trust that a dialogue among all parties can lead to resolution. At that moment, Everyone present was utterly astonished by Gu Yun's response to the inquiries directed at the United States. They had not anticipated that this elegant woman from Huagua would present such formidable reasoning. The representative from the Rockefeller family was so taken aback that he found himself at a loss for words. Prior to posing his question, he had contemplated numerous possible responses from the other side and had prepared counterarguments. Yet this answer was wholly unexpected. Unbeknownst to him, Guyan had no intention of letting him off so easily. Sir, from the United States, there exists a far superior alternative. Oh, what is this alternative? Are you suggesting an increase in payment? Humph, I knew you would succumb to greed. Go ahead, name your price. You misunderstand. No additional funds are required. What I propose is quite simple. To avoid involvement in conflicts, the best course of action is to distance oneself from them. Therefore, if you find the discord too burdensome, you may gracefully withdraw from this auction, and I shall promptly inform our finance department to refund your deposit. Upon hearing this, the representative from Rockefeller immediately took his seat, silenced by the implicit warning embedded in Gu Yun's words, which conveyed a straightforward message. We are merely a private company. You are welcome to participate. But should you choose not to, kindly take your leave without further ado. Ms. Gu, may I inquire why transactions are conducted in Huagua currency? You have repeatedly emphasized that you are a private company, so why not utilize the internationally recognized currency of the United States? Is this a requirement imposed by your country? A representative from Citibank, hailing from another American consortium, stood to ask. I apologize. As I mentioned earlier, our company is still quite small, and consequently, the caliber of our employees is not exceptionally high. Their daily workload is already considerable, so to alleviate their burdens, we opted to transact in Huagua currency to spare them the constant need for conversions. Of course, if this is inconvenient for you, as I previously stated, you may simply choose to avoid the hassle and refrain from participating. With that, the Citibank representative had no retort and sat down. Ms. Gu, I have a question that I hope you can address. To my knowledge, domestic enterprises in Huagua have begun utilizing Longshin batteries. Therefore, why do I see some familiar faces here today, such as Mr. Wang from BYD? I recall that all attendees at this auction have submitted a deposit of 50 million. Did Mr. Wang also pay? Regrettably, I cannot provide an answer to that, but I can assure you that everyone present has indeed submitted their deposits, Gu Yun replied. I shall respond to this question myself, interjected Wang Chuanfu, who had just presided over the BYD product launch, as he rose to take the microphone. President Musk, it is an honor to meet you here. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I used to be your peer, as I was the president of BYD. However, regrettably, as of yesterday, I am no longer in that position. I am now the president of Guowei Energy. By the way, allow me to share a business secret. Guowei Energy was only just registered yesterday, and it is a joint venture among BYD, Huawei, and Xiaomi, with additional personal investments that I cannot disclose here. The reason I am present today is to secure our first transaction for Guowei Energy. Wang Chuanfu's declaration stunned everyone in attendance, especially Musk, who realized that today as challenges had escalated significantly, the opposing party was clearly intent on a fierce competition. Soon, the qualifications for the 7 agents began to be auctioned off one by one, starting with the agent qualification for the Asia region, which had an opening bid of 500 million. In less than 10 minutes, it surged to 5 billion. It is worth noting that this was merely a qualification. However, after reaching 5 billion, the bidding slowed down considerably, leaving only a few determined participants, including Guowei Energy, represented by Wang Chuanfu. The Mitsui Group bid 1 billion, but their offer was swiftly countered. 3 billion, was the cry from Samsung. 6 billion. This bid did not come from Wang Chuanfu. As the Asia region was not originally within their plans, their bidding was purely to inflate the price. The 6 billion bid came from a small company owned by a prominent family in South Korea, which, despite its size, had significant connections, notably through a member named Gao Yingji. Ultimately, the Asian agent qualification was secured by Samsung for 5 billion, leaving the representative from Mitsui, hailing from Japan, visibly displeased. The climax of the event was the qualification for one of the North American agents, which soared to 5 billion. Had it not been for his trust in Wang Chuanfu's words, Musk might have suspected the opposing side was merely a plant sponsored by Youfu Technology. However, the price Wang Chuanfu shouted was indeed their limit, and ultimately, the North American agent qualification was acquired by the Rockefeller family for 2 billion. Another North American qualification was secured by Citigroup for 8 billion. In a compromise, Guowei Energy ultimately obtained the qualification for the Oceania region for 8 billion. The qualification for South America was clinched by a renowned consortium for 10 billion. As for the 2 European qualifications, one was acquired by the esteemed Rothschild family for 7 billion, while the other unexpectedly went to the Abu Dhabi consortium from West Asia for 5 billion. Thus, The auction for the 7-agent qualifications reached a conclusive end, with Youfu Technology amassing over 60 billion in funds merely from selling these qualifications, a veritable overnight fortune. It is noteworthy that this sum was only for the qualifications, which are valid for 5 years, after which contracts will need to be renegotiated. Moreover, the contracts stipulate that, at equal pricing, the other party holds the right of first refusal for renewal. While the agents may have incurred significant expenses, they are not without their advantages. Youfu Technology offers each agent the Longshin batteries at a price just 20 above the domestic rate, ensuring that all agents can achieve considerable profits. Furthermore, for these consortia that have secured agent status, the benefits extend beyond mere financial gain. The acquisition of Longshin batteries enhances their influence within their own countries and beyond, thus yielding even greater advantages. This is precisely why the competition is so fierce. In today's auction, if we were to speak of disappointment, aside from the island nation, it would undoubtedly pertain to Musk of Tesla. As the global leader in new energy vehicles, he has completely lost his voice concerning Longshin batteries. Even though the Rockefeller family and Citigroup hail from the same beautiful country, the resources they command do not belong to them. Musk is acutely aware that Tesla may soon find itself in a perilous situation, potentially facing a crisis in the near future. Just days ago, he was a renowned brand owner, yet now, it seems his global brand might soon become a relic of history. Mr. Wang, I wish to speak with you. Musk approached Wang Chuanfu immediately following the conclusion of the auction. Mr. Elon, I believe there is little for us to discuss. Although I have secured an agency qualification, we are not authorized to sell in North America as per the stipulations set forth by Youfu Technology. You would be better off seeking those who possess the necessary qualifications for North American sales, such as the Rockefeller family. No, Mr. Wang, I believe you understand my intentions. I hope you can introduce me to the owner of Youfu Technology. I implore you. I fear that may be beyond my capabilities. Mr. Wang, I am prepared to pay a considerable price. I believe we can be not only rivals, but also partners. At the very least, I can assist you in obtaining what you require. Upon hearing these words from Musk, Wang Chuanfu's eyes lit up, indeed moved by the man before him. As Musk suggested, if he truly cared about Tesla's fate, transforming Tesla Huagua into Huagua Tesla was not an unthinkable prospect. However, disappointment awaited Musk. Long before the auction commenced, Chen Youfu and Du Yufei had already departed from Jinling, en route to the mountainous village in Shudu, which was Du Yufei's hometown. Du Yufei had received an unexpected call from her long-estranged parents, requesting 500,000 yuan, claiming it was a matter of life and death. After pressing for details, she learned that her once-pampered younger brother had succumbed to a gambling addiction and had taken a high-interest loan, with creditors now demanding repayment, threatening to seize their home and land if the debts remained unpaid. This call revealed to Du Yufei that all the financial support she had sent home over the years had been squandered by her brother. Despite her struggles, she had managed to send nearly 1 million yuan home since her relationship with Chen Youfu began, with the hope of improving her family's living conditions and renovating their house. She never anticipated such dire circumstances would unfold. Furthermore, shortly after her parents' call, Du Yufei received another phone call from her sister. It turned out that the situation was far more complicated than her brother's gambling. After Du Yufei had sent money home, her parents and brother had boasted to everyone in their village about their daughter's newfound wealth, which attracted the attention of some unsavory characters from the town. They devised a scheme, and her brother's debts grew larger. In a desperate attempt to help him, her parents arranged for her sister to marry a nearly 40-year-old cripple, collecting a bride price of 100,000 yuan, which her brother promptly squandered. Now, the message was clear: either they repay the debts, or her sister would have to marry. In a moment of panic, Du Yufei lost her usual composure. It was Chen Youfu who proposed a plan. She should first transfer money to her sister to secretly cover the bride price, and they would address the other issues once they arrived. Thus, their journey to Shudu province commenced. Du Yufei's hometown is a small village in Luzhou, the birthplace of the renowned liquor, Luzhou Laojiao. Considering the inconvenience of flying, they opted to drive to their destination. However, due to recent attacks, Du Meng and his crew were on high alert, so in addition to Du Meng and Mo Lei, 6 other brothers accompanied them. Meanwhile, Tao Zhe from the Jinling Security Bureau reported Chen Youfu's impending arrival in Shudu to the headquarters in the capital, which promptly contacted the Shudu Security Bureau. Leaders, we have just received notification from the capital that Chen Youfu, the owner of Youfu Technology, will be arriving in Shudu tomorrow. The headquarters expects us to take full responsibility for his security. At that moment, several Shudu leaders gathered in a conference room at the provincial government building to discuss Chen Youfu's visit. Upon receiving the notification from the Security Bureau, they promptly reported it to the government. Youfu Technology, is that the company behind the Longshin battery? Indeed, that is correct. Do we know the purpose of his visit? We do not, but the headquarters has provided details on those accompanying him. Based on this information, we surmise that he is likely visiting Luzhou, as his companion is from there, suggesting a familial visit. A familial visit. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chen is an extraordinary individual. Longshin batteries have gained remarkable attention both domestically and internationally. Therefore, I believe Mr. Chen's presence in Shudu presents an invaluable opportunity that we must seize. Indeed, I concur with the leader's sentiments. I have heard that the recent auction for global agency qualifications for Longshin batteries concluded in Jinling, fetching over 200 billion. If we can capture even a fraction of that investment, it would greatly benefit Shudu. I understand many provinces are vying to establish connections with Youfu technology. Well said, Director Zhang. Given that the opportunity is at our doorstep, we cannot afford to let it slip away. However, I propose we refrain from direct contact initially, as Mr. Chen is here for personal matters. Approaching him too soon may be counterproductive. It would be wiser to allow him to visit family and friends first. And once the time is right, we can make our move. I agree with the leader's perspective. It is quite astute. Regardless of his intentions, we must ensure his safety is paramount. Old Shun, your security bureau has its protocols in place, which I will not question. However, I suggest you personally oversee operations in Luzhou, so any issues can be addressed promptly. Additionally, Old Zhang, I recommend you travel to Luzhou. Once Mr. Chen's family visit is nearing completion, you can initiate contact, and we will determine our next steps accordingly. What do you think? That sounds excellent. I will depart for Luzhou tonight. Good. Let us maintain communication, and remember, the Security Bureau's role is to provide discreet protection, while the police department must oversee visible security measures. It would be beneficial for you to visit Luzhou as well. For now, we will not speculate on whether we can entice this golden phoenix to settle in Shudu. Safety is our foremost concern, should anything go awry. Discussions of investment will be moot, and we may all face consequences. Yes, rest assured, leader. Upon receiving the headquarters notification, I have already arranged for the Luzhou City Bureau to commence preparations on the streets. I will also travel to Luzhou tonight to finalize the details. Rest assured, my leader. My two teams will be ready to infiltrate the territory of Shudu tonight. And the Luzhou Bureau has already devised a corresponding plan to ensure that the target remains within our sight 24 hours a day. Very well. I shall take comfort in that. Let us execute the plan accordingly and communicate promptly should any issues arise. The journey from Jinling to Luzhou spans nearly 1,800 kilometers, taking less than 20 hours. At around 6 in the morning, Du Ming awakened Chen Youfu. Brother, we will arrive in Luzhou in less than 10 minutes. So soon? The highway has been quite smooth, thus our speed has naturally increased. By the way, brother, the comrades trailing behind just called to inform me that the security personnel from Shudu have caught up with us. They arrived just as we entered Shudu territory and have been in contact with our team following behind. Very well, let them be, that is their duty. And it does not hinder our mission. Xiaoming, I must say, the scenery along the route is rather pleasant. Perhaps we can explore some interesting places on our way back. Brother, should we head directly to Sister Du's hometown, or pause in Luzhou for a while? Yufei, wake up. Oh dear, let me sleep a little longer, she mumbled sleepily. Hurry up, we have arrived in Luzhou. Ah, already? That was quick. Upon hearing Chen Youfu's announcement, Du Yufei immediately opened her eyes in surprise. We will be in Luzhou in a few minutes, Yufei. Should we rest here or go directly to your hometown? Let us rest for a while. Xiao Ming and the others must be tired from driving. Moreover, I cannot bear to have you endure such hardship without a break. If you were to tire yourself out, Sister Yun would undoubtedly hold me accountable. Nonsense, I am not that fragile. However, Xiao Ming and Mo Lei indeed require a moment of respite, but you need not worry now. I have come to understand during this journey that fretting is futile. That useless individual is not worth my anxiety. Once I resolve this matter upon my return, I shall no longer concern myself with his affairs. Do not be too harsh. After all, he is your younger brother. It is best to lend a helping hand where possible to avoid gossip. However, some of his bad habits should be rectified. By the way, Yufei, have you ever considered bringing your parents to Jinling? Not at all, dear sir. You cannot fathom how my two sisters and I have endured our upbringing. Although they are my parents, any good fortune in our family has always favored my brother, leaving nothing for my sisters and me. Frankly, my brother is quite comparable to Lu Jibin. My sisters have only returned during the new year to bring back a token gift and have never visited otherwise. However, I genuinely wish to take my younger sister away. I cannot bear to watch them push her into the fire for that good-for-nothing. My sister is the most unfortunate of us all. I was at least able to attend school despite their mistreatment, but she was forced to drop out of middle school. In truth, her academic performance surpassed mine back then, and had she been allowed to continue her studies, she would undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious university. Du Yufei leaned against Chen Youfu, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. Very well, I will support you in whatever decision you make. Whether you wish to continue your studies or seek employment once in Jinling, I will make the necessary arrangements. Yes, dear sir, encountering you is indeed my fortune. Enough of this sentimental talk. Let us find a hotel to rest for the night. We shall do as you say, and everyone should enjoy a good night's rest before we visit your home tomorrow. Xiaoming, please find a decent hotel. Understood.